the young man accidentally came to the world of immortal cultivation. Only 5 elements of spiritual roots. Cultivation is difficult. It was a good thing that he had obtained the supreme immortal law of 5 elements longevity technique, which was specifically used for the cultivation of 5 elemental spiritual roots, and a heaven-defying small tower that could enhance the quality of pills, the quality of magic treasures, and turn waste into treasure. See how he ascends the path of immortality, proves the path to eternal life, and is immortal in the great Tao. Chapter 1 Robbing an Immortal Cultivator. The blue sky was clear and cloudless. The state of Zhao, a merchant rode in a desolate place on the edge of the eastern region. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. Girl, make a robbery. A 15 or 16-year-old boy, wearing a rough dress and carrying a broken knife. His childish face pretended to be fierce. Behind him stood more than a dozen Hans. The clothes on these Hans were tattered and torn, as if they were beggars. Except for a few, who were armed with iron weapons. Most of them were armed with wooden sticks, and looked embarrassed. But the poor and vicious look was still very intimidating to ordinary people. They were mountain bandits in the area who made their living by robbing passers-by on the trade routes. And the teenager standing at the front was named Lin Hao. He was the only one of the bandits who knew how to read, and had just become the leader of the group not many months ago. The woman who was stopped in front was about 20 years old and extremely beautiful. She was dressed in expensive clothes, a stark contrast to this group of downtrodden mountain bandits, by so many people, blocking the way. Her face was cold and she didn't seem to be afraid. Her gaze fell on the leader, Lin Hao, and she said, I didn't expect to meet someone with cultivation qualifications in this remote place. Since you sent me to the door, then follow me. This voice, like the cold wind of a waxing moon, contained some kind of mysterious power. Hearing it in the ears of the crowd of mountain thieves was inexplicably heart-stopping. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw the woman's hand make an empty grab at Lin Hao. A force wrapped around him and his body flew forward uncontrollably in his horrified expression. With another wave of the woman's white hand, a wave of green light enveloped Lin Hao, preventing him from moving. Big dang. Home. A group of mountain bandits were creeped out. Their hands holding their weapons were filled with cold sweat, but they didn't dare to rush up. Obviously, this woman's ability was beyond their understanding. Little ones, save me. Lin Hao looked fearful and cried and mourned. Girl, spare your life. I only robbed money, never hurt other people's lives. Let me go. He was originally an ordinary teenager on Earth who was not very old, and because of traveling to a certain famous mountain, he accidentally fell off the cliff and somehow came to this world, becoming a one-in-a-million traveler. Not the soul crossing, but the real body crossing kind. When he woke up, he found himself in the middle of a mountain bandit's nest, relying on the knowledge of modern people, and it was hard to fool this group of mountain thieves and become the leader. I didn't realize that not long after engaging in the career of a mountain bandit, I would meet an iron plate by robbing. Shut up. The woman gave him a cold look, a look as terrifying as the king of Hades who demanded his life. Lin Hao was too scared to squeak, trembling and inwardly nervous as he stood in the green light emanating from the woman. Then, the woman with the extremely beautiful appearance did not pay attention to the other mountain bandits. Only her white hand, waving rapidly, condensed a seal that Lin Hao couldn't understand. A green-colored wind appeared, curling around Lin Hao and the woman, rising up into the air, through a high mountain. The ground was flying backwards. People can actually fly. Could it be that this world can cultivate immortality? Lin Hao was greatly shocked in his heart. The whistling gusts of wind blew his face pale, and the thin rough clothes on his body couldn't carry the cold, freezing him to shiver. Lin Hao had no idea how long he had been carried by the woman in his extremely tortured body. Just when he was about to be unable to stand the high altitude and was about to faint, the woman led him, finally descending from the air and appearing on a large mountain surrounded by clouds. Beautifully constructed buildings were built around it, quite majestic, like a ghostly work of art. One look at this place and it is not a mundane place. Being carried aloft, Lin Hao's entire body was in such a sorry state that when he landed on the ground, he couldn't even stand up. Senior Sister Lu, you have come here. Do you have anything to order us? The front ushered in 2 men, dressed in blue robes, who respectfully saluted and said, This person is someone I went out on an errand and happened to come across. He has cultivation qualifications. You guys arrange for him? No need to treat him special. Senior Sister Lu's expression was cold and her tone was icy. After saying that, she didn't wait for the 2 men to respond, and then she saw her hand quickly pinch, and the green-colored wind appeared once again, dragging her up in the air and disappearing in a moment. I wonder when I'll be able to fly freely between heaven and earth like a true disciple like Senior Sister Lu. One of the youths wearing blue robes retracted his gaze from where Senior Sister Lu had disappeared and said, "Alas, how easy is it to fly? Except like Senior Sister Lu before the age of 30, the realm reaches the 9th level of chi refining to become a true disciple, and was given a flying spirit weapon by the sect master, the wind bead. The only way to fly is to reach foundation establishment, and with my cultivation talent, I'm afraid I won't have much of a chance in this life." The other blue-robed youth sighed. After the two of them talked for a few moments, they dropped their gaze to Lin Hao, who had fallen to the side and sat on the ground, still recovering from the aftermath of the high-altitude flight. "You get up and come with me," one of the blue-robed youths said in a cold tone, with an air of superiority. It didn't seem to think highly of Lin Hao because he possessed cultivation qualifications. Yeah, these immortal cultivators possessed an inexplicable aura, and Lin Hao felt like he was being stared at as if he were facing a lofty mountain, and he was just a mole cricket underneath it. The mere debris that rolled down the big hill could kill him. Lin Hao didn't dare to disobey the words of the blue-robed youth and struggled to get up from the ground. Stumbling after the man, he walked for a long time in unfamiliar surroundings. "You're staying here from now on." The blue-robed youth pointed to a wooden room and said. "Yes." Lin Hao nodded. "From today onwards you are an odd-job disciple in the Xianyu sect's Or area. You may not leave the Or area without permission, or else you will be killed without amnesty according to the sect's rules. Handyman disciples in Xianyu sect have to complete the tasks of a handyman disciple every day before they can eat." The blue-robed youth said indifferently. "Take this chi refining skill and the clothes of a handyman disciple. If you can follow the method of the chi refining skill and draw chi into your body, and your realm reaches the 3rd level of chi refining, you can get rid of the status of a handyman disciple and become an outer disciple." After saying that, in the hands of the blue-robed youth, a jade slip and a gray rough garment appeared out of thin air, and passed it to Lin Hao, who was to the side. Lin Hao hastily extended his hand and took the jade slip and the gray rough clothes. "This jade slip, as long as you concentrate on it, you can see the method of chi refining recorded inside," the blue-robed youth said. "Alright, that's all I'm going to tell you. How you're going to work tomorrow, you'll know when you follow the other handyman disciples in the mine." After briefly explaining a few words to Lin Hao, the blue-robed youth turned around and left. "Alas, it was not easy for me to become the leader of the mountain thieves, and I was just able to have enough to eat, but I was unlucky enough to rob the immortal cultivators, and I was caught here, and I don't know if it's good to be a servant disciple of the Xianyu sect." Although Lin Hao's heart was apprehensive, he saw the chi refining technique cultivation jade slip in his hand and had some expectations. Cultivating immortality is always more promising than being a mountain bandit leader, so if it comes, then it's good. Chapter 2 Senior Sister Lu, Xianyu Sect. Taking the jade slip of chi refining skill and the handyman's clothes, Lin Hao walked into the wooden house in front of him. The cabin was a double room, furnished with 2 simple wooden beds, and looked very shabby. At least it's an immortal cultivation sect. The treatment of the miscellaneous disciples is a bit poor. Lin Hao frowned. This accommodation wasn't as good as the house he'd lived in before as a mountain bandit leader. "You're the new handyman disciple?" Inside the room, there was a fat teenager who saw someone come in and asked with a gleam in his eye. Yeah. Lin Hao nodded. Looking at the word handyman on the fat teenager's clothes, he knew that the fat teenager had the same status as him. He still said politely, "My name is Lin Hao. How does this senior brother address himself?" "Lin Hao. I don't dare to be the senior brother. I've only been here more than half a month before you." The fat teenager quickly waved his hand and said, "Just call me Wang Fu." Yeah. Lin Hao continued, "Brother Wang Fu, I've only just become an odd-job disciple. Can you tell me what we odd-job disciples mainly do?" "We are odd-job disciples in the Or area, and the main thing we have to do every day is digging for ore." Wang Fu's face showed sorrow and said, "The Or area stipulates that digging out 5 pounds of spirit iron can be exchanged for a meal, and I've been starving every day since I came here. Alas, I miss the days when I was the young master in the family before. Every big fish and meat, there is endless money to spend. There are beautiful maids to serve. As a result, I was measured the qualification of cultivating immortality, and became the hope of the whole family, and my old man had to spend 5,000 taels of silver, and sent me to Xianyu sect to cultivate immortality. The result is digging mines, and not only are you not enough to eat here, but sometimes you also have to be beaten. 5,000 taels of silver." Lin Hao froze for a moment, extremely surprised in his heart. He works hard as a mountain bandit, robbing passing merchants, and he's lucky to get a few taels of silver a month. 5,000 taels. Such a large amount of silver. How long would it take for him to earn it by practicing the profession of a mountain bandit? Right. The Xianyu sect is one of the 4 major immortal cultivation sects in our country of Zhao. And even though it's ranked at the bottom of the list, it's not something that ordinary people can come to. Wang Fu continued. I spent 5,000 taels of silver here. Or because I have good cultivation qualifications. Those whose cultivation qualifications are worse than mine, spent a lot more silver. Such as the Han family's youngest master, Han Dali, whose qualifications are so bad that he is said to have spent 10,000 taels of silver before he could barely enter the Xianyu sect. To enter a sect, you need so much money. Lin Hao's heart shook. He originally thought that it was his bad luck to be captured by that woman to work as a handyman in the Xianyu sect. As a result, when he heard Wang Fu say this, it turned out that he had earned thousands and thousands of silver for nothing. Thinking about this, Lin Hao's mood was much better. Lin Hao, how much silver did you spend to enter the Xianyu sect? Seeing his odd expression, Wang Fu couldn't help but ask. I didn't spend any money. It was a woman who can fly and is called Senior Sister Lu who brought me here. Lin Hao hesitated and said truthfully, if you can fly, you're either a foundation establishment expert or a prototypal with amazing talent. Wang Fu suddenly looked stunned and said, Sister surnamed Lu, there is only one person in the sect who meets the conditions. You can't be the only shuttered disciple of the headmaster. Sister Lu Qinghan, who brought back to the sect. What is your relationship with her? I don't know Senior Sister Lu, is she that big of a deal? Lin Hao was a bit surprised. You don't know Senior Sister Lu, and you were even brought back by her without being asked to pay out silver. You must be very talented in cultivation. While Wang Fu was envious in his heart, he couldn't help but think highly of Lin Hao for a few moments. Can you tell me about Senior Sister Willow? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Senior Sister Lu is awesome. In our Xianyu sect, she is one of the strongest heavenly prides. Wang Fu's face surfaced a color of respect said. Only in his early 20s, the realm has reached the 9th level of refining qi. The entire Zhao cultivation world of cultivators all know her name. It is said that in the future there is a good chance to cultivate to the realm of the Golden Dan. It is the hope of our Xianyu sect. The fat teenager Wang Fu was very enthusiastic about Lin Hao, who was in the same year, and in addition to telling a lot about Senior Sister Lu, he also talked about quite a few other things about the Xianyu sect. After some conversation, Lin Hao gained some understanding of the unfamiliar Xianyu sect. Lin Hao, among the newcomer miscellaneous disciples in our area Ding, there's a man named Yan Hong who must not be messed with. Wang Fu's tone paused and kindly said, tomorrow when you finish your digging task, don't eat the spirit porridge when you receive it. You have to give half of it to Yan Hong first before you can do so, or else you will be beaten up by Yan Hong. When Yan Hong was mentioned, Lin Hao clearly detected a look of awe on Wang Fu Fatty's face. Then what is Yan Hang's origin? Lin Hao frowned and said, Yan Hang is the son of our Zhao country's General Yan. He came to Xianyu sect 3 months before me, and his cultivation has already reached the first level of qi refining. Wang Fu said, because he practiced martial arts since he was a child. In this newcomer's handyman area of ours, he fights very well, and no one dares to mess with him. He robs other people's spirit porridge, and the clan's people don't care about him? Lin Hao asked. Our Xianyu sect in order to motivate the disciples to cultivate hard, to encourage the disciples to compete with each other. In the sect handyman disciples have little status as to do the hard work. Some small conflicts between each other. The deacons will not care. Wang Fu whispered. As long as we don't hurt people too badly, the deacons will turn a blind eye. So we newcomer handymen have to be careful not to cause trouble in the sect. And the only way this bad situation will improve is if our status improves when we become outer disciples. And we have the protection of the sect rules. Many thanks to brother Wang Fu for telling me this. Lin Hao's heart stared. Understanding that this immortal cultivation sect Xianyu sect is not a good place. It is not easy to mix well. Alas, this handyman's area is no place for a human being to stay. And you don't get enough to eat every day. Wang Fu said. Without further ado, I have to seize the time to cultivate, and strive to cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refining as soon as possible, become an outer disciple, and leave this bird place. Then, he was seen sitting on the wooden bed, sitting on his knees and closing his eyes. Lin Hao wanted to ask something else, but he saw that the fat teenager had already cultivated. It was not good for him to disturb, so he changed into the clothes of the Xianyu sect's handyman disciples that he had only just obtained. Then he picked up the jade slit that contained the qi refining technique on the side and prepared to try cultivating it. Lin Hao followed the method that the blue-robed youth had said, concentrating his attention and keeping his eyes fixed on the jade slip. In just a moment, the contents of the jade slip appeared in his mind. Xianyu Alchemy Technique Upper Chapter. This jade sketch recorded the cultivation methods for the first to third level of qi refining in great detail, and there was also a map of the human body's meridians. After Lin Hao crossed over, his head was extremely bright, and he could memorize anything after seeing it a few times. It didn't take long for him to memorize the Xianyu Qi refining techniques upper chapter in the jade slip in his mind, and know how to cultivate it. Try practicing. Lin Hao sat on the wooden bed, sitting with his knees crossed and eyes closed. Following the method of the Xianyu Qi refining technique, he concentrated his spirit to sense the surrounding aura. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Hao entered the metaphysical and mysterious meditative state described in the Xianyu Qi refining technique. He realized that some points of light suddenly appeared around him where his eyes were originally closed and dark. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced, realizing that this was the aura of heaven and earth. One had to take the light point-like aura, introduce it into the body, and reach a certain size, and successfully run the circumference of the sky before entering the first level of qi refining. Lin Hao quieted his mind and began to follow the method of the Xianyu Qi refining technique, absorbing the surrounding points of aura light, and with some effort, several points of aura light around him moved closer to him and entered his body. So cozy. There was a warm feeling as the aura entered the body. Lin Hao kept running the Xianyu Qi refining technique, absorbing the aura from heaven and earth and introducing it into specific meridians. His current Reiki was still too small to be able to make it run around in his meridians. In this way, the night passed without realizing it. Early in the morning, Lin Hao opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The current scale of the aura in the body was not much, and there was still some distance from successfully guiding the aura to run around the circumference of the sky and enter the first level of qi refining. However, Lin Hao keenly felt that after a night of cultivation, his strength had obviously grown a lot after the aura entered his body. Chapter 3: Robbing the Spirit Porridge. Go to work. If you are late, you will be chastised by the steward. It hadn't been long since it had ended when little Fatty's voice rang in Lin Hao's ears. Good. Lin Hao nodded and went out of the house with little Fatty. With a large number of people who were also dressed in miscellaneous disciple clothing, they rushed in the direction of the Spirit Mine Mountain. After about half a tea time, it came to the destination. After receiving their digging tools, Lin Hao and the others entered the mine under the supervision of an inner disciple or area steward. The mines were not dim, and at intervals there were lights with special illumination. Lin Hao walked through the mine and looked around. It was found that the walls of the cave were all reddish-brown stone. In the mines, you don't have to worry about cave-ins or anything like that, because Lin Hao had heard from little Fatty Wang Fu last night that there were formations set up in the mines that would ensure the safety of the handyman disciples entering the mines, and every once in a while the clan's experts would enter the mine to maintain the formation. Taking the cross-axe for digging, Lin Hao and little Fatty arrived at a huge underground hollow. The ground had a large amount of rubble and potholes that had been dug out by the handyman disciples. Knock knock, clank, clank. A group of handyman disciples who had arrived at the mine began to work. Although Lin Hao hadn't traveled to this world for long, he had done farm work as a child. He wasn't afraid of hard work, and picked up a cross-axe and dug like a man. The stones in this spirit mine, whose hardness far exceeded that of ordinary stones, were too difficult to dig, and one had to use all one's strength to do so. After only digging for less than half an hour, Lin Hao felt his hands aching. Instead, he had only dug out less than half a caddy of spiritual iron at the moment, and was still too far away from the goal of digging out 5 caddy of spiritual iron that could be used to eat a meal. Enduring the fatigue and the desperate digging, time passed little by little. It was almost time for the sun to go down for a good while and it was about to get dark. Lin Hao had only dug out 4 pounds of spirit iron after exhausting himself, and was still a pound short of exchanging it for a bowl of spirit porridge. If not for the little Fatty Wang Fu, who had helped him dig up some, he guessed that today, a meal wouldn't be enough. Go eat. Wang Fu and Lin Hao, the two of them took the ore they dug out today and went to the inner disciple who managed the mine, and each received a voucher to eat. Coming to the dining hall to fetch a bowl, Lin Hao used the voucher for his meal to fill a bowl full of porridge at the dining hall's handyman disciple. Hungry, he and little Fatty, with their porridge, found a place to sit down in the dining hall. This porridge, give me half. Only then did Lin Hao place the bowl filled with spirit porridge on the table. Then there was a rather burly teenager with an empty bowl in his hand and a fierce look on his face as he walked over. Before he could agree, the burly teenager reached out and grabbed the bowl filled with porridge to pour it into his empty bowl. Lin Hao knew who this person was. It should be Yan Heng, the son of Zhao's General Yan. who had already reached the first level of qi refining 3 months earlier than he had been initiated and whose cultivation had already reached the first level of qi refining, as said by little fatty Wang Fu, and was in existence that they couldn't afford to mess with at the moment. Lin Hao, who was so hungry that his legs were weak, looked at the kanji that he had worked so hard to exchange for a day of digging. It was about to be poured into Yen Heng's bowl, even though he had been warned by fatty Wang Fu, who was not willing to do so. Slow down, Lin Hao suddenly bellowed. Yen Heng, who was pouring porridge into his empty bowl, was startled. You want to get your ass kicked? Yen Heng was the existence of a small bully among the newcomer handymen of the 10th team of the Dinjian mining district. No one dares to resist the oppression of newcomer handymen. A look of shame appeared on his face as he was yelled at by Lin Hao. Boss Yen, Lin Hao is new here and doesn't know the rules here, so don't take it personally. Little fatty Wang Fu, although he was afraid of Yen Heng in his heart, he still had the righteousness to stand up and groveled for mercy. Humph, doesn't know the rules, then I'll let him know what the rules are. Yen Heng's eyes glared as he placed the spirit porridge on the table and clenched his fists. He had a sardonic smile on his face, ready to violently beat up Lin Hao, the newcomer, to establish his authority. Do you know who recruited me in? If you dare to hit me, you're done for. Seeing Yen Heng raise his fist, Lin Hao forced himself to calm down and said indifferently, don't scare your grandpa Yen. To be able to come to the handyman or area, it's hard to believe that there's someone with a background greater than mine? Yen Heng laughed coldly. Besides, Xian Yuzong is respected by the strong, the children and grandchildren of the kings and lords in the mundane world. Come here, there is no difference with the ordinary miscellaneous disciples. Their cultivation is not as good as your grandpa Yen. They have to obediently take the beatings from your grandpa Yen. He was cocky and raised his fist, still wanting to punch Lin Hao. I was personally recruited in by senior sister Lu and became a disciple of the Xianyu sect without spending a silver or two. If you dare to hit me, you are disrespecting senior sister Lu. Lin Hao looked straight at Yen Heng, a little panicked in his heart, but his face showed no fear. He was prepared to borrow senior sister Lu's prestige, pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the banner to scare off Yen Heng. Avoid getting your ass kicked and keep your spirit porridge. You didn't spend a silver or two to join the Xianyu sect. Yen Heng's face was shocked. He tested out a 4th grade water and wood double spirit root, with a medium to high qualification, and also spent 800 taels of silver to be able to enter the Xianyu sect. And this newbie handyman in front of me, claiming to have not spent a dime. It showed that this person's cultivation talent, which was very high, was far above him. The fierce color on his face was hidden, and he asked with some scorn in his heart, who is the senior sister Lu you are talking about? The senior sister Lu who recruited Lin Hao into the sect is the sect leader's only shut-in personal disciple, senior sister Lu Qinghan, who was at the 9th level of qi refining. Wang Fu, who was on the side, understood that Lin Hao wanted to use senior sister Lu to suppress Yen Heng, and summoned up the courage to speak. I can testify. Senior sister Lu, a person of her caliber, who recruits disciples, would send them to the miscellaneous service area? Yen Heng frowned, somewhat skeptical of the truthfulness of the little fatty's words. After all, senior sister Lu was the sect master's personal disciple, the clan's brightest existence, and had never heard of her personally helping the clan recruit disciples. You don't believe me? Lin Hao had an air of confidence and said in a cold voice, senior sister Lu is the personal disciple of the sect master's closed door. If I wasn't personally recruited by her to enter the door, and I dare to lie about senior sister Lu, wouldn't I be looking for death if I were to spread the word? Yen Heng sniffed and frowned slightly. Indeed, there was no one who dared to cheat with senior sister Lu's name. Seeing that he made some sense, he couldn't help but believe it in his heart. Although he was reluctant, but senior sister Lu's name was here. He didn't dare to make a scene, changed his face and smiled. Brother Lin Hao, since you're the disciple that senior sister Lu personally recruited into the sect, I won't be eating your spirit porridge. Returning Lin Hao's spirit porridge, he picked up little fatty Wang Fu's spirit porridge and poured it into his empty bowl. Slow down. Lin Hao's voice sounded again. What? Brother Lin Hao still has something to say? Yen Heng's heart grew angry, but he held his tongue. Wang Fu is my brother. From now on, you are not allowed to rob his spirit porridge either. Lin Hao said expressionlessly. You. Yen Heng's unclenched fist couldn't help but clench. The Or area Din, the 10th team's newcomer area, together with himself, currently had a total of 8 newcomer miscellaneous disciples. According to the rules of Xianyu sect, any new handyman disciple could stay in the newcomer handyman area for half a year. The newcomers did much less work than the handyman disciples who had been in the clan for more than half a year, so as to allow the newcomer handyman to adapt to the clan's environment. When the newcomer handyman has been in the clan for more than half a year, he will be considered an old man and will be sent to the old man area of the handyman disciples. Originally, with Yen Hang's strength from practicing martial arts since he was a child plus being the first to enter the first level of chi refining, he was able to manage to fight 1 against 7 and snatch the spirit porridge from the other 7 newbie handyman disciples. Relying on the spiritual chi from the large amount of spirit porridge, he could hopefully reach the second level of chi refining before leaving the newcomer's handyman area. And then when he went back to the old man's handyman area in the ore hall, he would be considered a small expert and wouldn't have to be bullied. That's why Yen Hang cared about every bowl of spirit porridge he grabbed. Chapter 4, the first level of chi refining. Disobedience? You dare to disregard senior sister Lu? Lin Hao stood up with a loud, vicious glare at Yen Hang. Immediately, it attracted several other newcomer handymen in the surroundings, all looking this way. Even several outer disciples of the dining hall were startled and cast their gazes over. How dare I? I can't wait to respect a figure like senior sister Lu, being stared at by so many people. Yen Hang broke out in a cold sweat. If word got out that he had disrespected the sect leader's shut-in disciple, Lu Qinghan, he couldn't afford the consequences. Although Yen Hang couldn't bear to part with the spirit porridge and little fatty Wang Fu's bowl in his heart, he could only concede and said, Brother Lin Hao gave the word, so I naturally have to give my face to it. And in the future, I won't interfere with Wang Fu's spirit porridge. After saying that, Yen Hang suppressed his anger, took his empty bowl, and left in disgrace. Eat. Seeing Yen Hang scared off by senior sister Lu's formidable reputation, Lin Hao sighed in relief. Hungry, he and little fatty Wang Fu wolfed down the spirit porridge. Lin Hao wasn't afraid at all in his heart that what he had said today would be spread, because it was true that he had been personally recruited into the sect by the sect master's shut-in disciple, senior sister Lu, and he hadn't lied. This porridge is delicious. Spiritual kanji was made of spiritual rice, not mundane, and had an excellent flavor. After eating it in his stomach, a lot of aura appeared in Lin Hao's body. It was roughly equivalent to 1/5 the size of the total spiritual chi that Lin Hao had gained from practicing for a night. A bowl of spirit porridge was finished by him in no time. Lin Hao felt that he hadn't eaten enough, and he couldn't get enough of it, so he turned his gaze to the kanji bowl of the little fatty Wang Fu on the side. Noticed that the little fat guy's porridge bowl was cleaner than his own face, and that the guy was licking the bottom of the bowl hard with his tongue. It seemed that, with a few more licks, spiritual porridge could grow at the bottom of the bowl. Lin Hao looked at his bowl and there was still a small amount of spirit porridge liquid. He didn't mind it and licked it up like little fatty. After a while, he and the two of them, little fatty, before they left the dining hall with a flourish and returned to the cabin. I've been bullied all the time since I came to the clan, and I've never eaten a whole bowl of spirit porridge before. The little fatty Wang Fu had a look of gratitude on his face as he said, Lin Hao, it's thanks to you that Yen Hang didn't snatch my spirit porridge today. I, Wang Fu, am willing to recognize you as my boss and look up to you. Oh, no need to thank you. If it wasn't for your help today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to dig up enough 5 pounds of spirit iron to even have a meal. Lin Hao waved his hand and said, forget about being your boss. It's only right to help boss Lin Hao dig. The little fatty Wang Fu, born in a merchant family with extremely thick skin, pretended not to hear his refusal, and wanted to flatter Lin Hao, the disciple personally recruited into the door by senior sister Lu, and directly called up the boss in his mouth. Lin Hao saw that the little fatty insisted on being called boss and couldn't do anything about it, so he had to accept the title. It's okay to call the boss. It's not like he's losing out anyway. There's no way. It's all about charisma. And everywhere you go there are minions who bow their heads in worship. Ever since Lin Hao had moved senior sister Lu as a backer in front of everyone at the Xianyu Sexer area dining hall, then there was no one else who came to trouble him and fatty Wang Fu. The two of them, apart from digging, were cultivating. Soon, half a month passed. Lin Hao had spent more than 10 days in the Xianyu sect and had a general understanding of immortal cultivation. If you want to cultivate immortality, you need to have a spiritual root. Spiritual roots are categorized into 1st grade to 9th grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the cultivation talent. Moreover, there are good and bad attributes of spiritual roots, and single-attribute spiritual roots are much faster to cultivate than multi-attribute spiritual roots. The little fatty who had become Lin Hao's follower was a 2nd-grade metallic single spirit root. Although the grade was not high, it was better than a single spirit root, so it was considered a medium qualification. In the future, there was a slight chance of achieving foundation building. May live 200 years. The path of immortality is difficult. Of the thousands of qi refining cultivators in the Xianyu sect, there were basically only a few disciples that could enter the foundation establishment realm. Once he succeeded in building his foundation, he would be considered a top-tier expert in the entire kingdom of Zhao. And above foundation establishment was the Jindan realm. Such powerful cultivators could be called Jinpai level. Among the 4 immortal cultivation sects in Zhao, it was rumored that there were only a handful of a few supreme elders that possessed such strength. I wonder what kind of spiritual root I have. Lin Hao had some curiosity in his heart. He had been recruited by Lu Qinghan and had yet to be tested for spiritual roots. However, he cultivated at a pretty fast pace. Tonight, I should be able to break through to the first level of qi refining as stated in the Xianyu qi refining technique Jade Slip, Lin Hao muttered. The little fat Wang next door, who had come half a month earlier than him, hadn't yet shown the slightest sign of entering the first level of qi refining. It was evident how extraordinary his cultivation qualifications were. On the cot, Lin Hao sat with his knees crossed and eyes closed, entering into cultivation. The points of aura light in the sky and earth were absorbed into his body. On the other hand, the area where the inner gate of the Xianyu sect is located. Lu Qinghan finished his cultivation and was ready to go out for a walk. And not a moment after he left the cave, he saw an old man with an immortal style, flying towards her. Qinghan, I heard rumors going around the area of the miscellaneous disciples that you personally recruited a disciple with amazing talent named Lin Hao? The old man asked. This old man was none other than Lu Qinghan's master, the contemporary head of the Xianyu sect, Xianzi, a 9th level foundation establishment expert. Well, master, there is such a thing. Lu Qinghan pondered for a moment, his voice clear and cold. Half a month ago, my disciple went out to do something, and happened to run into him, and seeing that he possessed a 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root, I brought him back. 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root? With such a good cultivation qualification, why don't you just bring it back to the inner sect and put it among the miscellaneous disciples? A hint of movement appeared on the rippling face of the Xianyu sect leader, Xianzi. As he wondered, Lin Hao's worldly identity was that of a mountain bandit, and when he saw the apprentice at that time, he actually tried to rob him. Lu Qinghan said, that's why the apprentice put him in the miscellaneous disciple area to hone his heart first. An immortal seedling like the 6th grade single attribute fire spiritual root. It's better to keep it by your side and teach it personally. When tomorrow dawns, my master will go and find him and accept him as a disciple. Xianzi said. The night was silent. Inside the cabin, Lin Hao greedily absorbed the aura of heaven and earth. In this half-month, he had been working hard on his cultivation in addition to digging. The spiritual qi is already enough, so you can try to guide the spiritual qi to run around in the meridians and break through to the first level of qi refining. Lin Hao's mind moved. Following the method of the Xianyu qi refining technique, guide the aura and carefully flow through the major meridians of the body. After about half an hour, Lin Hao only felt a roar in his body, followed by a feeling of well-being. Finally, we've reached the first level of qi refining. Lin Hao was ecstatic in his heart. Reaching the first level of qi refining, in the newcomer area of the miscellaneous disciples, he was considered an expert. Against an evil person like Yan Hang, even if he didn't borrow senior sister Lu's name, he had some power to fight back. Boom! Lin Hao's cultivation had reached the first level of qi refining, and he was just about to continue running the Xianyu qi refining technique to consolidate his cultivation. His mind suddenly boomed like thunder. In severe pain, Lin Hao fainted. When he regained consciousness, he saw that he had arrived in a mysterious space. Ahead, there was a small tower over 3 feet tall, floating in the air. This tower had some impression in Lin Hao's memory. When he had fallen off the cliff a few months ago, he had once vaguely seen the shadow of a small tower appearing in the sky of that cliff, rushing toward him, and had originally thought that this tower was nothing more than an illusion he had seen when he was facing death. I didn't expect this tower, which had followed me to this world, to manifest itself at this time. Chapter 5 I'm a 5-element spiritual root? Where is this place? Lin Hao looked around in disbelief. Little one, we can finally meet. Suddenly an old, hoarse voice came from the small tower. Who are you? Why am I here? Lin Hao asked somewhat timidly. After all, as an earthling, I've read quite a few novels about old monsters taking over. He was clearly cultivating properly, and inexplicably entering a special space made him panic a bit. Little one, there's no need to panic. I won't harm you. This is your sea of consciousness space. The pale and hoarse voice said without haste. I am the remnant soul of the eternal life immortal Father. The small tower in front of you, called the ancient eternal life tower, is the spiritual treasure of this father? Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Why did you take me as your disciple? Lin Hao said vigilantly. There is no free lunch under the sky. This eternal life immortal sovereign. Once he heard the name, he felt that the origin was great, and coming to accept a small person like him as his disciple, he must have some plans for him. Because you are the one who possesses the 5 elemental spiritual roots that this honored one has been searching for so hard for so many years. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign smiled. I'm a 5-element spiritual root? How is this possible? The 5-element spiritual root is a famous waste spiritual root in the immortal cultivation realm, and it cannot be cultivated at all. For half a month Lin Hao had some understanding of some of the basics of immortal cultivation, and he frowned. And I joined the Xianyu sect only half a month ago, and I cultivated to the first level of qi refining. And this cultivation speed is comparable to that of a genius who possesses a 6th grade single attribute spiritual root. How could it be a 5-element spiritual root? What's impossible? The residual soul of the eternal immortal sovereign pondered for a moment and said, you are indeed a 5-element spiritual root. And the reason why you are cultivating so quickly is because this sovereign used the spiritual treasure, the ancient eternal pagoda, to channel spiritual qi to you. Without this elder immortal's 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda channeling spiritual qi to you, with this 5-element spiritual root of yours, it will take at least a few years for you to reach the first level of qi refining. The residual soul of the eternal immortal sovereign continued. If I'm really a 5-element spiritual root known as the waste spiritual root, then why did the sect masters shut in disciple? Senior Sister Lu, personally enroll me into the sect, Lin Hao said in an undying manner. Naturally. It was only because of this father's slight trick of forging a 6th grade fire attribute single spirit root that caught that little girl's attention. And she brought you here. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign explained. The mountain bandits' den you were in before. The aura was too thin. And only in a place like the immortal cultivation sect where the aura is thick, this sovereign's magical treasure, the ancient eternal tower, will be able to play its role. If you still don't believe me, find a stone to test your spiritual root and test your spiritual root yourself to know that my father didn't lie. He continued. Seeing that immortal Emperor Changsheng's words were true, Lin Hao couldn't help but believe a few things. Since I'm a 5-element wasted spirit root, why did you accept me as a disciple? Lin Hao asked after a moment of silence. Who said that the 5 elemental spiritual roots are wasted spiritual roots? In fact, in the immortal cultivation world in the ancient times, the 5 elemental spiritual roots were the topmost spiritual roots in the heavens and earth, with a battle power that crushed the same realm, and was known to be invincible in the same realm. The pale and hoarse voice of the residual soul of the eternal immortal Zun rang out, saying, I think that year, this father was only tested out of the 5 elements of the spiritual root of the product. It stirred up the entire ancient immortal cultivation world, by the major top immortal cultivation sanctuaries, grabbing the head and blood. The 5 elemental spiritual roots you mentioned are so powerful, but why are they now? In the immortal cultivation world it's a waste spiritual root that everyone dislikes. Lin Hao had a puzzled look on his face. Because, there was once a great catastrophe in the heavens and earth, causing the aura of the heavens and earth to be too much less than it was during the ancient times. Let the multi-attribute spirit species, which require more aura to cultivate, no longer dominate. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign continued. Instead, in the ancient times, the waste-like single spirit root became the current favorite of the immortal cultivation world because of the advantages of less aura needed for cultivation and faster speed. So it is. Lin Hao understood and couldn't help but be a little worried. Even if my 5 elemental spiritual roots were the best ones in the ancient times, but now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has become vastly less, will I be able to cultivate to foundation establishment back there? Other people with 5 elemental spiritual roots may not be able to do it. But with this honored one and the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda, as long as you worship this honored one as your teacher, not to mention building the foundation, there is hope for you to cultivate into an immortal in the future. Back then, my father created a cultivation technique specifically for the 5 elemental spiritual roots, that everlasting immortal residual soul said in a rather proud tone. With this method, even if you don't have this ancestor to channel spiritual qi to you behind your 5 elemental spiritual roots, the speed of cultivating this method can be comparable to a first-grade single spiritual root. It's only the cultivation speed of a first-grade single spirit root. Lin Hao was a little disappointed. Spiritual root qualities were categorized into first grade to ninth grade, with first grade being the lowest and ninth grade being the highest. Even if he practiced the special technique of immortal eternal life immortal sovereign, and his first grade 5 elemental spiritual root speed reached a first grade single spiritual root, but in the immortal cultivation realm, it could still only be considered as a lower grade cultivation qualification. Even little fatty Wang Fu's second grade metallic single spirit root couldn't compare. Why aren't you satisfied yet? Without my father's original Gong method, with the current spiritual chi in the heavens and earth, it would be good if the 5 elemental spiritual roots could be cultivated at a speed 1/10 that of a first grade single spiritual root. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign smiled and said, "Little fellow, do you want to learn this original technique of my father? Learn!" Of course, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. If he really was a 5 element spiritual root, if he didn't have a special chance, the odds were that he would have no chance with cultivating immortality. Therefore, Lin Hao planned to try the original 5 elemental techniques that Immortal Elder Sovereign had spoken of first. If you want to learn, then worship this honored one as your master. Kowtow to this honored one's original magic treasure, the ancient longevity pagoda, and you'll be my disciple. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign said, "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance." Lin Hao respectfully bowed to the small tower floating in front of him. Hey, good disciple, get up quickly. Inside the small tower more than 3 feet high in front of him, came the old man's rather smug laughter. He sighed in his heart. 5 elements spiritual roots from ancient times to the present day are extremely rare spiritual roots. Even if it is found that there are 5 elements spiritual roots, possessors are also not into the product. Even the first grade cannot reach. I did not think that I Changsheng Immortal Zun fell into such a state, but also to find the spiritual roots of the 5 elements spiritual roots to reach the first grade of the disciple. Since I've already worshipped you as my master, is it possible for the 5 elements technique to be passed on to me? Lin Hao got up after performing the master worship ceremony and shamelessly extended his hand to ask for it. Good apprentice, hold your horses for a moment. Immortal Eternal Life smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to this technique first. Master, please." Lin Hao's small face showed a look of hope. The technique I created is called the 5 elements longevity technique, and as the name suggests, you will have more lifespan and live longer than someone in the same realm if you cultivate this technique. Immortal Eternal Life didn't sell out as he introduced himself. More life. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He himself was most afraid of death, and this technique of practicing to live longer than others was extremely attractive to him. Seeing his disciple's interest, Immortal Elder continued with a smile. When practicing the 5 elements eternal life technique, the lifespan possessed at each realm is half that of other practitioners of the same realm. For example, a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refining can live for 120 years, while you can live for 180 years if you cultivate the 5 elements longevity technique to reach this realm, possessing a lifespan just shy of catching up to a foundation establishment cultivator. Foundation cultivators, they can live for 200 years, and if you cultivate the 5 elements longevity going to reach this realm, you can live for 300 years. A Jindan cultivator can live for 500 years. And you can live for 750 years when you reach this realm. Immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation. The competition is who lives longer. The 5 elements longevity technique, in addition to giving you a long life, it also possesses a much thicker aura in the same realm, making you unrivaled in the same realm. Immortal Eternal's pale voice echoed in the special space, hearing that he could live 180 years if he cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining. Lin Hao, who was relatively afraid of death, was excited and his blood boiled. This 5 elements longevity technique, he had to learn it no matter what he said. Chapter 6 Spiritual Treasure. Master, have you finished introducing this 5 elements longevity technique? It can be passed on to me now, Lin Hao said with anticipation. The residual soul of the eternal immortal sovereign, looking at his disciple's impatience, he controlled the small 3-foot-tall tower that was floating and gently shook it. There was then a beastskin scroll that flew out of the small tower and landed in front of Lin Hao. Apprentice, this is the 5 elements eternal life technique. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign continued. You write it down first. Yeah. Inside the mysterious space, Lin Hao opened the animal skin scroll. A single, powerful text appeared in his eyes. When the spiritual chi enters the body, it goes through the Ren chakra, and then passes through the governor chakra. The animal skin scroll recorded the meridian routes that would be used for the operation of the spiritual qi in the cultivation of the 5 elements longevity technique. So complicated. There are several times more human meridians used for cultivation than the Xianyu Sex Xianyu Qi refining technique. Lin Hao had a strong memory, and it took some time to memorize these meridians. After about a quarter of an hour, He withdrew his gaze from the beastskin scroll and said, "Master, I have memorized all of the contents inside." "Well, memory, it's not bad," the residual soul of the eternal immortal sovereign said. "The technique has already been passed on to you. The master is now just a residual soul with no body. This ancient eternal tower, pass it on to you as well, as your gift of worship." This 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda was known to be an extraordinary treasure at a glance, and Lin Hao was so happy to hear it that he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Master. Apprentice son, Master will have to take a drop of your life essence blood before he can make the universal longevity pagoda recognize you as its master," the residual soul of the eternal immortal sovereign said. "This process will hurt a bit, so bear with it." Buzz! Before Lin Hao could respond, the small tower in front of him, which was more than 3 feet tall, gently shook. An array of light shot toward him and did not enter his chest. Put! Lin Hao only felt like his heart was being pierced through in agony. The good thing was that it only took a moment for that pain to disappear. The small tower shot out a light that left Lin Hao's chest and returned to the tower with a drop of bright red blood. Immediately afterward, he felt a metaphysical connection with the ancient longevity pagoda. This is a spiritual treasure recognizing its owner. It's amazing. Lin Hao could feel the kindness coming from the small tower. The 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda was originally an immortal artifact, but during that great battle, it was severely damaged and degraded to a top-grade spiritual treasure. Eternal immortal sovereign's pale voice sounded once again. Although the attacking means of this top-grade spiritual treasure has been destroyed, it can assist you in your cultivation. Please also ask Master to elaborate on how this spiritual treasure can be used. Lin Hao respectfully said. This spiritual treasure is very simple to use. It has 2 roles. One role is to speed up your cultivation speed. For example, if someone absorbs a spiritual stone, the aura gained will probably only be able to absorb half of the aura in the spiritual stone, and half of the aura will be wasted by attrition. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign continued, whereas you have the ancient everlasting pagoda, it is a perfect way to absorb the aura from the spirit stones without wasting a single bit of it. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. With this treasure, it was the equivalent of a spirit stone that could be used as 2 spirit stones. Master, what about the second function of the ancient longevity tower? He asked. The second use is to turn waste into treasure. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign pondered for a moment and said, for example, if you possess a first-order chi replenishing pill scrapdan, put it into the Vanguard Everlasting Tower, and then provide the Vanguard Everlasting Tower with some spirit stones. You will be able to make the chi replenishing pill go from a scrapdan to an extreme grade pill. This 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda can not only enhance the quality of pills, but also the quality of spirit medicines and magic treasures. For example, for a first-order lower-grade spirit medicine, if you give a few lower-grade spirit stones to the Vanguard Longevity Tower, you can turn this first-order lower-grade spirit medicine into a middle-grade spirit medicine. And even if it's a mortal sword, as long as you give spirit stones, the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda can enhance its quality and turn it into a magic weapon. After some introductions from the remnants of the immortal Elder Soul, Lin Hao already knew all of the current functions of the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda. This baby, it's unbelievable. Just this one effect of the ancient longevity pagoda increasing the efficiency of absorbing spirit stones could cause a bloody storm if it was known by the people outside. Coupled with the terrifying ability to turn waste into treasure, I'm afraid that the old monsters of the entire immortal cultivation world would not be able to resist coming out to snatch it. This tower was worthy of having once been an immortal artifact, degraded into a spiritual treasure, and was still so powerful. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his heart pounding with excitement. Alright, the 5 elements longevity technique and the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda have already been passed on to you. For the teacher's residual soul can't stay awake all the time, it needs to slumber and recuperate. The remnant soul of the eternal immortal sovereign said, before you fall asleep, there is one thing that Master wants to remind you of. What is it? Lin Hao asked. Master originally used the secret method of affecting the divine mind before allowing that little girl to place you in the Xian Yu sect's miscellaneous disciple area. Who knew that in order to avoid being bullied by others, you pulled that little girl out to be a backer and spread the word that you were a genius. I'm afraid that the 6th grade fire attribute single spiritual root that I helped you disguise to fool that little girl won't be able to be hidden for long in the Xian Yu sect, and it shouldn't be long until the matter of you being a 1st grade 5 elemental spiritual root is exposed. So you have to be psychologically prepared for it. Immortal Elder continued. At that time, they will definitely be curious as to why your 1st grade 5 element spirit seed is cultivating so fast. only half a month into the first level of chi refining. And at that time, just say that you had eaten a fiery red fruit 2 years ago, and I'm sure that they won't kick you out of the clan. Then his voice disappeared. Master, Master. Lin Hao called out several times and got no response, so he had to give up. Then, within the mysterious space, his gaze landed on top of the small tower in front of him that was more than 3 feet tall, and he surveyed it for a moment. He had already become the master of the small tower, and with just a thought, his consciousness withdrew from the mysterious space. On the wooden bed, Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and a look of shock appeared on his face. What just happened was so bizarre. Was it a dream? Lin Hao tried to communicate with the small tower again with his mind, and he smoothly realized that he had entered the mysterious space of the small tower again. It took several repeated attempts before he was sure that what had just happened was real. Lin Hao glanced at the next bed. The little fatty Wang Fu, who was still practicing with his knees crossed and eyes closed. He surreptitiously picked up a glass of water not far from the bed, and his mind moved slightly. The water cup then disappeared from his hands and appeared in the ancient longevity tower. The small tower, in addition to improving the efficiency of one's absorption of spirit stone elixir, and the effect of turning waste into treasure, there is also a third role, which is to be used as a storage space. In the future, if you have something important, you can put it in the small tower, Lin Hao thought. A moment later, he once again communicated with the ancient longevity pagoda, and took the cup that had been placed into the small tower, and placed it back in its original place. I'm really a first-rate 5-element spiritual root? With his mind withdrawn from the small tower, Lin Hao muttered his thoughts. He couldn't help but cross his knees and close his eyes, running the Xian Yu Qi refining technique to cultivate as usual. Sure enough, without his master, immortal eternal life, channeling aura to him, Lin Hao felt that his cultivation speed was now at least 30 times slower than before, like a turtle's speed. At this rate of cultivation, he estimated that he would have no hope of building a foundation until he was old, and it would be difficult for him to even cultivate to the second level of chi refining. Try the 5-elemental longevity technique, which is specifically used for the cultivation of 5-elemental spiritual roots. Lin Hao was no longer running the Xian Yu Qi refining technique. He took a deep breath, his mind uncluttered, beginning to follow the way of the 5 elements eternal life technique, guiding the aura and running it through specific meridians in the body. The meridians involved in the cultivation of the 5 elements longevity technique were too complex. Some of the meridians were so tiny that when Lin Hao first cultivated, the flow of aura was abnormally slow, and, when the aura flowed into certain meridians, a tearing pain came from it, like a needle stabbing. His body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth and insisted on continuing to cultivate the 5 elements eternal life technique. When it took several hours and it was light outside, Lin Hao finally followed the cultivation method of the 5 elements eternal life skill and guided the aura to complete a circumference in his body. Not bad. A look of surprise appeared on his face. The original cultivation speed that was almost 30 times slower was under the 5 elements longevity technique. A cultivation technique. With his first grade 5 elemental spirit root, he cultivated at a speed that was only 6 or 7 times slower than when his master, immortal master Changsheng, had channeled his aura to him, which was almost equivalent to the cultivation speed of a first-grade single spirit root. Chapter 7, Qianzi's Unstable Taoist Heart. It was time to get to work, and Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, stopped practicing and got up from the cot. Set a small goal first, cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining. He's full of fight. As long as he used the 5 elements longevity technique and cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining, he would have half the life expectancy of a cultivator of the same realm, which was 180 years old. Boss, have you broken through to the 1st level of Qi refining? Little fatty Wang Fu had chatted with Lin Hao and heard him mention that he might be able to break through in the last few days. So early in the morning, he asked with concern. Well, it's broken through. Lin Hao smiled back. Boss, it's worthy of being a talented disciple recruited by senior sister Lu. It's really powerful. On Wang Fu's fat face, an envious look appeared. Don't mention the matter of me being a genius disciple in the future. Keep a low profile. Lin Hao's face showed an unnatural color when he heard the little fatty talk about senior sister Lu. His true spiritual root was only a first grade 5 elemental spiritual root, and he didn't know what kind of expression little fatty Wang Fu would have when he knew the truth. Will you still be willing and call yourself boss? The two chatted and left the house side by side, heading for the spirit mine. After receiving their digging tools, Lin Hao and little fatty entered the mine. Clank! Nail it! A large number of miscellaneous disciples were digging, and a sound of chiseling and hammering of stones resounded ceaselessly. The force has gotten stronger. Lin Hao swung the cross-axe in his hand, realizing that after breaking through to the first level of qi refining, his strength was at least 3 times greater than before. Before his breakthrough, he only possessed close to 200 pounds of strength even after eating half a month's worth of spirit porridge, while now he had at least 600 pounds. Lin Hao, whose strength had increased greatly, saw his digging speed skyrocket. In just 2 hours, he had dug out spiritual iron that could be exchanged for a meal. This was still a case where he deliberately hid his clumsiness. If he called on the spiritual energy in his body to dig with all his might, it was estimated that in just an hour out, he would be able to dig up spirit iron that could be exchanged for a meal. Boss, this is too strong for you. Not far away, little fatty Wang Fu's face was full of admiration, saying, that Yen Heng's cultivation is almost close to the second level of qi refining, and his digging speed can't compare to yours. Oh, it's just generally okay. Lin Hao smiled modestly, but in his heart, he was excited. The residual soul of the eternal immortal said that the 5 elemental spiritual roots were invincible in the same realm, and it really didn't lie to him. Just from the force, you can tell. Lin Hao was joyful in his heart, but on his face, he smiled at little fatty without arrogance and said, work hard on your digging. Let's try to eat more spirit porridge today. In the days when he first came to Xianyu sect, he didn't dig enough for 5 pounds every day, and thanks to little fatty's help, he was able to eat spirit porridge. Now that he had broken through to the first level of qi refining, Lin Hao's digging speed had become stronger and he could exchange it for more spirit porridge, and he didn't mind sharing some of it with little fatty to repay his previous favor. Worthy of being the genius that senior sister Lu has her eye on, this Lin Hao has broken through after only half a month. The outer disciples supervising in the mines had their gazes drawn to Lin Hao, who was digging quickly. Lin Hao was able to enter the first level of qi refining in half a month. His qualification is at least a 6th grade single spirit root. Another outer disciple, in an exclamatory tone, said, his future achievements are unlimited. We can't compare. It's a good thing I didn't mess with him. In the mine, Yan Heng, whose cultivation was about to break through to the second level of qi refining, heard a few outer disciples talking and couldn't help but be a little glad that he hadn't punched Lin Hao that day because he was afraid of senior sister Lu. Such a talented person. If he were to offend, he would have a hard time in the sect. Greetings to the sect leader. Greetings to senior sister Lu. Just as the other miscellaneous disciples, they were marveling at Lin Hao's extraordinary natural talent. Suddenly, all the outer disciples in the mines knelt down and saluted, only to see an old man with a smile on his face, accompanied by Lu Qinghan, who was extremely beautiful in her purple dress and long skirt, bringing several Xianyu sect's inner disciples with him, walked in. You guys get up. There is no need to salute. The Xianyu sect master, Xianzi, was in a good mood and appeared approachable when he learned that his disciple, Lu Qinghan, had recruited in a 6th grade fire attribute single spirit root. Thank you, master. The Xianyu sect's outer disciples in the mine cave were somewhat flattered and thanked before getting up from the ground. Qinghan, who is that Lin Hao with the 6th grade fire attribute single spirit root? Red Cloudy asked. The outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples present couldn't help but be envious when they realized that the sect leader had been attracted to Lin Hao. He hated to take Lin Hao and replace him. They all sighed in their hearts. Lin Hao was going to be rich. That's him. Lu Qinghan stretched out his white jade hand and pointed towards the young teenager holding the digging tools. At that moment, the Xianyu sect's headmaster, as well as several of the inner disciples who had followed him, all landed their gazes on Lin Hao. So soon, being noticed by everyone, Lin Hao wasn't happy, but instead was like an on. He was the 1st grade 5 elemental spirit root, and although he had his master, immortal eternal life, do something to fake it into a 6th grade single fire spirit root, he would be exposed as soon as he used the stone that tested his spirit root. He has such a rich fire aura on him. The cultivation level is already at the first level of qi refining so quickly. This son is not bad. The head of the Xianyu sect, Xianzi, just landed his gaze on Lin Hao, and couldn't hide the joy on his face. Getting this genius, this is the will of the heavens to revitalize our Xianyu sect. He was red-faced. It was back then when he himself broke through the foundation establishment. He wasn't this happy. If the 6th grade fire attribute single spirit root grew up, coupled with his own shut-in disciple's 5th grade would attribute single spirit root, it would definitely be possible to change the Xianyu sect's position at the bottom of the 4 great immortal sects of the kingdom of Zhao, and could even rise to become the strongest immortal sect in the kingdom of Zhao. Only the Xianyu sect master, Qi Yunzi, flickered, and no one present could see his moving figure. In an instant, It appeared in front of Lin Hao. Good boy. Come, quickly put your hand on this stone for testing spiritual roots. From his storage bag, Red Cloud Z took out a transparent stone with a kind smile on his face and a kind tone. Looking at the old man in front of him with an expectant look on his face, Lin Hao only felt his scalp tingle and his back was full of cold sweat. He knew his situation. It wasn't a 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root at all. With so many people watching, he couldn't hide. One could only harden his heart and reach out his hand to place it on the stone that tested his spiritual root. A moment later, the transparent stone lit up with light representing the 5 elements of spiritual roots. Ha! This! The originally smiling Xianzi looked at the spiritual root test stone and his entire old face froze, feeling unsteady in his Tao. Impossible. Judging from the aura emanating from it, it's a 6th grade single fire attribute spirit root. Lu Qinghan's fair face revealed a look of disbelief, and her petite body slightly trembled as she said, how come it's only a 1st grade 5 element spiritual root? Could it be that there's something wrong with the test stone? Xianzi was undeterred. The teenager in front of him with that to pure fire attribute aura and cultivating to the 1st level of qi refining so quickly, could never be a 1st-rate 5 elemental spiritual root to be right. He took out a new stone for testing spiritual roots and told Lin how to put his hand on it. The result was still a 5-colored glow. The test stone is fine. Did Qinghan and I look away? Xianzi's face was unsightly, somewhat unable to accept the truth. It's really just a 1st grade 5 elemental spirit root. He took the test a couple more times and still got the same result. Red Cloud Z tried to stabilize his mind, some sort of guess in his head, and reached out his pale hand, clasping Lin Hao's wrist and radiating a touch of spiritual energy, entering Lin Hao's meridians to check. After about a quarter of an hour, he looked at Lin Hao with a stern gaze and asked, did you eat some strange spirit medicine or spirit fruit before? Back to the palm. Door. Lin Hao, under the old man's stern gaze, only felt like there was a big mountain pressing down on him, making him breathless. He nervously said, I was once on a mountain and came across a very fragrant fire red fruit at the time and was thirsty and hungry, so I couldn't help but pick it and eat it. Waste. What a waste. Before Lin Hao could finish, Red Cloud Z shouted repeatedly, so angry that his fists were clenched. This spirit fruit must be a supreme treasure of the fire attribute, but it was even eaten by someone whose qualification is only a 5 elemental spirit root. Alas! Wastefulness. The 5 elemental spiritual roots are waste spiritual roots that are rare to see in 1,000 years. All of them are not of good quality. This teenager's 5 elements of the spiritual root can reach a product. It is likely that he ate this fire attribute of the supreme spiritual fruit. There is also to improve the effectiveness of the spiritual root grade. If it is to give a fire attribute single spiritual root of the genius, ate this spiritual fruit how much? Old man gas the more the Xian Yu sect master, Red Cloudy Sun, thought about it, the more angry he became, and he was on the verge of giving birth to a heart demon. Looking at the red clouded sun, who had become somewhat insane, Lin Hao suffered inwardly. He was worried, afraid that this old man would not be able to think straight and under extreme anger, he would step out and slap him to death. Chapter 8, Reprisals. Master, please calm your anger. It's all my disciple's fault for mistakenly looking at his spiritual roots. Please punish him. Lu Qinghan had never seen Red Cloud Z lose his temper like this before. She stepped forward and bowed to apologize. Alas, Qinghan is not your fault. Even at the first sight of this teenager, Master mistook him for a 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root. After many years of cultivation, the Xian Yu sect master, Red Cloud Z, had finally stabilized his mind, accepting the fact that the rumored 6th grade fire attribute spiritual root was only a 1st grade 5 elements spiritual root. He pondered for a moment, gazing straight at Lin Hao, his tone filled with majesty as he said, tell the sect leader where you found that fiery red fruit you ate? Back to the sect leader. 3 years ago my hometown was struck by a disaster and I was forced to flee my hometown in order to survive. That fruit was picked from a small tree on an unnamed mountain on my way to wander. Lin Hao followed the method of response that Immortal Elder had told him and carefully said, I don't remember exactly which mountain it was. I only know that it was within the boundaries of Xiantian City. Xiantian City? Xianzi frowned. There were countless large mountains within the boundaries of Xiantian City, and trying to find a nameless mountain was similar to finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, it had been 3 years since then, and I wondered if the little tree that grew the exotic fruit was still there. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart and had to give up the idea of searching for fire attribute exotic fruit treasures. Come on, let's go back. Having made a mess, Red Cloud Z was extremely depressed. He didn't want to stay here for a moment and said to the disciple beside him, "Sect Master, according to his qualifications, even if he pays 10,000 taels of silver, he is not qualified to join our Xianyu sect." An inner disciple who held the position of deacon, Red Cloud Sub's beloved, asked cautiously, "What is to be done with him?" Although this son's qualifications are poor, the spirit fruit he ate was extraordinary. Cultivating to the 3rd to 5th level of chi refining should not be a problem. Red Cloud Z pondered for a moment and said, "Since he has already been accepted into the sect, and it is also his destiny, let's keep him in Xianyu sect as a miscellaneous disciple. There is no need to treat him differently." After announcing his disposition of Lin Hao, Red Cloud Z no longer looked at him and, in a bad mood, led a group of disciples and hurriedly left. "So it's just a first grade 5 elemental waste spirit root. I thought it was some kind of genius." In the mines, as a group of Xianyu sect senior management left, the envious expressions on the faces of the miscellaneous disciples in the mines disappeared and turned into playful sneers. This kind of waste, if it wasn't for the fact that he ate a foreign fruit and looked like a 6th grade single spirit root, he wouldn't be qualified to join our Xianyu sect even if he paid more silver. A sound of disdainful cynicism from the surroundings reached Lin Hao's ears. Even if he had prepared for it, it put him in a bad mood. What shall I do when the world deceives me, slanders me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, and dishonors me? Just bear with him. Let him be. Let him be. Avoid him. Be patient with him. Honor him. Ignore him. And stay a few years, and you will see him. Lin Hao remembered the famous lines he had read when he was on Earth, and his depressed and uncomfortable mood got a little better. As long as you haven't been kicked out of the Xianyu sect and become a loose cultivator, it's already the best outcome. Lin Hao couldn't help but clench his fists, and thought in his heart, the sleeping master, immortal eternal life, said that the first grade 5 element spiritual root was the top spiritual root in the ancient times. It's just that it requires a huge amount of spiritual chi to cultivate. So by relying on the ancient eternal life pagoda, and the 5-element eternal life technique, I believe that it won't take long for me to make these guys shut up. Coming to the Xianyu sect for the past half-month, he had seen many cases of conflict between the odd-job disciples. Immortal cultivation required resources, so the fights in the immortal cultivation sect were even more terrifying than those of mortals. If you want to mix well, in addition to the left and right, you need to be strong enough. "Boss, are you okay?" Wang Fu, the little fat man on the side, hesitated for a moment and went forward to ask with concern. Lin Hao's face froze slightly. This little fatty had made him look at him differently. After realizing that he was only a first grade 5 element spiritual root, he surprisingly didn't sneer like the other miscellaneous disciples and was still willing to call him boss. "It's okay." Lin Hao shook his head. "Boss, that Yan Heng, after knowing that you are not a genius, I am afraid that he will find us trouble today. When we are in public, we will give him a soft, maybe, we can avoid being beaten." A worried look surfaced on little fatty Wang Fu Fatty's face. After losing senior sister Lu as a backer and not being able to pull a big banner, the two of them were afraid that their days would be hard. Lin Hao couldn't help but have a bit of a headache even after hearing little fatty mention Yan Heng. He raised his head and couldn't help but look in the direction of Yan Heng, who was digging in another part of the mine. Finding that Yan Heng, he was looking at him with a sardonic smile on his face, as if to say, "You kid, wait for me." Apparently, this guy hadn't snatched Lin Hao and little fatty's spirit porridge for half a month, and was holding a grudge in his heart. Even if we give in to him, he probably won't let us go. Lin Hao took Yan Heng's expression in his eyes, and knew that this couldn't be solved by going soft. Some people, once you back off, they get an inch. "Boss, what to do then?" Wang Fu panicked a bit. After he joined the Xianyu sect, he had seen the scene of Yan Heng beating up people, and his hands were extremely hard. Previously, there was a newcomer miscellaneous disciple who stabbed his head to resist and was beaten by Yan Heng to the point where his head was bloodied. Thinking of this, little fatty Wang Fu unexpectedly shivered his little legs indisputably. "Take a step and see what happens. And if it's not possible, we'll fight him." Lin Hao clenched his fists, a fierce look on his face. After crossing over to this world and being a mountain bandit leader for a few months, he had also contracted a bit of banditry. "Alas, boss, 2 months ago Yan Heng realm has reached the first level of chi refining. We cannot beat him even if we fight for our lives." Little fatty Wang Fu sighed. "Let's dig first. It's useless to think about it anymore now." Lin Hao wielded the digging tool in his hand. His realm had reached the first level of chi refining. His strength had increased greatly. And at noon, he had dug out 10 pounds of spirit iron, which could be exchanged for 2 bowls of spirit kanji. Wang Fu, Let's go. Go eat. He put away his digging tools and said to the little fat man on the side, Boss, I've only dug out 2 pounds of spirit iron. It's not enough to eat. Wang Fu opened his mouth. It's fine. I dug out 10 pounds of spirit iron. I can exchange it for 2 bowls of spirit porridge and share one with you. Lin Hao smiled and said. A hesitant look appeared on Wang Fu Fatty's face. If he went to the dining hall with Lin Hao right now, he was afraid that he would be immediately retaliated against by Yan Hang. But it occurred to me that even if I didn't go to the dining hall at noon, I couldn't avoid it at night. It's just a matter of getting your ass kicked sooner, and getting your ass kicked later. Well, boss, I'm with you. In Xian Yusek, Lin Hao was one of the few friends that Wang Fu had made. He gritted his teeth and decided to be a righteous person. The two of them put away their digging tools, exchanged the spirit iron they had dug out in the morning for 2 vouchers, meal tickets, for dinner, and walked out of the mine. That Yan Heng, who held a grudge, had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw them go out, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he immediately swaggered behind Lin Hao and Wang Fu in an extremely arrogant manner. This action made the little fatty, Wang Fu, walk a little shivering. Lin Hao's face was also grave, wondering how to deal with Yan Heng's retaliation. Chapter 9. After exiting the mine, the two of them specifically headed towards the crowded place, hoping to make Yan Heng jealous so that he wouldn't dare to make a move too soon. Who knew? Lin Hao's and their actions were just what Yan Heng wanted. The more people watching, the more suitable it was for him to establish his authority. Even when he encountered other new handyman disciples, he directly called out to the new handyman disciples to follow along so that they could gather around to watch the awesome scene of him violently beating up Lin Hao and Wang Fu. Forced by Yan Heng's tiger's might, those new miscellaneous disciples had no choice but to follow. Lin Hao, Wang Fu, you two stop right there. Seeing that there were already a lot of people around, Yan Heng faintly opened his mouth and said with an undeniable tone, Is it going to start? Lin Hao is miserable this time. Some of the other miscellaneous disciples, some bloated, holding the mentality of watching, while others empathized and reported sympathy. What do you want? Lin Hao knew that he couldn't hide. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stop and turn around. He was currently only cultivating to the first level of qi refining, while Yan Heng had long since entered the first level of qi refining and was not far from the second level of qi refining. Although his master, Immortal Master Changsheng, had said that the 5 elemental spiritual roots were more powerful than those in the same realm, he was also a little unsure. What for? Lin Hao, you 5 elemental spirit root trash, knowingly asking? Oh, you guys have been living comfortably these days. How much less spirit porridge has your grandpa Yan had to drink? Yan Heng snorted coldly. A fierce look appeared on his face, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes as he said, The two of you kneel down for me. Call out Grandpa Yan that I'm wrong, and immediately take the old man's fists in order for me to calm my anger. We're all fellow disciples. There's no need to go so far. Lin Hao's face changed slightly, asking him to kneel down and get beaten up and call his grandfather. Such a humiliating thing. He said he wouldn't do anything. Yan Heng. Yan boss, you are generous. Let us go. Wang Fu was frightened by Yan Heng's ferocious aura and couldn't help but beg for mercy. To kneel or not to kneel? Yan Heng, in front of the other onlookers of the miscellaneous disciples, fiercely shouted at Lin Hao and Wang Fu. Otherwise your grandpa Yan, I'll beat you to death today. But I was wrong. Wang Fu thought of the miserable end of the miscellaneous disciples who used to fight against Yan Heng, and forced by Yan Heng's ferocious authority, he really couldn't top it, with the idea that a great man can bend and fall to his knees. Lin Hao, it's your turn. Yan Heng saw that the little fatty had already been forced to kneel. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a dangerous aura as he sneered. A large number of the surrounding miscellaneous disciples gathered around to watch Yan Heng teach the two men a lesson, but no one dared to intervene out loud. Trying to get me on my knees? No way. Lin Hao clenched his fists in death. At this moment, the weak and strong of the immortal cultivation world was so strong in his heart. He wanted to give in, but kneeling down would also require a beating. Yan Heng's strength was also at the first level of qi refining, and he was in the same realm as him, not so powerful as to be despairing, so he might as well put up a fight. I'm going to kick your ass. Seeing that Lin Hao still dared to talk tough, Yan Heng roared, and as soon as his words fell, his body violently rushed out to go straight towards Lin Hao. His right hand clenched into a fist and swung viciously, and the air constantly resonated with sonic booms under the mighty force of his fist. Powerful speed, terrifying aura, so that the other miscellaneous disciples surrounding the onlookers couldn't help but change color. This punch if smashed on them, I'm afraid that it would hurt them to roll all over the ground. In the future, Say nothing to provoke Yen Hong. Many of the miscellaneous disciples, a look of awe surfaced on their faces and secretly thought in their hearts, Yen Hong, you've gone too far. Lin Hao looked at Yen Hong, who was rushing in with a murderous rage and was about to lay a heavy hand on him, and his eyes were crimson, as if he had been cornered. He had fought many fights with ordinary people. This was the first time he had fought with an immortal cultivator. He clenched his fists, his body's aura mobilized, and he yelled, I'll fight you. Lin Hao's face was full of grimace, fearing that he wasn't an opponent, and the 5 elemental spirit roots in his body, which were far more robust than the spirit roots of the same realm, flowed wildly and erupted with full force. Touch! In desperation, the terrifying speed and aura of Lin Hao's fist was even much faster than Yen Hang's, and their fists touched. Yen Hong only felt a sharp pain coming from his fist. His face changed violently. He didn't expect Lin Hao, who had just cultivated to the first level of qi refining, to be able to throw such a terrifying punch. You made me. Lin Hao knew that in a fight, when strengths were equal, it depended on who was more vicious. Horizontal people are afraid of the rash, and the rash are afraid of those who don't want to die. After a punch was thrown, he ignored the pain coming from his hand and swung another punch right after it. Yen Hong had practiced martial arts since he was a child and originally possessed many moves, but the two sides were simply too close together, and with Lin Hao's 5 elemental spirit root aura being so strong, his speed exploded and was even vaguely above him. In the face of another fierce punch, he wanted to draw back, and then to perform moves to deal with it is too late, only to harden his head, clenched his fist to meet it, bumper to bumper. Lin Hao also knew that Yen Hong practiced martial arts, so in order to avoid being pulled away and put at a disadvantage, he frantically threw out punches, a fist shadow slamming down continuously. The fists of the two men were forced to make constant contact. Damn! Isn't he afraid of pain? Yen Hong was actually shocked by Lin Hao's aura when he saw him throwing punches like a mad dog. Looking at his fists, wounds had appeared due to the constant sparring, and blood was dripping out. 20 breaths later, Lin Hao was still in hot pursuit. Relying on the 5 elemental spiritual root's strong aura, his battle power didn't drop much in the sparring. Yen Hong, on the other hand, was panting and consumed. His fists were numb and bloody. A look of fear appeared on his face. Is this what it looks like to have just entered the first level of qi refining? This is impossible. This is never possible. Yen Hong, so you're no better than that. Lin Hao saw that his opponent seemed to be losing stamina, and the first time he had ever fought an immortal cultivator. He saw the hope of victory and frantically called upon his body's aura and slammed it into his opponent with all his might. With the speed of his fists, it was too late for Yen Hong to dodge, and he could only be forced to either use his body to fight hard, or fight against him. It was so plain and simple for a rookie cultivator of the first level of qi refining to fight. It wasn't like those big brothers fighting above the foundation establishment stage, where fancy magic treasures flew all over the place. Touch! Yen Hong water and wood dual spiritual root aura scale, which is much less than the 5 elements of the spiritual root, is consumed cleanly in the first step. Amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd of onlookers' miscellaneous disciples, Yen Hong couldn't support himself and was sent flying with a punch, falling hard to the ground. Whoa! A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. How is this possible? The one who lost was actually Yen Hong. Those present were incredulous. Boss, so fierce. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Fu was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he was hallucinating. Makes you want to bully me. Lin Hao's first time fighting with an immortal cultivator, afraid that he wasn't ruthless enough and was turned over by Yen Hong. His brain was engorged with blood somewhat on top of his head, beating Yen Hong to the ground and spitting out blood, still refusing to let him go. Rushing up, he punched and kicked the fallen Yen Hong. Ah! 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 Pig-killing screams continued to emanate from Yen Hong's mouth. Hearing the surrounding handyman disciples, their scalps tingling and their backs breaking out in cold sweat. So it turns out that the most ruthless person in the newcomers area was Lin Hao. There were even quite a few odd-job disciples from the old people's area who couldn't help but cast their eyes over when they heard the commotion, startled by Lin Hao's ferocious appearance. Stop it! If it wasn't for the outer disciples who were guarding the mine and realized that the situation was not right, fearing that people would be killed, they would have stopped it in time. I'm afraid Lin Hao could beat Yen Hong to death alive. Chapter 10, Hegemony over the miscellaneous disciples newcomer area. The person who came out to stop it, with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining, was a newly promoted outer disciple who had not long been promoted, and the aura he displayed and the distinctive clothing on his body immediately made Lin Hao's mind startled and stopped his violent beating of Yen Hong. In the clan, though, Disciples are encouraged to compete. That outer disciple coldly opened his mouth and said, but do not want to beat the other party cannot work. He is afraid that this kind of injury cannot dig for some days. The lack of spiritual iron. You have to make up for it. Yes, elder brother. Lin Hao didn't dare to refuse, so he arched his hand and clasped his fist at this outer disciple and nodded respectfully. Humph. All disperse. Hurry up and go eat. It's not good to delay work in the afternoon. That outer disciple snorted coldly and quickly left with Yen Hang, who was covered in blood. Boss, you're so powerful that you were able to defeat Yen Hang. Wang Fu, who was forced to kneel by Yen Hang, climbed up from the ground and asked with concern, Boss, you weren't hurt just now, were you? It's just a minor injury. Let's go. Go eat. Lin Hao's body was covered in blood all over the place. It looked a little scary, but his injuries weren't serious. Only his hand that was holding the fist broke the skin during the sparring session. Most of the blood on this body was Yen Hang's. He took a step and walked towards the dining hall amidst the awestruck expressions of the other handyman disciples around him. Yes, boss. Wang Fu nodded respectfully and excitedly followed behind Lin Hao. His back straightening up a bit, the little fatty felt that he had recognized such a powerful person as his boss, so at least he wouldn't be bullied during these half a year in the newcomer area. Please, senior brother, give me 2 bowls of spirit porridge. Lin Hao exchanged 2 vouchers for meals for 2 large bowls of steaming congee, and gave one to the little fatty as he was extremely moved. Thanks boss. Wang Fu excitedly received the spirit porridge. You've helped me a lot these past half a month. You deserve this porridge. Lin Hao, who had always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, smiled and said, Actually, I can't help much. Wang Fu was a little embarrassed. The 2 of them found an empty seat and sat down, then wolfed down their food. It didn't take long for a bowl full of spirit porridge to be completely eaten up by Lin Hao, who habitually licked the bottom of the bowl for quite a while before putting down the bowl of porridge with great interest. In today's dining hall, because Yen Heng, who had grabbed the spirit porridge, was injured and didn't show up, a few of the newcomer area's odd job disciples, who received the spirit porridge, didn't dare to immediately start eating. These newcomers to the mines were robbed of their spiritual porridge every day before, and today, suddenly no one robbed them of their spiritual porridge, but instead, it made them a little uncomfortable, and it was hard for them to sit still. Senior brother Lin, I give you half of this spirit porridge of mine. A tall newcomer journeyman disciple, thinking of the ferocity with which Lin Hao had violently beaten Yen Hong not too long ago, suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up, carrying his own spirit porridge over and respectfully saying. Lin Hao's gaze fell on this person, and he hesitated. Taking someone's spirit porridge seemed unethical. However, in the Xian Yu sect's miscellaneous disciple area, the most important resource is the spirit porridge that contains spiritual qi, and the more spirit porridge you eat, the faster you can cultivate. To cultivate immortality is to fight with heaven, and to fight for dharma, fortune, couples, and earth. Spiritual porridge is also a type of wealth. Cultivating with this 5-elemental spiritual root of mine requires a large amount of spiritual qi before I can make a breakthrough. And now that I've already offended Yen Heng, the other party will surely find another opportunity to retaliate against me later on. Lin Hao secretly thought. In the Xian Yu sect, or even the entire immortal cultivation world, in order to not be bullied, one must be strong enough. It was his own willingness to give me the spirit porridge. It doesn't count as snatching. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before deciding to follow the previous rules of the newcomer's handyman area and accept the handyman disciple's spirit porridge. However, he didn't do anything as desperate as Yen Heng. He smiled and said, This senior brother, you only need to give me 30% of the spirit porridge. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Tall newcomer handyman disciple, sniffing the heart of a happy hastily said. Compared to Yen Heng's previous domination of the newcomer's mining area, where he had knocked the bones out of his body and taken 50% of the spirit porridge, Lin Hao only needed 30%, which was already considered not greedy. Soon, the tall newcomer handyman disciple, thankfully, poured the promised portion of spirit porridge into Lin Hao's bowl. Kudu. Lin Hao wasn't polite, and directly drank it all in one big gulp, and in no time at all, a look of unfulfilled desire appeared on his face. He did the heavy work of digging mines every day, and he could drink 7 or 8 bowls of spirit porridge per meal, not to mention a bowl of spirit porridge. A few other newcomer area handymen, seeing that the tall man had given 30% of his spirit porridge to Lin Hao, they looked slightly hesitant, fearing that if they didn't give their spirit porridge, they'd have to be beaten up by Lin Hao in the back, and stood up as well. saying, "Senior brother Lin, we're going to give some of our spirit porridge to you as well. Just give 30% for a bowl," Lin Hao said indifferently. The 6 odd job disciples in the newcomer area all took the initiative to share their porridge with him, each sharing 30% out, which was close to 2 bowls of porridge. Lin Hao had eaten almost 3 bowls of spirit kanji in this meal, and he only felt a spiritual chi constantly appearing in his stomach and flowing into his meridians. He took some time at noon and made a trip back to the cabin, running the 5 elements eternal life technique on his knees. Soon Lin Hao's face couldn't help but show joy. With the spirit porridge given by others and the spirit porridge he was currently earning from digging, plus the assistance of the ancient longevity pagoda, which allowed him to absorb the spirit porridge's spirit chi in a 100% lossless manner, his cultivation speed had increased by a large margin. He estimated that with his current cultivation speed, although it wasn't as perverse as the Xian Yu sect master's shut-in disciple, Lu Chenghan's 5th grade single attribute with spirit root, it was at least a bit faster than little fatty Wang Fu's 2nd grade single attribute metallic spirit root. Earn more spirit porridge and strive to break through the 3rd level of chi refining as soon as possible to become an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect. Lin Hao's heart was filled with fighting spirit when he thought that once he became an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect, he would be able to receive 2 lower grade spirit stones every month. With the lower grade spirit stones, he could use the function of the universal longevity pagoda that turned waste into treasure to upgrade the quality of weapons or pills and so on. He was on the bed in the cabin, trying his current cultivation speed for a while longer, and then he went out in a happy mood and entered the mines to dig and work. For the next few days, Yan Heng, who had tried to bully Lin Hao but had been brutally beaten by him instead, didn't show up at the mine. Lin Hao, who was afraid of being retaliated against by Yan Heng, kept an eye on Yan Heng's situation, and it wasn't until more than 10 days later that he realized that Yan Heng had been scared out of his wits because he had almost been killed by a maddened man that day. So he didn't dare to stay in the newcomer's mine and took the initiative to apply for an early transfer into the old man's miscellaneous disciples' mine. In this way, Lin Hao completely stabilized the ore area Dingji, the 10th team of newcomer area miscellaneous disciples and the boss. No one dared to challenge his position, can be said to be the spring breeze of the horse's hooves. Every day he had a large amount of spirit porridge to drink, and his body, which was originally somewhat thin, began to grow fat with the naked eye. That size, not much worse than the little fatty Wang Fu. However, there were also a lot of rumors that spread between the regions of the miscellaneous disciples during this period, saying that Lin Hao was wasting the sect's cultivation resources by eating so much spirit porridge every day as a 5-element wasted spirit root. Chapter 11, The Immortal Cultivation Family. Spirit Stones. Time rushes by, passing unnoticed. The trees in the mountain range where the Xianyu sect is located flourish. The weather becomes hot, and Lin Hao in the mining cave finishes today's work and wipes the sweat from his forehead. With a good relationship with the little fat man Wang Fu, out of the mine, he looked at the sunset, could not help but murmur, unconsciously, has been in the Xianyu sect almost close to 5 months. Ha! Not good, boss, I'm not a rookie handyman for a few more days. Hearing the words 5 months, the little fatty Wang Fu's face suddenly changed. According to the sect's regulations, the new entry handyman disciples could only stay in the newcomer area for half a year. He had arrived many days before Lin Hao, and counting the days, he would be forced to leave this place in 3 days to head to the unfamiliar area of the old men of the handyman disciples to do more work. With Lin Hao as his boss taking care of him for the past 5 months, Wang Fu was living a very comfortable life, and letting him leave the newcomer area was worse than killing him. Wang Fu, in the past few months your cultivation has reached the late stage of the 1st level of chi refining. It should be fine to go over to the old people's area of the miscellaneous disciples. Lin Hao patted his shoulder and said, Boss, in the old man's district miscellaneous disciple refining chi 1 late cultivation, simply not enough to look at, to cultivate to refining chi 2, in order not to be bullied by others. Wang Fu cried and mourned, thinking of the vicious characters rumored to be in the old man's district. His scalp was numb, only 5 months of good life, and then he had to live in deep water again. Come on, Wang Fu, give your oldest a big smile. Don't ever be afraid. Since you can't hide from it, face it bravely. Lin Hao disguised himself as a chicken soup master and said, as long as you stay up for some days, when your cultivation reaches the 2nd level of chi refining and you become an expert in the old people's area, you'll be able to live a good life. Got to look forward. A few more days passed. Little fatty Wang Fu left, extremely reluctantly went to the miscellaneous disciple old man area, and when he left, he cried his heart out. Lin Hao looked at his back and was a little sad. In the Xianyu sect only little Fatty and him had a relationship that could be considered a friend. Now that his friend had left, there was no one to brag and chat with. On the following day, after Wang Fu moved out, a bed space was vacated, and a newly enrolled handyman disciple was placed here. Senior brother Lin Hao. My name is Li Feilong, who is 12 years old this year, 3rd grade fire and would attribute spirit root. I just joined Xianyu sect today. I've long admired senior brother Lin Hao's great name. Please take care of senior brother Lin Hao. The newcomer handyman had only just moved in and said respectfully. Lin Hao face slightly stunned. The other party looked at the height of almost 7 feet. In addition to a face is very childish. With adults look no difference. Did not expect the real age is so small. You just got here. How do you know my name? He sized up the new handyman disciple for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Senior brother Lin Hao. I'm from a small immortal cultivation family in the state of Zhao, and I have some acquaintances in the Xianyu sect. Li Feilong arched his hand and explained. The reason why I know senior brother's name is because I found out about it by poking around with senior brother Zhuo of the outer sect, and that senior brother Zhuo gave me some information about the situation here. So it is. Lin Hao was slightly startled in his heart. The other party was surprisingly from an immortal cultivation family and had acquaintances in the Xianyu sect, which was much better than a rootless person like him. Senior brother Lin Hao, I have a favor to ask. Li Feilong pondered for a moment and said. What is it? Lin Hao thought for a moment. I've heard that you, senior brother, are the strongest person in the 10th team's newcomer area? Not only do all the other handymen serve you, but you also dig mines exceptionally fast. Li Feilong continued. I would like to request senior brother to help me mine every day. Let me help you mine? Lin Hao immediately frowned. Could the other party be trying to bully him with his background from an immortal cultivation family? It's not just flat out asking his senior to help with the work. Seeing his face sink, Li Feilong knew that he had misunderstood and hurriedly smiled and said, Senior brother Lin Hao, you still have more than half a month before you go to the miscellaneous disciple old man area, right? As long as you help me mine for the remaining days in the newcomer area, I'm willing to pay 1 lower grade spirit stone as payment. Hearing the word spirit stone, Lin Hao inexplicably had a shock in his heart. Coming to Xianyu sect, a cultivation sect like Xianyu sect for a few months, he hadn't seen what a real spirit stone looked like. But he was familiar with the role of spirit stones. Spirit stones are used in every aspect of setting up formations, refining weapons, and cultivation, and are an extremely important common currency in the immortal cultivation world. His current realm was at the peak of the 1st level of qi refining, and he was not far from the 2nd level of qi refining. So if he had a lower grade spirit stone, he would have a chance to break through before leaving the newcomer area. Deal. I can help you mine for the rest of my days in the newcomer's area. Lin Hao thought for a moment, and his face eased up, revealing a smile as he said, Senior brother Lin Hao, this is an inferior spirit stone. Only to see a crystal stone glowing with a shimmering light appear out of thin air in Li Feilong's hand and hand it over. This is the spirit stone. Lin Hao reached out and took the spirit stone, and there was a wave of pure aura coming from it. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He felt that with this spirit stone, his cultivation speed would increase by a large margin, and he could definitely break through in about 20 days. Senior brotherly, why would you rather pay precious spirit stones than digging for yourself? He carefully put away the spirit stone, and his gaze fell on Li Feilong as he asked curiously, because in our Li family, I'm not the only one who joined the Xianyu sect. Li Feilong spoke. Our Li family has a rule that whoever cultivates fast enough to be the first to become an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect will be able to obtain more help from the family's cultivation resources. Therefore, I need to cultivate wholeheartedly and don't want to be delayed by the work of an odd job disciple. He continued. Lin Hao's gaze fell on Li Feilong. Not only was he a little envious, people with family backgrounds cultivating immortality were much better than floating people like them. Senior brotherly, since I've received your spirit stones, I'll take care of your job. He didn't want to offend someone with a reputation like Li Feilong and patted his chest to assure him. Well, thank you senior brother Lin Hao. Li Feilong smiled. His family was his backbone. He wasn't afraid that Lin Hao would not do anything after receiving the spirit stones. The two chatted amiably for a while longer before they ended their chat and each began to cultivate. The next days, Lin Hao was digging with all his might during the day, and with his current strength, it wasn't difficult to dig a 2-person portion of spiritual iron in the mines. At night, he instead held the inferior spirit stone in his hand and absorbed the spiritual qi in it. With the help of the ancient longevity pagoda, Lin Hao absorbed aura without any loss at all. and the aura he absorbed from one spirit stone was equivalent to the aura that someone else would gain from absorbing 2 lower-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few days left until the day he was to leave the newcomer's handyman area. In the summer, when the nights are dark, the sound of various insects chirping is heard. Inside the cabin, Lin Hao sat with his knees crossed and his eyes tightly closed, using the 5 elements eternal life technique to guide the aura through his meridians as it traveled around the world. After absorbing one of the lower-grade spirit stones he earned from Li Failong, the total aura in his body was at least more than 20% stronger than it was more than 10 days ago. Without realizing it, Lin Hao had managed to run another circumference, and he subconsciously wanted to perform the 5 elements longevity technique to guide the aura for the next circumference. Suddenly a blessed feeling came over him, and there was a boom in his body, as if some kind of shackles had been broken, and a wave of comfort ran through his body. After nearly 20 days of hard cultivation, Lin Hao finally broke through from the peak of the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining. Chapter 12, The Mining Ground Battle. Senior brother Lin Hao has made a breakthrough. Inside the wooden house, Li Failong sensed the aura of a breakthrough. He temporarily ended his cultivation and opened his eyes, his face filled with surprise. One must know that Lin Hao was a 5-element spiritual root that cultivated extremely slowly and was known as a waste spiritual root. To be able to cultivate to the second level of qi refining in half a year after joining the sect, this speed was comparable to a 4th-grade dual-attribute spiritual root. It just doesn't make sense. However, when Li Failong thought of the rumors that Lin Hao had eaten a spirit fruit supreme treasure that even the sect leader was alarmed by, he figured it out and couldn't help but have a look of envy on his face. That spirit fruit supreme treasure could make the waste spirit root half a year's time to cultivate to the second level of qi refining. If he were to eat such a one, how fast the cultivation speed should be. It's also thanks to that inferior spirit stone from senior brotherly Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his face showing excitement. His cultivation reaching the second level of qi refining meant that he was one step closer to the requirement of becoming an outer sect disciple at the third level of qi refining. A few mornings later, the sky was clear. In the 10th team's newcomer handyman area, a long-faced young man in outer disciple attire with a cold expression approached Lin Hao and said, "Lin Hao, you've already completed half a year and are no longer a newcomer. Come with me to the old man area of the handyman disciples." "Yes, elder brother." Lin Hao nodded and returned with a calm expression. That long-faced youth couldn't help but be slightly puzzled in his heart. Usually newcomer handymen were as bereft as if they were going to be transferred to the old man's area handyman. But this Lin Hao was so bland and relaxed. No wonder you're so calm. So you've already broken through to the second level of qi refining. Amongst the miscellaneous disciples, your cultivation speed is considered fast. The long-faced young man wearing the outer disciple's costume surveyed Lin Hao, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his cold face. It was simply a miracle that a 5-element spiritual root could cultivate to the second level of qi refining in such a short period of time. Lin Hao had just broken through to the second level of qi refining, and hadn't yet fully mastered converging his breath, so it was easy to see through his current cultivation. "Senior brother, I also had a lucky breakthrough a few days ago." A humble smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he said, "Senior brother Lin, he's a person with great fortune. If I can get one of the spirit fruits that senior brother Lin once ate, I'm afraid that there's hope for me to cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement and become an inner disciple." The long-faced youth looked at Lin Hao with a less cold expression, and his tone was filled with envy instead. To cultivate immortality, the spiritual root is important, but chance is sometimes greater than the spiritual root, and can change one's life against the will of heaven. Lin Hao, a 5-element spiritual root. According to normal circumstances, cultivating for 20 to 30 years, it would be good to reach the second level of qi refining, but now he reached it in half a year. The long-faced youth had already imagined the efficacy of that spirit fruit. How heaven-defying it was. If the sect master hadn't said that the spirit fruit had already been absorbed by Lin Hao's body and had become his potential, plus the fact that the Xianyu sect was a righteous sect, and that although the rules of the sect encouraged competition and rivalry, they couldn't persecute the lives of fellow disciples, I'm afraid that someone wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of killing Lin Hao and eating his flesh, to see if they could obtain some of the spirit fruit's remaining medicinal power. Elder brother is joking. Although I ate the spirit fruit, but it's only a 5-element wasted spirit root. The further I go, the slower I cultivate, and the later I can become an outer disciple, even if it's not bad. Lin Hao knew that one had to keep a low profile and opened his mouth. The long-faced youth who had come to be interested, put down the high spirits of the outer disciple, and chatted with him. The handyman disciple, and opened up the conversation. When you leave the newcomer's handyman area, you have to dig 10 pounds of spirit iron for a meal, the long-faced youth introduced. Although it's twice as much work, one benefit is that you can receive 2 lower-grade spirit stones per year. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my confusion and informing me of these things. Lin Hao arched his hand and said. The two of them traveled together, and before long, they arrived at the place where the handyman disciples who had joined the sect for more than half a year lived, where a wooden hut was erected, and as far as the eye could see, it looked like a small city. The Xianyu sect was worthy of being one of the 4 great immortal cultivation sects of the state of Zhao, and there were so many thousands of odd job disciples in the mining area alone, together with the miscellaneous servants in the alchemy area, spirit medicine area, and weapon refining area. I'm afraid that the total miscellaneous disciples must be in the tens of thousands. The miscellaneous disciples of the old man's district are divided into 36 teams of about 100 people each. The long-faced youth led Lin Hao for another session as he pointed to a wooden house and continued. You'll be the handyman of Team 32 from now on. You'll live in that room. Yes, elder brother. Lin Hao nodded. After setting him up, the long-faced youth quickly left. Lin Hao walked towards the wooden house, and when he opened it, he saw that there were 10 small wooden beds in the wooden house. The newcomer section of the handyman is a double room, and when you get to the old man's handyman section it's 10 people to a room. And the conditions and stuff are a lot worse. The house was empty because the miscellaneous disciples had all gone to work in the mines. Lin Hao swept his gaze around and found an empty bed, placing his not so much luggage on it for the time being. He still had 2 vouchers for eating in the mine on him, which could be exchanged for 2 bowls of spirit porridge, so he didn't rush to work, but started to familiarize himself with the environment. The old man's handyman area, which spans several large mountains and is heavily forested, has a nice view. Lin Hao went around his new residence, strolling around, before returning to the cabin to meditate and cultivate. In the afternoon, the sun went down in the west and it was dark. The door of the wooden house opened and several handyman disciples walked in. Senior brothers, my name is Lin Hao. I'm a newly transferred handyman here. When Lin Hao saw that someone had returned, he ended his cultivation and took the initiative to greet them. A newcomer? Tell me about your cultivation realm. One of the youths, who had a rather burly figure, asked with a frown as his gaze fell on him. Back to the senior brother. My current realm is at the 2nd level of qi refining. Lin Hao replied back after a moment of contemplation. I didn't expect that the newcomer who came this time has good strength. Hearing that he had the cultivation of the 2nd level of qi refining realm, all the handyman disciples who came in the wooden house couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And that burly youth, even more so, had a smile on his face as he said, Master Lin, my name is Zhang Shang, and I'm the strongest person in the house at the moment, and if we want to have a good time in the old man area of the handyman disciples, we must unite as a group in the house, and I'm here to give you the rules here. Rules, elder brother Jiang, you say. Lin Hao nodded and said, I'm sure you already know that the amount of spirit iron you have to dig up after coming here is double the amount of pounds of spirit iron you dug up in the newcomers area. Zhang Shang said, we have to occupy places in the mines where there is a lot of spiritual iron in order to dig out more spiritual iron. In our house plus you, there are a total of 4 people whose realms are at the 2nd level of qi refining, and the other 6 people whose realms are at the 1st level of qi refining. At the current place we occupy in the mining area, the number of spirit iron produced per day is considered to be moderately high, and there are quite a few people from other houses in the ore area who are hitting on the idea of this piece of land. He continued. If in the future we encounter someone who comes to rob the territory we occupy, those of us who are at the 2nd level of qi refining within this house must come out to meet the battle and fight off the land grabbers. Well, senior brother Jiang, I understand. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that Zhang Shang was still polite. Also, the other 6 people within this room who are at the 1st level of qi refinement will share some of the spirit porridge they dug up in exchange for the spirit iron as our reward for guarding the mine's territory. Ginger Shang continued. Under his patient explanation, Lin Hao became further familiar with the ore area. According to the Xianyu sect's regulations, the old man's handyman area, the people within each room, were equivalent to a small collective, and in order to obtain good spirit or digging resources, they had to rely on the power of the collective. Chapter 13 Conflict of Interest. Arriving at the new place and talking to the people in the same room, Lin Hao pretty much got acquainted with these people. Next, the cabin was silent, and the 10 miscellaneous disciples all began to cultivate. As miscellaneous disciples, if they didn't become outer disciples within 3 years, They would have to leave the mountain gate and go to the secular cities under the Xianyu sect's control to do their work. The aura there was thin. 1,000 miles worse than the aura of the mountain range where the Xianyu sect was located. If one could not promote an outer disciple to leave the Xianyu sect, it would mean that the path to immortality was cut off. Therefore, every moment of these 3 years was very important to the handyman disciples, and they did not dare to slack off on their cultivation. The next day, the rising sun rises in the east. Lin Hao ended his cultivation, left the wooden house to follow Jiang Shang and the others, and headed to the digging place, the underground space of the mine in the old man's miscellaneous service area, which was much larger than the place he had stayed in before. Half a quarter of an hour later, log cabin 10, to its destination. Clank! Ding ding ding! There were already quite a few odd-job disciples around, swinging their cross-axes and starting to dig. Senior brother Lin, this is the territory that belongs to us. The leader, Jiang Shang, introduced him. Senior Jiang, I understand. Lin Hao quickly swept his gaze across and realized that the area belonging to the 10 of them was quite large, and he estimated that it was almost 100 meters of area. Get to work. They spread out, took their cross picks to the hard ground, and dug. Time passed, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao realized that this mine had a much harder texture of earth and stone, but the amount of spirit iron was obviously much more than the one in the newcomer's area before him. He invoked the second level of Qi Refinement's aura and added it to his hands, selling his efforts to dig, and only after an hour had passed, he had dug out 9 pounds of spirit iron. Senior brother Lin, you're so powerful, mining so fast. Jiang Shang was a little surprised to see that he kept swinging his digging tools, and in just a short time, the amount of spirit iron he dug out was almost catching up with them. The old men of the mine who were at the second level of Qi refining. I'm a newcomer and I'm afraid of dragging my feet for everyone, so I had to go all out to dig up this much ore. Lin Hao smiled nervously. He has the 5 elements of the spiritual root aura is far more than the same realm of people thick. An hour, digging out 9 pounds of spirit ore, is already hiding, if you really go all out. An hour digging out more than 10 pounds of spirit ore is no problem at all. I see. Senior brother Lin doesn't need to be in such a hurry. Don't tire yourself out. Work has to be done gradually. Jiang Shang kindly opened his mouth to advise. Senior Jiang. I know. Lin Hao nodded his head. Initially coming into contact with this Jiang Shang, he felt that Jiang Shang was amiable and seemed to have a good character. Unlike the Yan Hun he had met in the newcomer area before, who had a hateful face and was harsh and brutal to people. Time passed slowly until noon. Lin Hao and the others had worked hard all morning, and the 10 of them had dug out a total of over 170 pounds of spirit iron. The 4 of them whose cultivation had reached the second level of Qi refining realm had each dug out almost more than 20 pounds, which added up to more than 90 pounds. As for the other 6 people whose realms were still at the first level of Qi refining, because they had all been cultivating for about a year, their internal auras were quite a bit stronger than those in the newcomer area, and their digging speed wasn't as fast as that of the second level of Qi refining, but it wasn't too slow either. A person could almost dig out about 13 pounds of spirit iron in a morning, which added up to about 80 pounds. Senior brother Lin Hao, after finishing the morning's work, those of us in the house who are at the second level of Qi refinement don't have to come to the mines to dig in the afternoon, so we can arrange our time freely. Jiang Shang put away his digging tools and looked at him. Every day when we are at the second level of Qi refining realm, the spirit iron we dig out can be exchanged for 3 meals of spirit porridge and that's it. So don't waste too much time on digging and put more energy into cultivation. But, Senior Jiang here 10 gene of spirit iron can only be exchanged for a bowl of spirit porridge. I only dug up 22 gene of spirit iron in the morning. It's not enough to exchange for 3 bowls of spirit porridge. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but say, you don't have to worry about this. The other 6 people in our house who are at the first level of Qi refining will continue to work in the mines in the afternoon. And if there isn't enough spirit iron, they'll make it up for us. Jiang Shang said with an air of entitlement, not feeling the least bit of guilt for squeezing his fellow disciples. He smiled and said, those of us in the house who are in the second level of Qi refining realm need to hurry up and cultivate. The stronger we are, the better place we can occupy in the mines. I see. Lin Hao decided to follow the rules when he came here, and he nodded his head in response. Then with the other handyman who lived with him, he prepared to go to the dining hall to eat. Jiang Shang, the original strongest in your house, Su Jikai, is gone, and now there's a newcomer. So I'm afraid he's no longer qualified to dig in this area. So it's time to make way. Suddenly a group of people blocked the way, and one of them, A leading hawk-nosed young man said with an unkind face. Zhou Shanhu, you want to rob our territory. Is it because you haven't been scared by us before? Zhang Sheng frowned and said in a cold voice, you can't keep this place without Su Jikai, so get out if you know what's good for you. Zhou Shanhu had been eyeing this area with a lot of spirit iron content for a long time and finally waited for the opportunity. He felt that the other side currently only had 3 old men at the second level of chi refining while there were 4 on his side, so he could take advantage of the opportunity to take this place. That'll just have to be a fight. Zhang Sheng's face is ugly. He knows that at present his house, gone a master, just came a newcomer. The comprehensive strength is greatly reduced. The fight does not prevail. But he was not willing to give up this good part of the mind just like that. Leaving this place, it would not be so easy to dig up so much ore every day, and it must consume a lot of energy in the mines, while delaying cultivation as a result. There was an atmosphere of invisible smoke permeating the scene. Lin Hao didn't expect that on his first day here, he would encounter a fight over territory, so he couldn't help but look grave. It was a matter of collective interest, and as a member of the same house, he couldn't stay out of it. TSK, there's a good show. The other miscellaneous disciples, seeing the people from the 2 houses confronting each other, couldn't help but gather around. Humph, let's toast to that. Let's go. That wrinkled mountain tiger had a vicious look on his face and greeted the people behind him, joining him as he yelled, teach them a hard lesson. Straight mother thieves, we'll fight them together. Zhang Sheng's blood rushed up in great anger. His face was red and his neck was thick as he clenched his fists and took the lead. Seeing that the strongest person within the room was so courageous, the other miscellaneous disciples immediately followed. These people were in the old man's handyman area, and had been living for quite some time, knowing that if they were weak and disunited at this time, they would have to be bullied by the other house's handyman disciples in the back. Bumper! The sound of punches being thrown to the flesh rang out continuously. Lin Hao, as one of them, couldn't be bothered to think about it. And soon there was a miscellaneous disciple of the second level of chi refining who approached him with a ferocious face and clenched his fist and slammed it. He wanted to take him, the seemingly weakest chi refining second reincarnation person, down first. Can't immortal cultivation make peace? Think that little master is easy to bully. Lin Hao's heart was fuming, his eyes were red, his body's aura was running fast, and he clenched his fists with the intention of fighting with the other party. His second fight in the cultivation world exploded. Chapter 14, Flexible Combat. In the Xian Yu Sex realm, to reach the 3rd level of chi refining and become an outer disciple in order to learn spells, the highest realm of the handyman disciples was only the 2nd level of chi refining, and the fights were more about aura-enhanced physical body and close combat. But if they had practiced martial arts before, they could have a lot of advantage in the fight. In the midst of the melee, soon the square-faced young man who had come straight at Lin Hao, at the 2nd level of chi refining, killed to within a foot of him. A few months had passed, and ever since his master, Immortal Eternal Life, had passed on the Universal Life Tower and the Universal Life Technique to Lin Hao and fallen into a deep slumber, he hadn't appeared again. This caused his thoughts of learning some combat spells from Immortal Eternal, or martial arts or something like that, to fall through. However, when he was in the rookie area, he was afraid of being bullied from behind, so he hadn't practiced fighting with Fatty Wang Fu to improve his fighting ability. Seeing that the square-faced youth was already in his attack range, he used the 5 elements longevity technique to run his aura into his fists and slammed forward with vigor. Pop! Lin Hao's 5 elemental spiritual roots were slow to cultivate, but the advantage was that the scale of the aura in his body far exceeded that of cultivators in the same realm, and his aura-enhanced ferocious punch made a sonic boom. Ha! What a fast punch! The square-faced youth's face changed. Somewhat unbelievable. The person in front of him had just come from the newcomer area to the old man area, and his punching momentum and speed of punching were even stronger than him. A person who had come to the old man's miscellaneous area for a year, and whose realm had reached the late stage of the 2nd level of chi refining, was not even close to him, and even stronger by a hair. However, the square-faced youth quickly calmed down. He possessed a wealth of combat experience, and with a glance, he could tell from Lin Hao's punches that Lin Hao hadn't practiced martial arts, and that there were no rules and regulations for fighting. A sinister color flashed on his face, and his feet used a kind of footwork to dodge quickly and flexibly. Lin Hao's punch, which contained a strong aura, struck a blank. Swish! The square-faced youth dodged a blow and slammed his fist into Lin Hao's stomach in a very tricky way. Lin Hao was shocked. This square-faced youth was too experienced in fighting. He didn't know how much stronger he was than the Yen Hung he had defeated in the newcomer's area before. and felt the terrifying fist wind getting closer and closer to his stomach. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only hastily run his aura and gather it on his stomach to resist. Touch! A dull sound like hitting iron appeared. Hiss! Two agonized voices, both at the same time. Lin Hao was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by his opponent's tricky punch before he could stabilize himself. The square-faced youth, on the other hand, looked like he'd seen a ghost, and when his fist hit Lin Hao's stomach, there was obviously a terrifying force of recoil that hit him, causing some pain in his fist. He immediately understood that the teenager in front of him, who had just come out of the newcomer area, was afraid that his aura's richness was far above his. Senior brother Mo, quickly take down that newcomer, then join me in besieging this dog Jiang Shang. On the other side, Zhou Shanhu and Jiang Shang were fighting fiercely, and he, who was slightly weaker, was at a disadvantage and couldn't help but urge the square-faced youth to defeat Lin Hao quickly. Good. Senior brother Zhou, the square-faced youth responded, gritting his teeth and charging at Lin Hao once again. Knowing that Lin Hao's aura was strong, his disadvantage was that he hadn't practiced martial arts, and his combat moves weren't as old-fashioned as his. After some thought, he quickly decided to attack the places where human aura is not easy to gather and is weak, such as the chest area, and the face. Senior brother Lin, you can just hold this person back. I'll defeat Zhou Shanhu soon. Jiang Shang shouted at Lin Hao. He was a little worried that Lin Hao wouldn't be able to block the other party's second-level chi refining expert, and that he would be caught in a siege. He was bent on a quick victory, and he performed a set of fierce punches. His whole body was like a tiger out of a cage. Avalanche fist. He let out a light gulp, and his aura surged madly into his fisted hand, surprisingly causing it to expand by a circle. Touch! That Zhou Shanhu, the strongest of the party that wanted to grab the mine's territory, was knocked back by Jiang Shang. It's not that easy to beat me. When Lin Hao saw that Jiang Shang from his side was so brave, he couldn't help but look uplifted. Seeing the square-faced youth who was killing again, he raised all his spirits and dealt with it carefully. As long as he dragged this person down, their side would be able to win the fight. Boom! Bump! The square-faced youth's double fist swung quickly, falling like rain, and the angle of each attack was tricky, striking at the weak points of Lin Hao's aura. Lin Hao was not stupid. After taking a few punches, he understood the other party's intentions. He saw the other party hit, he simply quickly retreated back. His aura is stronger than the other party. His aura is added to his legs. Running and moving speed is above the other party. Even though the square-faced youth had practiced footwork, under Lin Hao's preoccupation with avoidance, he was somewhat unable to catch up, causing his attacks to fall short. Senior brother Mo, what are you up to? Why haven't you taken down this newcomer yet? Zhou Shanhu was under extreme pressure from Jiang Shang's frantic attack. If there was no one to help him, he was no match for Jiang Shang, and wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he was defeated. Senior brother Zhou, this newcomer is not easy to deal with. The square-faced youth's face was extremely ugly. The guy in front of him who had only just come out from the newcomer's handyman area was not able to fight with his moves, but he was extremely cunning, gathering his strong aura on his legs and using it wholeheartedly on escaping, making all of his premeditated attacks fall flat. In the end, it evolved into a ludicrous scene, with the square-faced youth running after Lin Hao's back and circling the mine. Little, don't run if you can. The square-faced youth cursed in anger. Humph, I'm not a cutie. Lin Hao's legs under the aura's enchantment, running as if his feet were on wind and fire wheels. He had a smug look on his face. He also attacked the other party with psychological tactics. Look at your Zhou senior brother dying. You guys are bound to lose this battle. If I were you, I would just admit defeat directly. Mo San Tang, leave that newcomer alone and come help me. Seeing that the square-faced youth couldn't take down Lin Hao for a long time, Zhou Shanhu, who had fallen into a disadvantage, hurriedly called out. Yes, senior brother Zhou. The square-faced youth looked viciously at the fleeing Lin Hao in front of him, no longer caring about him, turning around and rushing towards Jiang Shang, wanting to win with Zhou Shanhu in a 2-on-1 fight, besieging Jiang Shang, who was the strongest of all on Lin Hao's side. To defeat him, your opponent is me. Seeing that the other party suddenly didn't care about him, using the tactics of enemy advancing, enemy retreating, enemy advancing, Lin Hao hurriedly chased after the square-faced youth, not allowing the square-faced youth to get away. The 5 elements of spiritual roots in his body far exceeded the same realm's strong spiritual chi, added to his legs and ran, catching up with the upper-faced youth in a moment and punching at the other party. You little! The square-faced youth screamed in anger, knowing how terrifying Lin Hao's aura-laden punch was. and had to dodge it in an attempt to join up with Zhou Shanhu and surround Jiang Shang's square-faced youth, who was so deadlocked by Lin Hao that he couldn't get out of the way. Touch. Meanwhile, the news came from Jiang Shang's side, and he seized the opportunity to finally land an old punch on Zhou Shanhu's face. Ah! Painful screams came off from Zhou Shanhu's mouth as his entire body flew backwards and fell hard on the ground, a large amount of dust rising up. Whoa! A mouthful of blood spat out from Zhou Shanhu's mouth. We concede. The moment Zhou Shanhu was defeated, the other three miscellaneous disciples who wanted to seize the mine's territory at the second level of qi refining shouted in a hurry, "Stop it!" At the same time, the faint voice of an outer disciple who was monitoring the situation in the mine rang out, in order to avoid the disciples from being injured too badly, and from affecting the digging of the spirit iron. According to the rules of the Xianyu sect, if one of the parties failed to grab land in the mine, if one of the parties conceded defeat or lost their battle strength, they could not fight again. Yes, Senior. Jiang Shang turned to that outer disciple, respectfully saluted, and did not strike at Zhou Shanhu again. Seeing this, the other miscellaneous disciples also stopped fighting, and Lin Hao and the others managed to hold on to the territory of the mine area that belonged to the 10 of them and had a very high spirit iron content. Jiang Shang, you guys wait for me. Zhou Shanhu, who lost the land grab, was assisted by his companions and left in a sorry state, and when he left, he did not forget to say harsh words. Chapter 15 Abandoned Cave. Lin Hao and the others couldn't help but have joyful smiles on their faces as they watched this group of losers who were as terrified as lost dogs leave. The rule in the mines is that a house occupied by a journeyman disciple is challenged only once a month by a journeyman disciple from another house. By repelling these people from Zhou Shanhu, they wouldn't have to worry for at least a month that someone would come to rob the mining territory that belonged to them again. Senior brother Lin, your strength is very good. That Mo Santang has already joined the Xianyu sect for 2 years and is considered a minor expert amongst the miscellaneous disciples. But he couldn't even do anything to you. Jiang Shang's gaze fell on Lin Hao, feeling that his performance was a bit unexpected, and he marveled. Senior brother Lin, it's fortunate that we have you in this battle. Otherwise I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to defend this place. The other two miscellaneous disciples at the second level of qi refining were also somewhat impressed with Lin Hao, and good-natured smiles appeared on their faces. Senior brother Lin is so strong. With senior brother Lin around, we'll have a good life in the mines. The 6 miscellaneous disciples of the first level of qi refining had even more reverence on their faces as they continuously patted their asses. They had been in the Xianyu sect longer than Lin Hao, but their strength was lower than Lin Hao's, so they directly opened their mouths and called Lin Hao senior brother. A few senior brothers and sisters are joking. I was just beaten by that Mo Santang to the point where I could only run away. Lin Hao was a little fluttered in his heart by the words of praise around him, but on his face, he said very humbly, it's also thanks to senior brother Zhang's great strength that he was able to defeat Zhou Shanhu in time, or else I wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Seeing how he was humble and didn't take credit, Jiang Shang couldn't help but think highly of Lin Hao for a few moments and smiled. We're all brothers in the same house, so we should support each other and strive to get rid of the status of an odd job disciple to become an outer disciple as soon as possible. Right. Elder brother Jiang said it well. A few of the others chimed in. Come on, let's go eat. Jiang Shang was very prestigious and opened his mouth. The crowd had been hungry for a long time, and they all nodded their heads. Arriving at the dining hall and exchanging his meal vouchers for spirit porridge, Lin Hao took a big bite. After this battle, Lin Hao was considered to have completely integrated himself into these people and had a not-so-low status. After eating, he didn't have to work in the afternoon, so he was ready to go back to the wooden house to cultivate. But Jiang Shang called out to him and said, Senior Lin, do you want to go back to cultivate? Aren't you guys going back? Senior Jiang? Lin Hao asked as his gaze fell on the other 3 second-level qi refining handyman disciples who lived with him. We have a place with rich aura that is more suitable for cultivation than at the cabin. Jiang Shang stepped forward and looked around, seeing no one in the 4 directions, before whispering, Senior Lin, why don't you come with us? Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Lin Hao's eyes lit up at the words and he hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. Go! Together, the 4 of them walked down a path toward the mountains, leaving the current mine and walking almost 5 more miles to a large, steep mountain. Senior brother Lin, that suitable place for cultivation is on this mountain. Jiang Shang opened his mouth and continued. On this mountain, there are many wild beasts, and among them, the ones that pose the greatest threat to us are a few wolf demons. Surprisingly, there are demonic beasts. What realm are those wolf demons of senior brother Jiang? Lin Hao's heart was startled. Having come to Xianyu sect for half a year, he knew that demonic beasts were full of treasures, and that demonic beasts in the chi refining realm had demonic pills and contained quite a bit of spiritual energy in their flesh and blood. If you can kill and consume the meat of the demonic beast, not only can you enhance the strength of your flesh, but also the speed of your cultivation, and that demonic dan is even more of a treasure that can be taken directly to increase your cultivation. However, the demonic beast flesh is stronger than the human race. In the early stage and the human race in the same realm of the cultivator fight, with a very big advantage, is not so good to hunt, but instead the demonic beasts are very dangerous to the human cultivators. With the strength of Lin Hao and the four of them at the second level of chi refining, when they encountered a demonic beast at the second level of chi refining, they would still be able to fight together, but if they encountered a demonic beast at the third level of chi refining, they would only be able to run away or even be killed. Senior brother Lin, those wolf demons, one of them is at the second level of chi refining and poses the greatest threat to us. The remaining 5 wolves are all demonic beasts that have just entered the first level of chi refining not too long ago and are not enough to be feared. Jiang Shang pondered for a moment and said, originally, senior brother Su Zhikai left to leave the miscellaneous service area, leaving only the 3 of us who are at the second level of chi refining, and there is still some danger in the face of these wolf demons, so I was going to bear the pain and give up this extremely suitable place for cultivation on the mountain. Luckily, Master Lin came and his strength is at the second level of chi refining, so we can continue to cultivate in this mountain, and after we go up the mountain, the 4 of us will take care of each other, and that won't dare to take a shot at us. Jiang Shang thought about it and continued, if Master Lin is afraid of demonic beasts, we cannot go to this mountain today. Lin Hao was a little hesitant in his heart, but thinking that he had followed them here, and if he left now, he would definitely upset these 3, or even have a grudge against them. Plus he also wanted to see this extremely suitable place for cultivation that Jiang Shang was talking about, so he plucked up his courage and said, Senior brother Jiang, you've come all the way here, so go and have a look at the mountain. Go, up the hill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang and the 3 of them all had smiles on their faces. A group of 4 headed up a large hill filled with trees. After about 2 tees, several people panted and came to the halfway point of the big mountain, and a cave appeared in front of their eyes. Arrived. Ginger Shang opened his mouth. Senior brother Jiang, what is this place? Lin Hao surveyed the cave suspiciously. This is an abandoned blessed land. There was once an elite disciple of the Xianyu sect's inner sect, who cultivated here, and only later did that elite disciple of the inner sect leave because of the decrease in spiritual chi in this cave. This place was told to me by my grandfather when I joined the Xianyu sect. Although the aura here is not as strong as the place where the outer disciples of the Xianyu sect live, it is much stronger than all of the areas where our miscellaneous disciples live. Jiang Shang smiled and said, only the 4 of us know about this place, so senior brother Lin must keep it a secret. The grandfather in his mouth was an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect, who had had the honor of following that elite inner disciple of the Xianyu sect who had cultivated here, so he knew about this place. Don't worry, senior brother Jiang, I will never leak it out. Lin Hao patted his chest and assured him. He followed behind Jiang Shang and walked towards the cave, which had some discarded furniture, and a stone bed, as well as a pile of firewood that Jiang Shang and the others hadn't used up before. The cave was somewhat dim, and one of the men lit firewood to illuminate the cave. Then, the 4 of them found an empty space and sat down on their knees, and began to operate their gong methods to cultivate. Lin Hao used the 5 elements longevity technique to absorb the surrounding aura, and instantly joy appeared in his heart. Cultivating here was about 20% faster than the miscellaneous disciple cabin area. This cultivation bonus didn't seem like much, but over time, under the accumulation of days and months, it was very considerable. Lin Hao had come to the Xianyu sect as a handyman for half a year, and according to the time that handyman disciples had to leave the Xianyu sect if they couldn't become an outer disciple in 3 years, he only had 2.5 years left in terms of his length of time. With this cave with rich spiritual chi, I have a better chance of becoming an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect. He excitedly operated the 5 elements longevity technique, greedily absorbing the surrounding aura. Time passed, the sun in the sky was already in the position of going down, and in another hour or so, it would be dark. Let's go. Go back and finish the spirit porridge and come back here to cultivate at night. Jiang Shang ended his meditative state and opened his mouth. It was already almost mealtime, so the 4 of them returned to the mines in pairs, and ate their evening meal of spirit porridge at the miscellaneous disciples' dining hall before coming to the cave together again. Due to the fact that different places in the mines had different levels of spiritual chi concentration, there were a lot of handyman disciples who would choose to leave the hut and go to places in the mines where the spiritual chi was relatively dense to cultivate. So it wasn't unusual for Lin Hao and his house to be missing 4 people at night, and it wouldn't draw attention to them. Chapter 16, The Mountain Crushing Fist. At this point in time, it was still not completely dark. Lin Hao and the others returned to the cave with the rich spiritual chi, and along the way they didn't encounter the several dangerous wolf demons that Zhang Sheng had spoken of earlier. Inside the cave, they each found a spot, sat down on their knees and began to cultivate. Time passed, the sky grew dark, and a bright moon crept up the mountain. Several people had been meditating in the cave for several hours. Ow! Ow! Suddenly a loud wolf howl came from outside the cave, and that aura was not an unusual beast at first glance. The 4 people who were meditating and practicing were startled in their hearts, and all of them opened their eyes. The wolf demon is here. Zhang Sheng's gaze looked out of the cave. A slight look of gravity surfaced on his face and said, "Let's get closer so that we can take care of each other. Those wolf demons will see that the 4 of us are all in the 2nd level of chi refining, so they will definitely know what to do and back off." Yes, senior brother Jiang, Lin Hao and the rest of the duo hurriedly nodded their heads. The cave space was not very large, and the 4 had just stood in a suitable vantage point for defense inside the cave, when they saw a huge wolf covered in green fur, with a body length of 1 jang and a height of 6 feet, leading 5 wolf demons of a much smaller size, with a ferocious light radiating from their eyes, slowly walking towards the cave. "Senior brother Lin, you run your aura and release the aura of the 2nd level of chi refining." Zhang Sheng and the others obviously weren't fighting these wolf demons for the first time, and the experienced ones opened their mouths to remind them. Yeah. Lin Hao operated the 5 elements eternal life technique, calling on his body's aura to gather on his clenched fists, and entered a fighting state. Ow! The 5 chi refining 1st level wolf demons, led by a chi refining 2nd level wolf king, let out low growls as they slowly approached the 4 people in the cave. At a distance of 2 or 3 feet from them, it stopped. The demonic beasts already had some intelligence, and the wolf king, who was at the 2nd level of chi refining, swept his gaze over the 4 people in the cave, and when he saw Lin Hao, his eyes visibly paused for a moment, recognizing Lin Hao as a new face. Upon noticing that Lin Hao's aura fluctuations were not weaker than the other 3 at all, and were even stronger, a trace of humanized hesitation clearly surfaced in that wolf king's eyes. Both sides probably confronted each other for less than half a tea time. Ow! The wolf king let out a low growl, and ultimately did not choose to launch an attack. Its eyes were quite unwilling as it led the 5 1st-level chi refining wolf demons, retreating backward to leave the cave. These wolves have been trying to seize the spiritually rich cave, but luckily we scared them off. Zhang Sheng sighed in relief and a smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Jiang, among that group of wolf demons just the wolf king is at the 2nd level of chi refining. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Why don't we team up and kill these demonic wolves so that there's no danger in practicing in the cave? It's not like we didn't set up a scheme to try and kill the wolf king before. But that wolf king is very cunning and when he sees the situation is not right, he will escape with his pack." One of the miscellaneous disciples of the 2nd level of chi refining said. "Besides, demonic beasts of the same realm are stronger than our human race. The 4 of us can join hands to kill the wolf king and its henchmen." But the wolf king was pushed into launching a frenzy, and surely some people will be injured as a result, and even die if we're not careful. Therefore, being able to keep this cave with rich spiritual chi and cultivate in it is the best outcome. He continued. "Senior brother Wu, I understand." Lin Hao nodded. "By the way, Lin senior brother, I see you during the day, and that Mo Songting fight without any rules and techniques. Is it that you have not practiced martial arts before?" Zhang Sheng pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Elder brother Jiang, I'm a farmer's son from a poor family, and apart from having read some books and being literate, I don't have the spare money to practice martial arts." Lin Hao had an embarrassed smile on his face. As a traveler, he had long ago made up his own life and had memorized it so well that no one could find a single flaw. "So it is." Zhang Sheng hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made some difficult decision, saying, "For the sake of the safety of our cultivation here, I intend to pass on a set of boxing techniques to you. I don't know if you're willing to learn them." "Senior brother Jiang, I am willing." Lin Hao had been suffering from the fact that he didn't have any outstanding fighting moves, and since joining the Xianyu sect, he had only been able to rely on his body's aura, which was thicker than that of the same realm, to make random fist strikes. Hearing that Zhang Sheng was going to pass on a set of boxing skills to him, he couldn't help but be excited. This fist technique is called the Bengshan fist. It is a physical cultivation fist technique. known for its rigidity and ferocity. When it is performed, the strength of the body around the body is gathered in the fist, and the force is in the face of the fist, which is both fast and fiery. Today, that wrinkled mountain tiger tried to rob our mining cave territory, and I used this set of fists when I fought him. Jiang Sheng continued to speak. There are 36 styles in the pounding mountain fist, which are divided into the upper, middle and lower chapters. According to the rules set by my grandfather, I can only pass on to you the first 12 styles, which are the upper chapters of the fist. I hope that senior brother Lin doesn't mind. The mountain battering fist was his skill in the bottom of his suitcase, the backbone of his ability to be able to make a name for himself amongst the odd job disciples. Jiang Sheng had only known Lin Hao for a day or so, and if it wasn't for the sake of improving the combined strength of the four of them to better preserve this cave with its rich aura, he was afraid that he wouldn't be willing to pass on a single move. Senior brother Jiang, your willingness to pass on the 12 moves of the battering mountain fist is already a great favor to me, so I wouldn't mind, Lin Hao said gratefully with a sincere expression on his face. Traveling to this world for more than a year, he knew that the people of this world, with a similar ethos to the ancient Blue Star Great China country, were extremely focused on inheritance, and some even preferred to bring their skills into their coffins rather than easily pass them on to others. Jiang Sheng's willingness to pass on 12 moves of physical cultivation to him was already considered good. Senior brother Lin, I'll give you a rehearsal of the moves of the mountain breaking fist, so watch. Seeing his sincere attitude, Jiang Sheng smiled and punched directly in the cave. The other two people in the cave remained on their knees and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not that they were not interested in Jiang Sheng's battering mountain fist, but even if they watched the moves of the punches, without the corresponding meridian map of the aura running, it was useless to learn the moves. Besides, before they joined the Xianyu sect, they had also looked for famous teachers to learn martial arts, and they were currently sufficient in the area of miscellaneous disciples, and they didn't want to waste any more time and energy practicing other martial arts. When he became an outer disciple later on, he would be able to learn spells, which could be much more powerful than the incomplete battering mountain fist that Jiang Sheng had passed on. Learning this fist technique from Senior Jiang, I should be able to increase my strength a lot. Lin Hao watched as Jiang Sheng rehearsed the boxing moves for him, and immediately concentrated with excitement and tried to memorize them. Coming to this world, his memory inexplicably became much better. After Jiang Sheng had practiced the battering mountain fist for him a few times, Lin Hao had memorized the first 12 stanzas of the battering mountain fist. This avalanche mountain fist is actually divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 chapters, although he currently only learns the upper chapter. But if he learns to perform up a self-contained system, in addition to the power is not as strong as the complete avalanche mountain fist, the use of the upper chapter of the fist will not be affected because of the lack of mastery of the middle and lower chapters. Senior brother Jiang, I've memorized the first 12 movements of the battering mountain fist that you taught me. Lin Hao opened his mouth. Ha, so fast? This memory of senior brother Lin is truly amazing. Jiang Sheng was a little surprised in his heart. When his grandfather had passed on this set of punches to him, it had taken him quite a while to memorize them. Unlike how Lin Hao could memorize them so easily, in just over a quarter of an hour. Chapter 17, Physical Cultivation, Year-End Spirit Stone Distribution. Senior brother Jiang, I'm only memorizing by rote. I'm afraid I'll have to practice hard if I want to use these moves. Lin Hao smiled and said that memorizing the movements was one thing, but being able to perform them with his body was a bit difficult. It's been great. Jiang Sheng suppressed the surprise in his heart and was happy to see that he had a good memory instead, because then it would be much easier for him to teach, without having to delay too much of his own cultivation. He hesitated for a moment and took out a parchment scroll with a human body pattern drawn on it from his body, saying, "This is the corresponding meridian diagram of the aura operation of the Bengshan fist stances and the main points of the use of the fist technique. So after you have memorized it, senior brother Lin, you can then return this meridian diagram to me." Well, thank you senior brother Jiang. Lin Hao nodded his thanks and accepted the parchment scroll he handed over with some excitement. Senior brother Lin, I'll cultivate first, Jiang Sheng said with some ancient fervor. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me when I finish my cultivation. After saying that, he sat down on his knees and operated the Xian Yuqi refining technique to seize the time to cultivate. It had been 2 years since Jiang Sheng had arrived at the Xianyu sect, leaving him only 1 year to become an outer disciple, and he had to race against the clock. Seeing that all 3 of them had entered a state of cultivation, Lin Hao sat down in a place in the cave and opened the parchment scroll to read it carefully. After the parchment scroll was unfolded, it was about 2 feet long, with 12 meridian diagrams on it, corresponding to 12 moves, and detailed textual explanations. After Lin Hao spent some time memorizing the entire contents of the top of the parchment scroll, a surprised smile appeared on his face. This avalanche mountain fist was a physical cultivation fist technique. Not only could it be used for fighting, but practicing it on a regular basis, it could also refine the muscles on the body, making the physical body stronger. However, there was a line of striking red letters on the parchment scroll warning practitioners that if they practiced this fist too many times a day, their appetite would become so great that they had to eat a lot of meat or combine it with blood qi-type medicinal meals and elixirs to replenish their fleshly body's potentials, or else their fleshly body would not be able to carry it at all. And when practiced to a certain extent, eating ordinary meat would not work, and one needed to eat precious demonic beast meat. Body cultivation. No less famous for burning money, cultivation needs to be combined with medicinal diets, elixirs, demonic beast meat. People who do not have a thick family background and choose to take the path of body refining cannot hold up at all. If you only practice hard, but don't make up for it, your body will waste away sooner or later. Lin Hao stared blankly at the parchment scroll's introduction to physical cultivation, smacking his lips a little. He had heard that body cultivators were extremely powerful in combat and his heart yearned for it, but when he saw the resources required for body refining, he felt an invisible pressure. For now, let's first learn this battering mountain fist and use it to improve our strength. As for going down the path of body refining later, it's not impossible. I have the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda that can enhance the quality of spiritual pills, elixirs, and magic treasures in these things. Lin Hao secretly thought in his heart, when the time comes, I'll sell things like pills and magic treasures after upgrading their quality to earn the difference in price. And with the spirit stones I earn, I'll just use them to buy the supplies needed for refining my body. Thinking about it, he felt it was very feasible and couldn't help but get excited. Physical cultivation combat power in the same realm is extremely strong. Encountering danger, the chances of surviving, then not refining the body of the cultivator is much higher. More afraid of death, Lin Hao prepared behind the dual cultivation of law and body. After a moment of reverie in his mind about the future, he put the parchment scroll away. Lin Hao stood up, afraid that the movement of practicing boxing would be too loud and affect the other three people in the cave as they practiced. He hesitated and walked a distance closer to the exit of the cave before he assumed his stance and practiced his boxing. Lin Hao called upon the aura in his body, flowing into specific meridians according to the method recorded in the parchment scroll, and constantly using the punching mountain fist stance. Relying on his decent memory, he practiced for roughly half an hour before he had barely mastered the battering mountain fist to an introductory level. Lin Hao was covered in sweat, feeling the muscles on his body burning and even trembling slightly. This was a sign that his flesh had been subjected to hammering. After another moment, he closed his fist and stood, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Today, Lin Hao had practiced the battering mountain fist for almost enough time. He didn't have any demonic beast meat, medicinal meals, elixirs, or anything like that to replenish his body right now, and if he practiced any more he would injure his body. He understood that body refining had to be gradual, or else it would be like when he hadn't traveled across the earth before, when he didn't usually exercise, and suddenly one day he exercised too much in large quantities. Then his muscles would be sore and uncomfortable for the next week. Finishing his fist practice, Lin Hao returned to the cave from his position near the exit of the cave, and sat down on his knees not far from the other three to enter into cultivation. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning, the sun rises, and the first rays of sunlight with a violet aura spills over the great rolling hills. Lin Hao, who had practiced all night, came down the mountain refreshed and headed for the mines, and drank a big bowl of spirit porridge in the dining hall before entering the mines to start working. For the rest of the day, nothing much changed. The life of an odd-job disciple was relatively uneventful, and Lin Hao spent his days cultivating and working in the mines. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. During that time, there were a few times when miscellaneous disciples from other houses came to grab the mining territory they occupied, but they were repelled. Lin Hao's upper chapter of the battering mountain fist had already been cultivated to the point of familiarity, while the realm of qi refining was a bit slow. After one's cultivation reached the second level of qi refining, the scale of aura needed was several times more than the first level of qi refining. Even if he practiced hard every day in the cave with rich spiritual qi, he was still far from the middle stage of the second level of qi refining. It's tough to cultivate the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Alas, after his master, immortal elder eternal life, fell asleep, he also disappeared as if he had disappeared, and there's no way to ask for experience in cultivation. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. At this rate of progress, He was afraid that he would have to wait another half a year before he would have a chance to enter the middle stage of the second level of qi refining. It's hard to cultivate the way. Every step is against the heavens. I didn't realize it had been a year since I came to the Xianyu sect. Alas, I've aged another year. Lin Hao felt that time was passing too fast. It seemed that he hadn't accomplished much in a year other than cultivating to the second level of qi refining. And he was in a somewhat depressed mood as he opened the window of the cabin and looked at the goosefeather snow drifting up outside. The snow had already closed the mountain. The snow was very thick. In the steep mountain range, it was very difficult to move. Lin Hao and the four of them did not have high cultivation, was blocked by the snow. Had to be a long time. Could not re-enter that rich spiritual qi of the cave to cultivate. Their cultivation speed was slowed down a lot again. The snow in the sky was beautiful, but the handyman disciples simply didn't have much leisure time to enjoy it. They were the bottom social animals of the immortal cultivation world, and they still had to work every day. Let's go, senior brother Lin, to the mine. Jiang Shang picked up his digging tools and called out to Lin Hao. Okay, elder brother Jiang. Lin Hao responded. The 10 handyman disciples living in one room braved the wind and snow along a cleared path. The coldness of the air, accompanied by the gusty winds. Even though they were all cultivators, wearing a cotton coat, they couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't until they entered the mine that much of that freezing cold subsided. Everyone stop working for now and come over to collect the spirit stones. Suddenly the outer disciple in the mine called out in a loud voice, "Wow! It's finally the day of distributing spirit stones." Upon hearing this, a large number of miscellaneous disciples in the mine cave became agitated. People like Li Filong, who Lin Hao had met in the newcomers' miscellaneous service area before, came from an immortal cultivation family that possessed quite a lot of spirit stones, and people like that were, after all, a minority. Most of the miscellaneous disciples in the ore area of the Xianyu zone are all bitter with no background, looking forward to the end of the year that the 2 inferior spirit stones, to speed up the cultivation to improve their cultivation. Chapter 18, Cruelty and Tenderness. In the mine cave, a handyman disciple, putting down the digging tools in his hands, gathered. Under the arrangement of the outer disciples, the miscellaneous disciples formed a long line. After waiting for not long, he saw a young man wearing the blue robes of the Xianyu sect, which represented the inner disciples, walk over unhurriedly. One person may receive 2 inferior spirit stones, the blue-robed youth said with an indifferent face. Then he had the outer disciples move a table, and with a wave of his hand, a large amount of attractive crystals glowing with a shimmering light fell onto the table and piled up to the height of a small mountain. Seeing the blue-robed youth take out so many spirit stones, the handyman disciples couldn't help but feel some excitement in their hearts, but no one dared to have a prying heart, and honestly lined up and went up to receive their share. Each miscellaneous disciple took 2 lower-grade spirit stones and left, so the speed of handing out the spirit stones was quite fast. Lin Hao lined up with an expectant face, probably waiting for about half a moment or so before it was finally his turn. Under the cold gaze of the blue-robed youth, he honestly took 2 lower-grade spirit stones from the table, and then after signing his name on a piece of paper representing the list of those who had already received it, he held onto the spirit stones and left excitedly. Generally, when a cultivator absorbed the aura from a lower-grade spirit stone, there would be a loss of half of it, and a lot of aura would be wasted. As for Lin Hao, he had the help of the ancient longevity pagoda, and he could absorb 100% of the aura from the spirit stones without any loss. The amount of aura he gained after absorbing the 2 lower-grade spirit stones he received was equivalent to the 4 lower-grade spirit stones the other handyman disciples would have to absorb to catch up with him. This was Lin Hao's unique advantage. After receiving the spirit stones, the group of handyman disciples thought that when they cultivated, with the help of the spirit stones, the speed of their cultivation would increase by a large margin. They couldn't help but smile with joy on their faces and worked much harder. Clank! Ding! Ding! In the mine, there was a constant knocking sound. Time rushed by and soon the morning passed. Lin Hao and the others put away their digging tools and took the spirit iron they had dug to the outer disciples, exchanged them for vouchers to eat, and walked out of the mine. At noon, the wind and snow did not abate, but increased. Lin Hao and his fellow resident Jiang Shang and the others came to the door of the dining hall, straightened their clothes, and shook their bodies vigorously to shake the snowflakes that had fallen on their bodies to the ground before entering the dining hall and receiving a steaming bowl of spirit porridge. A group of handymen, after wolfing down the spirit porridge, felt their bodies warming up, as if the severe cold of heaven and earth had been dispersed. Lin Hao took the licked clean bowl of porridge, put it back in the dining hall, and went back inside the cabin. Senior brothers, I still have 2 months before my time as a handyman in the Xianyu sect reaches 3 years. If I can't break through to the third level of qi refining and become an outer disciple, I will have no choice but to leave the Xianyu sect. Suddenly, inside the room, a handyman who had come to Xianyu sect for the longest time, and whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the second level of qi refining called Yuan Chang, looked towards several other handyman disciples whose realm was in the first level of qi refining, and pleaded in a pleading tone, "Can you lend me some of your spirit stones, so that I can impact the third level of qi refining, and then, when I become an outer sect disciple, I'll double the spirit stones back to you guys." As Yuan Chang, who had only 2 months left before his third year was up, opened his mouth to borrow a spirit stone, Lin Hao clearly felt that the atmosphere in the cabin became colder. Several of the first level of qi refining's handyman disciples had a look of difficulty on their faces. They had worked hard for a year and only managed to receive just 2 lower grade spirit stones. With these 2 spirit stones, they would be able to impact the second level of qi refining realm. After all, everyone in the Xianyu sect could only stay for 3 years. If they couldn't become an outer disciple, they could only go to the mundane cities where the aura was thin, and help the Xianyu sect to deal with mundane affairs. And when they arrived at the mundane, it would be difficult to cultivate, and time was tight for everyone. That Yuan Chang saw the people in the wooden house were silent, not willing to lend him the spirit stone, could not help but be anxious, said, "You senior brother, Hong senior brother, you too have been in the Xianyu sect as a servant for 2 years. The realm has not yet broken through to the second level of refining qi. There is not much chance to become an outer disciple. Why not? Lend me the spirit stone. Count senior brother owes you a favor. There will be a generous reward later. Senior brother Yuan, if we absorb these 2 lower grade spirit stones, our cultivation can break through to the second level of qi refining. And even if we don't break through to the third level of qi refining within 3 years, we can still participate in one of the outer sect disciple examinations and have a slight chance to become outer sect disciples." The 2 who were called Senior Brother Yu and Senior Brother Hong said stiffly. In the Xianyu sect's miscellaneous disciples, there were 3 ways to become an outer disciple. The first type, that is, when one's cultivation reaches the third level of qi refining, one can be promoted unconditionally. The second kind is to make merits for the sect. For example, once there was a lucky handyman disciple in the mining area, digging out precious treasures in the mines and handing them over to the sect. He directly got rid of the status of handyman. But in this kind of low-grade spirit mine, how difficult it would be for a miscellaneous disciple to make a merit by digging out treasures. The third was to participate in the outer disciple promotion test, which was the last chance Xianyu sect gave to the handyman disciples. As long as the realm was at the second level of qi refining cultivation, the handyman would have the qualification to participate once. However, the competition was too fierce. Every year tens of thousands of odd job disciples who were unable to cultivate to the third level of qi refining enrolled in the program to win the last chance to become an outer disciple, but only a few succeeded. Every time the outer disciple promotion test was conducted, Xianyu sect only gave out a pitiful 50 slots. Tens of thousands of people grabbed these 50 spots, and the success rate was pitifully low. Senior brother Yu, senior brother Hong, only 1 out of several hundred people can pass the outer disciple promotion test. Yuan Chang pleaded, and you just need to give me the hands of the spirit stone. Relying on these spirit stones, I can certainly be promoted to the third level of qi refining. At that time, when I 2 months later to become an outer disciple can receive spirit stones every month. Borrow your spirit stones, I double return, so that the calculation does not affect your cultivation. At that time, instead, you will be because of me to return the double the spirit stones, so that you can cultivate more quickly. Senior brother Yuan, why? You need to make things difficult for us. Master Yu, who was borrowed spirit stones, Master Hong, still refused. 2 senior brothers, count on me to beg you. Yuan Chang even directly knelt on the ground in front of everyone in the cabin and said, as long as you lend me spirit stones, the 2 of you are my regenerative parents, and I swear to repay you properly. In Xianyu sect if one snatches the spirit porridge as long as they don't go too far, there are no consequences, but if one dares to snatch the spirit stones, they are violating the rules of the sect and the punishment is extremely severe. So Yu, Hong refused to borrow it, and Yuan Chang didn't dare to rob it by force. Lin Hao looked at Yuan Chang, who was kneeling on the ground and begging, and showed sympathy, only feeling the cruelty of the immortal path. This person's cultivation had already reached the late second level of qi refining, and with 5 or 6 lower grade spirit stones, he would definitely be able to break through. But it was this little bit of spirit stone that was missing, and one would not be able to become an outer disciple, and the path to immortality would be cut short. The average percentage of Xianyu sects becoming an outer disciple was not high. Counting every 10 Ajab disciples, there were only roughly 2 who could be lucky enough to become an outer disciple in 3 years' time. Master Yuan, what are you doing? Jiang Shang's face showed a look of intolerance. He was a gentle person, more righteous. He lived with Yuan Chang for more than a year and still had quite a lot of friendship. He said, "My spirit stone, let's borrow one from you." His current cultivation was at the peak of the second level of qi refining, and he was only a little bit away from breaking through. Jiang Shang had been in the Xianyu sect for as long as 2.5 years and only had 6 months left, yet he had much more time than Yuan Chang, who only had 2 months left. Even if he only had 1 spirit stone, he still had a good chance of breaking through to the third level of qi refining. Thank you, senior brother Jiang, for lending me the spirit stone. I will remember this great favor for the rest of my life. Yuan Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, was delighted in his heart as he kowtowed to Jiang Shang in a succession of bumps. Chapter 19, Double Spirit Stones. Killing demonic beasts. Seeing that he kept kneeling and kowtowing, Jiang Shang hurriedly went forward to help him up and said, "Master Yuan, you and I live in the same room. There is no need to be polite. Senior brother Jiang, I will definitely double the amount of spirit stones you lent me." Yuan Chang's tone was grateful as he took out a pen and paper on the spot and wrote an IOU in front of everyone in the room, saying, "Senior brother Jiang, keep this IOU." Yeah. Jiang Shang smiled and nodded, taking the note. After all, his own brother was not rich in spirit stones. Senior brothers and sisters, I already have 3 lower grade spirit stones. With only 3 lower grade spirit stones missing, I will definitely be able to break through to the third level of qi refining and become an outer disciple. After writing the note, Yuan Chang's gaze went back to the other 8 people in the wooden house. As long as whoever is willing to lend me the spirit stones, I swear that I will return the spirit stones double. With Jiang Shang taking the lead, the other second level of qi refining servant disciple named Wu Feng, who was 1 year away from completing 3 years as a servant disciple, even if he slowed down for some time, absorbing the spirit stones would still be fine. Remembering his friendship with Yuan Chang, who had eaten and lived together for more than a year and often accompanied each other to cultivate in caves with abundant spiritual qi, he hesitated for a moment and took out a spirit stone and handed it over, saying, "Senior brother Yuan, I'll lend you one of my spirit stones." "Thank you, Senior brother Wu." Yuan Chang received the spirit stones with a grateful face before writing down the note. He now had 4 spirit stones, and was only a little short of the spirit stones needed to break through to the third level of qi refining. Inside the house, Lin Hao's gaze fell on Yuan Chang, and his mind pondered. With the note in place, he wasn't afraid that Yuan Chang wouldn't pay it back, or else he could seek justice from the sect's deacon. Now that he lent out the spirit stones and Yuan Chang promised to return double the spirit stones, it was like a risky investment, betting that Yuan Chang could become an outer disciple. "Senior brother Yuan, I'll lend you the 2 spirit stones I have on me as well." Lin Hao felt that investing in Yuan Chang, who was in the late second stage of qi refining, would still have a pretty high success rate. Plus Yuan Chang was usually a good person and took care of him quite a bit, and he had only been in the Xianyu sect for a year, and there were still 2 years left before the deadline for becoming an outer disciple, so absorbing the spirit stones a little bit later wouldn't matter. If Yuan Chang became an outer disciple later on, he would double the repayment, as he said, borrowing 2 spirit stones and returning 4 to him. Lin Hao then relied on the ability of the ancient longevity pagoda to absorb a spirit stone's aura without loss, and he would be equivalent to someone else absorbing 8 spirit stones on the scale of a spirit stone's aura. "Senior Lin, thank you." Yuan Chang couldn't help but feel a heat in his eyes. It was truly a true love in times of trouble. With the 2 spirit stones that Lin Hao had lent him, he had raised the 6 spirit stones needed for his breakthrough, and there was at least a 90% chance that he would break through to the third level of qi refining and become an outer disciple. "Senior brother Yuan doesn't have to be polite. Take it." Lin Hao decided to invest in Yuan Chang, and very boldly handed over the spirit stones he had just received. "I, Yuan Chang, will surely repay you all for your great kindness." Receiving the 2 spirit stones, Yuan Chang was so excited his tone was sincere. He directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few more times to the trio with great force. The grace of borrowing the spirit stone today was tantamount to renewing his immortal path that was about to be broken. Inside the room, the other 6 first-level qi refining handyman disciples, unlike Lin Hao and the rest of them and Yuan Chang, who often traveled together in pairs to cultivate in caves rich in spiritual qi and had good friendships, saw that Yuan Chang had borrowed enough spirit stones and would no longer borrow them. and all of them couldn't help but secretly let out a huge sigh of relief. It's been a bit hard to get through the winter, with the snow continuing to fall. But the good news is that time flies, and more than a month has passed. The weather is starting to warm up, the snow and ice are melting, and spring is near. Relying on the spirit stones that Lin Hao and the others had lent him, Yuan Chang had finally broken through to the third level of qi refining in the last 9 days before he was due to complete 3 years, and all he needed to do was to register his identity with the Xianyu sect, and he would become an honorable outer disciple. Once you become an outer disciple, you can stay in the Xianyu sect for 6 years, and only if you don't become an inner disciple within 6 years will you be sent by the Xianyu sect to deal with sect affairs in the secular world. Moreover, going to the secular world as an outer sect disciple could result in much higher treatment and status than a journeyman disciple to the secular world. Yuan Chang had the outer sect disciple status, and in the future, he could receive 2 lower grade spirit stones per month, and if he took on some more outer sect disciple tasks, he could also earn additional spirit stones. According to his previous promise to pay back twice as many spirit stones, it would almost only take him 4 months to pay back the 8 spirit stones he owed Lin Hao and the others. Congratulations to senior brother Yuan. Congratulations to senior brother Yuan. Lin Hao, Zhang Sheng, and Wu Feng all had happy smiles on their faces as they congratulated each other. Yuan Chang's successful breakthrough meant that the spirit stones they had lent out hadn't gone down the drain, and they just needed to wait for the harvest. Thanks to you guys lending me spirit stones, or else I'm afraid I'd only be forced to leave the Xianyu sect as an odd-job disciple. Yuan Chang broke through to the third level of qi refining, and instead of being smug and high and mighty, he arched his hand to the 3 of them, bending down to make a deep obeisance. The kindness of all of you senior brothers and sisters, I have no teeth to forget. Master Yuan doesn't have to be polite. We're all brothers in the same house. Kong Shang rushed forward to help him up. It's a good thing that you broke through, senior brother Yuan. Wu Feng among the 4 was suddenly a bit sad and said, but after spending so much time together, I'm kinda sad that you're leaving this place. I can't spare you guys either. Yuan Chang's tone was sincere as he said, I will come back to see you often. Aha! All 3 nodded. Yuan Chang's impending departure still affected Lin Hao and the others quite a bit, meaning, they had 1 less expert in the cabin. Their overall strength had dropped, and at the back, they were afraid that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to come and grab the mining territory they had occupied. There was also Yuan Chang missing, so Lin Hao and the 3 of them had to find another handyman disciple at the second level of qi refining before they dared to go to the cave on the mountain with a few wolf demons that was rich in spiritual qi to cultivate. 3 senior brothers, my cultivation has now reached the third level of qi refining, and I plan to kill the wolf demon on that mountain before leaving. Yuan Chang pondered for a while and said, this way, there will be no danger for the 3 of you to go up the mountain and then train in that cave. That would be great. Lin Hao and the rest of them all had happy faces. Demonic beasts are powerful, so in order to avoid casualties, let's prepare properly before we make a move against them. Yuan Chang pondered for a moment and said, after a few days of serious preparation, the 4 of them carried their blades on their bodies and arrived at the large mountain where they often practiced. By now the snow covering the mountains was beginning to melt and was not so thick anymore. Lin Hao and the others climbed up the mountain, and after about an incense stick or so of time, they came to the vicinity of a cave halfway up the mountain where the aura was thick. There are fresh footprints and droppings of demon wolves on the snow. We haven't been here for almost a month or so, and this cave has become a den for the wolf demons in them. Zhang Sheng observed the ground for a while and opened his mouth. Let's go. Go take a look. If we block the wolf demon in the cave, it will be much easier to kill it. Yuan Chang took the sharp sword from his waist and held it in his hand, lowering his voice. Aha! Lin Hao and the others nodded in response, also pulling out their weapons. The 4 of them cat-footed their way cautiously toward the cave, and just as they neared the entrance, they heard footsteps coming from inside the cave. The wolf demons should have noticed us. They're coming out, so everyone be careful. Yuan Chang, who was in the highest realm, opened his mouth to remind him. As soon as his words fell, he saw the wolf king of the second level of qi refining, followed by 5 wolf demons of the first level of qi refining, walk out with a fierce light in their eyes. More than a month passed. The wolf king cultivated daily in the cave with rich spiritual qi. Its cultivation refined quite a bit and its aura was even more terrifying than before. Lin Hao looked at the 6-foot-tall wolf king in front of him with a grave expression, and he, who had never fought with a demonic beast before, couldn't help but nervously grip the longsword in his hand, hoping that the longsword in his hand would bring him courage. Chapter 20, The Great Harvest. Roar! The hole was blocked. The huge wolf king let out a roar that shook the 8 directions. It opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth, that ferocious and terrifying aura. It was even comparable to Yuan Chang, who was in the third level of chi refining, and even vaguely surpassed it. Ow! Ow! The 5 wolf demons behind it that were at the first level of chi refining also let out low roars. A shuddering, oppressive aura came over them, and Lin Hao and the 4 of them couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on their backs. Boom! The Wolf King of the second level of chi refining leapt up violently and rushed towards Yuan Chang, who was at the very front, extremely fast, and came to the front of his eyes in just a few moments. In this brief moment, there was no time for them to think more, as they called upon the spiritual chi in their bodies and swung their weapons with force, attacking the charging Wolf King. Ka-ching! Lin Hao's sword stabbed the Wolf King, but only penetrated an inch or so. It was stuck by the Wolf King's flesh and blood, just like stabbing into a hard stone. It was hard to inch in any further. And then a strong force came, and the mortal sword in his hand was directly folded into 2 pieces. The other second-level chi refining, Zhang Shang and Wu Feng, were no better, and their weapons were tautly broken. Only Yuan Chang, whose realm had reached the third level of chi refinement, could achieve an outward release of spiritual chi that covered his weapon, and even if he used a mortal weapon, it was still sharp and incomparable. The long sword in his hand caused hideous wounds on the Wolf King's body, splattering wolf blood in all directions. Roar! With his body injured, the Wolf King was ferocious, and with several swords in his body, his sharp paw turned into a stump and swung at Yuan Chang, who was at the forefront. Put! Yuan Chang's face changed and he hastily retreated, but his arm was still grazed by the wolf's claw. A fiery pain appeared and blood gushed out at once, relying on their physical bodies. The strength of a chi refining second-level demonic beast was not much weaker than a chi refining third-level cultivator. The ferocious Wolf King's eyes were full of cruelty, lunging forward with a terrifying aura. Yuan Chang dodged in a bit of a mess. If the demonic beast got close to him, he would be in danger. Lin Hao and the others were prepared for this, throwing away their broken swords and removing their spare weapons from their waists, rushing forward to support them. Put! The 3 long swords viciously stabbed the Wolf King, causing the charging Wolf King's attack to be reduced. Yuan Chang sighed in relief, stopping his backward steps, and once again taking the opportunity to swing his aura-covered sword, stabbing at the Wolf King's eyes. Woo! A pained wail rang out. One of the Wolf King's eyes was destroyed, dripping with blood, and under the pain, it exerted all its strength and slapped forward with its paw. A red light could be vaguely seen flashing from that paw, and the speed and power of the attack that erupted was at least a small double of its previous speed. Yuan Chang was horrified in his heart. He didn't expect the Wolf King to be so terrifying under the desperate situation. He was directly hit by the paw and flew backwards, falling hard on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demonic beasts were too difficult to kill, and he couldn't help but regret a little that he had been too big. If one formally becomes an outer disciple, as long as one saves up enough spirit stones, one can purchase magic weapons, and one can cast the spell of imperious objects and control the magic weapon to attack remotely, and one will be much more secure against demonic beasts. Ho ho ho! The other 5 wolf demons of the first level of chi refining were only a moment slower than the Wolf King, and they attacked to arrive as well. Lin Hao and the others wanted to swing their weapons and make up a few swords for the Wolf King, but the other wolf demons attacked, so they could only be forced to fight with them. A wolf demon at the first level of chi refining. Its physical body and strength was far worse than the Wolf King. Zhang Shang and Wu Feng's strength, one was at the peak of the second level of chi refining, one was at the late second level of chi refining. And although Lin Hao was still quite a distance away from even the middle level of the second level of chi refining, his 5 elemental spirit roots were so strong that he wasn't at all worse than the first 2. In front of the Wolf King, they struggled a bit, but it was not difficult to deal with ordinary wolf demons. Woo! In no time, there were 2 wolf demons of the first level of chi refinement that fell in a pool of blood. Roar! The Wolf King roared low in anger at seeing his pack killed, ignoring the pain of being blinded in one eye, and jumped up violently, heading straight for Lin Hao of the 3. Senior brother Lin, be careful. At this moment, Yuan Chang, who had been sent flying, had just gotten up from the ground, and it was already too late to help. Zhang Shang and Wu Feng, who were not far from him, were entangled by the other demon wolves and could not rescue them. Lin Hao was alarmed in his heart, feeling a strong sense of crisis come over him, and that smell of blood emanating from the Wolf King was close at hand. There was no room for evasion, and a fierce look emerged on his face as he simply discarded the ordinary mortal sword that was better than nothing, and operated the 5 elements longevity technique, frantically calling on the spiritual energy in his body and gathering it on his arm. In a flash of lightning, Lin Hao stood up in a horse stance, his body bent, his spine, waist, and legs, connecting to form a line, and the battering mountain fist, which he had been practicing for the past half year, blasted away like a cannonball, accurately hitting the pouncing giant wolf in the chest. Touch! The giant wolf at the second level of chi refining was sent flying out and fell hard onto the ground, dust flying up as a mouthful of wolf blood was spat out from the wolf king's mouth, and Lin Hao's arm was also attacked by the wolf's claws, blood dripping, drilling pain attacked. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy gathered in his arm to protect it, I'm afraid that this arm of his would be directly wasted. Poof! Poof! The two of them, Zhang Shang and Wu Feng, killed two more wolf demons of the first level of chi refining and hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you alright, Senior Brother Lin?" "It's okay." Lin Hao was in cold sweat from the pain, but he didn't want to distract the others in the middle of the battle, so he still shook his head. After a fierce fight, there were still 2 of the 6 demon wolves left with fighting power. The scene was littered with bloodstains, both of humans and demon wolves. Holding his sword, Yuan Chang, who was in the 3rd level of chi refining, rejoined the fray, joining Lin Hao and the others, and pressed towards the severely injured Wolf King. Roar! The Wolf King went berserk and counterattacked, but he was still outmatched and was killed by the combined efforts of the 4. Lin Hao and the others were exhausted from the great battle and sat down on the ground, panting and gasping for air. "Senior Brother Lin, you're more seriously injured. I have healing herbs here. Apply them to your wounds." Zhang Shang took out a small medicine bag from his body and handed it over. "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Lin Hao opened the medicine bag after thanking him. A pungent smell appeared in the air. The medicine bag was filled with powdered herbs he didn't recognize. He looked at his injured and still bleeding arm, and with a slight hesitation on his face, he grabbed the herb powder and applied it to the wound scratched out by the Wolf King. Hiss! The herbs reacted with the wound and a sharp pain hit Lin Hao, who couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Luckily, the intense pain disappeared in no time, and his injured arm, under the effect of the herb powder, began to stop bleeding, and there was a cool and comfortable feeling in the wound. "Senior Brother Jiang, what kind of herb is this that heals wounds so well?" Lin Hao couldn't help but ask with a look of surprise on his face. "Purple blue grass powder, a first-order low-grade spirit herb that can stop bleeding and restore wounds, given to me by my grandfather," Zhang Shang said with some meat pain. "This kind of healing spirit grass, he is not much. Use a little less." If he didn't have a good relationship with Lin Hao, he wouldn't have been able to take it out. "I didn't expect it to be a healing spirit herb. Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang." Lin Hao's face showed gratitude and he arched his hand in thanks. Today's battle with the wolf demon was thrilling, but the harvest was good. The demonic beast's flesh and blood and demonic pills can be worth quite a few spirit stones. Yuan Chang was also not lightly injured, but his 3rd level of chi refining cultivation was relatively high, and he quickly stabilized his injuries. Looking extremely wretched, but with a joyful smile on his face, he said, "Get rich." Lin Hao and the others had regained some of their strength, and they couldn't help but get agitated as their gazes fell on the demonic beast corpses on the ground. "Senior Brother Jiang, you come and distribute what you've gained from killing the demonic beasts this time." Yuan Chang thought about it. "Senior Brother Yuan, you have the highest cultivation. Why don't you distribute these demonic beasts?" Zhang Shang hesitated and humbled himself. "Senior Brother Jiang, it's better for you to come. Originally, you had the highest cultivation among the 4 of us, and if you hadn't lent me the spirit stone, your cultivation would have reached the 3rd level of chi refining long ago, far before me," Yuan Chang said with a sincere attitude. "We'll all be convinced if you're the one to divide it up." Chapter 21 Distribution of the Spoils of War. Zhang Shang hesitated for a moment, and his gaze fell on Lin Hao and Wu Feng as he said, "Do the 2 senior brothers have any other opinions?" "Senior Brother Jiang, you split it." Lin Hao, Wu Feng both looked at each other and shook their heads. "I'm grateful for your patronage, so I'll split it." Zhang Sheng thought for a moment and said, "Master Yuan contributed the most in killing the demonic beasts. After that Wolf King is divided among Master Yuan, the remaining wolf demons will be equally divided among the 3 of us. What do you think? This can't be allowed. You guys also contributed a lot in dealing with the Wolf King." Yuan Chang waved his hand and said, "If it wasn't for you guys helping out with a buffer during that time, I am afraid that I would have suffered a very serious injury under this attack. How about this? I only want the Wolf King's demonic pills, and the Wolf King's flesh is for you to share." He had borrowed spirit stones from the 3 and felt that he owed the 3 a great favor, so he held the mentality of making a concession. I'm afraid that Master Yuan will be at a disadvantage if he only needs the Wolf King Demon Pill. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but say. No loss, no loss. Yuan Chang hastily shook his head and said, without you guys, I wouldn't have been able to become an outer sect disciple, so the Wolf King flesh body is my way of thanking you. In that case, we're welcome. Seeing him insist, Jiang Sheng smiled and said, a second-level qi refining demon pill was probably worth about 4 lower-grade spirit stones. It can be used for alchemy or taken directly. However, the energy of the demon pill was rather violent, and it would take quite a bit of effort to slowly digest it after taking it. The blood and flesh of demonic beasts, however, could be eaten directly and used to refine the body. The blood and flesh of this second-level qi refining Wolf King, if it was taken to be sold, it would be very popular with low-level body cultivators, and would almost sell for like 5 lower-grade spirit stones. Yuan Chang took the initiative to give up the Wolf King's blood and flesh. Feeling that he had repaid some favors, he instead became much more relaxed and laughed. The 3 senior brothers, they are all on their own, there is no need to be polite to me. A wolf demon of the first level of qi refining, with its blood and flesh plus demon pills, is probably worth 2 lower-grade spirit stones. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment and continued. The 5 wolf demons are worth a total of 10 spirit stones. Senior brother Lin and senior brother Wu, how about the 2 of you split these 5 first-level qi refining wolves equally? I'm just a little short of breaking through in body refinement lately, and the blood and flesh of that wolf demon at the second level of qi refinement can be sold for around 5 spirit stones, so I'm more interested in it. He continued. Just divide it up as senior brother Jiang said. Lin Hao had come to Xianyu sect for more than a year, and although he was only an odd job disciple, he was still clear about the value of low-grade demonic beasts with his ears and eyes. It's really fairer for Kong Sheng to split it this way, and no one loses out. I think so. Wu Feng nodded. After discussing the distribution of the loot, the 4 of them began to apply their energy to heal their wounds, and only after their wounds were much better under the nourishment of spiritual energy did they use their swords to dispose of the demonic beast corpses. After a busy period of more than 2 moments, all 6 shimmering, pearl-like translucent demon pills were taken out. As for the 6 demon wolf corpses on the ground, Lin Hao and the others had a bit of a headache. There were too many of these demonic beast corpses. It was not good to bring them back, or else they would easily attract the eyes of others, so they could only stay outside. There is the scent of a wolf demon here. Other beasts dare not come. Wu Feng spoke. Demon beast meat is not good to take away, so let's leave it in the cave. Now that the weather is cold, there is no fear of it going bad, so we can eat it slowly. Well, it does have to be. Lin Hao and Jiang Sheng nodded in a depressed manner. This cave was once the cave residence of an inner disciple of the Xianyu sect, and there were quite a few small caves carved out inside for storing items. Lin Hao and the others wasted some effort to move the wolf demon's body to the small cave in the stone wall, and then a few people found a very heavy piece of stone outside the cave that required the combined efforts of a few people to lift to seal the small hole containing the wolf meat, before they slightly let go of their hearts. Exhausted, a few senior brothers, let's roast some qi refining second-level demonic beast meat to eat to replenish our strength. Count it as my treat. When Jiang Sheng put the Wolf King's corpse into the cave, he purposely cut a large piece of meat to keep. Thank you, Senior Jiang. Lin Hao's 3 eyes lit up at his words. It was rumored that demonic beast meat contained spiritual qi and tasted extremely good, but they had never eaten demonic beast meat when they grew up. Several people directly skewered the demonic beast meat on their long swords and placed it on the fire in the cave to roast. About a quarter of an hour or so later, a strong aroma of roasted meat filled the cave. When the wolf meat was roasted to a golden color, Lin Hao and the others couldn't wait to remove the meat, and not minding the dirt, they took it in their hands and ate it in big bites. Drinking spirit porridge every day is almost fading out of the bird. This demonic beast meat can be really tasty. It would be even better if it had seasoning. The 4 of them ate with their mouths full of oil. Their moods were so pleasant that even the fear brought by the previous thrilling battle with the wolf demon dispersed for a few moments. So full, Lin Hao rubbed his stomach. After eating a large piece of demonic beast meat of the second level of qi refining, he gained a large amount of qi and blood replenishment. There was a stream of energy traveling all over his body. His body was warm. Even his wounds had a tingling sensation that was speeding up the healing process. Eating demonic beast meat is a good time to refine the body, but it's a pity that the injuries on our bodies aren't healed and don't benefit from the activity. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. After the 4 of them finished eating the demonic beast meat, they began to sit on their knees with their eyes closed, entering a state of cultivation. The next day, the sun was rising. Lin Hao and the others were carrying the demonic pills and traveling down the mountain. They were cultivators. The injuries caused by fighting the demonic wolves last night had scarred after a night of recuperation, along with the chi and blood nourishment of the demonic beast's meat, and the effects weren't too great. The life of a journeyman disciple continues. After the battle with the wolf demon, Lin Hao went back to living an uneventful life. After finishing the digging work, he and a few senior brothers secretly went to the cave with rich spiritual chi to cultivate. A few more days passed. Yuan Chang, who was wearing an outer sect costume and had become an outer sect disciple, bid farewell to Lin Hao and the three of them. Senior brother Yuan, come back more often. Senior brother Yuan, I wish you a smooth path to immortality. Lin Hao called out to the departing back, holding in his hand the inner elixir of a second-level chi refining demonic beast, which Yuan Chang had quietly slipped into his hand when he left, saying that it was to repay Lin Hao for the spirit stones he had lent out. This demon pill was worth 5 spirit stones, one more than the 4 spirit stones that Yuan Chang had promised to return. Lin Hao cannot help but sigh in his heart. Yuan Chang's senior brother is really a sincere person. His appearance to the murderous treasure, the world of immortal cultivation, brings some warmth and positive energy. This time, when he lent out 2 spirit stones, Lin Hao had gained a lot. However, Lin Hao wasn't a good old man. If the friendship wasn't there, and those who didn't have his approval were on their knees begging him to borrow spirit stones, he wouldn't even give a dime. An iron mine, a running water handyman disciple. After Yuan Chang left, the cabin where 10 people lived, another newcomer handyman of the first level of chi refining moved in. Inside the house, there were only 3 second-level chi refining handyman disciples for the time being, many of the miscellaneous disciples from other houses. Seeing that the 10 people in Lin Hao's and their houses had greatly reduced their strength after Yuan Chang had left, had begun to spy on the mining areas they had occupied again, wanting to seize their mining turf. Lin Hao and the others, on the other hand, didn't give it a second thought. After eating the demon beast meat and demon pills, their strength had definitely risen tremendously, and they had enough ability to deal with the mine's land grab challenge next month. Chapter 22, Parting and Surprise. After a busy morning, Lin Hao finished his work. With Jiang Shang and Wu Feng, the 2 senior brothers, they quietly accompanied each other to the abandoned cave house that was more than a few miles away from the mine. Several days passed, and the injuries Lin Hao had sustained from fighting the demonic wolves had finally healed completely. He sat down in an open space in the cave and took out a first-level chi refining demon wolf inner Dan. Because the demonic elixir was wildly powerful and should not be taken when the body was not healed, the demonic elixir that Lin Hao had obtained remained on his body unused. And now that his injuries had healed, he couldn't wait to take it out. After surveying the demonic Dan in his hand for a moment, Lin Hao swallowed it in one gulp, and a moment later, berserk spiritual energy containing demonic chi appeared in his body, erupting with a boom and flowing throughout his body. The spirit power of the demon pills, as opposed to the soft aura of the spirit stones, was too violent, rushing through the flesh with some pain. Lin Hao endured the pain and hurriedly crossed his knees and closed his eyes, performing the 5 elements eternal life technique, guiding this demon pill aura and running it around the body. Buzz. And, within his sea of consciousness, the 3-foot-tall ancient longevity pagoda gently shook and bloomed with a mysterious light that surged into his body. Lin Hao clearly perceived that after the appearance of this mysterious light from the ancient longevity pagoda, the efficiency of his absorption of the demon pill's aura in his body had increased by at least double. The ancient longevity pagoda is not only effective on spirit stones, it's also effective on demon pills. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, meaning that if he swallowed a demonic elixir, he would be able to absorb all of the spiritual energy within the demonic elixir without loss. Time passed slowly, and soon it was evening, and after Lin Hao finished absorbing a demonic elixir, he opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda, for him to eat 1 demonic elixir was equivalent to someone else eating 2. It's getting closer and closer to the middle stage of chi refining second level. A chi refining second level demon pill is equivalent to nearly 2 months of my bitter cultivation. Lin Hao's heart was excited. The other day when he killed the wolf demon, he got a share of 2 chi refining first level demonic pills, plus the chi refining second level wolf king demonic pills that Yuan Chang quietly gave him when he became an outer disciple and left the area of the miscellaneous disciples. If he ate them all, his cultivation would likely rush to near the late second stage of chi refining. After absorbing a demonic Dan, Lin Hao's gaze fell on the 2 senior brothers in the cave. Jiang Shang and Wu Feng had also eaten demonic dawn today, but they didn't have a supreme treasure like the ancient longevity pagoda, so they hadn't yet finished digesting a demonic Dan. and they were still in the middle of cultivation. Take the second one. He took out another chi refining first level demon pill and decisively took it, continuing to enter the cultivation state. Several hours passed. Lin Hao opened his eyes again. A flash of light in his eyes quickly faded away. 2 chi refining first level demonic pills were eaten. His cultivation finally reached the middle stage of the second level of chi refining, equivalent to half a year of his bitter cultivation. Cultivating immortality. It's worthy of relying on wealth, law, land, and couples. If he hadn't killed the wolf demon a few days ago and made a fortune. If he hadn't had senior brother Jiang Shang, who had brought him to the spirit chi-rich cave to cultivate. If Lin Hao wanted to break through to the middle stage of the second level of chi refining, he was afraid that it would take at least close to 2 years, if not longer. After absorbing the 2 chi refining first level demonic pills, he had wanted to continue taking the chi refining second level Wolf King demonic pill that senior brother Yuan Chang had given him, but when Lin Hao exited the cave and looked at where the moon was, he temporarily dismissed the idea. It was almost dawn. The second level of chi refining Wolf King demon pill contained too much stronger spiritual energy than ordinary wolf demons. Tomorrow Lin Hao would still have to work in the mines. If he ate it now, the remaining time would make it too late for him to absorb the demon pill. Eat the last demonic elixir tomorrow, he thought darkly. Ha ha, I've finally broken through and reached the third level of chi refining. Just as Lin Hao retracted his gaze from the moon in the sky, he heard Jiang Shang's excited voice coming from the cave. Elder brother Zhang's breakthrough did not surprise him. Jiang Shang was originally at the peak of the second level of chi refining. He had absorbed a lower grade spirit stone and a demon pill during this period of time, so a breakthrough was within normal. He quickly walked back to the cave and saw Jiang Shang dancing with excitement. Congratulations to senior brother Jiang for becoming an outer disciple. Lin Hao and Wu Feng, while envious in their hearts, were sincerely happy for Jiang Shang. Thanks to you and the help of the departing Master Yuan. Jiang Shang arched his hand at them with a red-faced smile. Without the other three helping each other, Jiang Shang could not come to this cave by himself, let alone kill the demon wolf to obtain the inner elixir, and I'm afraid that he would have to wait for several more months before he could make a breakthrough. Alas, senior brother Zhang's cultivation has reached the third level of chi refining and he's also leaving. So of the 4 of us, only senior brother Lin and I are left. Wu Feng suddenly sighed softly with some sadness, a little reluctant to see Jiang Shang, who he had spent so much time with, leaving soon. Senior brother Wu, it's not like it's a parting of life and death. I become an outer disciple of the Xianyu sect. Even if I leave here, we'll be able to meet again later. Kong Sung patted him on the shoulder. Elder brother Jiang, wait for you to go to the outer gate. This separation, even if we can meet again, I'm afraid it will be a long time. Lin Hao also not only had some parting melancholy. 2 senior brothers, refuel your cultivation and strive to become outer disciples as well as soon as possible. Then we'll be able to see each other often again. Ginger Shang encouraged. Yeah. Lin Hao and Wu Feng nodded. Time slipped away, not realizing that a night had passed. The moon is setting and the sun is rising and it's a beautiful day. Lin Hao and the others bathed in the rising sun and descended the mountain. Returning to the mine, Jiang Shang found the outer door deacon who managed the mining area. He processed the Xianyu sect's outer door disciple vouchers in the morning and said goodbye to the 2 of them at noon. Senior brother Jiang, take care. Senior brother Jiang, the path to immortality is smooth. The 2 of them, Lin Hao and Wu Feng, watched Jiang Shang slowly distant back until it disappeared, and stayed in the same place for a while before returning to the mining cabin. Senior brother Jiang and senior brother Yuan have both left. Our house's strength has been greatly reduced, and I'm afraid there's going to be a vicious battle for the mining territory next month. Wu Feng's face surfaced a touch of sadness, and he said in a depressed manner, although our house you senior brother broke through to the second level of chi refining a few days ago, his strength is not good, so I guess he won't be able to play much of a role in the competition for the mine's turf. It's just going to have to be the 2 of us. Lin Hao also felt a bit of a headache. The rules in the mines, with 10 people per cabin as a collective, if the stronger the combined strength of the 10 people, the more spirit or content in the mines they could occupy. The impact of every expert that left the cabin was undoubtedly huge. It can even turn a house with a strong combination into an immediate underdog. As for Lin Hao and their house, they directly left 2 experts in just a few days. Undoubtedly a knife in the aorta. By the way, senior brother Lin, there's something that senior brother Jiang said he wanted me to pass on to you. Wu Feng suddenly opened his mouth and took out an object wrapped in a cloth from his body. What is it? Lin Hao's face was slightly blank. The middle and lower parts of the avalanche fist. Wu Feng smiled. Ha, Didn't senior brother Jiang say that according to his grandfather's rules, he couldn't pass on the middle and lower chapters of the Avalanche Mountain Fist to others? Lin Hao's face was astonished as he took the cloth bag handed by Wu Feng and opened it to see that it was indeed the subsequent cultivation method of the battering mountain fist. He had practiced the upper part of the mountain breaking fist through more than half a year and was already incredibly familiar with it, and if he had the middle and lower parts, after learning them, his strength would surely be taken to the next level. Senior brother Jiang, he said that he and senior brother Lin you are also considered brothers in love, and that passing on this mountain breaking fist to you is not considered passing it on to an outsider. Wu Feng said smilingly, senior brother Jiang is really something too. Why don't you give it to me directly, causing me to not have the time to properly thank him in person? Lin Hao's face was filled with a smile. He said he wanted to surprise you. Wu Feng opened his mouth. Chapter 23, Grudges. Flesh and Skin. Putting away the physical cultivation classes battering mountain fist cultivation method, Lin Hao and Wu Feng, both of them, prepared to quietly go to their caves to cultivate. They weren't too familiar with the newly broken through second level of Qi refining Master Yu in the house, and now there was no threat from the wolf demon, so they weren't going to call on anyone else. Lin Hao, Wu Feng, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Just out of the wooden house, did not walk long on the mine, then saw and they have a fault. Zhou Shanhu, with a group of followers came over, cold voice. In particular, when Zhou Shanhu was looking at Lin Hao, he had a ferocious light in his eyes. Half a year ago, Zhou Shanhu thought that he could securely seize the mining territory occupied by Jiang Shang and their house. Who knew that Lin Hao, a variable, appeared and made his calculations fall through. Therefore, he had been harboring a grudge, and now that Lin Hao's house had gone away with two experts, he immediately couldn't wait to come and take revenge. Zhou Shanhu, what do you want to do? Haven't you been beaten up enough by us in front of you? Wu Feng frowned. He had a deep grudge against this person, and he was not used to seeing this guy's villainous attitude of taking advantage of people's danger, and he immediately said in a displeased manner, now that Jiang Shang and Yuan Chang are gone, there are only two of you left. Wu Feng, you still dare to arrogantly mention what happened in the past. Let's see how we'll clean you up today. We'll have to beat you to your knees and beg for forgiveness. A square-faced handyman disciple at Zhou Shanhu's side at the second level of Qi refining had a vicious look on his face. It was Mo Santang who had fought with Lin Hao half a year ago, and with a clenched fist, he punched at Wu Feng. It wasn't a coincidence that Zhou Shanhu's group of people met Lin Hao and the others today, but it was intentional, just to beat up Lin Hao and Wu Feng to avenge their previous failure to grab the mine's territory, fighting in the area of the miscellaneous disciples. As long as it didn't get too serious, the outer disciples who looked after the mines had always turned a blind eye. Moreover, the place where they stopped Lin Hao and the two of them was purposely chosen to be where the outer disciples were not. Phew! Mo Santang, who was at the second level of Qi refining, slammed his fist, bringing up the wind of his fist. Wu Feng had taken the demonic elixir and his cultivation was already close to the peak of the second level of Qi refining. He reacted quickly and swung his fist to meet the attack. Touch! The two fists made contact. Mo Santang's face changed violently. He didn't expect that Wu Feng, who was originally weaker than him, had punched out a fist with power that exceeded him by a large margin. A strong force came, and he retreated a good few steps one after another before he could barely stabilize his stance. This side appeared conflict, has attracted a lot of other minds of miscellaneous disciples. Come to watch the fun. Zhou Shanhu eyes show cruel color. The evil first shouted, Wu Feng, Lin Hao, you two mongrels dare to beat people. Everyone together, teach him a lesson. Surname Zhou, you are despicable. Lin Hao's face darkened. It was clearly their side that made the first move. Wu Feng was merely a passive receiver. Humph. Lin Hao, you cheap bastard. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Half a year ago, Zhou Shanhu they failed to grab the land. All because Lin Hao this variable appeared. So Zhou Shanhu to the four people in the Lin Hao hate the deepest. He leapt up and quickly rushed towards Lin Hao, raising his hand and slapping Lin Hao in the face. And the other miscellaneous disciples who were at the second level of Qi refining along with Zhou Shanhu also began to make their moves, going so far as to surround Lin Hao alone in a three-man siege. Senior brother Lin, they're outnumbered, so let's go first. Wu Feng stepped forward and shouted as he received Lin Hao. Yeah, with so many people on the other side, Lin Hao wasn't a cutie. Backed away the moment Zhou Shanhu rushed in. The two men's entire body aura operation gathered on their feet, erupting with powerful speed, and managed to break out after repelling one of the second level of Qi refining handyman disciples that surrounded them. After them, Zhou Shanhu was determined to beat the two men up and shouted, A group of people, behind Lin Hao and Wu Feng, chased after them furiously. But the two of them, a peak of the second level of qi refining and a strong aura, ran faster than Zhou Shanhu and them, little by little, and Zhou Shanhu and them pulled away from the distance. Two turtles run really fast. Zhou Shanhu's face was ugly. Senior brother Zhou, they can run today, but not tomorrow. Sooner or later they will be cleaned up by us. Mo Santang clenched his fist fiercely and said, "Phew, good thing I didn't get caught up." Lin Hao stopped panting. More than half a year had passed. Not only their strength was progressing, that Zhou Shanhu and the others had also become much stronger. Surrounded by the other party's 4 qi refining second level, and 6 qi refining first level handymen, Lin Hao and the others were definitely no match. If they had just been left behind without running away, they would have had to suffer a beating and humiliation. That Zhou Shanhu didn't get his way today, and I'm afraid he won't stop. Wu Feng's face was also grave. The two of them had a good relationship with the outer disciples Zhang Shang and also Yuan Chang. But Zhang Shang and Yuan Chang had left the mining area and couldn't intervene in the matters here. Therefore, they could only think of their own ways to deal with the retaliation of Zhou Shanhu and the others. Senior brother Wu, first go up the mountain to cultivate and improve your strength. Lin Hao opened his mouth. He still had a qi refining second level demon pill on him, and after he ate it, his realm would almost break through from the middle stage of qi refining second level to the late stage of qi refining second level. Relying on the 5 elements spiritual roots which were much thicker than all other spiritual roots. When he learned the middle and lower chapters of the Avalanche Mountain Fist again, by the time Lin Hao and Wu Feng joined forces, along with the others within the house, it wasn't as if they didn't have a chance of defeating Zhou Shanhu and the others. The two of them climbed up the steep and large mountain and came to a cave halfway up the mountain where the aura was rich. Lin Hao didn't immediately swallow the demonic pills, but instead took out a sheepskin scroll that contained the middle and lower chapters of the Battering Mountain Fist. Relying on his superb memory, in no time, he had memorized all the moves of the middle and lower chapters, as well as the corresponding methods of meridian aura operation. In his mind, roast some demon wolf meat to eat first. Practicing fist fighting when your blood qi is abundant is the most effective. Lin Hao put away his fist book as he found firewood and started a fire in the cave. Then he and his senior brother Wu Feng took out a large piece of demon wolf meat and roasted it. A quarter of an hour or so later, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Blah blah blah. Lin Hao picked up the roasted demon wolf meat and ate it. By the time he finished eating the meat, a large amount of blood energy appeared in his body, and his body was warm and very comfortable. Fist practice. He got up in the cave and punched. Hoo-hoo. Boom boom. As a rigid fist technique, the Battering Mountain Fist's moves hit wide open, extremely fast and very violent, full of power, and the terrifying wind of the fist caused the air to continuously emit sonic booms. Lin Hao had practiced the Battering Mountain Fist for more than half a year, and was currently incredibly familiar with it, and was only one step away from the realm of proficiency as stated in the manual. After he finished the upper moves of the boxing style, he started practicing the middle moves, because Lin Hao had long since memorized the moves and the method of running his aura. In his mind, he played the middle fist technique, and apart from the fact that the first time he performed these moves, he didn't make any mistakes because his body wasn't used to them yet was a bit slow. After playing the middle stance, he began to cultivate the next stance of the Pounding Mountain Fist, which, true to its name, was a physical cultivation fist, and could be performed in conjunction with spiritual energy to invoke the muscle power of the entire body, which could quench the physical body. The complete Battering Mountain Fist was even more effective in forging his body, and he was so hot that his muscles were trembling regularly at this moment. In almost half a quarter of an hour or so, Lin Hao finished all the moves of the Battering Mountain Fist. However, he had eaten demonic beast meat and his body was full of blood qi, so he didn't stop and punched over and over again. Crackle! After about an hour, Lin Hao's skin suddenly emitted a series of ringing sounds. Immediately after that, he saw his figure bend, his spine, waist, and legs, connecting into a line, and his fist slammed into the mountain wall like a cannonball. Boom! Ka-ching! The wall of the mountain cracked and a large amount of debris rolled down. The Bengshan Fist is fast and sharp, with strong surprise and penetrating power, belonging to the explosive type of punches with full killing power. Under Lin Hao's all-out punch, combined with his aura, the hard mountain wall was smashed out with a not-so-small hole. Senior brother Lin, the power of your punch. It's practicing the mountain-breaking fist to a small degree. Wu Feng ran over when he heard the commotion, his face slightly shocked. Although he hadn't practiced the Wolverine Mountain Fist, He had read the recipe of the Wolverine Mountain Fist and knew that once the Wolverine Mountain Fist was practiced to a small degree of success, the physical body would enter the refined skin in the primary refinement realm, also known as the early stage of iron skin. The strength of a body cultivator of this realm was equivalent to the first to third level of the chi refining realm, and could withstand attacks from mortal soldiers. In the eyes of mortals, it has been a sword. Chapter 24 Promotion Examination Enrollment. Well, it's almost at a small level of success. When Lin Hao saw Wu Feng walking towards him, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Wu, this Avalanche Mountain Fist's body refining effect is still quite good. You can learn it when you're free." "Senior brother Lin, I've also tried practicing the Mountain Breaking Fist, but it's very slow to cultivate." Wu Feng's face was filled with envy and said, "Maybe I don't have the talent for physical cultivation, but it's you, Senior brother Lin. But it's only been just over half a year and you've already had such an achievement. It's really a good seedling for refining the body. It's senior brother Jiang Shang who practiced this set of fists since he was a child. And it's not much better than you, Senior brother Wu. I've made such progress thanks to the demon wolf meat." Lin Hao smiled and said, "This set of punches, with sufficient blood qi to go along with it, progresses faster when practiced. So you can try eating demonic beast meat and then practicing this set of punches." "Senior brother Lin, I just ate demonic beast meat and then cultivated this fist technique." Wu Feng looked depressed and said, "As a result, when I practiced this set of fists, the forging effect wasn't good. And it wasn't as good as the forging effect from my original set of mundane kung fu that I had practiced for a few years. This set of battering mountain fist, as long as one manages to match the spiritual energy running through the meridians with the stances, the forging effect will be remarkable." Lin Hao explained. "It's somewhat difficult, trying to perform the battering mountain fist with the spiritual energy running through the meridians in unison with the stance. I feel like I'll have to practice for at least a few years before I can do it." Wu Feng looked at him with an expression of looking at a monster and said, "Senior brother Lin, you've only been able to do all this for more than half a year. I'm afraid that your ability to control spiritual energy is something that not many of all the miscellaneous disciples in our Xianyu sect can compare to you. Senior brother Wu, while cultivating, set aside an hour every day to practice spiritual power control, and you will be able to increase your control of spiritual power." Lin Hao thought about it and told him about his own experience in cultivation during the week. From the beginning of his cultivation, Lin Hao had placed a lot of emphasis on the control of his spiritual energy, and by relying on his better-than-normal memory, coupled with repeated practice attempts, he had managed to control the spiritual energy in his body as if it were his own. "Well, I'll give it a try, Senior brother Lin." Wu Feng nodded and said, he cultivated on weekdays, focusing on absorbing the spiritual qi between heaven and earth to enhance his cultivation realm, and practiced not much on controlling his own spiritual power. Wu Feng thought that it wouldn't be too late to practice spiritual power control in the future when he became an outer disciple and could learn spells. Now that he had seen Lin Hao practicing spiritual power control, he couldn't help but be moved by the benefits he had gained. After the two of them talked about their cultivation experiences, they each went about their own business. Wu Feng resat in the open space of the cave and meditated on his knees to breathe and exhale. He was now at the peak of the second level of qi refining and was not far from the third level of qi refining. Lin Hao retracted his gaze from his senior brother and began to check out the effects of refining his body after entering the iron skin. He ran his fingers over the skin and felt that it wasn't rough, but very slippery, and he pinched it hard and found it to be resilient. Lin Hao hesitated, picked up a sharp stone, and slashed at the skin as hard as he could, resulting in the skin only appearing as a white mark and not breaking. He wanted to try the current limit of his flesh body. Not only did he move his spiritual energy to gather in his arm, increasing his power to attack his flesh body fiercely, a pain came from him, his skin broke, but the injury wasn't much serious. Early stage of iron skin, it can already counteract quite a few spiritual attacks, and when I fight other cultivators of the same realm, I will have an even greater advantage. Lin Hao had a preliminary understanding of the body cultivator's skin refining realm after some attempts, and his face was filled with joy as he felt that he had another means of preserving his life. Let's stop here for today's fist practice, otherwise that second level qi refining demon pill will be too late to eat. After pondering for a moment, he sat down on his knees in an open space in the cave, took out the translucent demonic pills that were glowing with light, and swallowed them in one gulp. The demonic pills of the Wolf King were far too powerful than the spiritual energy contained in the demonic pills of other wolf demons. Lin Hao had only just eaten his stomach when he felt a large amount of demonic spiritual energy explode within his body, turning into aura that surged throughout his body, and he hurriedly breathed and exhaled, using the 5 elements longevity technique to guide this aura around the circumference of the sky, transforming it into his own usable spiritual energy. Time was passing, almost to the latter part of the night. Lin Hao opened his eyes. A look of joy appeared on his small face. He ate this demonic elixir and the spiritual energy in his body grew by a large margin. The demonic Dan of the Wolf King, with the assistance of the ancient longevity pagoda in absorbing it, was surprisingly effective, and Lin Hao's cultivation had directly reached the late second stage of qi refining from the mid-second stage of qi refining, which wasn't too far from the peak of the second stage of qi refining. That Zhou Shanhu, if he comes back to trouble me and senior brother Wu Feng tomorrow, he will definitely make him look good. Lin Hao clenched his fist, bottoming out. With his small completed mountain-breaking fist coupled with a physical body that had reached the early stage of iron skin, as well as the 5 elements spirit seed spirit power that was far too strong compared to the same realm, he estimated that he could try to fight against several enemies at the second level of qi refinement. Day 2, the two of them returned to the mine, ate a bowl of spirit porridge, and then entered the mine to work. Strange, what happened? Lin Hao had just entered the mine when he sensed the other handyman disciples around him, all of them looking at him intentionally or unintentionally with very unfriendly gazes. TSK, that Yan Hong is really a bit lucky, digging out purple gold shin iron in the mines and making a great achievement. He was directly promoted from a miscellaneous disciple to an outer disciple. A horse-faced handyman disciple said with envy in his tone. That's a bit of luck. Simply great luck. Yan Hong not only become the outer disciple, but also because of the 5th elder's grandson Ouyang Su senior brother. Refining weapons urgently need a main material, and that Yan Hong dug out of the purple gold basalt iron just right. Ouyang Su senior brother received purple gold basalt iron. Mood is great. Directly accept him as a child. This Yan Hong is considered brilliant and prosperous. Another short handyman not far away exclaimed. I've heard that senior brother Yan Hong has a beef with Lin Hao, the handyman of our 32nd team's mining area, and that whoever can teach Lin Hao a lesson and relieve senior brother Yan Hong of his anger will be able to receive a qi replenishing pill from senior brother Yan Hang. I wonder if that's true. A hawk-nosed teenager opened his mouth and asked. Of course it's true. I was nearby when senior brother Yan Hong said he was going to teach Lin Hao a lesson. A handyman said. A qi replenishing pill. If I eat it I can directly break through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Greed surfaced on the hawk-nosed teenager's face, and his gaze was full of sinister intent as he looked at Lin Hao, who was more than 10 meters away. Yan Hong? Lin Hao's face became grave as he heard the other handymen around him talking. Yan Hong was the one who had just joined the Xianyu sect and had formed a bond with the other party over the matter of the spirit porridge. Originally, it was thought that, a year after this incident, we were all in different handyman areas, and there was nothing to cross paths with, so it was just as well. I didn't expect this Yan Hong, but he dug out the purple gold shin iron, and became an outer disciple through meritorious service, and he also flattered the big man and became the big man's child. What's going to happen now? Lin Hao's face grew ugly when he thought of this man's vindictive personality. Yan Hong took out the qi replenishing pill as a condition to let the miscellaneous disciples in the mining area teach him a lesson, which was bound to attract a large number of experts in the miscellaneous area to come and find him in trouble. I'm afraid that his next days in the handyman area will be very miserable. Lin Hao, after offending senior brother Yan, you're dead this time. Zhou Shanhu purposely walked over, the villainous and sorrowful sneer. Something has to be done. Lin Hao glared fiercely at Zhou Shanhu as his brain raced. Miscellaneous disciples didn't have much human rights in the Xianyu sect, and Yan Hong became the child of the 5th elder's grandson, Ouyang Su, so it wasn't difficult to get him killed. Senior brother Lin, your strength is very strong amongst the miscellaneous disciples. Why don't you directly participate in the outer disciple promotion examination? Wu Feng whispered to remind him. As long as you become an outer disciple, it won't be that easy for that Yan Hong to find trouble with you. Right. Every February, the Xianyu sect will open an outer disciple promotion trial, and as long as one rushes into the top 50, even if their cultivation doesn't reach the 3rd level of qi refining, they can become an outer disciple. The desperate Lin Hao's eyes lit up when he was reminded by senior brother Wu Feng. There were only a few days left until February, and it was now time to sign up for the outer disciple promotion trials. Senior brother Zhao, I want to participate in the outer disciple promotion trial. Lin Hao put down his digging tools and jogged all the way out loud. According to the rules of Xianyu sect, in order to allow the enrolled disciples to participate in the promotion examination in the best condition, all the handymen who enrolled in the promotion trial examination of the outer disciples could not have to work for half a month. Moreover, They were also licensed to enter a specific area to cultivate for 7 days, where the spiritual chi was so rich that it was even quite faster than the outer disciple area to cultivate. This was equivalent to Xian Yusek's last hope for the miscellaneous disciples who were unable to break through to the third level of chi refining. Each journeyman disciple has only one chance. If the 3-year period has expired and you have not passed the outer door promotion examination, then you can only leave Xian Yusek and go to the mundane to deal with miscellaneous affairs. Chapter 25, Gathering Spirit Formation. Are you sure you want to enroll now? If I remember correctly, the time you came to Xian Yusek as a handyman, you have just completed 1 year not long ago. There are still 2 years that you can cultivate. Do you really intend to use up your only chance now? That outer disciple surnamed Zhao belonged to the power of the sect of sect masters, so he didn't make things difficult for Lin Hao because Yen Hong was the child of the grandson of the fifth elder. His gaze fell on Lin Hao and he kindly reminded, besides, there are only 3 days left until the time of the outer disciple examination, so it's more of a disadvantage for you to sign up now. Not being able to cultivate for 7 days in that special place where the spiritual chi is rich. Senior brother Zhao, please enroll me. Lin Hao's gaze was firm. If he still stayed here as an odd job disciple, even if he fought off the odd job man who tried to bully him, then I'm afraid that Yen Hong still wouldn't be able to let it go. So becoming an outer disciple was the only way for him. After coming to Xian Yu sect for more than a year, Lin Hao knew that the sect had a total of 9 main peaks, and except for the first peak, where the sect master was in charge, each of the other main peaks had an elder with a foundation establishment cultivation level in charge. Among the elders, they are not ironclad and have affinity conflicts with each other. It was rumored that during this very year, there were elders who fought over talented disciples and cultivation resources, and those who made serious trouble even fought directly in staged fights. As long as Lin Hao became an outer disciple of the Xian Yu sect and chose to join the main peak that didn't have a good relationship with the fifth elder, Yen Hong wouldn't be able to do anything with him even if he was a child of the fifth elder's grandson. Ouyang Su, since you insist, follow me. Senior Zhao nodded. Under the gazes of a group of other handymen with grim, unwilling faces, Lin Hao was led away from the mine. Does this Lin Hao think he can dodge a bullet by signing up for the outer disciple examination? A sneer surfaced at the corner of Zhou Shanhu's mouth. For the outer disciple examination, tens of thousands of people enroll each time, and they have to rush into the top 50 before they can succeed. He didn't think that someone who had only been in the sect for a year could do it. It's just delaying the beating. An eagle-nosed youth, with murderous intent in his eyes, coldly said, when Lin Hao fails in the outer disciple examination and returns to the mining area in disgrace, I'll make sure to beat him up so much that he can't get out of bed, and I'll be sure to take the chi replenishing pills. With senior brother Lin's strength, he will definitely be able to pass the examination and become an outer disciple. Wu Feng looked at where Lin Hao had disappeared and muttered. The two of them were very close, and he wanted to help Lin Hao, but even he himself was a miscellaneous disciple, so he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to help. After following the outer disciple, senior brother Zhao, out of the mine, after walking for less than half a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao was brought to an inner disciple wearing a blue robe and registered his enrollment information. Take this wooden sign. If you lose it, you will directly fail the test. That blue-robed inner disciple said in an indifferent tone. Yes, elder brother. Lin Hao respectfully bowed and received the wooden sign, and under the instructions of senior brother Zhao of the outer gate, Lin Hao rejoined the other miscellaneous disciples who had just enrolled today, probably waited all morning. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where you'll participate in the trial. An inner disciple came slowly and took out a small boat, placing it on the ground, which instantly became larger. This boat was a flying magic treasure that could carry more than 50 people at a time, and it was specifically used to carry the miscellaneous disciples participating in the examination. Since there were only 3 days left before the examination, it wasn't the peak time for enrollment, so a boat full of people, only half of them were seated. After Lin Hao's group of odd job disciples boarded the airship, the inner disciple maneuvered the airship, and it wasn't long before the airship rose into the air at a very high speed. The landscape of rolling mountains below was receding. The spirit mining area was quite far from the place where the test was conducted, and it was about a quarter of an hour's flight before the airship magic treasure landed on the ground. You can cultivate here for 3 days, and then the test will open. The blue-robed inner disciple opened the formation to signal them to go in. Lin Hao and the others walked forward, and a large mountain that loomed out of sight appeared in front of them. This is the big mountain where the Xian Yu sect examines the outer disciples, and only the first 50 of the miscellaneous disciples who participate in the examination and climb to the top of the mountain first can become the outer disciples. When Lin Hao arrived here, A large number of handyman disciples had already gathered at the foot of the mountain, sitting on their knees in a state of cultivation. This mountain is not only high, it's also very big. The tens of thousands of miscellaneous disciples who were densely packed to participate in the examination looked very small as they surrounded the foot of the mountain. This place is so rich in aura. Lin Hao sensed the aura between heaven and earth, and his heart shook. The richness of the spiritual chi here was at least several times that of the abandoned cave where he often practiced. Truly a day of practice here was equivalent to several days. Lin Hao estimated that practicing here for 7 days was almost equivalent to practicing outside for over a month. Big loss. A depressed look appeared on his face. Lin Hao had enrolled 4 days late, leaving only 3 days to cultivate here. The further in you go, the denser the spiritual chi becomes, and when the test begins, the closer you are to the big mountain where the trial is taking place, the more you can grab a head start. One of the miscellaneous disciples said to his companion beside him, Let's go grab a good spot. The aura is more dense inside? Hearing their conversation, Lin Hao dismissed the idea of cultivating immediately and quickly walked forward as well. When he arrived at a location around 60 feet from the Great Mountain of Trials, it was obviously crowded. However, in the area at the foot of the mountain, which was 30 feet closer to the Great Mountain, there were fewer people instead. This senior brother, may I ask why there aren't many people in there? He couldn't help but ask a nearby handyman disciple. 50 spirit gathering formations have been laid out in the innermost area near the foot of the mountain, and according to the sect's regulations, only 50 people can occupy these spirit gathering formations. That miscellaneous disciple spoke. If you want to occupy a spirit gathering formation, you must challenge the person who previously occupied the spirit gathering formation. If you don't beat the other person, you're failing the challenge, and will directly lose the qualification for this outer sect disciple examination. Many thanks to senior brother for explaining. Lin Hao arched his hand at him, and then gazed ahead, realizing that at intervals, there was an odd job disciple sitting in cultivation, adding up to exactly 50. The area where these people were sitting in their seats had a spirit gathering array present. Grabbing a spirit gathering formation near the foot of the mountain, not only will your cultivation speed increase faster, but when the trial opens, you'll also be the first to climb up the big mountain, gaining a head start and having a greater chance of rushing into the top 50 and becoming an outer disciple. 1 step forward, 1 step back, gotta go grab a spirit gathering array. Lin Hao pondered deeply in his mind for a while, and he couldn't help but clench his fists as he walked forward. It's been 4 days since then, and those who can occupy the spirit gathering formation are the most capable experts among our miscellaneous disciples. This kid even went to challenge them only now. Is he looking for death? Or does he have real skills? Seeing him suddenly walk out, a large number of other miscellaneous disciples' gazes instantly landed on his body, their faces somewhat surprised. If you fail to seize the spirit gathering array, you will be disqualified from this examination. A blue-robed inner disciple raised his eyelids and faintly reminded. You have to think about it. Chapter 26, Wei Wuxian. Elder brother. I've thought about it. Lin Hao respectfully saluted and said in a firm tone. Well, then you can go over there. Of the 50 spirit gathering formations, you can pick one person to challenge at will. The blue-robed inner disciple faintly said. Yes, elder brother. Lin Hao once again clasped his fists to that inner disciple before striding forward. The 50 miscellaneous disciples who were cultivating in the area of the spirit gathering array sensed someone approaching, and all of them couldn't help but open their eyes and stare sharply over. Lin Hao didn't immediately choose who to challenge, but instead observed the geographical locations where the 50 spirit gathering arrays were located. That's him. Lin Hao chose a large mountain that was the best location away from the trial, and an area of the spirit gathering formation that was the most suitable for climbing at the time of the test. In this spirit gathering formation, there sat a handsome-looking teenager. That person actually chose senior brother Wei Wuxian to challenge. Is he saving himself to be eliminated? Senior brother Wei's 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root is the top genius among our miscellaneous disciples. In less than a year he has cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level of chi refining. If it wasn't for the sake of competing for the top 9 in this examination to gain a qualification to become an elder's named disciple, if he didn't suppress his realm, he would have long ago been an outer sect disciple. It's not good to pick anyone. Picking senior brother Wei is doomed to be eliminated. Noticing Lin Hao's movements, a clamor rose among the miscellaneous disciples. In these 4 days, they had seen this senior brother Wei's strikes, and his strength was so powerful that anyone who dared to compete with him for the spirit gathering formation, without exception, all of them lost miserably. Delaying my cultivation. You deserve to die. A touch of hostility surfaced on Wei Wuxian's handsome face as he stood up, not wanting to waste more time. His foot stepped on the ground fiercely, and like a ferocious beast, he rushed forward. Powerful blast palm. The spiritual qi in his body was rapidly running and gathering on his palm, and as he bullied his way closer to Lin Hao, his palm was sharp and fast and mercilessly slapping at Lin Hao's stomach, wanting to seriously injure Lin Hao with one blow. A strong palm wind attacked. Lin Hao's face slightly condensed. His heart pounded, knowing that this person's palm technique was not simple. I'm afraid that what he was performing was also a physical cultivation type of martial arts. He didn't dare to take it hard, relying on his extremely strong control of the aura in his body. He gathered the aura on his legs in no time, and nimbly retreated backward violently and at great speed. Wei Wuxian's terrifying palm slapped past Lin Hao's stomach only half an inch away, and the harsh palm wind caused Lin Hao's clothes to poof. Dodged? Wei Wuxian's face was slightly shocked. His powerful blast palm had been cultivated to a small degree, and in the area of miscellaneous disciples, it was not rare to see those who could dodge his attacks. As soon as they exchanged hands, he sensed that Lin Hao's strength was quite extraordinary, and he was afraid that he could be ranked in the top 30 in the entire miscellaneous service area. You're strong, but it's a shame you met me. Wei Wuxian's tone was cold. He was incredibly confident with his amazing natural talent. He didn't think that there was anyone in the miscellaneous service area who was his opponent. His feet powered up to chase after Lin Hao, who had retreated violently to avoid him. With a huff, there was another palm. The power of this palm was his full strength, much more violent and fast than the previous move. Lin Hao in the past half a year or so, in order to improve their practical combat ability, not lessen senior brother Jiang Shang and others to spar, has long since not only know the chaotic fist out of the rookie. He stabilized his footsteps and saw the extremely fast slap coming. This time he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he saw the opportunity and clenched his right hand to use the collapsing mountain fist, ferociously slamming forward. Bump! A dull sound appeared, and in an instant, the two men's fists and palms collided together, with such a powerful force that both of them retreated several steps before stabilizing themselves. How is it possible? He also has a body cultivation martial skill at the minor achievement realm? Wei Wuxian had a shocked and angry expression on his face, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly as his palms suffered pain from the move he made against Lin Hao. Who is he that he can be an even match with senior brother Wei? A large number of the miscellaneous disciples who were watching the battle were surprised. I know him. It's Lin Hao from the 32nd team's mining area. He had to participate in this outer disciple assessment trial because he offended outer disciple senior brother Yan Hang. There was a journeyman disciple from the same mining area as Lin Hao who said with some disbelief, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Oh, he's the one who offended senior brother Yan Hang, and it said that if you teach him a lesson, you'll be able to get the chi replenishing pill from senior brother Yan Hang. The surrounding handyman disciples looked at Lin Hao, greed surfacing on their faces. A chi replenishing pill was worth 10 lower grade spirit stones, which was very attractive to handyman disciples. Even if Lin Hao, who was fighting in front of him, looked strong, he just needed to find a few more people to surround him together. Bumper to bumper. In the spirit gathering formation, Lin Hao and Wei Wuxian were fiercely exchanging blows. In less than a minute or so, the two attacked each other for hundreds of moves. Lin Hao's early stage of flesh and iron, and the advantage of the 5 elemental spirit seeds' incomparably strong aura, manifested itself. During the intense battle, he didn't blush or gasp, and instead, he grew more and more courageous as he faced Wei Wuxian, who was at the peak of the second level of chi refining. If Wei Wuxian hadn't been very experienced in combat and started to desperately maneuver around, he would have been crushed by Lin Hao's hard power. Little bastard. My father is the 5th peak's inner disciple deacon. You better admit defeat immediately, otherwise Wei Wuxian, will definitely make you look good. Wei Wuxian became more and more alarmed and angry the more he fought. He felt that if he fought on, he would have to hold on for a little while longer at most to be defeated. He threatened with a cold voice. This time, he was rushing for the top few places in the outer sect disciple trial examination, and he was determined to win the elders named disciple places that were rewarded for the top few places. If he lost in the fight for the spirit gathering formation, he would be eliminated before the trial test even started, cutting off his chance to directly become an elder or even a sect leader's named disciple. Conceding defeat? Impossible. The 5th peak? It's the 5th peak again. Lin Hao's eyes reddened at once, thinking of Yan Hong who had flattered the grandson of the elder of the 5th peak. If it wasn't for this person finding trouble with him, he wouldn't have been forced to come to the outer sect disciple trial examination right now. He just wanted to properly cultivate in the Xianyu sect, but there were always people who made things difficult for him. This is the immortal cultivation world. If you want to keep your cultivation resources or fight for more cultivation resources, there will be conflicts and contradictions, and even fight to the death. Touch, touch, touch. Lin Hao swung his fists frantically, his rigid and domineering battering mountain fist, blasting out in a continuous stream. The fight caused Wei Wuxian to keep retreating, and in the end, his aura just couldn't keep up, so he had to exit the spirit gathering formation in a sorry state. Wei Wuxian has lost, and has lost his qualification for this examination. The inner disciple's astonished voice rang out, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Wei Wuxian is the son of the Xian Yuzong inner door deacon. Strength is strong. This time the outer disciple assessment. Wei Wuxian, even if he cannot compete for the first, but into the top 3, is also 10-9. Surprisingly, by an unheard of miscellaneous disciples eliminated in advance. That old man Wei went to great lengths to pave the way for his son to compete for the top few spots and become a named disciple of the sect leader or elder. But now that he doesn't have a chance, he's afraid that he'll have to die of anger. An inner disciple who was at odds with the power of the fifth elder of the fifth peak had a gloating expression on his face. Chapter 27 Punch. Seeing that he had one, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The large mountain that this spirit gathering formation was close to wasn't as steep and was better for climbing. So Lin Hao would gain a very good head start by taking advantage of the terrain and waiting for the test to begin. Little bastard, you dare to jeopardize my chance. I, Wei Wuxian, will avenge today. The defeated Wei Wuxian's face was filled with resentment. Losing the qualification to compete for the elder's named disciple was too great a loss for him. Lin Hao ignored this person. Only by grabbing a location like the spirit gathering formation that was close to a large mountain would he have a better chance of becoming an outer disciple, or even obtaining a precious spot as an elder's named disciple. If it wasn't for the fifth elder's grandson's boy, Yan Heng, oppressing him, it wouldn't have happened for him to participate in the examination. This Wei Wuxian belonged to the power of the fifth elder's lineage, and being defeated by him and losing his qualification was considered karmic reincarnation. Lin Hao came to the center of the spirit gathering formation and sat down on his knees to breathe and exhale and cultivate. What a rich aura! He was delighted in his heart. The spiritual chi of this spirit gathering formation was at least about 9 times denser than the abandoned cave and paradise he was in. Lin Hao hurriedly operated the 5 elements longevity technique, greedily drawing in the surrounding spiritual chi for fear of delaying a bit of time. Damn it, I swear I'll kill him. Wei Wuxian clenched his fists fiercely, seeing that Lin Hao didn't respond before he reluctantly left. Luckily this person didn't choose to challenge me. Many of the other miscellaneous disciple experts in the spirit gathering formation couldn't help but feel a bit thankful as their gazes fell on the teenager who was cultivating with his knees crossed and eyes closed. Even Wei Wuxian had lost, and they didn't have any certainty in their hearts against Lin Hao. Time passes. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, the sun was rising, and the examination of the outer disciples was about to begin. As the Xian Yu sect's annual examination of the outer disciples, even the sect leader and the 8 peak masters and elders, in accordance with the sect's ancestral instructions, had come to watch. Lin Hao stood up, somewhat reluctantly ending his cultivation. This kind of opportunity was too rare. Cultivating in this spirit gathering formation for just 3 days was almost equivalent to him being outside in that abandoned cave, cultivating hard for a month. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through from the late stage of the second level of chi refining to the peak of the second level of chi refining, he had refined quite a bit. Outer disciples. The promotion examination officially begins. After another quarter of an hour, a blue-robed inner disciple's voice containing spiritual energy was transmitted to the ears of each and every handyman disciple participating in the examination. As soon as the man's words fell, Lin Hao, who had long been in a state of readiness, resembled a swift panther, and with a whoosh sound, he rushed towards the lofty trial mountain. The other dozens of miscellaneous disciples occupying the spirit gathering formation were not at all slow to react and followed closely behind. Run! Be sure to pass the test. As soon as Lin Hao thought in his mind that if he didn't become an outer disciple, he would be left powerless by Yan Heng plus the newly offended Wei Wuxian's retaliation, he frantically stepped on his Reiki-infused legs with a terrifying speed that brought up a gust of wind. Supported by his strong spiritual chi, he desperately climbed up the mountain, and even if the other miscellaneous disciples of the spirit gathering formation were chasing after him with all their might, they were still left behind and pulled away quite a distance. This mountain of trials was very steep, and it was difficult and laborious to climb, but Lin Hao had been climbing the mountain to the caves every day for more than half a year with Jiang Sheng and a few other senior brothers. With practice making perfect, he knew quite a few techniques to climb mountains to save energy. and he was like a nimble ancient ape as he sped through the mountains. What is this person's name? To be able to run so fast at the second level of chi refining is truly amazing. The gazes of the Xianyu sect's group of executives who had come to watch the outer disciple trial promotion examination fell on Lin Hao, who was running at the front of the pack. His name is Lin Hao, and he's been in our Xianyu sect for 1 year and 2 months. Soon the inner disciples found out about Lin Hao's enrollment registration information through the magic treasure that recorded the information. It's only been a little over a year to reach the late second stage of chi refining. This son is not bad. An elder's eyes were glowing, feeling that he had met a genius. If Lin Hao's final score in climbing up the big mountain could be ranked in the top 9 of this examination, he decided that he would accept Lin Hao as a registered disciple no matter what he said. It's him, the Xianyu sect master, Red Cloudy Sun, and the shut-in disciple behind him, Lu Qinghan, had looks of surprise on their faces. The two of them recalled the joke they had made a year ago when they had mistaken Lin Hao for a 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root. Sect Master, is there a problem with this person? The elder of the second peak was a human being and quickly realized that Red Cloudy Sun's expression was unnatural and couldn't help but ask. He's a 5-element spirit root, Xianzi said without a trace of anger. Unusual 5-elemental spirit roots don't even have the qualifications to join our Xianyu sect. He's the handyman disciple who ate the fire attribute spirit fruit and was mistaken by the sect leader as a 6th grade single attribute fire spirit root. As soon as the sect leader's phrase 5 elemental spiritual roots came out, the elders of the various peaks who had originally dared to show interest in Lin Hao moved their attention away from him. The 5 elements of the spiritual root is a notorious waste of the spiritual root. Cultivation is extremely slow, even if you eat the spirit fruit to treasure. The early cultivation fast, so what? When the realm is a little higher, want to improve a little bit, are incomparably difficult. The appraisal is still in progress. The tens of thousands of odd job disciples were like tiny ants in the towering mountain that could not be seen from the top, and kept moving. Lin Hao's strong aura had been maintaining a very fast speed as he climbed up the mountain, and he had already shaken off the vast majority of the miscellaneous disciples. However, there were still more than a dozen odd job disciples who had cultivated body techniques and came prepared, following closely behind him. I don't just want to become an outer disciple, I also want to obtain a place as a named disciple. According to the ancestral training left behind by the founding ancestor of the Xianyu sect, anyone who rushes into the top 9, even if I'm a poorly qualified with the 5 elemental spiritual roots, the elders of the major peaks and even the headmasters will have to choose to accept me as a named disciple, and at that time, the status will be comparable to that of an inner sect's elite disciple. Lin Hao catalyzed the 5 elements eternal life technique, and the aura in his body ran wildly, turning it into a constant power source, and his entire body climbed the mountain much faster again. The dozen or so miscellaneous disciples who followed closely behind were gradually pulled away from him. Damn it, this person obviously doesn't know stance. How can he run so fast? Those miscellaneous disciples looked at Lin Hao's windy climbing back. Their eyes were about to spit out fire. And even though they gritted their teeth and desperately chased after him, they couldn't catch up. The sun moved across the sky and soon came to be right in the center, and it was noon. This mountain was simply too high. And after the morning had passed, Lin Hao and the other miscellaneous disciples had only managed to climb halfway up the mountain. A large number of miscellaneous disciples were exhausted and panting as they climbed the mountain, seeing no hope of entering the top 50 and giving up in despair. The tens of thousands of miscellaneous disciples who participated in this examination this time, with only a few hundred left, were still holding on, trying to overtake the miscellaneous disciples in front of them and the remaining distance behind them. This mountain of trials, it's really too high. The group of over a dozen of the strongest group of miscellaneous disciples who knew stance and were the strongest consumed a lot of aura and slowed down. The only one who was like a monster was Lin Hao, who climbed up the mountain while running the 5 elements longevity technique to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to replenish his consumption. He was already sweating profusely at this point, but he was afraid that if he climbed slower, he would be overtaken by the other miscellaneous disciples and miss out on a place as a registered disciple, so his speed didn't drop at all. The aura of the 5 elements spiritual roots is so strong, even the Xianyu sect master and all the peak master elders, who didn't treat Lin Hao, who had 5 elemental spiritual roots, couldn't help but look shocked. Chapter 28 Qualifications of a Personal Disciple. Nowadays, there is no clan that is willing to accept the 5 elements of the spiritual root. Even if you set foot on the road of cultivation, you can only be a casual cultivator. Lin Hao's appearance was a surprise to the Xianyu sect. Therefore, the senior management of the Xianyu sect does not understand this kind of spiritual root at all, and only knows that the cultivation is strangely slow and incomparably slow, and it is simply impossible to build a foundation. He has a strong aura. It should be because he ate that mysterious fire attribute spirit fruit. An elder pondered for a moment and couldn't help but murmur, "Alas! It's a pity that the fire attribute spirit fruit exotic treasure. If it was given to a single fire attribute spirit root genius to eat, how good it would be." Sect leader Chiunzi sighed, secretly regretting it. Time passed and another hour passed. Lin Hao had been maintaining a high-intensity climbing speed, and even though he had a strong first grade 5 elemental spirit root aura, his speed couldn't help but slow down. He had now climbed 2/3 of this mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, and when he looked down, the ground was a little blurry. How high this mountain must be! Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. The rough gray clothes of an odd job disciple were already wet with sweat, and he could barely see the top of the mountain as he looked upwards. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he continued to climb up the mountain. There were no longer any other handyman disciples around him, but after all, the mountain was relatively large. So what if another handyman climbed up to the top of the mountain from the other side? So he didn't dare to let his guard down at all. In the blink of an eye, the sun had reached its setting position. Lin Hao climbed up a steep rock with difficulty, and the top of the mountain was close at hand. "Ha! That fast?" An inner disciple waiting at the top of the mountain, dressed in a blue robe, saw Lin Hao's figure running in a state of distress, and his face froze, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He had been in charge of the clan's outer disciple promotion test for several times, and it was the first time he had seen that someone had merely spent only 6 hours to climb to the top of the mountain when the sun was just about to set. In these few years, the minimum time used by the first handyman disciple to climb to the top of the mountain was up to 12 hours or more. This senior brother, "Excuse me, what place am I in?" In the midst of the blue-robed inner disciple's dismayed expression, Lin Hao arrived at his final destination, and he panted with a nervous expression. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the first." The blue-robed inner disciple suppressed his shock as he smiled and opened his mouth, saying, "This senior disciple, please take out the wooden card for participating in the examination." "Yes, elder brother." Lin Hao took out the wooden tablet and handed it to him. Then he saw that blue-robed inner disciple, placing the wooden plaque onto a large mysterious stone filled with an ancient aura. This mysterious big stone is called the Stone of Trial, is a magic treasure. Is the Xianyu sect founding ancestor left? According to the ancestor left by the ancestor of the door rules and regulations, each time the miscellaneous disciples promoted to the outer door of the examination, the first place results should be registered in the Stone of Trial. When the blue-robed inner disciple took Lin Hao's wooden tablet and placed it on the trial dharma treasure left behind by the founding ancestor, a moment later, he saw the stone of the trial blossom into a flash of 7-colored divine light that enveloped Lin Hao. At that moment, Lin Hao felt that there was a pair of terrifying eyes that were sizing him up, causing him to be inexplicably nervous and uneasy, and his face turned a little pale. "This senior brother, there's no need to be nervous. This is the Stone of Trials, checking if your climbing results are true," the blue-robed inner disciple explained with a smile. Right now, Lin Hao had won first place and had a spot to become an elder's named disciple, and his future status was no weaker than his, so he put away his inner disciple's condescension and had a fairly easygoing attitude. "Well, thank you, senior brother, for clearing up the confusion." Lin Hao tried to remain calm and let the Stone of Trials view it. About half a pillar of incense passed before that 7-colored divine light disappeared. Above the Stone of the Trial, a text appeared: Laborer Disciple Lin Hao, late 2nd level of Qi refining, 6 hours and 2 moments. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately after the text appeared, immediately above this high mountain surrounded by clouds, an ancient bell appeared out of thin air, constantly vibrating, and the melodious sound of the bell spread throughout the Xianyu sect. "There are journeyman disciples. It's breaking the historical record of the journeyman disciple test since the establishment of our Xianyu sect." A large number of Xianyu sect disciples looked shocked and incredulous as they turned their gazes in the direction of the Mountain of Trials. The clan's climbing record for 10,000 years has been broken by someone with just 5 elemental spiritual roots. The crowd of Xianyu sect executives watching the trial couldn't help but show odd colors. In the Xianyu sect, there is a sentence circulating from the words left behind by the founding ancestor: "The bells of the ancient mountain of the trial ring. The Xianyu sect will prosper greatly." But since the founding ancestor of the school Xianyu real people, leaving Xianyu clan cloud traveled out of sight, has been nearly 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, the Xianyu sect's ancient mountain of trials rang 9 times, and did not see the Xianyu sect prosper greatly, but instead, the Xianyu sect fell from being the head of the 4 major cultivation sects of the state of Zhao, to the end of the four major cultivation sects. Sect Master. According to the ancestral training of the founding ancestor, once a disciple breaks the climbing record and causes the ancient bell to appear, the peak master elder of our 9 peaks must have to accept him as a personal disciple. What should we do about this? The peak master of the second peak. His face was difficult. If this person's qualifications are a little better, we accept him as a personal disciple. And we accept it. But he is a 5-line waste spirit root. The ancestral precepts of the founding ancestor cannot be violated. He broke the mountaineering record, so we have to accept him as a personal disciple according to the rules. A few senior brothers, let's discuss who will take this Lin Hao in when the time comes. Sect leader Red Cloudy Sun also had a bit of a headache. This kind of 5 elemental spirit root waste, I won't accept it anyway. The 5th elder, the peak master of the 5th peak, snorted coldly, the disgust in his eyes undisguised. I won't take it either. The 6th peak's peak master, 6th elder, had a strong attitude. 9th elder, why don't you think about it? Suddenly the 5th peak master, the 5th elder, proposed. 5th elder, you're being too bullying. Lao Fu's 9th peak. The disciples recruited on weekdays were originally weaker in qualifications than your other peaks. And then there's the 5 elements spiritual roots. Is this when my 9th peak is being bullied? That elder of the 9th peak was a fat man and spoke angrily at the 5th elder. 9th elder, if you don't accept, who will? This 9 peaks disciple allocation. It is originally according to whoever teaches the strongest disciple, who has the right to choose. The previous year's sect disciple competition. Your 9th peak was ranked last. The elder of the 6th peak seemed to have a conflict with the 9th elder and said with a cold voice, deceitful, isn't that what you want? A fight. The 9th elder of the Xianyu sect had been grumbling because his disciples were reduced to the lowest of the 9 peaks every year in the competition fights. And when he heard the 6th elder mention it, he was so angry that his eyes widened in rage. His aura surged all over his body, and his fat face was full of fury, as if he was about to make a move. Don't hurt your feelings, senior brothers. There's no rush to recruit this Lin Hao as a protege. Let's wait until this examination is over. Sect leader Red Yuanzi hurriedly opened his mouth to round up the situation. Only when he saw the sect leader open his mouth did the fat elder of the 9th peak put away his spiritual energy, and the other few elders, too, stopped speaking. However, the invisible smell of gunpowder on the scene was still there. On the mountain of trials, the mysterious ancient bell rang for a quarter of an hour before it stopped. Congratulations to the senior brother for breaking our clan's mountaineering test record since the beginning of the ages. According to the clan's rules, senior brother, you can worship a peak master as your teacher and become a personal disciple. That blue-robed inner disciple looked at the ancient bell that appeared out of nowhere in the sky with envy. A pro-disciple? Lin Hao was a bit confused. He was just trying to fight for a place as a registered disciple to get rid of Yin Heng's bullying. How is it that you can be a pro-lifer just because you broke the record? This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. If he really became a pro-disciple, wouldn't that be a status comparable to that of the sect leader's shut-in disciple, Lu Qinghan, who had recruited him to join the Xianyu sect? Chapter 29, Su Yu Xian. The blue-robed inner disciple explained some more to Lin Hao, then turned to him and said, Senior brother Lin, you should first cultivate here, and I can't send you away until the other miscellaneous disciples have climbed up to the top of the mountain, and the trial test is over. Well, elder brother, I know. Lin Hao nodded, found a rock, and sat down on his knees to cultivate. The top of this mountain of trials is a good place. The spiritual qi is very rich. It is especially better than cultivating in the spirit gathering formation below. The sun, moon and stars turn until after the sun rises the next day. The second panting handyman disciple, ascending to the top of the mountain, was actually a wonderful young girl, with a sweet look, fair skin, wearing rough gray clothes, handyman disciple clothing, but also could not hide her pretty figure. Lin Hao sensed the arrival of a new person and couldn't help but open his eyes, and his face was slightly stunned with a feeling of amazement when he saw the young girl who was as pure as the little sister next door. Congratulations to this senior sister, the second to come to the top of the mountain, and obtaining a chance to be an elder's named disciple. When the blue-robed inner disciple saw the young girl's appearance, his eyes lit up slightly and he acted extremely enthusiastically. Thank you, Sifu. The young girl arched her hand in a salute. Then her gaze fell on Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, and the terrifying speed that this person had erupted while climbing the mountain immediately came to her mind, and she had a feeling of being dominated. During the climb, no matter how much she chased after him, she could only barely catch up behind Lin Hao, and when she got to the back she was too consumed, whereas this person's speed hadn't decreased at all, but instead had gotten even faster. and he had directly thrown her off her trail, so she was particularly impressed with Lin Hao. This senior brother. My name is Su Yuxian. I dare to ask senior brother his name. The young girl couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, her voice as clear as a yellow warbler. My name is Lin Hao. Lin Hao hesitated and said, Senior brother Lin, can you tell me when you climbed to the top of the mountain? Su Yuxian seemed to be extremely interested in him, and in order to close the distance, her voice seemed enthusiastic. Yesterday afternoon, just as the sun was going down, Lin Hao said indifferently with a smile on his face. Ha, that fast? Su Yuxian's fair little face revealed a shocked look, knowing that climbing the mountain of trials, the initial speed might be very fast, but the higher one climbs the steeper the mountain becomes. Coupled with the massive depletion of one's spiritual chi and physical strength, the difficulty of climbing would increase exponentially, and the person in front of her had arrived yesterday, a night faster than her, who came from a fairy cultivation family and knew light footwork. It was unbelievable. Senior brother Lin is really powerful. I didn't lose unfairly. Su Yuxian, as the proud daughter of a fairy cultivating family, had detected a 4th grade single water attribute spiritual root at a young age, and had successfully joined the Xianyu sect, and had originally been a little disconcerted by the fact that someone had arrived at the top of the mountain before her, and after Lin Hao had told her about the time of day that she was going to be on the mountain, her heart had been completely convinced. Exhausted, between the two of them talking briefly, another rather burly teenager climbed up to the top of the mountain, and when he saw that there were only 2 miscellaneous disciples arriving before him, he immediately sighed in relief, then danced with excitement, saying, Ha ha, I've gained the qualification to be the Peak Master's elder's named disciple. The burly teenager was happy for a while, then his eyes fell on pretty Su Yuxian. Surprised by her beauty, he couldn't help but go forward to get close to her, saying, This senior sister is courteous. I'm Qiu Yu Kai. My father is the richest man in Zhao. May I ask for the senior sister's name? However, when the young girl saw his piggy face, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her cute little head turned, like an arrogant little rooster. She didn't even want to pay attention to him. Then she looked at Lin Hao, with a smile on her face, and continued, Senior brother Lin, can you tell me how you managed to climb the mountain so fast? Just crawl normally, Lin Hao said indifferently, not wanting to discuss it too much. Senior sister Su, the spiritual chi here is even denser than the spirit gathering formation, so it's better to hurry up and cultivate while the test isn't over. After saying that, he continued to sit on his knees and close his eyes, breathing and exhaling, entering into a state of cultivation. Senior brother Lin, what diligence! No wonder he's so strong. Su Yuxian's eyes were rippling with color. Her heart was greatly impressed, and she thought about finding a place not too far from Lin Hao and also knelt down to cultivate. The third climbed to the top of the mountain called Qiu Yu Kai's burly teenager, wanted to accost Su Yuxian but did not even say on the words. He was not angry, but instead, the look of infatuation looking at Su Yuxian. And even the child has thought about it, murmured self-centeredly, the original of my mother. She is surnamed Su. Another 2/4 of an hour passed before Lin Hao entered his cultivation state. The 4th and 5th, a male and a female handyman disciple, climbed up to the top of the mountain breathing heavily. The man was a fat man whose face looked a bit naive, while the woman was tall and beautiful, clearly at the age of a young girl, but with the demeanor of a royal lady. When the burly teenager Qiu Yu Kai saw this newly appeared beautiful woman, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly took a few steps forward and said, This senior sister, dare to ask for her name. My name is Zoe Zhao. The taller girl's voice was crispy, like a natural compulsion. Zhao. Senior sister Zhao, you have a nice name. Qiu Yu Kai looked at this new-up young girl, felt that her voice is too good, is his favorite one, and then just ignored his own Su Sifu. Too much gentleness. He immediately moved on, felt that he fell in love at first sight, and again and again. And again and again and again even thought of the child name. There are still 4 named disciple spots left. Charge. Not long after the 4th, 5th place climbed to the top of the mountain. Dozens of handyman disciples, not too far apart, appeared about 60 feet away from the top of the mountain. Seeing what was going on at the top of the mountain, they immediately went crazy, and used all their strength to charge up to the top. It didn't take long for places 6 through 9 to quickly appear as well. Just a little bit short. Just grabbed the named disciple spot. The teenage girls who didn't make it into the top 9 pounded their feet and stomped their feet in anger. Another while passed. This time, in the outer disciple promotion examination, the top 50 places were all taken up. The test is over. That blue-robed inner disciple's voice, which contained spiritual energy, spread throughout the mountain. It's over? Many of the handyman disciples who were only a few dozen feet away from the mountaintop had faces filled with despair. Most of them were people who were nearing the end of their 3-year term in the Xianyu sect and had no hope of breaking through to the third level of qi refining to become outer sect disciples. Losing this chance to take the test, they could only leave the Xianyu sect to return to the secular world. Sento. It's just so cruel, just short of a lost opportunity. Okay, I'll take you guys down the hill. The blue-robed inner disciple smiled and took out a spirit boat magic treasure from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. Soon, the palm-sized spirit boat's inscription shone and quickly grew larger. A disciple dressed in the garb of a handyman stepped onto the spirit boat and was sent down to the mountain of trials not long after. The top 9 who participated in the examination this time. Follow me. Amidst the incomparably envious expressions of the other miscellaneous disciples, Lin Hao and the others were taken away by a purple-robed pro-disciple. After a quarter of an hour or so, the top 9 disciples of this examination were taken flying by the pro-disciples with their magic treasures to a grand hall. You guys wait here, and later on, the sect leader and the elders of the peaks will come to accept you as disciples. That pro-disciple indifferently said. Chapter 30 Elder Accepting a Disciple. As he waited in the main hall, Lin Hao gazed around and couldn't help but feel slightly shocked in his heart. The interior of the hall was constructed from special jade, emitting a soft glow that made the hall bright and glittering, and the tables and chairs were all made from spirit wood, with lifelike spirit beasts carved on them in an extraordinary manner. Lin Hao hadn't been cultivating immortality for very long and wasn't very insightful right now, but he still felt that aura that was constantly emanating from the buildings in the hall and knew that all of these materials were precious, worthy of being the Xianyu sect's main hall. It's really grand. The miscellaneous disciples who participated in the first 9 of the examination this time were all shocked by everything in the Great Hall. Even Xiao Yu Kai, who claimed that his father was the richest man in Zhao, kept smacking his lips and muttering, "Boy, a small piece of jade in this hall is worth more than a mansion in my house. This is Tongming spirit jade. My Su family is also considered an immortal cultivation family that has been passed down for thousands of years in Zhao, and there isn't much of this kind of jade. I didn't expect that this great hall, all of it, would be constructed with this jade." Su Yoxuan's small mouth opened slightly. Her pretty face was full of astonishment as she sighed. No wonder my father said that he would send me here to cultivate. It's worthy of being one of the 4 major immortal cultivation schools in our country of Zhao. It's really something. Another moment passed. Just as the crowd was surprised by the artifacts in the hall, a group of people dressed in the Xianyu sect's top echelon's distinctive attire, immortal in style, walked in. Greetings to the sect leader and the elders. That purple-robed pro-disciple's arrogant expression immediately converged, and he saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. Lin Hao and the others followed suit and bowed to the Xianyu sect executives who had entered. No need to be polite, sect leader Qianzi faintly said, his tone filled with the majesty of a long-time superior. He walked at the front, and after leading a group of elders to take their seats in the large hall, he swept his gaze over the 9 miscellaneous disciples and said, "According to the regulations of my Xianyu sect, anyone who is in the top 9 of the trial test can be a named disciple of the peak master elder or the sect leader." Hearing these words from sect leader Red Cloudy Sun, the miscellaneous disciples in the hall, their hearts became excited in anticipation of the upcoming worship session. If one becomes a named disciple of the elder or sect leader, he or she can be much more noble than an outer disciple, and his or her direct status is equivalent to that of an inner disciple, and he or she enjoys the treatment of an inner disciple in the sect, and there are also elder masters preaching. Then the bitter struggle from outer disciple upwards. The starting point is too high. So every year, the top 9 of the outer disciple promotion examination will attract all the geniuses in the miscellaneous disciples to fight desperately. Let's begin. Elders, according to the rankings of this year's inner disciples of each peak and the pro-disciple fighting competition, the 3rd peak that won the first place in the disciple fighting competition will be the first to select a disciple, Qianzi said without haste. Then the old man is welcome. Chang Xianwei, the 3rd elder, the peak master who sat on the 3rd peak, had a smile on his face and had a choice in his heart as he directly looked at a fluttering young man with a handsome jade-like appearance and said, "Zhuo Yunfei, are you willing to worship the old man as your teacher?" Disciple willing, pay respects to master. Zhuo Yunfei respectfully kowtowed and saluted. Although this teenager ranked 5th in this examination, his qualification was a 5th grade single attribute golden spirit root, and after only half a year of initiation, he had cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining, which was counted as a top-tier genius throughout the entire territory of Zhao. Seeing that the peak master of the 3rd peak chose this teenager, the elders of the other peaks, all couldn't help but show a look of pity. secretly saying that the third peak, another new terrifying genius. I'm afraid that in the future, the strength of the disciples will be even stronger. Second elder, you will choose a registered disciple next. Xianzi smiled and continued. Last time the Nine Peaks fighting competition was held, the sect leader's lineage was ranked third, and after the second elder selected his disciples, it would be his turn. Yes, master. That second elder was an extremely beautiful woman. She nodded her head. Her eyes fell on the 9 people. The 3 young girls hesitated for a moment and said, Su Yuxian, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Disciple pays his respects to master. Su Yoshuan's fair and beautiful face revealed a look of joy. To be the second to be accepted as a disciple was a testament to her high level of talent. There's one less 4th grade single attribute water spirit root. The peaks that are ranked at the back of the rankings in the disciple fighting competition, are really at too much of a disadvantage. The 7th peak's elder's face was filled with indignation. The other peak masters who were ranked lower couldn't help but sigh slightly. The Xianyu sect's senior management, selecting disciples was fast. The third of them, the burly teenager Qiu Kai, who climbed up the mountain, worshipped the first peak of the sect leader Qianzi amidst the envious expressions of the other handyman disciples. As for Lin Hao, who was the first this time, and who had also broken the climbing record and caused the bell to ring at the peak of the trial, he was left unchallenged. According to the rules of the sect, the top 3 ranked disciples from each peak in the fighting competition have the right to choose their disciples first. Qianzi continued. As for the remaining 6 disciples, lots were taken to determine which elder to worship next. Master sect leader, that Lin Hao broke the mountaineering record. According to the sect's founding ancestors' ancestral training, he must be accepted as a personal disciple. He shouldn't be put into the lottery. The 5th elder hurriedly spoke. If this person with 5 elemental wasted spiritual roots was added to the lottery, it would be hard to accept if he was drawn to become a personal disciple of his own peak. Lin Hao, the number 1, is actually going to be directly accepted by the elders as a personal disciple. The other disciples in the Great Hall who were dressed in handyman's clothing didn't yet know that Lin Hao's spiritual root was a 5-element spiritual root, and they all showed envious expressions. Senior sect leader, I also feel that it's not good to include him, a personal disciple, in the draw. A few elders from the other peaks spoke up. Then let's follow the proposal of the elder disciples and put Lin Hao aside and draw the registered disciples first. Xianzi thought for a moment. Half a quarter of an hour later, 5 wooden cards with the names of the handyman disciples, mixed with a blank wooden card, appeared in front of the elders. The wooden cards were made from special spirit wood. Even if these elders had strong divine sense, they could not see the names in the wooden cards. They could only rely on luck. The remaining elders who had yet to select a disciple went up and chose a wooden plaque. Ha ha, the old man drew the 4th highest mountaineering score spirit moon Mei Body Zhao Ruor, 5th grade fire and wood double spirit roots. Not bad, not bad. The elder of the 8th peak was red-faced. Ha, mine isn't bad either. 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root. The 5th peak elder. A smirk appeared on his face. Before long, the peak masters of the 8 peaks of the Xianyu sect were all smiling and in a good mood. Only Xiao Yud, the elder of the 9th peak, held a blank wooden card in his hand, his fat face as black as charcoal. 9th elder, you're out of luck. The 5th elder and 6th elder, who had always been on bad terms with Xiao Yud, couldn't help but be happy to see the blank wooden cards in his hands, their faces showing sneers. Humph, villainous. Xiao Yud returned empty-handed and clenched his fists fiercely in anger. Since everyone has finished recruiting registered disciples, let's decide who will accept Lin Hao as a personal disciple. Red Cloud Z swept his gaze from the elders and spoke faintly. The Great Hall, which had originally been somewhat noisy, immediately fell silent, all the elders shutting their mouths and moving their gazes away, refusing to look at Lin Hao. Chapter 31, Worshipping the 9th Peak. Xianzi's face was a bit embarrassed. Looking at the elders, it seemed that none of them were willing to accept the 5 elements waste spiritual root as a disciple. But the ancestral training of the founding ancestor cannot be violated. Since Lin Hao had broken the mountain climbing record in the test, he had to be taken in as a personal heir. Senior brothers, consider who will take Lin Hao as a disciple. Red Cloud Z frowned slightly, and his voice, filled with majesty, resounded in the Great Hall. Seeing the sect leader brother open his mouth again, a group of Xianyu sect peak master elders, too, couldn't continue to play deaf and dumb. Had, we've all taken on disciples today. Only Elder 9 is empty-handed. Why don't we let Lin Hao worship Elder 9? The 5th elder said with a smile on his face. Simeon Ku, you're bullying me too much. The ninth peak elder was already very angry in his heart because he was unlucky enough to draw a blank wooden card, and now that the fifth elder even asked him to accept the 5 elements spiritual roots as a personal disciple, he was immediately furious, and he didn't even bother to call himself an elder. Xiao Yud. This Lin Hao was the number 1 this time, and he even broke the record. The old man was kind enough to let you have more than one favored disciple, but you don't know what's good for you. Fifth elder Zymank sneered and also called him by his name. Ninth elder. Every year are 9 peaks. We will recruit the top 9 as disciples. It's a bit inappropriate for you not to recruit this year. The sixth elder, who was at odds with Xiao Yud, echoed in a conspiratorial manner. Master sect leader, my 9th peak disciples are the weakest, and I've taught them poorly. Xiao Yud's face sank, being sandwiched between the two. His eyes looked at the headmaster and said, Lin Hao broke the sect's record. Our founding ancestor said that the bell of the mountain of the trial rang. The sect will be greatly prospered. This kind of revival of the sect's talent, if I teach it, it belongs to the Pearl of Light and the wrong person's future. Why don't you let the elder who ranked top in every disciples fighting contest take Lin Hao as a personal biography? Ninth elder, words can't be said like that. Your 9th peak disciples are the weakest. Having Lin Hao join you is just the thing to boost the strength of the 9th peak. The 3rd peak elder, who had won first place in the recent 9 peaks disciple competition, immediately sat down and spoke. Besides, 9th elder, you drew the wordless wooden card, which should have actually been written with Lin Hao's name on it, indicating that he was destined to be with you. What qualifications does this Lin Hao have? The elders don't seem to be willing to take him in. The 8 miscellaneous disciples in the main hall who had just become registered disciples couldn't help but be a little surprised as they watched the elders constantly shirking their duties and unwilling to accept the first place Lin Hao. Well, it's not decent to argue in front of the disciples. Sect leader Qianzi had not yet spoken. In Qianzi's side of an old man with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, to be quiet in the great hall. The tone of voice turned to speak in a friendly tone. 9 elders, every year, the 9 peaks to accept the apprentice is the tradition of the clan. You cannot make an exception. This Lin Hao will be accepted by your peaks. That old man's identity is a great elder, and the head of the sect Red Cloud Z sitting together in the 1st peak. Strong strength, realm in the 9th peak of the foundation establishment. Is the Xianyu sect has the most chance to break through to the Jingdan stage of the people. The status of respectability is still far above the head of the sect. All of his weekdays were spent in cultivation, and he rarely interfered in the affairs of the clan. And now that the Grand Elder had opened his mouth, Xiao Yud's heart directly thumped, and he had a bad premonition. This, Great Elder, Xiao Yud was in a hurry. There was a monthly quota of spirit stones and cultivation resources for each peak. If he took Lin Hao as a personal disciple, then he would have to give Lin Hao the treatment of a personal disciple in terms of cultivation resources, and he would have to spend a lot more for nothing. If Lin Hao wasn't a 5-element wasted spirit root, he would have recognized it. But this kind of spirit root, invested in the cultivation resources of a pro-disciple, was simply a waste. According to the ancestral training of the founding ancestor, it wasn't like he could reduce the treatment of the disciple who broke the historical record of climbing the peak of trials. It's settled. The peaks still have matters to attend to, so don't delay too much on this matter. The Grand Elder's tone was calm, yet full of unquestioning. By the order of the Grand Elder, the elders of the other peaks hurriedly saluted. Xiao Yud had wanted to struggle for a moment to say something, but when he saw the Grand Elder say so, he could only stifle himself and salute in the same manner. Then, they saw the elders who had received beloved disciples in the main hall, red-faced, leaving with their newly accepted named disciples. Come along, apprentice. Xiao Yud's gaze landed on Lin Hao, depressed beyond measure, and he shouted out without any good humor. Yes, master. Lin Hao respectfully returned. Just like that, Xiao Yud became his second master in the immortal cultivation world. Lin Hao clearly felt that his new master was treating him poorly, but he didn't care. Anyway, he still had a master of the remnant soul of the immortal, and he had the ancient longevity pagoda and the 5-elemental longevity technique, so as long as he had the resources to cultivate, he would be able to become stronger. Becoming a pro-disciple had lifted the crisis of being retaliated against by Yen Heng, and he was already satisfied. Lin Hao followed his second master, Xiao Yud, out of the hall, and saw a wave of Xiao Yud's hand, and a soft wind rolled toward Lin Hao, carrying him up into the air. It didn't take long for a master and an apprentice to fly, and then they appeared at the 9th peak of the Xianyu sect. Suan, this is my new personal disciple Lin Hao, Xiao Yud expressionlessly said to a purple-robed personal disciple. Master is preparing for closed-door meditation. so he will be left to you to arrange. Today suffered a bellyful of anger. He was afraid of losing his temper in front of staying in front of his disciple, losing his master's face. After saying that, he left quickly. Yes, master. Suan, a pro-disciple of the ninth peak, respectfully saluted Xiao Yud's departing back. Then his gaze landed on Lin Hao for a moment as he surveyed him and said with a smile, Junior brother, you're new to Spiritwood Peak, so I'll introduce you to Spiritwood Peak. Well, trouble elder brother. Lin Hao nodded. It's not troublesome. Our Spiritwood Peak, known as the ninth peak in the sect, is named for its suitability for Spiritwood cultivation, and there are 2 personal disciples on the peak, and with the addition of you, Junior brother, there will be 3 in the future. Suan smiled extremely enthusiastically and said, our eldest senior brother is called Song Dai. His cultivation is at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, and because he wants to impact the foundation establishment realm, he has been in the midst of frequent closed-door cultivation for the past few years, so he is rarely seen during the weekdays. As for me, I'm ranked 2nd. Junior brother, from now on you can call me 2nd senior brother. My realm has just stepped into the 9th level of qi refining. He continued. 2nd brother. Lin Hao called out respectfully. Junior brother, as pro-disciples, we can receive 20 lower-grade spirit stones per month. Suan pondered for a moment and said, if you want to obtain more spirit stones, you have to go and do sect tasks to earn sect contributions in exchange for spirit stones, such as alchemy, planting spirit medicines, or going down to the mountains to kill demonic beasts and the like can all earn sect contributions. 20 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao's heart shook. When he had originally been an odd-job disciple, he had thought daily about becoming an outer disciple quickly and receiving his 2 spirit stones per month. Unexpectedly becoming a pro-disciple directly allowed him to receive spirit stones equivalent to 10 times that of an outer disciple. Alas, 20 lower-grade spirit stones for a pro-disciple is still less. Our peak strength is ranked at the back of the line, and the total spirit stones we get from the sect then are less, while those peaks whose strength is ranked at the front of the line, pro-disciples can receive more than 30 spirit stones per month. Seeing his surprise, Suan couldn't help but sigh slightly and said, 2nd senior brother, how does the sect come to decide the strength ranking of the peaks? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Ranking is done through the annual martial arts fights of the disciples of each peak, as well as the contributions each peak makes to the sect. Suan said after a moment of contemplation. Well, 2nd senior brother, I understand. Lin Hao nodded. The 2 of them talked for a while longer, and under the 2nd senior brother's patient introduction, Lin Hao had a rough idea of the 9th peak, Spiritwood Peak. Alright, junior brother, let's stop here for today. It's almost time. I'll take you to collect the items for the pro-disciples. Suan was a bit talkative and wanted to talk for a while longer, but he looked at the sky before he couldn't get enough. Chapter 32, Cave. Contribution points. Lin Hao followed his 2nd senior brother to the deacon of the 9th peak and received a storage bag. Junior brother, this storage bag can be opened by simply inputting spiritual energy and focusing your mind. Suan introduced. Inside is a set of pro-disciples' clothes, a magic artifact that is not only dusty to wear, but also possesses decent defense. Your 20 lower-grade spirit stones for this month, as well as the jade slips that introduce the sect rules and the specifics of the sect, are all inside the storage bag, so you can familiarize yourself with the sect as soon as possible through the jade slips. He adds. Well, thank you 2nd brother. Lin Hao took the storage bag and hurriedly thanked him. Let's go. Pro-disciples have their own cave. I'll take you there. Suan smiled. Trouble 2nd senior brother to lead the way. Lin Hao's heart was delighted at his words and he hurriedly followed. When he was an odd-job disciple, he cultivated with Zhang Shang, a few senior brothers, in the abandoned blessed cave. He knew the benefits of a cave, and he didn't expect that so soon he would be able to have a cave of his own. After following Suan around the cloud-surrounded Spiritwood Peak for about half a quarter of an hour or so, Lin Hao appeared at the place where the cave was located. This cave was in a position a little bit up from the halfway point of Spiritwood Peak, relatively quiet, with a mountain spring containing spiritual qi flowing nearby, and surrounded by flourishing grass and trees. Junior brother, this is the entrance and exit token of the cave. Just put it into the groove and the door of the cave will open. Suan stepped forward, holding a bronze plaque in his hand, and placed it into a groove on the stone wall. Click, click, click. A piercing sound rang out and the door to the cave opened. Lin Hao's gaze curiously looked inside. The cave was huge, twice as big as the abandoned blessed cave he had been cultivating in before, and there were illuminating gems inside the cave that made it very brightly lit. When the two came to the cave, a small water pool and a few small trees next to the water pool immediately attracted Lin Hao's attention, and he was surprised in his heart to find that the small trees had a rich aura emanating from them. Senior brother Su, what is this pool of water in the small tree? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously. This pool of water is filled with spirit spring water, while the several small trees are spirit element fruit trees. Suan introduced him. Junior brother, as you have become the new owner of this cave, there is a task that you must do, and that is, you need to go to the spirit spring at the top of the mountain every day to fetch the spirit water, and pour it into this pool of water for the spirit element fruit tree to absorb. Every year the spirit element fruit tree will blossom and bear fruit, and when the fruit matures you need to turn it all over to the clan, and each fruit will count for you in the clan's contribution. I understand. Second brother. Lin Hao nodded, taking his words to heart. The spirit elemental fruit tree is protected by an array, and only those with a cave token are allowed to enter. Suan seriously admonished, Junior brother, these spirit trees are the treasures of the ninth peak. Be sure to take care of this tree carefully or you will be chastised by master. Yeah. Lin Hao nodded solemnly. This cave token is for you. That's pretty much it. The method of caring for the spirit elemental fruit tree is recorded in the token, so you can view it by focusing your mind. Suan pondered for a moment and continued. Junior brother, you familiarize yourself with the cave first. I'll leave first. Second brother, I'll see you off. Lin Hao took the cave token handed to him by Suan and escorted him to the entrance of the cave. By the way, Junior brother, what kind of spiritual root are you? Suan asked suddenly with a beat in his step. First grade 5 element spiritual root. Lin Hao didn't hide it and honestly said, the matter of him, a 5 element spiritual root. Becoming the ninth peak's personal disciple was so big a commotion that he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, and it probably wouldn't take long for it to spread all over the clan. I knew that you became a pro-disciple by breaking the record of climbing the peak of the trial, but I didn't realize that you were a 5 element spiritual root. Suan's face showed an odd color. His mind inexplicably conjured up the appearance of his master Xiaoyud returning to the ninth peak with Lin Hao. No wonder his master clearly looked like a normal person at that time, but he exuded a fury if nothing else. He thought that the perception was wrong. It turned out that this balefulness of the master was really there. Any that elder accepted a 5 element spiritual root as a personal disciple. It is estimated that he would have to curse his mother. Phew, master must be in a bad temper lately. I have to be careful when I see him. Don't get relieved of my anger. Suan thought darkly. Junior brother, I'll leave first. Take good care of the spirit tree. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and with another admonition, he ran off in a huff. Alas, this 5 element spiritual root of mine is disliked everywhere I go. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he gently shook his head inside. Closing the door to his cave, he returned to the cave. Inside the cave, there were stone beds, stone chairs and other furniture. Lin Hao sat on a stone chair and took out his storage bag, trying to gather aura in his hand and then focusing his mind. Soon the storage bag he had just recently received opened smoothly. Pro-disciple magic weapon purple robe, 20 lower grade spirit stones, TSK, rich. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. Although he wasn't treated well by his master, this treatment was much better than that of an outer disciple. With these 20 lower grade spirit stones, it shouldn't take him long to break through to the 3rd level of chi refining. Then, Lin Hao took out the purple robe that was unique to pro-disciples and quickly put it on in excitement. I don't know what material the purple robe is made of. Extremely comfortable to wear on the body, and there is dust drifting in. It is automatically isolated by a soft force on the purple robe. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. This purple robe of a personal disciple not only looks good when you wear it, but it even has an aura. Lin Hao quickly stepped to the small water pool in the cave and looked at the reflection in the water pool. The purple-robed teenager with clear eyebrows and red lips and white teeth. Extremely satisfied in his heart, he was able to look narcissistically at the appearance in the pool of water for half an hour before he left with a sense of satisfaction and sat down on a stone chair. First, understand the rules of the door and the information of the sect. The master does not treat me well. We must memorize the rules of the door to avoid making mistakes. Otherwise, when the time comes to accidentally violate the rules of the door, if the master uses this to deprive the identity of the pro-disciple, it will be a big loss. Lin Hao took out a jade slip from his storage bag and watched it. The jade brief contained the Xianyu sect's rules and regulations, as well as an introduction to all aspects of the sect, such as how the sect's disciples should earn the very important contribution points in the sect and other information. Sect rule number 1, competition is encouraged among disciples, but they must not kill each other. or else be expelled from the sect. To honor the teacher, Lin Hao read up quickly. In about an incense stick or so, relying on his strong memory, he had memorized the door rules. After memorizing the rules of the sect, Lin Hao started reading the details about the sect again. Disciples of the Xianyu sect, if they want to receive the appropriate spirit stones each month, they must reach the standard in contribution points, otherwise the spirit stones will be halved. And disciples with outstanding contribution points can receive additional spirit stone rewards each month. Learning spells requires spirit stones and the deduction of a certain number of contribution points. Purchasing pills and magic treasures in the sect also requires contribution points. Lin Hao realized that it seemed that in the Xianyu sect, he had to use contribution points for everything. A pro-disciple has to earn enough contribution points to reach 100 per month. And if the contribution points don't reach the standard, half of the spirit stones will be deducted, and the 20 lower grade spirit stones that a pro-disciple can receive each month will become 10. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this one. If half of the spirit stones were deducted, it would be worse than killing him. Gotta work hard to earn contribution points. Lin Hao, who wanted to keep his spirit stones, was instantly filled with contribution points, and he hurriedly checked in the jade slip to see how to earn them. After some understanding, Lin Hao probably knew that the fastest way to earn spirit stones and contribution points in the sect was to become an alchemist, talisman maker, or weapon refiner. Learning introductory alchemy requires 2 lower grade spirit stones and 5 contribution points. I have the spirit stones, but these contribution points are 0. I still have to earn them. Lin Hao planned to work on becoming an alchemist first after some deep thinking in his head, and he secretly thought, every mountain peak, there's a place where the sect's tasks are released. Let's go there tomorrow and see if there are any quests I can take. Chapter 33. Start cultivating. Strive to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining as soon as possible. Settling on a plan to earn the clan's contribution points, Lin Hao got up from the stone chair and came to sit cross-legged on the stone bed, taking out a lower grade spirit stone and holding it in his hand, closing his eyes and running the 5 elements eternal life technique to cultivate. The pro-disciple cave is so rich in aura. It's almost 3 times as much as that abandoned cave mansion once was. Coupled with the 8 of spirit stones, I'm afraid that 1 day of cultivation in the cave is equivalent to 7 days of cultivation in the handyman area. He had just entered his cultivation state when he was ecstatic in his heart. At this rate, he would almost break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining in a month or so. The next day was still young. Lin Hao ended his cultivation and got up from the stone bed with a flexible figure. According to the method of caring for the spirit element fruit tree recorded on the cave's token, he needed to fill up the spirit spring water with a special jar by the small tam with the spirit spring water every day when the sun had just risen and the spirit spring water on the top of the 9th peak was the most intense, and then poured it into the cave's small pool of water for the spirit element fruit tree to absorb it, in order to be considered as completing the daily watering task. Quickly stepping forward and entering the spirit elemental fruit tree protection array, he grabbed the jar of water he had been fetching by the waterhole and headed out of the cave. Lin Hao ran his body's spiritual qi and gathered it in his legs as he quickly ran up the hill. After 2/4 of an hour or so, he arrived at the spirit spring at the top of the mountain and found that there were already many disciples in inner sect attire waiting around the spirit spring. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who needed spiritual spring water to water spiritual plants and trees. Greetings to the progenitor brother. Lin Hao, who was dressed in a purple robe, stood out like a crane amongst a bunch of blue-robed disciples, and his arrival immediately caused these inner disciples to salute. According to the Xianyu sect's rules, all outer disciples and inner disciples had to address their personal disciples as senior brothers. Senior brothers, there's no need to be polite. Lin Hao's face wore a spring-like smile, waving his hand in greeting, and his heart was inexplicably a bit fluttering, his vanity being satisfied like never before. To know, he was still a small handyman a few days ago, and he had to be very respectful when he saw the outer disciples, not to mention the noble blue-robed inner disciples, and he was just like a mole cricket in the eyes of the inner disciples, and he could be easily pinched. And now that he had become a pro-disciple, the situation was reversed, and his status was so high that even the inner disciples had to bow to him carefully. Lin Hao extremely enjoys this atmosphere. His heart is happy, secretly sighing that no wonder people are desperately trying to climb up the ladder. This is the joy that power brings. He and a group of ninth peak disciples talked and laughed, waiting for the moment when the sun rose and the spiritual spring on the mountaintop was at its most intense. Time passed, and 2/4 of an hour passed. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun slowly rose, shining towards the ninth peak with its purple aura. Senior progenitor, you may fetch water. After you. the surrounding inner disciples said with pleasing smiles on their faces. Since all of you senior brothers are humble, I will not be polite. Seeing that all the inner disciples were giving way to him, a smug look appeared between Lin Hao's brows as he took out his special jar and began to fill it with spirit spring water. Gulp! Gulp! This particular jar had an array engraved on the inside, and while it looked small, it could hold roughly nearly 1,000 pounds of water. 20 breaths or so. The jar filled with water was very heavy, and Lin Hao had to run his aura and energize his physical body in order to move the jar. Worthy of being a personal senior brother? Only at the second level of chi refining. You can move something so heavy. I estimated that I couldn't even withstand half the weight of this jar back then at the second level of chi refining. A group of inner disciples looked a little surprised, and they were patting themselves on the back. As the Ninth Peak's precious spirit element fruit tree's special water-containing jar, they knew the weight of this jar filled with water. Originally, he thought that Lin Hao, who had become a pro-disciple by breaking the mountaineering record, would fill the jar halfway with spirit spring water and bring it down the mountain, but he didn't expect him to be so tigerish as to fill it directly. As the inner disciples watched, Lin Hao strained to hold the special jar of nearly 1,000 pounds and walked down the mountain. This jar has special runes on it, can ensure that the spiritual power of the spiritual spring water does not dissipate, and once refined this jar of the clan seniors, want to use this jar to sharpen the disciples, but also special to the jar engraved with a small array, to prevent disciples from laziness to put the jar into the storage bag. So this is loaded with spiritual springs weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms of jars. Can only rely on the disciples to personally run the spiritual power to move down the mountain. A candle mark later, following the rugged mountain path, Lin Hao finally returned to the cave, panting, holding the special jar full of water. Knock! Setting the 1,000-pound jar on the ground. He was already covered in sweat. You can't miss the best time to water the spirit element fruit tree. Lin Hao didn't dare to rest much, and after taking a few deep breaths, he held the special jar and went to the small pool of water in the cave, and poured the spiritual spring water in the jar. Into it. Rustle. As the spiritual spring, which had absorbed the purple chi in the early morning, poured into the water pool, the leaves of the several spiritual yuan fruit trees were windless and beautifully glowing with a shimmering light. The token records that if the spiritual yuan fruit tree is satisfied with the spring water, this manifestation will occur. Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His first day of watering the spiritual yuan fruit tree was considered complete. His whole body collapsed in a stone chair with exhaustion. Carrying a 1,000-pound canister over a rugged mountain road was no easy task, because the special jar couldn't be put into a storage bag. Even a cultivator with a cultivation level at the 9th level of chi refining and a wind-powered flying magic treasure wouldn't be able to fly with such a heavy jar. Although it wasn't as strenuous as Lin Hao moving it, it also required the consumption of spiritual chi, and walking on the ground holding the jar wasted a lot of time. As for wanting to be lazy and use a flying boat or some other magic treasure to transport the canisters to water the spirit tree daily, that would be too big and too costly. No wonder second senior brother Suan was so happy when he just saw me. It turns out that he felt that the drudgery of watering can finally be dumped on someone else. Lin Hao had serious doubts in his heart. He rested for a while, and then applied his energy to recover the consumed aura in his body. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Hao felt his body's fatigue disappear before he stood up and exited the cave, heading towards the location marked in the jade slip to receive the clan's mission. This is it. After a period of rushing, Lin Hao stopped in front of a large hall with the words Hall of Affairs written on a plaque. When he stepped into it, he saw quite a few outer disciples and inner disciples, standing in front of a stone wall engraved with formation patterns. Above the stone wall, lines of text were displayed, precisely the Xian Yu sect quests. Spirit Wood Hall task. Need 8 disciples of the 3rd level of Qi refining to treat spirit wood impurities with spirit Qi. Reward contribution points 3. Alchemy Hall quest. Refine Qi replenishing pills. Requires a first order alchemist certificate. A success rate of 50% in refining Qi replenishing pills. And for every successful Qi replenishing pill, 1 spirit stone and 20 contribution points will be rewarded. Spirit Wood Hall mission. Cut down spirit wood. Every 7 days time. Gain 3 points of contribution. The quests on here. Either I don't meet the conditions or the contribution points are too low. Chopping 7 days worth of spirit wood for only 3 contribution points. Lin Hao looked at one of the quests on the wall. His face filled with depression. As a pro-disciple, he had to earn 100 contribution points per month in order to meet the standard to keep the spirit stones he received each month from being cut in half. So the kind of low-level tasks that involved working for many days to gain a few points of contribution were a drop in the bucket for him. This mission seems good. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up as he muttered, Spirit Beast Hall task? 4 disciples are needed to assist in delivering a baby to a spirit flame pig, rewarded with 10 contribution points. As long as I deliver the spirit flame pig 10 times, I'll be able to earn enough for 100 contribution points. He was so excited that he couldn't help but step forward quickly. The surrounding disciples, seeing the honorable purple robes on Lin Hao, automatically made a path for him. I would like to take the spirit flame hog to assist in the midwifery quest. Lin Hao arrived in front of a blue-robed inner disciple who was registering for a mission. Senior protege, you really want to take this mission? The blue-robed inner disciple looked at the purple robe he was wearing and showed a look of dismay. Assisting in the delivery of a spirit flame pig is not a good job. Assisting in the process of delivery involves a lot of suffering, and is one of those tasks that a dog would shake its head at. It was really hard for him to understand that a noble pro-disciple would take on this kind of dirty work that other disciples would not be willing to take on until they had no other choice. Chapter 34 There are such good things. Of course I'm going to take this mission. Lin Hao's tone was decisive. This contribution point was the one that gave the most contribution points for any mission he could take on the mission Stonewall. He was prepared to take on the spirit flame pig to assist in the midwifery quest and earn enough contribution points to learn the introductory alchemy technique. Alright, senior progenitor, please give me your identity token and I'll register this mission. That blue-robed inner disciple said with a rather odd expression on his face. Well, here. Lin Hao took out the token and handed it to him. The blue-robed inner disciple took the token and used the service hall's task registration magic treasure to quickly register his information, then returned the token to him and said, Senior prodigy, has already registered this spirit flame pig assisting in the midwifery task under your name? So head over to the Spirit Beast Hall and show the token to the Spirit Beast Hall's deacon, and he'll know about it. Okay, please trouble this senior brother. Lin Hao retrieved the token, said a polite word, and left at a brisk pace as the surrounding disciples watched. Ha, did I hear you wrong? A pro-disciple is so noble as to deliver a spirit pig. You heard correctly. That pro-apprentice senior brother took the task. I was beside him and heard it clearly. TSK. Put. Pro-disciple delivering a spirit pig. This kind of thing has never been done before. It's kind of unprecedented in the sect. As soon as Lin Hao had just left, the other disciples in the Hall of Affairs who were receiving the sect's tasks clamored and couldn't help but talk about it. After exiting the Hall of Affairs, Lin Hao hurried quickly based on the map information in the jade slip. Almost a quarter of an hour later, he appeared in the Spirit Beast Hall and showed his body token to the deacon in charge of Spirit Flame Pig production. What? You're going to assist in delivering a baby? That deacon was filled with shock after realizing Lin Hao's intentions. Although the contribution points received for delivering a Spirit Flame Pig were very high, but when did a pro-disciple fall to the point of delivering a pig's baby? If it were to be spread out, I'm afraid that this matter would become a laughingstock in the entire Xianyu sect. We can't let this matter happen. Otherwise it's too humiliating for a pro-disciple. The inner sect deacon in charge of the Spirit Flame Pig's production, with a quick turn of his mind, tried to find a reason to refuse. The Spirit Flame Pig is about to give birth. Has the disciple who assisted the Spirit Flame Pig in delivering the baby arrived? Suddenly an old man's grumpy voice came from within the Spirit Beast Hall. The inner door deacon shivered when he heard the old man's voice. Obviously very afraid of this old man. He had wanted to reject Lin Hao for someone else, but it was too late to find someone else. After weighing the pros and cons left and right, he could only harden his head and say, Lord Protector, the last disciple who assisted in the midwifery has already arrived. Bring him in. The old man said hastily. Yes, Lord Protector. The inner door deacon returned, then turned to Lin Hao and said, You come with me. Good. Lin Hao quickly followed. A moment later, a bad old man with white hair and a disheveled image was seen spitting on his mouth as he explained the details of delivering the baby later to the other 3 disciples who had also taken up this task. The last person who assisted in the delivery of the baby was him. The inner door deacon carefully said, As Lin Hao came in, the scruffy old man visibly froze for a moment when he saw the purple robes he was wearing, but soon he said, Come over here quickly. I'll give you the details you need to pay attention to later. Lin Hao nodded and walked over with a calm face and a cheeky face amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the 3 disciples in outer sect attire. After the piglets of Spirit Flame Pigs are born, they will emit a strong aura of fire fury, and if the newly born piglets are concentrated together, the aura of flames will be too strong, which will result in the piglets having a very low survival rate. The Spirit Flame Pig was wailing for delivery. Time was urgent. The scruffy old man quickly explained. When you see the Spirit Flame Pig cubs being born later, You will immediately carry the spirit flame pig away from the place of delivery and put it into the separate room we have prepared on the line. Do you understand? Got it. Lin Hao and the other 3 outer disciples returned. Go, follow the old man. The scruffy old man prodded and then headed towards where the spirit flame pig that was about to give birth was, with Lin Hao and the others following closely behind. It was about less than half a quarter of an hour. Lin Hao then saw a 10-foot tall, fire-red colored spirit pig lying on the ground. It's about to start. When the spirit flame pig cubs are born, you guys take turns coming up and carrying the cubs away. With another admonition, the scruffy old man stretched out his wrinkled palm to run his spiritual energy, and instantly glowing arcane runes surfaced on his palm. This was the Spirit Beast Hall's unique birth-inducing rune, which had the effect of assisting the spirit flame pig in giving birth. The scruffy old man carefully imprinted his runic glittering palm on the waiting spirit flame pig. Ow! The 10-foot tall spirit flame pig immediately let out an ear-splitting pained cry. It didn't take long for the first calf-sized pups to be born. Lin Hao couldn't help but look shocked. This newborn spirit flame pig pup was actually covered in terrifying flames. Quickly go and carry out this spirit flame pig cub. The Spirit Beast Hall's inner door deacon hurriedly called out. Yes. An outer sect disciple gritted his teeth and rushed up as if he were dying, gathering his body's spiritual chi into his hands and stiffly carrying the spirit flame pig that was bubbling with special flames. Then he saw that outer disciple. His face filled with pain, as if the flames on that spirit flame pig had caused a lot of damage to his body. That outer disciple was holding the spirit flame pig cub, screaming miserably as he ran out the door, looking at Lin Hao, who was doing this kind of assisted midwifery task for the first time, his scalp tingling. Is it too late to back out? Lin Hao couldn't help but shiver. Ow! The spirit flame pig that was giving birth continuously let out howls, and soon the second spirit flame pig cub was born. Quick! Go and hold it out. The inner door deacon hurriedly commanded. Spirit flame pig pups were extremely fragile. If 2 newly born spirit flame pig pups were in one place at the same time, the fire fury chi on their bodies intertwined together would harm the pups and cause them to die prematurely. Wild spirit flame pigs gave birth to more than a dozen cubs at a time, but because of the presence of the fire fury chi, the cubs could only survive 3 to 4. So for the sake of the survival rate of the spirit flame piglets, they need to be separated quickly and put into separate rooms. The second outer disciple, under the urging of the Spirit Beast Hall's inner door deacon, also rushed up stiffly, and then held the flaming spirit flame pig cub, screaming miserably as he ran outside. The 10-foot tall spirit flame pig kept on laying, and soon it was Lin Hao's turn. Fight! For the contribution points, Lin Hao gritted his teeth as his aura gathered on his arm and stiffened his heart to hug the spirit flame pig cub that was bubbling with special flames. The moment he touched the cub, there was a hot aura that invaded his body. Hiss! A burning, agonizing sensation came from both hands. Lin Hao endured not screaming in order to retain the face of a prodisciple, but his face was livid with pain. Under the urging of the Spirit Beast Hall's deacon, he quickly carried the spirit flame pig cub and rushed towards the designated independent room. When he put the spirit flame piglet away, Lin Hao realized that although the skin of his palm hadn't broken, it was red as if it had been scalded by boiling water. No wonder the quest contribution points are given so high. It turns out that this assistance in delivering a baby is so painful. Even though Lin Hao had put the spirit flame pig cub away and no longer touched the cub, there was still a scorching hot aura in his body that traveled through his body, making it very difficult for him. Buzz! Just when he was in great pain, suddenly the ancient longevity pagoda within the sea of consciousness gently shook, and its body glowed with an emerald green light. Immediately, Lin Hao felt an additional soft force within his body, and the scorching firebending aura from the spirit flame piglet's pups immediately became docile as if it had met its nemesis. It then ran along his meridians for weeks, and finally transformed into the pure spiritual energy in his body, and his cultivation immediately refined a lot. Ha! The flame energy from the spirit flame piglet's body is tonic to me after it's processed through my ancient longevity pagoda. Lin Hao's eyes lit up. The fire fury chi energy that a spirit flame pig cub had invaded his body was equivalent to half an hour of his laborious cultivation after being absorbed with the assistance of the ancient longevity pagoda. This task of assisting in delivering babies, which was incredibly painful for others, was a great good for him. Not only could he earn contribution points, but he could also cultivate. The fire fury chi in his body was resolved by the ancient longevity pagoda, and the pain in Lin Hao's body disappeared, the reddened skin on his hands returning to normal. Delivering babies for riches. Lin Hao was in a happy mood and was energized by the cause of assisting the spirit flame pig's midwifery, and he quickly walked back to the room of the spirit flame pig that was in labor. Chapter 35, Well done. This spirit flame pig gave birth to more than 20 piglets, and after Lin Hao and the 4 of them who assisted in the midwifery took turns holding the piglets several times, the task of assisting in the midwifery for the spirit flame pig was completed. The 3 outer disciples who had hugged the little piglet had the fire fury chi enter their bodies, and their mouths were constantly emitting wails of pain. They had to recuperate for some time before they could remove the fire fury chi from their bodies. Lin Hao had touched the little piglet with the special flames 5 times in a row, and quite a bit of fire fury chi had entered his body. But with the assistance of the ancient longevity pagoda, it wasn't much of a problem. In order to avoid him being out of place with the other 3 outer disciples, although he didn't howl miserably like the 3 outer disciples, he also pretended to be in pain and muffled grunts from time to time. Worthy of being a personal senior brother, the ability to endure pain is better than ours. Those 3 outer disciples couldn't help but look at Lin Hao with respect. Newborn flame pig cubs that fire fury gas is very powerful. In addition to the foundation master contact is fine. Even if the 9th realm of refining chi cultivator contact will be the fire fury gas into the body, very bad. To spend time to clean up the body of the fire fury gas, in order to return to normal. In the wait, after about half an hour, you guys did a good job. This time all 20 or so pups of the spirit flame pig survived. The spirit beast hall protector was covered in scruffy disregard for image, and the old man who had delivered the spirit flame pig was red-faced. Spirit flame pork flesh contains powerful chi and blood power, which is comparable to the blood and flesh of demonic beasts of the 5th level of chi refining after adulthood, and is better absorbed than the blood chi contained in the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, which is very popular among body refining cultivators. Breeding spirit flame pig is the spirit beast hall's big business, sells a large number of spirit flame pigs to the state of Zhao and for their own sex to use each year. Can be said to be no worries about selling, belongs to the kind of how much to sell, if there were no accidents. These spirit flame pig cubs that had already passed the danger period could successfully grow to adulthood, and then each head could be sold for 30 lower grade spirit stones, and with more than 20 adult spirit flame pigs, it would be more than 600 lower grade spirit stones. Here, give them each 15 points of contribution, and the extra 5 points of contribution will be counted as a reward for them from Old Man, the Spirit Beast Hall's midwife protector. The scruffy old man said in a good mood, "Thank you, Lord Protector." Upon hearing this, all of them couldn't help but rejoice and thank them in a hurry. "Give me your identity tokens." The Spirit Beast Hall deacon smiled and said, "I will give you the contribution points." Good. The 4 people who had done the auxiliary midwifery task nodded their heads and took out their identity tokens, handing them over. That Spirit Beast Hall deacon took the identity tokens of the 4 people and lightly scratched them on the magic treasure of the Spirit Beast Hall that recorded the contribution points before returning their identity tokens. Lin Hao took a look at the identity token in his hand and realized that the originally very small number 0 on the identity token had turned into 15, meaning that he had 15 contribution points. This assisted midwifery mission is really good. The Spirit Beast Hall was rich and generous. Not only were the task contribution points high, but they also gave extra contribution points. In Xian Yu sect, contribution points are very important. In addition to being used in learning spells, purchasing magic weapons, spirit medicine, pills, etc., they can also be directly exchanged for spirit stones. And every 10 contribution points can be exchanged for a lower grade spirit stone. A few more times doing the task of delivering babies, and I'll be able to reach 100 contribution points as a pro-disciple this month, and won't have half of them deducted when I receive my spirit stones. Lin Hao was very excited in his heart and felt that it wasn't that hard to get along in the Xianyu sect. Alright, there are no more other spirit flame pigs spawning today. You guys now have the fire fury chi in your bodies, so go back and recuperate. That Spirit Beast Hall inner door deacon kindly said. Yes. The other 3 outer disciples put away their identity tokens and endured the pain in their entire bodies as they hurriedly walked outside. This senior brother, why aren't you leaving yet? That intersect deacon's gaze fell on Lin Hao and asked with some doubt. Intersect deacons and progenitors were on the same level, so they could be called masters and brothers. Senior brother, I would like to ask, how many births do you guys deliver to spirit flame pigs here each month? Lin Hao asked coyly. Our Spirit Beast Hall has raised over 100 female spirit flame pigs. And we have midwifery jobs every 1 or 2 days, right? The inner door deacon didn't hide it when he was asked this question, and said with some bitterness, although this kind of dirty work has high contribution points, but doing it once is not only painful, but also need to recuperate for 10 days and half a month, to solve the fire fury chi in the body. Not many disciples are willing to do it, and our Spirit Beast Hall sometimes can't find anyone, so we can only get on it by ourselves. Oh, got it. Lin Hao was instantly delighted at his words. This assisted midwifery for the spirit flame pig was a long-term job that was great for him. He wouldn't have to worry about sect contribution points in the future. After asking about the situation, Lin Hao left the spirit beast hall with the 15 points of contribution he had just earned in a beautiful manner. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and it was estimated that it would be dark in half an hour. Lin Hao hummed a song as he walked down the mountain path of the Xianyu sect, heading for the ninth peak. He is that personal disciple who possesses the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Lin Hao is really lucky. This 5 elemental wasted spirit root isn't even qualified to join our sect, yet it allows him to have such a status in our sect. Who let our founding ancestor set the rule of breaking the record of ascending to the top to be a personal heir, only to let this kind of waste pick up the slack? Senior brother, be careful what you say. Beware of causing trouble. What are we afraid of? We're disciples of the 5th peak. We're not afraid of his 9th peak. The news about Lin Hao's 5 elemental wasted spirit root becoming a pro-legacy spread quickly, and in less than a day's time, it had gotten to the point where the entire clan's disciples knew about it. The 9th peak had also become the laughingstock of the other peaks on weekdays because of this matter. When the disciples from the major peaks encountered Lin Hao, they couldn't help but whisper and point at him, their words rather contemptuous and despising. Humph, a dog's eye view. The 5 elemental spiritual roots were the strongest spiritual roots in the ancient times. Sooner or later, Little Master will rise to power. Lin Hao heard the sneering discussions of the other peak disciples, and he even suffered damage to his good mood of having earned 15 contribution points today. After some rushing, he finally descended Spirit Beast Mountain and stepped into the 9th peak. The surrounding sneering and mocking discussions then all but disappeared. The disciples of the 9th peak, although they looked odd when they saw Lin Hao, after all, Lin Hao was one of the 3 personal disciples of his peak, and the respect that should be on the surface couldn't be less. Greetings to the progenitor brother. The 9th peak disciples despised Lin Hao in their hearts, yet they had to bow respectfully on the surface. No need to be polite. Lin Hao smiled broadly and waved his hand. It's better to be a disciple of our own peak. They salute us when they see us, unlike other peaks that look down on people. Amidst a cry of pro-transmission senior brother, Lin Hao's anger and depression from being outside got much better. Know the shame and move on. Back in his cave, Lin Hao sat on a stone bed, holding a spirit stone in his hand, and cultivated with his knees crossed and eyes closed. Today, there were 5 spirit flame piglets fire fury chi that invaded his body, and they were all refined into pure aura by him relying on the ancient longevity pagoda, which was equivalent to him practicing hard for several hours. Lin Hao estimated that if daily cultivation was combined with refining the fire fury chi and the spirit stones, he estimated that within half a month, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of chi refining. At that time, his aura could be externally released, and he could learn spells and manipulate magic weapons to attack. Chapter 36, A Promise is a Promise. Time spent practicing always goes by exceptionally fast. The night was silent, and the next day, before dawn, Lin Hao opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, ending his cultivation. Getting down from the stone bed in high spirits, he picked up the special jar next to the spirit element fruit tree and went to the spirit spring at the top of the 9th peak to fetch water. He returned to his cave with the jar full of spirit water in his arms, and after completing his daily job of watering a few spirit elemental fruit trees, he hurriedly headed to the Hall of Affairs. Lin Hao's eyes were browsing the quest wall in the Hall of Affairs, and he was lucky that the Spirit Flame Pig delivery quest, which was supposed to be available only every day or two, had another one in the Hall of Quests today. Didn't he just deliver the Spirit Flame Pig yesterday? Which of the disciples who did this kind of thing in the past wasn't tortured by the poison of the fire fury and lay down for 10 days and half a month to recover? Lin Hao, how he looks. Like nothing. Did he not deliver the Spirit Flame Pig yesterday? Many of the disciples in the Hall of Affairs who received the task had seen him receive this task with their own eyes yesterday. But today, when they saw him appear again, they all couldn't help but look shocked. I'm going to take the Spirit Flame Pig assisted delivery quest. Lin Hao ignored the other disciples' strange gazes and took large steps forward. Senior protege, you still want to do this quest? The inner disciple who was responsible for registering the mission had a shocked expression on his face. This is delivering a spirit pig. It's addictive. Is there a problem? Lin Hao glared at him fiercely and said, no problem. That inner disciple hurriedly said, then registered this task into Lin Hao's identity token. After receiving the mission, Lin Hao quickly left amidst the odd expressions of the other disciples in the affairs hall. Why you again? When a purple-robed Lin Hao appeared in the Spirit Beast Hall, The spirit beast hall deacon who had met with him yesterday looked shocked and rubbed his eyes vigorously to his blurred vision. Fire fury gas into the body according to reason. Lin Hao should be in great pain. How he is like nothing. And also came to do the task of delivering babies. Senior brother. When will that spirit flame pig be born today? A smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he asked eagerly. It's almost half an hour away. The spirit beast hall deacon hesitated and said, although it's hard to find someone to give the spirit flame pig an assisted midwifery, but senior brother, I have to say that senior brother, you are wearing a purple robe as a prodisciple of a noble status, and you're always doing this kind of dirty work. I'm afraid that it's going to stir up trouble and invite people to make fun of you. Senior brother is wrong. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? As a prodisciple, I have to not be afraid of being dirty or tired. The harder things are, the more others are unwilling to do, the more I, a prodisciple, have to do it, and set a good example for the other disciples. Lin Hao patted his chest and said with great righteousness, besides, delivering babies to spirit flame pigs is the same as trying to make a contribution to the clan, so how can there be a difference between high and low? This senior nephew, you speak so well. That spirit beast hall deacon would have had to persuade Lin Hao to give up doing the task of assisting in delivering babies again, but the old man, the scruffy protector from yesterday, had already smiled and heard Lin Hao's words, and couldn't help but feel empathy for him as he continued. The old man, a hallowed foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't also deliver babies for the spirit flame pigs that the clan raises in order to earn spirit stones for the clan. Dog-like things, working as deacons in the spirit beast hall, taking the spirit beast hall salary, and still disliking the spirit beast hall's dirty work. Then, the scruffy old man glared viciously at the deacon and said grumpily, the spirit flame pig is about to give birth, so don't get off your ass and go see if there are any disciples who are willing to come and work. Yes, Lord Protector. The spirit beast hall deacon's head broke out in a cold sweat as he was chided by the scruffy old man, so he hurriedly bowed respectfully and hurriedly retreated as if he were fleeing. Protector uncle, rest your anger. Don't be general with him. For the sake of the clan you have labored so hard. If not for you old man taking great pains to take care of the spirit flame pigs, how could our clan sell tens of thousands of spirit flame pigs every year and earn hundreds of thousands of spirit stones? Lin Hao stepped forward and respectfully bowed, patting his ass. The scruffy old man to the spirit flame pig delivery. Others on the surface because of his foundation establishment cultivation to him respect. The actual backside simply looked down on him to do things. Many of his peers, from time to make fun of him, to the disciples as a negative example, saying what weekdays cultivation does not work hard, in the future to go to the spirit beast hall to raise a pig and so on words. Seeing Lin Hao dressed in the purple robe of a prodisciple, yet speaking with genuine emotion about his own merits, the scruffy old man had a feeling of being recognized, and he couldn't help but feel a great deal of comfort in his old age as he said, he, you're a good kid. Thank you, Protector uncle, for the compliment. Lin Hao was harmlessly well behaved. By the way, senior nephew, you held the flame pig cub yesterday, and the fire fury chi entered your body, so you should be resting today. So how come you're here again in my spirit beast hall to do the auxiliary midwifery thing? The scruffy old man asked with some confusion. Disgruntled senior uncle, I once coincidentally ate a fire attribute spirit fruit, causing me to have a special physique, and that fire fury chi doesn't seem to be able to help me. Lin Hao put together the reasons he had thought of and said them. There's still this kind of spirit fruit? The scruffy old man's face was shocked, and he couldn't help but reach out his pale hand and grab Lin Hao's hand to check it. Lin Hao's face was calm. He didn't panic at all about being viewed by a foundation establishment cultivator. The remnants of the immortal elder's soul had told him that even a transitional succession stage cultivator who viewed his body wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the ancient eternal life pagoda in his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, there's no fire fury. The scruffy old man checked for a long time and found nothing unusual before releasing Lin Hao's hand, and then looked at Lin Hao with an agitated gaze, as if admiring a stunningly beautiful piece of jade, saying, Master nephew, you were simply born to do the pig breeding material. The old man has an unkind request, but also ask Master nephew to say yes. Uncle Protector, you said. Lin Hao spoke respectfully, if I can do it, I'll do my best. Old man, I hope you'll sign a long-term contract with our spirit beast hall to help us do the spirit flame pig midwifery job. The scruffy old man looked at him nervously, fearing that he would refuse and continued. The old man can give you 300 contribution points per month. How much? Lin Hao's heart was wildly shocked, somewhat incredulous. Under normal circumstances, If you do a one-day Spirit Flame Pig midwifery mission without giving extra rewards, you can only get 10 contribution points, and there will only be a Spirit Flame Pig mission once after an interval of 1 day to more than 2 days, which isn't done every day. Plus the Spirit Beast Hall will find other disciples to do it with him for this mission. And the 300 contribution points per month is already very conscientious. 300 contribution points in a month. According to the Spirit Stone exchange ratio, that's 30 lower grade Spirit Stones. Adding to the fact that he could receive 20 lower grade Spirit Stones per month as a progenitor. This was a proper monthly income of 50 lower grade Spirit Stones, and it was simply a direct takeoff of wealth. No. 500 contribution points per month. As long as Master Nephew signs a long-term Spirit Flame Pig assisted midwifery contract with our Spirit Beast Hall, the old man will give you 500 contribution points per month. When the scruffy old man saw Lin Hao ask a question, he thought he was dissatisfied and hastened to raise his price. Protector uncle. 500 contribution points. I'll sign this contract. Lin Hao's eyes were glowing and his breathing was heavy. Fearing that the old man would back out, he hurriedly said, "It's a deal." The bad old man and Lin Hao's hands clasped together excitedly, rather like they were in a wolfish state. "Lord Protector, it's no good. Only 2 people have taken up our Spirit Flame Pig assisted midwifery mission today." The Spirit Beast Hall deacon went and returned, coming to report. 2 people? Together with this Master Nephew, only a total of 2? The Spirit Beast Hall Protector old man asked. "Right, Lord Protector," the Spirit Beast Hall deacon stiffly replied. "All of our Spirit Beast Hall disciples have other things to do and can't come to help." Normally a disciple at the Chi refining realm would be at his limit when he came into contact with around 6 Spirit Flame Piglets that had just been born with the Fire Fury Chi. And 2 people, at most, carried 10 Spirit Flame Piglets to a specific house. The Spirit Beast Hall Protector couldn't help but have a bit of a headache, and his gaze fell on Lin Hao as he nervously asked, "Senior Nephew, can you, by yourself, withstand the fire-damaging chi of more than a dozen Spirit Flame Piglets?" "Senior Protector, I'll take care of it." A confident smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he patted his chest and assured him. Chapter 37 The Wealthy Among the Disciples. Seeing him swearing, the old man Dirt Protector thought for a moment and said, "Then let's start with 2 people. And if there aren't enough of them at that time, Deacon Han, you'll take the top spot." "Yes, Lord Protector." Deacon Han nodded with a bit of a headache. His realm was at the 8th level of Chi refining, and although his cultivation level was much higher than the other disciples, he had to suffer for a few days before he could recover from being exposed to the Fire Fury Chi. Let's go to the house where the Spirit Flame Pigs give birth first." The scruffy old man led Lin Hao and the other outer disciple who had taken the task towards the grounds where the Spirit Flame Pigs were being bred. He came to the waiting Spirit Flame Pig and waited a while longer. "It's about to start." Special midwifery runes appeared in the scruffy old man's hands and gently slapped them towards the Spirit Flame Pig. "Ow! Roar!" Accompanied by the Spirit Flame Pig's vocal hissing, a flaming Spirit Flame Pig cub appeared. Another outer disciple was just about to go up to hold the Spirit Flame Pig cub when Lin Hao spoke. "Let me do it first. When I can't hold on, you guys can go up." This Fire Fury Chi was good for him to transform into pure spiritual energy with the Universal Longevity Pagoda, and it was good for him, so he was especially active. This kind of work, and there are still people who grab it? That outer disciple had done several Spirit Beast Hall assisted midwifery tasks, and every time, it was only after the deacon had urged them that a disciple would stiffen up and go to hold a Spirit Flame Piglet cub. Amidst the incomprehensible gazes of the outer disciples, Lin Hao stepped forward to carry the Spirit Flame Pig cub covered in special flames and ran out the door. Hiss! Lin Hao couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt of pain. When the Fire Fury Chi first entered his body, it still hurt a little. When the ancient everlasting pagoda radiated a soft mysterious energy, that pain disappeared, and instead, he had a clear, cool and very comfortable feeling. Soon, a newly born Spirit Flame cub was placed in a special separate room that he had prepared beforehand. Lin Hao didn't rest. He trotted quickly, going and returning. After waiting for about a minute or so, the second flaming pig cub was born, and Lin Hao didn't say anything, and very bravely picked it up directly and left. In the gazes of the Spirit Beast Hall deacons and outer disciples, from the initial surprise to shock, Lin Hao acted as if nothing was wrong, putting the 20 or so newborn flame pig cubs into a specific house. "Senior Nephew, are you alright?" Spirit Beast Hall Protector's scruffy old man asked with his gaze revealing concern. The Fire Fury Chi of more than 20 flame piglets, that kind of terrifying degree, could already make a cultivator of the 3rd to 6th level of Chi refining seriously injured. "I'm fine. There was so much fire fury chi invading Lin Hao's body that even though he had the help of the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda, his skin was red all over his body, and there was a kind of fiery pain. It's really okay? The protective old man asked again with some skepticism. Aha! Lin Hao said seriously. Senior protector, you go ahead and get busy. There's no need to mind me. Alright, once something happens, let your senior brother Han help. The old man who was the protector hesitated and left with a quick step. The newly born flame pig cubs still needed him to groom their bodies with his aura so that the flame pig cubs could survive better. After the old man guarding the law had left, Lin Hao simply crossed his knees and closed his eyes to cultivate in the spirit beast hall, fully digesting the large amount of fire fury chi that had invaded his body. How is this possible? In the dazed expression of spirit beast hall Deacon Brother Han, the reddened skin on Lin Hao's body was slowly fading. By the time that protective scruffy old man came back from dealing with the flaming pig cub, he had already returned to normal and opened his eyes in a refreshed manner. Lin Hao's heart was filled with joy. The fire fury chi from the 20 or so spirit flame pigs he had digested was almost equivalent to the 10 or so hours of hard training he had done in the cave. Ha! What an odd physique. The old man protecting the law. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even though he had seen a lot, he could not help but say with some awe and envy, the spirit fruit that you once ate, senior nephew, was truly outstanding. Earlier, he had examined Lin Hao's body and found that other than a fire attribute aura from an unknown spirit fruit, he hadn't found any other treasures or anything like that. Of course, even if the treasure was found, Xian Yu sect, as a prestigious sect with an inheritance of nearly 10,000 years, the old man of the spirit beast hall protector, as an elder, would not easily make a move to snatch it, because the nature of such a thing was too bad, and it would easily produce a great karma and tarnish the reputation of the sect. To know, in the country of Zhao originally once had 5 major immortal cultivation sects, just because a few hundred years ago, one of the 5 major immortal sects Xuanhe sect, an elder found that the disciple got a good treasure, out to snatch it, and as a result, that disciple escaped, and later came back to take revenge after cultivation, and directly exterminated Xuanhe sect. This led to the 5 major immortal cultivation sects of Zhao, turned into 4 major immortal cultivation sects. This matter shook the immortal cultivation world of Zhao, and later the 4 major immortal cultivation sects of Zhao learned from the warning. Specifically because of this extermination incident set down the rules of the door, and did not allow the top management of the sect to rob the disciples under the door of the opportunity to get the treasures. Senior uncle, the contract of 500 contribution points per month that we talked about before, can we sign it now? Eating spirit fruits was a reason he had made up, and Lin Hao didn't want to discuss it much as he pulled away from the topic and talked about the things he was most concerned about. Yes, delivering a spirit pig. I was so busy that I almost forgot to sign a contract with my senior nephew, Deacon Han. Go and bring a copy of our Spirit Beast Hall's contract. The scruffy old man only remembered that the contract hadn't been signed after he reminded him, and was afraid that Lin Hao would renege and hastily said, Yes, Lord Protector. Deacon Han respectfully bowed and quickly went to bring a contract, then wrote the contents as the old man requested. Take a look, senior nephew, and if it's okay, sign your name. The scruffy old man handed over the written deed. Lin Hao took a look at it. It was very simple. There were no other special clauses. The general meaning was that he would help the Spirit Beast Hall to assist in the delivery of the Spirit Flame Pig, and the Spirit Beast Hall would give him 500 contribution points per month. Senior Protector, can you add a deadline? He hesitated and said, I would like to sign a 6-month contract first, and if the contract time is up, we can renew it. This half-year contract is not too short, or master nephew you sign a year, how about it? The scruffy old man said with some urgency. Talents like Lin Hao who weren't afraid of the fire fury chi were too hard to find, and the old man who was the protector of the Spirit Beast Hall couldn't wait to tie Lin Hao to the Spirit Beast Hall as a beater for the rest of his life to help him assist in delivering the Spirit Flame Pig. In this way the biggest headache in the Spirit Flame Pig production chain of the Spirit Beast Hall is solved. Alright, a 1-year contract then. Lin Hao hesitated and said. Only after the scruffy old man added a 1-year period to the content of the contract did Lin Hao sign his name on the contract. And just like that he became one of the few disciples within the Xian Yu sect who could earn 500 contribution points a month. There were no more spirit flame pigs producing today, so he didn't need to remain in the Spirit Beast Hall. He collected the contract and walked out of the door of the Spirit Beast Hall in a happy mood with a swollen 8th step. The Spirit Beast Hall had already advanced him 500 contribution points in advance in order to show their sincerity. And what was originally 15 contribution points on his token had directly become 515. These contribution points could be exchanged into 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Together with the fact that pro-disciples could receive 20 lower-grade spirit stones per month, he would have 70 lower-grade spirit stones, a proper affluent class amongst the disciples. Chapter 38 Battle on the Dueling Stage. Time passed, and more than half a month passed. During this period of time, Lin Hao went to the Spirit Beast Hall during the day to work on utilizing the Fire Fury Chi to cultivate, and at night, he cultivated in his cave with a lower-grade spirit stone in hand. With his current cultivation level of the second level of Qi refining, he would be able to finish absorbing the spiritual Qi from a spirit stone every 2 days or so. Inside the Black Night Cave, Lin Hao sat with his knees crossed and his eyes closed. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the second level of Qi refining, and he was only a foot away from the third level of Qi refining. Just today, I can definitely break through. Lin Hao performed the 5 elements longevity technique to guide his aura, over and over again, running the circumference in his meridians. I don't know how long it took. When the spirit stone he was holding in his hand was absorbed to the point that not a single trace of aura was left, suddenly his body boomed with a slight tremor. Immediately after that his aura broke the tipping point, and the aura began to undergo some changes, becoming more pure. Qi refining 3rd grade. He snapped his eyes open, a flash of light quickly fading in his dark eyes. After more than half a month of hard cultivation, he finally broke through. A joyful smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. After reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, the aura was so pure that it could be externalized without dissipating. If Qi refinement 1st and Qi refinement 2nd were half a foot into the cultivation world, then Qi refinement 3rd would be considered a true double foot into the cultivation world. When a cultivator enters the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, he can do the externalization of his aura, learn some low-level spells, and operate magic weapons for imperial weapon attacks. This kind of ability, in the eyes of mortal martial artists, was already considered immortal means. 5 elemental spiritual roots. Cultivation is really slow enough. Lin Hao was happy for a moment before regaining his composure. Muttering and thinking, I actually absorbed 10 lower-grade spirit stones before I broke through. It was important to realize that with the help of the ancient longevity pagoda, the amount of aura he absorbed from 1 spirit stone was equivalent to someone else absorbing 2 spirit stones, meaning that he had actually absorbed the equivalent amount of aura from a full 20 spirit stones from someone else. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of how over a month ago, when he was in the area of the miscellaneous disciples, that senior brother Yuan Chang had broken through from the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Qi refining by merely absorbing 6 lower-grade spirit stones, and without the help of the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda, he would need to absorb 3 times the amount of spirit stones that senior brother Yuan Chang had in order to break through. Although Lin Hao was prepared in his heart for the difficulties of cultivating the 5 elemental spiritual roots, he couldn't help but smack his lips a little. He had checked quite a few books that recorded the 5 elemental spiritual roots in the Xianyu sect over the past year or so, and he knew that the amount of spiritual qi required for each breakthrough of the 5 elemental spiritual roots would increase exponentially with each realm. At the 3rd level of qi refining, it would only be even slower and tougher to cultivate than the 2nd level of qi refining. Cultivate with spirit stones every day. I don't believe that I won't be able to cultivate until I build the foundation. If it's still slow to cultivate with spirit stones, then I'll use the spirit stones to buy pills that can increase my cultivation level. Lin Hao clenched his fist, his Dao heart growing stronger. The next day, after Lin Hao finished the job of watering the spirit yuan fruit tree and helped a female spirit flame pig in the spirit beast hall finish delivering her baby, it was already afternoon when he left the spirit beast hall. Instead of returning to his cave, he went straight to the Xianyu sect's transmission pavilion and prepared to learn spells. Ha! Look! It's that pro-disciple who often delivers pigs and is called Lin Hao. It's a shame that our Xianyu sect has such a personal disciple. Isn't it true that you can only learn spells at the 3rd level of qi refining? This guy is a 5-element waste spirit root. Even if there are enough spirit stones, I'm afraid he won't be able to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining in 10 or 8 years. What's he doing here? When Lin Hao appeared in the transmission pavilion wearing the distinctive purple robe of a pro-disciple, he immediately attracted the gazes of a large number of disciples from the other peaks, surreptitiously pointing their fingers at him, their mouths speaking in rather contemptuous tones. This place, it's not for trash like you. Shortly after walking into the transmission pavilion, he saw a handsome young man wearing the attire of an outer sect disciple walk over with a few followers. His eyes filled with hatred as he lowered his voice. Lin Hao raised his eyes and realized that this teenager was none other than Wei Wuxian, who he had eliminated outright in a fight when he had participated in the Handyman Disciple Promotion Trial Examination more than half a month ago, when he had grabbed the Spirit Gathering Array. With Wei Wuxian's talent and strength, If he hadn't met Lin Hao, he would have been able to make it into the top few places on the Mountain of Trials and gained a spot to become an elder's named disciple, which was why Wei Wuxian couldn't wait to kill Lin Hao by 1,000 cuts whenever he thought of him. Lin Hao frowned, and with the idea that he didn't want to continue to aggravate the conflict, he ignored the badmouth Wei Wuxian and chose to take a step back before taking a detour towards the lower-level spells area of the transmission pavilion. Humph. I lost my place as a named disciple because of you. I must take this revenge. You can't hide from me. Wei Wuxian saw him backing down, but he got an inch and directly followed him, a sinister expression on his face. Lin Hao was so depressed that his good mood of coming to the transmission pavilion to learn spells was ruined. You, a defeated man with the status of an outer disciple, dare to speak in front of this progenitor like this? Seeing that the other party was pestering him and constantly speaking harsh words, Lin Hao's face turned cold and he loudly rebuked. What kind of pro-transmission? I'm a disciple of the 5th peak. You're a disciple of the 9th peak. Even if you're wearing a purple robe. So what? A waste of 5 elemental spiritual roots is just a waste. Nothing in my eyes. Wei Wuxian sneered. What can you do to me? The 5th elder of the 5th peak, to which he belonged, and Lin Hao's master, Xiao Yud, had a deep feud, and Wei Wuxian humiliated Lin Hao, the 9th peak's pro-transmitter, in front of everyone, and not only would he not suffer punishment, but I'm afraid that he would also be able to get the 5th elder's backing. Don't you go too far. A fierce look emerged on Lin Hao's face. The other party's status as an outer disciple provoked the pro-disciple, and even if he took action and made a scene in the law enforcement hall, he would still be the one who had the upper hand. Why are you not convinced? Then let's fight. I, an outer disciple, challenge you, a pro-disciple. Do you dare to accept? Wei Wuxian had a look of contempt on his face. He had already learned a low-level spell. As long as he could provoke Lin Hao to fight him, he would be able to utilize the spell and teach Lin Hao a hard lesson. Senior brother Wei's 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root. His natural talent is top-notch in the entire outer sect, and this Lin Hao caused senior brother Wei to lose his place as a registered disciple, so it's no wonder that senior brother Wei is looking for trouble from him. I think it's a waste for Lin Hao's kind of 5 elemental spiritual root to take up the status of a pro-disciple, so it's better to let it out to other geniuses. Seeing Lin Hao clash with Wei Wuxian and the others, in the low-level spell area of the transmission pavilion, many outer disciples gathered around, looking at the purple robe Lin Hao was wearing with envy, but at the same time very much despising it. They weren't disciples of the same peak as Lin Hao, so even if their words were disrespectful to Lin Hao, as long as they didn't make a move, there would be no consequences. In the Xianyu sect, pro-disciples had to have great strength or amazing cultivation talent to convince the public, and the existence of Lin Hao, a 5 elemental spiritual root, not only made the disciples of the other 8 peaks of the Xianyu sect look down on him, even the disciples of the 9th peak where he was located were secretly quite disdainful. I'm not afraid of you. After January, we'll fight at the fighting platform on the Dao Theory peak. Lin Hao clenched his fists. He had endured again and again, and the other party pressed on step by step, so there was no need to endure any longer. The reason why he had to wait for a month was that he wanted to learn the spells and then fight the other side. The speed at which spells were learned was related to the cultivator's control of aura. Lin Hao had stepped into cultivation for more than a year. He had paid extreme attention to spiritual power control, and every day he would take the time to practice the control of spiritual power in his body. And with his current proficiency in controlling spiritual power as if it were in his hands, he was confident that he would learn spells within a month, and by relying on the 5 elemental spiritual roots which were stronger than those of the same realm, he would be able to defeat Wei Wuxian. Chapter 39, Jade Slip of Spells. What? He accepted senior brother Wei's fighting challenge to have a date. I didn't hear it wrong. After Lin Hao had spoken out about the appointment after being constantly provoked, the 5th peak outer disciples with Wei Wuxian couldn't help but be happy, and the disdain on their faces became even more intense. This is going to be a good show. It's as if I can already see the scene where Lin Hao was brutally beaten by senior brother Wei. There were disciples from the 5th peak with smiles all over their faces. The other peak disciples who were watching around them couldn't help but talk about it. As we all know, the general 5 elemental spiritual roots, even if they step into the cultivation world, are basically casual cultivators who spend their entire lives fighting at the first level of qi refining. In the eyes of the disciples of the peaks of the Xianyu sect, even if he, Lin Hao, had once eaten a spirit fruit and relied on the residual medicinal power of the spirit fruit before his cultivation had broken through to the second level of qi refining, I'm afraid that if he wanted to continue to break through to the third level of qi refining, it would be more difficult than climbing up to the sky. This Lin Hao was looking for death. With Wei Wuxian's 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root, not only does he cultivate with fast realm growth, but when he practiced his spells, he was also far beyond ordinary people. A second peak outer sect disciple who was watching from a short distance away. His face showed sympathy and secretly shook his head. He's a 5-element wasted spirit root being tricky to bully. Just clap his tail and do it. He has to show off and fight with Wei Wuxian. Good. Some guts. Let's fight after January. Whoever doesn't dare to come is a shrunken head turtle. Wei Wuxian did not think Lin Hao in their own provocation, actually really open promise to fight, could not help but feel happy, afraid that he regretted hastily said. His mind spun rapidly, and soon had a method in his mind to avenge and relieve his anger. His father was an elite disciple of the inner sect of the 5th Peak, and he had good connections in the sect for many years. On the Dao Peak fighting platform is responsible for supervising the disciple competition of a senior uncle, and Wei Wuxian's father has some friendship. When Wei Wuxian decided to ask his father to intervene, and that senior uncle, so that the senior uncle in the supervision of the battle pretended to be distracted too late to stop it, so that he can take advantage of the opportunity to suddenly Lin Hao beaten into serious injuries. I've agreed to your challenge. Now can you leave? Lin Hao said expressionlessly. If you keep badmouthing me and barking at me here, I'll cancel the appointment. You little mongrel, you're the barking dog. Wei Wuxian had wanted to say a few more words, but for fear that Lin Hao would find a reason to go back on his word regarding the appointment, he finally held back, and with a turn of phrase, he turned to a few of his followers around him and said, "Humph, let's go, and then we'll look for him to settle the score after January." Ever since he had accidentally lost his qualification to become an elder's named disciple due to Lin Hao's appearance more than half a month ago, he had had a nagging feeling every day, and Lin Hao was on the verge of becoming a demon in his cultivation. Now that there was an appointment and he saw the hope of revenge, Wei Wuxian's entire body was much more relaxed, and his footsteps were a little lighter as he left. Lin Hao watched the Fallfinder leave, and in the midst of a large number of other disciples watching, he quickly made his way to the shelf in the transmission pavilion that held the jade slips of low-rank spells. He picked up one of the jade slips and focused his mind, and soon knew the information in the slips. This was a low-ranked spell with a water attribute called Water Blade, using water spiritual energy to condense into a water blade to attack the enemy, and was most suitable for cultivators with water spiritual roots to cultivate. In the immortal cultivation world, the choice of cultivation spells is learned based on the attributes of the spiritual roots, and different attributes of the spiritual roots cultivate the same kind of spells with different magnitudes of power. For example, if a fire attribute spiritual root, which was opposite to the water attribute, came to forcibly cultivate the water attribute water blade low-rank spell in the jade slip in Lin Hao's hand, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to exert 10% of its power. This kind of water attribute spell could only be maximized if cultivated by a water spirit root cultivator. In addition to water spirit root cultivators being able to cultivate water blades, gold spirit root cultivators, who could produce water from gold in the 5 elements, were also suitable for cultivation, but their power could only be utilized at about 70% of the water spirit root's power. I am a 5-element spiritual root, and I can learn spells of all attributes. Lin Hao thought darkly in his heart. Multi-attribute spiritual roots are incredibly slow to cultivate, but one advantage is that the choice of spells is more diverse. Unlike single-attribute spiritual roots that are single, the jade slip of the Gungfu in Lin Hao's hand could only be seen as a simple introduction at the moment, and the specific contents of the cultivation would have to wait until he had paid the spirit stone at the deacon of the pavilion of transmission before he could view it. He surveyed the introduction about the water blade spell once more and found that this water blade low-level attack spell was quite practical and very suitable for the use of chi refining low-level cultivators. And after a little bit of thinking, he decided to keep this jade slip and didn't put it back on the shelf. After choosing a water attribute spell, Lin Hao looked at the jade slips of other attribute spells on the shelf. He was prepared for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 types of spells, picking one of each, and then going to the transmission pavilion's deacon to pay for the spirit stones required to learn the spells all together. A flame art that can be coalesced in the hand for melee combat, or formed into a fireball for long-range attacks. This one is not bad either. Not long after, Lin Hao had another jade slip in his hand. There are already 2 attack spells, and I still have to pick a defense spell. He put away the 2 jade slips and moved his feet to another shelf that held a large number of earth attribute spells and searched for them. Earth attribute spells were famous for their defense, and Lin Hao quickly found a jade slip of a suitable defense type spell to cultivate. Firmament. With earth spirit power, it condensed into a shield to ward off the enemy's attacks. That's it. Lin Hao picked out the earth attribute spells and then came to the wood attribute spells area. Sundance is wind, and wind is wood. A wind control spell Jade Slip that caught his attention. Casting this spell, although he could not fly, he could make his body light and run extremely fast. In the area of the transmission pavilion's low-level spells, after staying for half an hour, Lin Hao brought 5 Jade Slips with him to the deacon of the transmission pavilion and said, "Senior brother, I would like to borrow these spell slips." A total of 5 lower-grade spirit stones and 15 contribution points. This deacon of the transmission pavilion was from the 3rd peak where disciple strength was currently the strongest and had the most geniuses, and was on bad terms with Lin Hao's 9th peak, but in his heart, he looked down on Lin Hao's 5 elemental spiritual roots, so his attitude was rather cold. Lin Hao didn't care about this deacon's attitude and took out 5 spirit stones and his identity token from his storage bag and handed them over. After collecting the spirit stones and deducting 15 contribution points from his identity token, the deacon of the transmission pavilion faintly reminded, "You can borrow the spell Jade Slip for a month, during which time you may not give it to other disciples to view or spread out, or else the door rules will be dealt with." "Yes, elder brother." Lin Hao retrieved his identity token, picked up the 5 spell Jade Slips, and concentrated on them. After he realized that after paying the spirit stones and contribution points, the Jade Slip of the spell, which he could only see a brief introduction before, could already be seen in its entirety, so he put away the Jade Slip with confidence and headed outside the transmission pavilion. After a period of rushing, Lin Hao returned to his cave on the 9th peak and couldn't wait to take out the 5 Jade Slips and watch them. Let's learn the flame art first. It can be used to attack from afar or in close combat. Lin Hao thought for a moment and made a decision in his mind. After all, among the 5 attribute spells, fire attribute spells were known for their powerful attacks. Chapter 40, Spell Genius? Holding the Jade Slip that contained the flame technique. Even if Lin Hao he had an amazing memory, it took him some time to memorize all of the contents. Don't look at the fact that the current spells being learned were only first-rank low-level spells, but they were still quite difficult to cultivate. To successfully use the flame art, not only did one need to let the aura pass through special meridians and flow into the hands, but one also needed to control the aura to emit a special energy fluctuation after the aura left the body. This kind of energy fluctuation, called a spirit pattern in spells, can produce a corresponding natural power. Lin Hao put down the spell Jade Slip and carefully pondered the points of casting the flame art in his mind again, and after a quarter of an hour or so, he suppressed the distractions in his mind and operated the spiritual chi in his body, running it through a specific few meridians before gathering it in his right hand. Hoo-hoo! With a single stretch of his index finger, a fire the size of a candle as it burned appeared, and a scorching aura hit his face, with the surrounding temperature rapidly becoming higher as a result. Lin Hao was quite excited to see that he had successfully used the flame technique to summon a small flame, and a moment later, he saw his index finger, which was burning with a small flame, pointing towards the front. Whoosh! The small, hot, high-temperature fire, in the direction he pointed, sped away and flew 3 feet before dissipating into the air. My control of the aura in my body can be achieved with the aura as if it were in my hands, but once the aura leaves the body, the farther away it is, the difficulty of controlling it increases exponentially, and when casting spells, I also have to make the aura leave the body to maintain the characteristic spell aura pattern fluctuations, which enhances the difficulty quite a bit more. Lin Hao frowned and muttered, I'm afraid that if I want the flames to fly out farther, I'll have to practice hard. Inside the cave, he kept practicing the flame art over and over again like a madman. From the very beginning of controlling the small flame that could only fly out 3 feet, to the latter, Lin Hao could control the small flame to fly out a distance of 1.5 feet without dispersing. This third level of chi refinement of mine, doing it so that the flames fly out 1.5 feet is already the limit. By the latter part of the night, with Lin Hao's repeated attempts, he had become familiar with fire control. One could manipulate the small flame like a nimble bird, flying up and down within 1.5 feet of him. Next, have to increase the power of the flame art. Lin Hao operated the 5 elements eternal life technique, allowing more aura in his body to flow into his hands through special meridians. Crack! In an instant, the small flame in his hand became a fist-sized flame, and the scorching temperature rose exponentially. Lin Hao's clear face, roasted red by the flames, was too hot. He hastily waved his hand, controlling the fist-sized flames, and flew outward. It dissipated right away when it was less than 1.5 feet away from him, and after increasing the power of the flames, the fist-sized flames were much harder to control than small flames. Moreover, just casting a fist-sized flame once would require 1/10 of the aura in Lin Hao's body. The power is enough. It's just that the distance is too short and the consumption is too high. If you can't control the flames to fly a little farther, this move can only be used as a melee attack. Lin Hao thought darkly in his heart. In his cave, he kept using the flame art he had just learned, adjusting the size of the flames to test how far differently powerful flames could fly out. It wasn't until around the ugly hour of the morning, when Lin Hao had used the flame art too many times and was mentally exhausted, that he had to stop. During this period of time, it entered the peak period of spirit flame pig calving, belonging to some of the busiest days of the year in the spirit beast hall. Almost every day there were spirit flame pigs producing, and tomorrow he still had to go to the spirit beast hall to do his work. He sat down on his knees on the stone bed to run the 5 elements longevity technique, and breathed and exhaled to recover from his state. Phew. Still tired. Practicing spells too much. Before dawn, Lin Hao yawned as if he had overworked his body, picked up the special jar on the side of the water hole, and went to the spiritual spring at the top of the 9th peak to fill it with water to water the spiritual yuan fruit tree. Along the way, the disciples of the 9th peak couldn't help but discuss quietly when they saw him passing by. Yesterday, the matter of Lin Hao's appointment to fight with the 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root genius Wei Wuxian at the Pavilion of Transmission hadn't even been over for a day, and it had already spread to the disciples of the 9 peaks of the Xianyu sect. Prochuan Lin's senior brother. What's with him? He's mentally depressed, like he's practicing kung fu and going off the deep end. After Lin Hao left after he had filled the water at the spirit spring, the other disciples who were filling the spirit spring at the top of the 9th peak couldn't help but open their mouths. I heard that senior brother Lin, the pro-religionist, borrowed 5 spell jade slips in the transmission pavilion yesterday, and it looks like it should be the consequence triggered by forcibly practicing spells with the 2nd level of Qi refining cultivation. A disciple in inner sect attire pondered for a moment and said with an experienced look, in the refining realm does not use the realm of the aura situation. The same realm of the cultivators simply cannot detect the strength of the other side. Even the foundation cultivator, it will take a lot of spirit, seriously measure for a long time to be able to see a refining cultivator's realm in the first few weights. So Lin Hao's breakthrough from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Qi refining was currently known only to him. Return to the cave with the special jar filled with water and finish watering the spirit element fruit tree. Lin Hao yawned and made his way to the spirit beast hall, where he had to deliver 2 spirit flame pigs that were about to give birth today. Senior nephew, why are you so spiritless? Young people don't do so much needlework at night. You still need to pay attention to moderation in life. The protector, the scruffy old man, his gaze fell on him and spoke in a serious tone. These days, to help the spirit beast hall work, Lin Hao and the scruffy old man mixed familiar. The relationship between the two sides is not bad. The scruffy old man as a foundation establishment cultivator, with the old boy like not much shelf. The two people together no less mutual jokes. What needlework? Pay attention to moderation. I don't understand it. Uncle Shifu. Lin Hao's face was filled with a pure expression of depression, saying, I went to the transmission pavilion yesterday to borrow spell jade slips, but I was just a little tired from practicing spells excessively at night, and my mental exertion was too great. Practicing spells? What kind of spells are you practicing as a small cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining realm? The scruffy old man's face froze slightly. I've already cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Lin Hao saw that there was no one else under these 4 except for the spirit beast hall protector uncle who had a good relationship with him, so he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and run the spiritual energy in his body, and immediately a small flame appeared on his right index finger. You really broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining. It's really unheard of for a 5-element spiritual root to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining. The scruffy old man's heart shook as he continued. Is this flame the result of your practice last night? Looking at the spirited flames on Lin Hao's fingers, he felt a bit incredulous. Yeah, Lin Hao nodded and couldn't help but spit out, saying, this flame art is so hard to practice. It took me all night to barely be able to control the fire and make it fly 1.5 feet out of my body without dissipating. What? 1.5 feet? The scruffy old man was even more surprised to know that the outer disciples in the 3rd level of Qi refining, just practicing this flame art, it would be considered good to condense the fire within 10 days. As for this Lin Hao, not only did he condense a small flame in 1 night's time, but he was also able to control the small flame 1.5 feet away from his body. This kid's enlightenment is simply spells of absolute genius. The scruffy old man's eyes sized up Lin Hao's body, feeling very sorry for him. With Lin Hao's horrifying speed of learning spells, if Lin Hao wasn't a 5-elemental spirit root, even if it was a 1st grade fire attribute single spirit root, he was afraid that he would move to go to the 9th peak to snatch a disciple from Xiao Yud. Senior Uncle. Ever since I joined the Xianyu sect and started cultivating, I have placed great importance on aura control, and every day I would take quite a bit of time to practice my control of aura. Don't look at the fact that I have only practiced the flame technique for one night, but in reality, it contains more than a year of my bitter cultivation efforts. Seeing the shocked look on the scruffy old man's face, Lin Hao felt that he seemed to have acted a little too much and hurriedly explained. Chapter 41, Protective Talisman. So it turns out that he usually focuses on practicing aura control. No wonder he learns spells so quickly. When the scruffy old man heard him say so, the shock in his heart only slightly lessened. His mouth still sighed. But even so, it's already exaggerated for you to be able to practice the flame art to such a degree in a single night. I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a second disciple from the third realm of Qi refining in the clan who has such a talent as you in terms of spells. Senior Uncle is flattering. My talent for learning spells is just barely okay. Lin Hao's tone was humble, but with that look between his eyebrows, anyone could tell that he was a bit smug. By the way, I heard that you're going to have a fight date with that Wei Wuxian in January? The scruffy old man rubbed his messy hair and continued. That Wei Wuxian, although he is currently only an outer disciple, is a genius of the 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root. His spell talent is a bit worse than yours, but not weak. He has already learned the fire bird technique, which is extremely difficult to cultivate in the lower order spells, and has also mastered the imperial weapon attack. I do have to fight him after January. Lin Hao nodded and couldn't help but ask. Senior Uncle, how come you know so much about Weiwu Mountain? Us Foundation establishment cultivators, when we reach this age, which one of us doesn't want to take on an accomplished disciple? So it's only natural that the old man would pay more attention to a descendant with amazing natural talent on a regular basis. The scruffy old man pondered for a moment and said, that Wei Wuxian's 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root, only a little short of the 5th grade, equivalent to quasi 5th grade single attribute fire spirit root. The speed of learning spells, but also very fast. The old man not long ago wanted to use the only special right qualification. Wei Wuxian transferred to the Spirit Beast Hall to come. At that time, the old man promised to wait for him to reach the 6th level of Qi refining cultivation. To become the inner door disciple, the old man will accept him as a closed door disciple to inherit the mantle of Lao Fu. Who knows? That little guy doesn't know what's good for him and dislikes the old man for being a pig breeder. Plus the peak master of the 5th peak, the 5th elder, Shiman Ku, blocked it from there, and it didn't come to fruition. The scruffy old man gently shook his head and sighed. His tone was quite regretful. There's such a thing? Lin Hao's face showed a stunned color. His face oddly surveyed the bad old man in front of him. The Hall Foundation cultivator actually worried about accepting the apprentice. Lin Hao could not help but think of his own master Xiaoyad usually do not treat him well. Since the time of worship to see aside, after coming to the 9th peak, he did not see any more signs of his master, completely as to put up and ignore him. He felt that if he could worship the scruffy old man it would actually be quite good, and couldn't help but say, Old Zhang, look at me. I have a talent for this spell that no one has ever seen before and no one will come after me. And I don't mind that you're a pig breeder. So why don't you go and speak to my master and let me be your personal disciple? What Old Zhang? No big deal. Call Master Uncle. The scruffy old man had originally failed to snatch the disciple. His heart was very depressed, and he glared at him without any good reason, saying, You kid, even if it is a 1st grade single attribute spiritual root, the old man will accept you as a disciple. But your 5-line spiritual root is, really alas, difficult. Senior Uncle. These days we have worked hard to help your Spirit Beast Hall Spirit Flame Pigs deliver babies. There is hard work without merit, and you actually dislike my spirit root qualification as well. Lin Hao could not help but sigh. His face looked lost and difficult to say. Originally thought that the Master Uncle was easy going to treat people kindly. I did not think that your old man is also a commoner. You also look down on me. Alas, is that I look at the wrong? Alas, you kid blindly say what? Straight ing count old man afraid of you. You as a personal disciple. The old man even if you want to accept you as a disciple. Not only to your master Xiao Elder agreed, but also to use the old man's only time to choose the privilege of the talented disciple. So the acceptance of the disciple thing is certainly not. The scruffy old man watched him lose it, thinking that after getting along for so long, Lin Hao worked quite hard in the Spirit Beast Hall. He was a bit intolerant and said, You're going to fight Wei Wuxian next month, so I'll give you a talisman to protect your body, counting it as a compensation for the old man not being able to take you on as a disciple. Thank you, Senior Uncle. Lin Hao knew that he had 5 elemental spiritual roots. and how wasted they were in other people's eyes, and that the scruffy old man was able to get along with him without a fight, which was actually quite okay, and Lin Hao didn't really expect him to actually take him as his disciple. Seeing that the scruffy old man was willing to fund him a talisman, his eyes immediately lit up and he looked on with cheeky eyes. This first-order middle-grade golden light protecting talisman can withstand the full force of a 6th-level chi refining cultivator's strike, and can protect you from being injured in your match with Wei Wuxian. Old man Zhang, the protector, took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it over. Good stuff. When Lin Hao took the talisman, he felt that it contained a powerful spiritual power. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and was quite moved, saying, "Senior uncle, you're too good to me. When your lifespan is about to expire, we'll definitely be there for you in your old age. Giving old man a pension, just by you? Who are you looking down on?" The scruffy old man looked at him contemptuously, and said without any goodwill, "The old man is a foundation establishment cultivator, 90 years old this year, and it's totally fine to live to be 200 years old at the beginning of the year, and by that time, it's not known who will give away who for the two of us. Alright, senior uncle, I just wanted to express my gratitude." Lin Hao was instantly a bit speechless. This old guy liked to carry on. It was just a matter of taking someone's talisman and eating their hands, after all, and he decided not to care about the scruffy old man's disdain. "Don't mope, senior nephew. I'm afraid that those two spirit flame pigs are about to give birth. Go with the old man to deliver the baby." After the scruffy old man gave the talisman, he quickly brought up business. "Well, Uncle Master, let's go." Lin Hao yawned. Practicing spells last night was too much mental exertion, and he also wanted to quickly finish his work in the Spirit Beast Hall and go back to his cave to meditate and cultivate to nourish his spirit and recover his state. An old man and a young man quickly ran towards the area where the spirit pigs were raised. Ow ow ow. A burst of spirit flame pigs' howls resounded continuously. After almost 2 hours, a total of more than 40 little piglets covered in flames born from the two spirit flame pigs were finally all carried to the special house by Lin Hao. Seeing that the newly born piglets had survived the most dangerous period, he spoke. "Senior uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Well, go on," the scruffy old man who was tending to the spirit flame pig cub said without even lifting his head. "By the way, senior uncle, you have to keep my breakthrough to the 3rd level of chi refining a secret. Don't say it out." Lin Hao had just taken a few steps when he suddenly came back. "I want to hide my strength first." "Don't worry. The old man definitely wants you to win and won't spread your strength outward." The scruffy old man used his aura to unclog the body meridians of the spirit flame pig cub while saying, "Thank you, senior uncle. Then I'll take my leave first." Lin Hao arched his hand and left quickly. This kid is sinister enough. I'm afraid that Wei Wuxian is going to suffer a big loss. After Lin Hao left, the scruffy old man couldn't help but mutter. He'd lived for so many years that he naturally knew what Lin Hao was trying to do by hiding his strength. That Wei Wuxian, although the clan's top genius, but the character of arrogance and pride, thought that Lin Hao only refining Chi 2nd realm, surely light enemy. When Lin Hao showed the enemy weakness, to spell suddenly attack, I'm afraid that there is really a 50% chance that sneak attack to win. Chapter 42, Trying the Law in the Mountain. After exiting the door of the Spirit Beast Hall, Lin Hao headed straight for the cave. After a rush, Lin Hao opened the door to his cave, and he was really too mentally tired. So the first thing he did when he returned to the cave was to sit on the stone bed and sit on his knees to run the 5 elements eternal life technique to cultivate. Generally, chi refining techniques had the effect of restoring the spirit, which could be used as a substitute for sleeping, and the 5 elements longevity technique was particularly outstanding in this regard. In the closed eye cultivation, time passed little by little until the moon was on the branch at the 11th hour of the night. Lin Hao opened his eyes in a radiant manner. After hours-long cultivation, that tiredness in his body disappeared and he became refreshed. Humph. People fight for a breath of air. Buddha fights for a furnace of incense. Continue to cultivate spells. When the time comes, we must defeat Wei Wuxian and deter the other disciples of the sect. Otherwise there will always be petty people in this sect who look down on this pro-transmission. Lin Hao snorted coldly and clenched his fists to pump himself up. Then, he began to continue practicing yesterday's flame art, but found that this flame art, as if it had entered a bottleneck, couldn't go any further. Half an hour later, in the 3rd realm of chi refining, currently, one can only manage to control a small flame to fly flexibly within 1.5 zhang, and a flame the size of a fist will dissipate after hitting a distance of 3 feet at most. Lin Hao somewhat unwillingly stopped practicing his flame art and stopped doing useless things. He hesitated for a moment to pick up another spell, Jade Slip. having already learned an attack spell. His second spell, he was going to prioritize learning defensive spells. One offense, one defense. The way of balance. Lin Hao's mind focused on viewing the earth spell Jade Slip that recorded the firmament shield technique, and it took him almost 2 moments or so to memorize the most difficult method of fluctuating energy spirit patterns in the spell firmament shield technique in his mind. Almost ready to try, he pondered in his mind for a while, running the 5 elements longevity technique to invoke the aura in his body, running it through specific auric veins and finally gathering it in his hands. After many attempts, suddenly, Lin Hao's right hand swung violently, and an earth-yellow chi that emanated the fluctuations of a special spirit pattern appeared, quickly transforming into a shield that was about a foot long. I wonder how hard it is. After Lin Hao successfully cast the firmament shield technique and was delighted in his heart, he couldn't wait to find out how good the defense of the firmament shield technique was. Unfortunately, there was no one to spar with, so he thought about simply exiting the cave and retrieving a hard rock. Lin Hao used the firmament shield technique again, and an earth-colored shield appeared, and with his other hand, he picked up the hard stones he had retrieved from the outer gate and ferociously slammed them at the earth-colored shield. Knock! A deafening dull sound like a hammer striking iron sounded, and Lin Hao only felt a huge force of recoil come over him. The earth-colored shield formed by the aura was not only slightly concave in some, but the hard stone twice the size of a fist could not stand the force of the knock, and directly cracked and shattered into several halves. What a strong defense! Lin Hao tried the effects of the firmament shield technique, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He had just struck the earth-colored shield with a hard stone, but he had used his spiritual energy, and he actually couldn't manage to break up the earth-colored shield made of aura. People don't know what's enough. Lin Hao, after a short period of excitement, he was a little dissatisfied again. This earth-colored shield, only about a foot long and wide, the defense area was too small. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, he repeatedly practiced casting up the firmament shield technique, trying to make the defensive area of the firmament shield technique increase. Lin Hao immersed himself in it without realizing it, and only stopped after about 5 or 6 hours when a strong feeling of exhaustion hit him. Under the frantic practice of the firmament shield technique, the earth-colored shield produced by his firmament shield technique had grown to about 2 feet in length, greatly increasing the area of defense. Ouch! So tired. It seems like it's almost dawn. Lin Hao was in a depressed mood, saying that he wouldn't stay up all night, but as a result, he hadn't been able to hold back again in order to polarize his pursuit of spell progress. Ending his spell practice while there was still some time left, he hurriedly restored his mental state by meditating and practicing. Half an hour or so later, the sky was cloudy. Lin Hao went out with a black eye and a yawn. Quickly look, senior protege Lin. His eyes are black and his spirit looks even worse than yesterday. TSK, has he not given up practicing spells yet? At the second level of chi refining, trying to control spells is several times more difficult than at the third level of chi refining, and at the current realm of senior protege Lin, trying to learn spells is simply a daydream. The special purple robe of a prodisciple on Lin Hao was just so different that wherever he went, he drew stares from the other disciples, and when he walked away, those disciples couldn't help but gossip from their mouths. What are the qualifications of that Wei Wuxian? And what are the qualifications of our pro-transmission senior brother Lin? It seems that after January, pro-transmission senior brother Lin is bound to lose, and the face of our ninth peak is about to be disgraced. A youth in inner disciple attire couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. But forget it, do we still have any shame left in the ninth peak? Last time the disciples of the 9 peaks competed in a martial arts fight, our peak lost the most miserably and was at the bottom of the list, and now even if the pro-Christian Lin senior brother loses again, where can he lose face? In fact, the impact of the calculation isn't that great. Another 9th peak inner sect disciple broke down and said, all of these guys, they don't have confidence in us as a personal senior brother. Lin Hao's third level of chi refining divine sense and sense of hearing had been enhanced by a lot, and although the 9th peak disciples had quietly nonchalantly talked about him only after he had left by some distance, he had heard them very clearly. 9th peak disciple strength. In all the peak belongs to the bottom of the first. The 9th peak disciples face other peak disciples. Self-consciousness is lower, often made fun of by the disciples of other peaks, which led to a large number of 9th peak disciples have no self-confidence, no sense of honor, has formed a trend. Lin Hao, as one of the 3 personal senior brothers of the 9th peak, deeply felt that he was shouldering a heavy burden, and he decided to become a light of the 9th peak, to give an example to the disciples of the 9th peak, and to reshape the confidence of the disciples to change this bad atmosphere. Therefore, he must win this battle, and he must win beautifully. Time passes. Lin Hao had been working hard and practicing his spells daily. In more than 5 days, the spells in the 5 jade sketches he borrowed from the transmission pavilion had all been mastered by him. I can't cast spells just by using them in the cave. I'll have to go out and quietly try the power of the spells. Lin Hao finished his day's work. The sun hadn't set in the afternoon. He thought about not returning to his cave, and turned around and headed for the nearest barren mountain in Xianyu sect. It was sparsely populated and perfect for him to try out the power of his spells. After a period of rushing, Lin Hao arrived alone in the dense forests of the barren mountains. Pyromancy. He stretched out his right hand and with a thought, a ball of flame appeared, and with a wave of his hand that flame went straight towards a large tree. Crackle! The hot, high-temperature flames instantly engulfed the large tree, and in no time at all, it was nothing but ashes. TSK. It's worthy of being an immortal method, so strong. Casting spells in the wild can be much more painful than in a cave, and you don't have to worry about destroying the cave. Lin Hao came to be interested, and he kept waving his hand, using the large trees around him as that imaginary enemy of Wei Wuxian. After burning down 6 large trees, he felt that only half of his aura was left in his body before he stopped with a sense of satisfaction. For the flame power to reach the level of instantly burning down a large tree, I can probably only cast it about 10 times before my aura runs out. Lin Hao summarized the experience of using spells in his mind. After another session, he stopped using the flame technique to meditate, and when the spiritual energy in his body recovered, he tried the water attribute attack spell again. Lin Hao's hand clenched in the void, and there was a water blade that coalesced in his hand. It was the first-rank low-level spell water blade, and he controlled the small blade made of water aura in his hand and swung it out violently. With a giggle, the water blade hit a stone with precision, slicing off a piece of it like tofu. The sharpness of the water blade has far exceeded the mundane treasure knife. This water blade spell, in addition to the killing power than the flame spell, is weaker. But there is an advantage. That is, then the flame spell attack distance is farther than the flame spell. More than 3 zhang distance will be dissipated. Chapter 43, Sneak Attack. Dangerous. Lin Hao was practicing his spells freely, and the dense forest of the barren mountain where he was located was already a mess. This is the destructive power of an immortal. He looked at the rubble all over the ground, and the ashes from the fire, and had the soothing feeling of being in control of superhuman power. Lin Hao's heart cannot help but sigh a little. If more than a year ago when he crossed to the mountain bandit's nest, well, these spells also do not have to go through all the trouble to fool the mortal mountain bandits in order to be the leader, then only need to show a hand of magic. I am afraid that those mortal mountain thieves will behead to worship. There's still half an hour or so before it gets dark. The barren mountains are infested with wild beasts at night, and you might even encounter demonic beasts. It's almost time to go back. Lin Hao operated the 10,000 ancient longevity technique, recovering some of his expended mana, and headed down the mountain. He cast a royal wind technique on himself, and immediately he was as light as a swallow. And even when he was walking through the thorny and treacherous mountains, he was fast. Suddenly, Lin Hao, who was running in the mountain forest, felt that a strong wind appeared, and a bloody air came to his face, and he thumped inwardly, creeped out, and subconsciously moved his body quickly. Phew! Bump! A beast with light yellow fur fell from the sky, surprisingly a 6-foot-tall panther, hiding in a tree and attacking him. Ordinary leopards simply couldn't grow this big. This was a demonic beast, judging from the fluctuation of spiritual energy it released in a flash. It's a peak second-level chi-refining leopard demon. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the leopard demon's sharp claws, his heart beating uncontrollably and violently. Demonic beasts in the early stages relied on their strong physique. Their battle strength far exceeded that of the human race in the same realm. If he had just dodged untimely, and his vitals had received a claw from the leopard demon, even if he had been at the 3rd realm of chi refining, I'm afraid that he might be seriously injured, or even killed. Fortunately, he broke through to the 3rd realm of chi refining and his perception became stronger, and he dodged in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Roar! Whoosh! That leopard demon was a good hunter and had very impressive fighting abilities. Not giving Lin Hao much time to think at all, a sneak attack missed. It landed on its 6-foot-tall body, agilely leapt up and attacked again. What speed! Lin Hao's face changed. This leopard demon was much more powerful than the 2nd-stage wolf king of refining chi that he had previously killed with Jiang Shang and the others, in a joint effort. Firmament. It was, after all, his first time facing a demonic beast alone without anyone else, and he was nervous, and in his panic, he subconsciously used the spells that he had practiced so hard over the past few days and was already familiar with beyond measure. Special ripples of aura energy appeared, and an earth-colored shield was instantly blocked in front of Lin Hao. Bang! The 6-foot-tall leopard demon rushed in at breakneck speed, ruthlessly impacting the earth-colored shield and flying backwards. Click! That impacted with too much aura added power, and the firm shield art actually cracked, damaged by external forces. Lin Hao had difficulty maintaining the energy spirit pattern fluctuation form of the firm shield technique, and the earth-colored shield directly dissipated. Being in the middle of a battle, he couldn't think too much, instinctively running the 5 elements eternal life technique, his aura running according to a specific meridian and surging into his right hand. Giggle! With a wave of Lin Hao's hand, a sharp blade of water headed straight for the peak 2nd level chi refining leopard demon that had been bounced off the earth-colored shield and fell to the ground. With the instincts of a ferocious beast, that leopard demon sensed the danger and his body jerked and leapt up from the ground. Pust! The water blade flew too fast, and it still struck the leopard demon's body, cutting out a hideous wound, and immediately a large amount of blood gushed out and spilled onto the ground. Miserable screams came out of the leopard demon's mouth, as if it knew that Lin Hao wasn't to be messed with, and after it landed on the ground, it limped and tried to flee. Sneak attacked little master and still want to run? Lin Hao used another royal wind spell on himself and quickly chased after him. The leopard demon had been injured and simply couldn't outrun him, and when Lin Hao caught up with him, the leopard was so anxious to jump over the wall that he didn't run away either, revealing his sharp teeth and twisting and pouncing ferociously. Phew! Phew! This time, Lin Hao didn't use the firmament shield technique to fend it off, but instead directly cast the most powerful flame technique, fist-sized flames that appeared in his hands and shot out. In a moment, the leopard demon was hit by the fireball. Flames appeared all over his body. An unpleasant charred smell filled out, and even more mournful screams rang out from the leopard demon's mouth. It fell to the ground and struggled desperately to extinguish the flames, but it was still useless. Lin Hao decisively added a water blade spell to the leopard demon, slashing through his neck and ending his life. Looking at the leopard demon's miserable corpse, he felt a bit cruel and couldn't help but have a look of intolerance on his face. But when he thought that if he wasn't strong enough, he, the 9th peak of the Xianyu sect's 9th prodisciple, would have already become the leopard demon's supper, the little bit of intolerance that he had disappeared completely. In the last month, because of the lack of demonic beast meat, my body refining cultivation has come to a standstill. This leopard demon corpse to bring back is just the thing to eat to replenish the blood chi I need for body refining. Lin Hao surveyed the dead leopard demon and realized that it had been burnt to a crisp in many parts of its body. But after all, it was a demonic beast, and most of the flesh and blood inside wasn't destroyed, so it was still edible. Directly putting the 6-foot-tall leopard demon into the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda, which had enough space, he executed the wind sentry technique and ran down the mountain. This barren mountain actually had demonic beasts, and after the menacing scene, he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Roar! Roar! Not long after Lin Hao left, 2 panther roars with even stronger auras came from the place where the battle had just taken place. Immediately afterward, the footsteps of a fierce beast running sounded behind them. No way! Too unlucky! There are still 2 leopard demons in this barren mountain, and they are stronger than the leopard demon I killed, and seem to be at the 3rd level of chi refining. Lin Hao's face changed. Ordinary leopards usually lived alone. After becoming demonic beasts, they already possessed some intelligence, and it wasn't uncommon for leopard demons to live together in groups. Having just gone through a battle, he had consumed quite a bit of aura using his spells, and then facing 2 ferocious leopard demons of the 3rd level of chi refining, he had no bottom in his heart at all. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he felt the footsteps of the beasts that were rapidly pursuing him, and he exerted his wind control technique with all his might as he powered up his feet and ran furiously in the direction of the Xianyu sect. But the 2 angry leopard demons had no intention of letting Lin Hao go, and chased after him furiously to avenge the death of their own son. A chase and an escape. Lin Hao was running out of breath. Even if he was a 5-elemental spirit root with a strong aura, he was a bit overwhelmed when facing speedy demonic beasts. He gritted his teeth under the strong desire to survive, and finally ran into one of the main peaks of the Xianyu sect when the aura in his body was about to run out. Hooray! The 2 leopard demons of the 3rd level of chi refining seemed to know that it would be dangerous to chase into this area. A touch of scorn surfaced in their eyes, and they roared a few times with unwillingness before turning their heads and leaving, disappearing into the mountains and forests. It's finally safe. Lin Hao's body was already drenched in sweat, and he sat down on a rock with his butt, resting for a while as he tired to come up for air before he could get his strength back. When he thought of being sneak attacked by a leopard demon and being chased by 2 chi refining 3rd grade demonic beasts for so long, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear after getting out of danger. In the case of other human cultivators in the third level of chi refining, when they encountered this situation, they would have died miserably in the leopard demon's mouth today. I'm still too weak. I have to cultivate hard. Lin Hao's difficult escape from death from the two leopard demons chasing him. A feeling of extreme insecurity surfaced in his mind, causing his heart, which had been somewhat complacent and inflated by learning spells, to rapidly cool down. Chapter 44, Imperial Art. After sitting on a rock to recover some of his aura, Lin Hao headed for the 9th peak and returned to his cave in the mountain, where it was already dark. At night, he didn't practice his spells like he did in the previous days, because at his third level of chi refinement, practicing any more wouldn't improve the power of his spells much. Lin Hao took out the leopard demon he killed today from the ancient longevity pagoda and prepared for a big meal. The cave, pots and pans are all available, all of which he has specially bought during this time, and now they are considered to be in use. He cut off a large piece of fat demonic beast meat and cut it into chunks, and when he cleaned the meat, he put it into a pot, and filled the pot with spiritual spring water from the small water pool in the cave. With everything in order, Lin Hao lit the firewood and stewed the meat in the cave. Spirit spring water stewed with demonic beast meat, coupled with his special seasonings. After about 2 moments or so, a rich fragrance wafted through the cave. It smells so good. Lin Hao had consumed too much in his battle with the demonic beast today, and when he came back, he missed dinner time, and the 9th peak dining hall was already closed, so he had long been starving. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of demonic beast meat, he gulped and couldn't wait to bring in a bowl the size of a faceplate, served a bowl full of meat and soup, and wolfed it down. Yummy! This meat is different from the wolf demon meat I ate before. Lin Hao's mouth was full of oil, and when the demon beast meat was eaten into his stomach, there was a force of blood chi that appeared in his body. After finishing all the leopard demon meat in the pot, his body was warm and very comfortable. The book has a cloud. The leopard demon meat can be used as medicine, with the main piece of the 5 viscera, to make up for the absolute injury. The benefit of chi. You can cultivate the battering mountain fist. Lin Hao put down the large empty bowl and went to the open space in the cave, setting up his stance and practicing the 36 styles of the avalanche mountain fist. Rigorous punches mobilized the muscles of his entire body, consuming the blood chi produced from eating the leopard demon's meat. Phew! Boom! Boom! The air was constantly being punched out with sonic booms as Lin Hao rapidly threw out punches, practicing the mountain-breaking fist that hammered his flesh over and over again until he digested all of the blood chi produced by eating demonic beast meat in his body at the stroke of midnight at night, and only then did he close his fists and stood up, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. The early iron skin realm of the fleshly body has refined a bit more. Lin Hao couldn't help but squeeze his skin vigorously and realized that the pliability strength had increased quite a bit. With his current strength as a physical cultivator, even if he didn't use his aura, he would be able to fight with a cultivator who had just entered the 2nd level of chi refining realm. If he took this leopard demon meat, ate all of it, and refined the demon beast meat and blood chi, Lin Hao estimated that his physical body would be able to go one step further and barely compare to a chi refining 3rd gravity cultivator. It's still the fact that I ate too little demonic beast meat, causing my flesh cultivation to be too slow compared to the chi refining realm. Lin Hao shook his head with some dissatisfaction. He was going to finish eating this leopard demon's meat, and when the time came, he would go to the spirit beast hall to buy some spirit beast meat to eat to cultivate his physical body. After all, the stronger the physical body, the greater the chances of surviving the danger. Lin Hao ended his battering mountain fist cultivation, and with a gentle leap, he sat down on the stone bed in a dashing manner, running the 5 elements eternal life technique into a state of cultivation. Day 2. After doing his daily chores of watering the spirit yuan fruit tree and delivering the spirit flame pig in the spirit beast hall, Lin Hao once again went to the transmission pavilion to return the 5 spell jade slips he had borrowed. I've already learned the spells, but in order to increase my strength and win the battle against Wei Wuxian, I still need to master controlling the spells and performing imperial weapon attacks. Lin Hao thought darkly in his heart as he quickly walked to the area of the transmission pavilion where the royal weapon spells were recorded. First rank low-level imperial art. It can defend swords, and spears, as long as they're at the level of a magic weapon. Lin Hao's eyes instantly lit up as he found what he needed. His heart was a little excited. As an immortal cultivator, he had long been yearning for spells such as Sentry. That's it. He picked up the low-grade imperial art jade slip and went to the deacon of the transmission pavilion. Do you want to borrow the Sentry? That transmission pavilion deacon froze for a moment, looking at him with some odd eyes. Lin Hao was the only person since the founding of the Xianyu sect who had a very low cultivation realm, possessed a 5-elemental wasted spirit root, and still became a personal disciple, so he was naturally more impressed. Yes, Senior Deacon, I want to borrow the Imperial Art. Lin Hao nodded. Sentinel arts are more difficult to learn than spells. You can't even learn spells and you're here to learn sentinel arts. Why do you need to do useless things? The deacon of the transmission pavilion despised Lin Hao in his heart, but he couldn't help but remind him. His realm was at the 8th level of chi refining, and in the event that Lin Hao didn't call upon his body's aura, he couldn't tell Lin Hao's true realm at all. In his eyes, Lin Hao had just become a pro-disciple by breaking the historical record with the mountain climbing test, and it had only been more than half a month since then. And with the 5-elemental wasted spirit root, his cultivation must still be at the 2nd level of chi refining. He remembered that Lin Hao had borrowed 5 spell jade slips from the transmission pavilion, and this time had just passed a short 5 days before they were returned. It must be that Lin Hao had made no progress in learning spells by force with his 2-star cultivation level of refining chi, and only then had no choice but to turn his attention to the imperial objects. Elder brother, I want to try. Lin Hao hid his strength and didn't tell the truth. Smiling, the jade slip of the imperial art, 1 spirit stone plus 3 contribution points, can be borrowed for 1 month. Seeing that he insisted on borrowing it, the deacon of the transmission pavilion didn't bother to persuade him any further and said in an indifferent tone. Lin Hao finished paying for the spirit stones and contribution points, put away the jade slip that recorded the imperial art, and headed outside. On the other hand, the 5th peak. Not long after Lin Hao left from the transmission pavilion, an outer disciple of the 5th peak ran to Wei Wuxian with a pleasing face to ventilate. Senior brother Wei, that Lin Hao returned the spell jade slips he had borrowed 5 days ago, and today he took the imperial art from the transmission pavilion. Ha ha, Lin Hao, this waste of space. With a cultivation of the 2nd level of chi refining realm not being able to learn spells, he even set his sights on the even more difficult to learn sentinel art. A follower beside Wei Wuxian couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words. His face filled with sarcasm. Is it possible that Lin Hao's cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of chi refining, and that he has learned spells and begun practicing the royal weapon again in 5 days? Next to him, another follower, with a wise light emerging on his face guessed, but his words just finished. Wei Wuxian around the outer disciple followers are as if they heard the biggest joke in the world. Hilarious, said Ma Shitty, what are you joking about? If that Lin Hao 5-line waste spirit root can be cultivated to the 3rd weight of refining chi, I that shall not be cultivated to the foundation. Jin Dan, I see that Lin Hao is about to compete with Wei's senior brother in the heart of the martial arts fight. Afraid he should be forced to rush, only to have a disease. Fools dream of wanting to learn something, to come and Wei's senior brother a battle. An outer disciple said disdainfully. His kind of qualification, no matter how much he struggles, it's useless, destined to be stepped on by senior brother Wei at will. Alright, don't mention that little bastard Lin Hao. Bad luck. When the time for the appointment arrives, I'll only need to make a light strike to defeat him. A sinister color emerged subtly in Wei Wuxian's eyes. Every time he thought that his hallowed single attribute fire spirit root genius, who was just a little bit short of reaching the 5th grade, had lost to this kind of cargo in the most important mountaineering trial test of his life, he was so angry that he spat out blood. He couldn't wait to come to the day of the appointment as soon as possible, and beat Lin Hao to death in order to relieve his heart of hatred and eliminate the demons in his cultivation. Chapter 45, Lecture by a Master Weapon Refiner. In order to learn Sentinel, a magic weapon was definitely indispensable. Lin Hao wanted to buy spells, but the 20 lower-grade spirit stones issued to pro-disciples this month had already been used up to the point where he had only 2 left after his weekday cultivation and borrowing of the transmission pavilion spell jade slips. A lower-grade magic weapon required 10 lower-grade spirit stones, and 100 contribution points, and the spirit stones he had on him were simply not enough. Spirit stones can be used up really fast. Luckily, I still have a lot of contribution points that can be exchanged for spirit stones. He left the transmission pavilion and headed to the affairs pavilion, which specialized in managing sect contribution points, and used 200 points of sect contribution to exchange 20 lower-grade spirit stones before rushing towards the weaponry refining hall in a flurry of excitement, ready to purchase the first magic weapon of his life. After 2/4 of an hour or so to catch up, arriving at the peak where the Hall of Alchemy was located, Lin Hao noticed a large number of disciples gathered outside the Hall of Alchemy, from a long distance away. That's a lot of people. Lin Hao had a puzzled look on his face. Although the refining hall was a place for selling and refining magic treasures, and there were more people on weekdays, It wasn't so many that it was swarming with people. He couldn't help but step forward to a disciple wearing the ninth peak's outer sex attire, and asked, "This senior brother, what happened in the refining hall? Why are you all gathered here?" When that ninth peak outer disciple heard someone talking to him, he couldn't help but turn his head, and seeing Lin Hao in his honorable pro-transmission purple robes, he hurriedly said with a respectful look on his face, "Back to pro-transmission's senior brother. Today it's a lecture by Master Xianding, and we're all here to listen to the lecture." At the mention of Grandmaster Xianding, Lin Hao clearly felt that this outer disciple's eyes were filled with reverence. What does Master Xianding teach when he lectures? Lin Hao had heard of this Master Xianding, who was a master refiner of the Hall of Refinement, refining quite a few very representative magic treasures, and had a notable reputation in the sect. Master Xianding is going to lecture on the refining of first-order magic weapons today. This is a very rare opportunity. The lecture is about to begin. Pro-legal brother, I'll take a step ahead. Wow. Finally, I've met Master Xianding in person. I'm your advocate. That ninth peak outer disciple was going to say more. Suddenly saw a handsome middle-aged Taoist dressed in beads flying in the air and entering the refining hall. Immediately that outer disciple got excited and frantically rushed forward. So many spirit stones. Lin Hao's eyes glanced over the bejeweled Taoist, and an extremely envious look appeared on his face. Judging from his experience of joining the sect for more than a year, all those beads of light on Master Xianding's body were the glow of magic treasures. The masters of refining weapons and alchemy. Each and every one of them is rich as hell. Lin Hao gulped, yearning to become a master refiner like Master Xianding. All of a sudden, he had become extremely interested in refining weapons for two reasons, one of which was a favorite, and the other was that it seemed like a lot of money. "Master Xianding, I am also your champion," Lin Hao shouted and charged forward. After some good amount of time in line, he came to an inner disciple dressed in the deacon's attire of the alchemy hall. "If you want to listen to Master Xianding's refining lectures, you need to pay a spirit stone to get in. Pay 10 lower-grade spirit stones to listen to lectures in the A-size area. Pay 7 lower-grade spirit stones to listen to lectures in the B-size area. Pay 5. Beside the deacon of the alchemy hall, there was an inner disciple who kept saying loudly, "The number is the closest to Master Xianding, and there is also an opportunity to ask Xianding personally for a chance to learn from him in the area of refining, and the D number is the furthest away from Master Xianding. Here are 7 lower-grade spirit stones. I want to listen to the lecture in the B-size area." An outer disciple at the front excitedly took out his hard-saved spirit stones and said. A large number of disciples had pulled out their spirit stones and handed them to that alchemy hall deacon before being led into the place where Master Xianding of the alchemy hall was lecturing. After waiting for a while longer, it was finally Lin Hao's turn. He hesitated, and with the idea of shedding the child to catch the wolf, he said in a meaty voice, "I'm going to listen to Grandmaster Xianding's lectures in the A-size area. And this is 10 lower-grade spirit stones." Seeing the purple robe on Lin Hao, the refining hall deacon smiled and said, "Master Xianding stipulates that pro-disciples have preferential treatment, and that they only need to pay 5 spirit stones to enter the A-size area to listen to lectures. Master Xianding is really a good person." Lin Hao was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly took back 5 of the 10 lower-grade spirit stones with lightning speed. After handing over the spirit stone, he obtained a special wooden tablet, and then entered the Hall of Alchemy with it in hand, and was taken by the Hall of Alchemy disciples to a field that could hold thousands of people. Lin Hao entered a little late, and when he arrived here, the venue was already black with people. Along the passageway purposely left by the Hall of Alchemy, he walked towards the Azi area. It's that 5 elements spiritual root pro-disciple Lin Hao. He's a waste with a second level of chi refining cultivation. He's also worthy of coming to listen to Master Xianding's lecture. Refining weapons generally requires the realm to reach the 3rd level and achieve an outward release of aura before one can learn. Right? What is he doing here? Lin Hao's crane-like, tawdry purple robe of a pro-disciple immediately attracted the gazes of countless people in the venue, causing a large number of disciples to discuss him. Although a lot of these discussions, many of them were negative, Lin Hao still had that little bit of enjoyment of this feeling of being in the limelight. Taking a swollen 8-foot step, he cheekily arrived at the A-size area. And there was a high platform 3 feet in front of him, which was the place where Master Xianding would be lecturing later on. Lin Hao found a stool and sat down, and about half an incense stick of time passed again. As the disciples waited for their eyes to be pierced, Master Xianding, riding a circular magic treasure, finally appeared in a dashing manner and landed steadily on top of the high platform where the lecture was being held. "It's about to start. The Black and Xianyu sect disciples in the venue couldn't help but show a look of anticipation on their faces. Master Xianding stood on top of the high platform, his eyes sweeping over the disciples below, and he even smiled and nodded when he saw Lin Hao, who was standing on a crane and wearing a purple robe. Wow! Master Xianding is looking at me. He's even smiling at me. These 10 spirit stones are worth spending. Instantly, an outer disciple beside Lin Hao had an excited look on his face. Humph! With your dog-eared looks, the master would look at you? Just now the master was clearly looking at me. Another disciple was disgruntled. Into your mother. Who are you saying has the appearance of a dog? That outer disciple said angrily. The 2 outer disciples, to their surprise, had a small quarrel on the spot because of who the master had looked at. Don't even argue. Grandmaster Xianding is obviously greeting me, his personal disciple. Lin Hao was annoyed by the 2 of them and said irritably. The 2 quarreling outer disciples were unconvinced, but they all kept their mouths shut due to Lin Hao's status. It didn't take long for Master Xianding's voice to be heard from the high stage. Today, I'll give you a lecture. The refining of first order magic weapon. In explaining the refining of magic weapon, we have to mention the refining materials. According to my perusal of various refining books, I learned that just the materials that can be used as refining the first order magic weapon, there are as many as tens of thousands of kinds. On the high platform Xianding master also no nonsense. He went straight to the point, said, refining materials are all 5 elements attributes, each other. So we in the refining, we must consider whether the material attributes are compatible. Refining when the material is good or bad and how much, as well as the proportion of the material with the ratio between the material and the 5 elements attribute strength and weakness, can all lead to the refined magic weapon. There is a great quality gap. Chapter 46. The scene quieted down, leaving only the sound of Master Xianding continuously explaining the refining of first-order magic weapons. He went from refining materials and matching, to how to control the fire and use spiritual power to inscribe spiritual patterns on the refining materials. The content was shallow and easy to understand. Even Lin Hao, someone who had never learned how to refine weapons, didn't sound too difficult. This refining lecture was almost 2 hours long before it came to an end. The learning of refining first-order magic treasures has been covered pretty much. Now I'll select a few disciples from the A-word region, and anyone who is chosen by me can ask me a few questions about refining weapons, and then this lecture will be over. Master Xianding said with a pause in his tone. The A-word area would cost 10 lower-grade spirit stones to enter, which was a considerable amount of money for any inner disciple. So the number of people in this area is like a couple dozen. When Grandmaster Xianding's gaze looked towards the A-word region, all the disciples in the A-word region had excited faces, expecting to be chosen. That purple-robed pro-disciple, what's your name and which peak are you from? Grandmaster Xianding was outside the sect attending a Zhao Immortal Cultivation World Refining Conference and had just returned to the sect this morning. He didn't know about Lin Hao becoming a pro-disciple because he had broken the historical record of the examination mountaineering. Seeing that Lin Hao, the pro-transmitter, looked so familiar that he thought he was the newly promoted genius of that peak of the clan, and he couldn't help but look at him and ask, back to senior uncle, my name is Lin Hao, from the 9th peak. When Lin Hao saw Master Xianding on the high platform asking him, he hurriedly stood up, arched his hand and saluted, saying, the 9th peak? So your senior brother Zhao's disciple. Master Xianding smiled and continued, if you have any questions about refining weapons, you can ask me now. Thank you, senior uncle. I really do have some questions that I would like to ask you. Lin Hao's eyes lit up when he saw that he had been chosen. Master nephew, tell us the problem. Master Xianding had a kind face and seemed to be a very good person to get along with. May I ask senior uncle, if one can refine a first-ranked magic weapon with the cultivation of the 2nd level of Qi refining realm? Lin Hao asked after some thought. The reason he asked this question was to confuse the other disciples and give them a false impression that his strength was still at the 2nd level of Qi refining, causing that Wei Wuxian to let his guard down. There was another reason, which was that if the 2nd level of Qi refinement was able to refine a magic weapon, then with his 3rd level of Qi refinement realm coupled with his strong control over aura, it would be even easier to refine a magic weapon. After all, purchasing a first-order lower-grade magic weapon in the alchemy hall would cost 10 spirit stones, plus 100 contribution points, which were all worth 20 spirit stones when you did the math. So it was really too expensive. And after Lin Hao understood, if he bought the materials himself to refine a first-order lower-grade magic weapon, the cost would only cost him 5 spirit stones, which was too much cheaper than buying it at the refining hall. Lin Hao is too hateful. Master Xianding likes to travel around the world and is often away from the sect, How valuable is the opportunity to ask Master Xianding questions? He even asks such useless questions. Humph. Second level of chi refining. Still wanting to refine weapons is really delusional. Alas and alack. This personal disciple of his is truly a disgrace to the clan. As Lin Hao asked this question that was like an idiot in the eyes of others, instantly the thousands of disciples listening in the venue couldn't help but look furious and look at him with disgust. Second level of chi refining. Can't do the externalization of spiritual chi. If you want to refine weapons, you have to use external objects. If you rent my refining hall's refining furnace, and control the fire, you can still refine a first-order lower-grade magic weapon. Master Xianding's face froze at Lin Hao's odd question, and he pondered for a moment or answered. But the difficulty of refining it is several times more difficult than refining the third most important chi. Thank you, senior uncle, for clearing up the confusion. Lin Hao arched his hand at him, then muttered in a low voice. Senior uncle said that the second level of chi refining can refine magic weapons, so I should be able to do the same. These words fell into the ears of the other disciples beside him and instantly caused another round of blank stares. Senior nephew, do you still have questions about refining weapons? Grandmaster Xianding pondered for a moment and said, well, I also wanted to ask Master Uncle, if a novice who has never refined a magic weapon before, after learning to refine a weapon, how soon can he refine his first magic weapon at the soonest? Lin Hao saw that he had a good face and boldly asked. When that question was uttered, Master Xianding somewhat regretted calling Lin Hao out to ask him the question. What is all this asking for? Master Xianding had hoped that disciples would ask him questions, and then he would answer the questions so that other disciples, too, could benefit. Lin Hao's question, on the other hand, wasn't helpful at all, and was equivalent to wasting his and the other disciples' precious time. In our country of Zhao, there is a genius from the Fire Spirit sect who took only 5 days from learning to refine weapons to refining his first lower-grade magic weapon. Master Xianding patiently said, so fast. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced. Other people could refine a magic weapon in 5 days. It seemed like he could try it as well. And if he couldn't, it wouldn't be too late to spend a lot of money to buy a magic weapon from the weapon refining hall. Alright, each disciple is allowed to ask me 2 questions. Nephew Lin, when you're done, sit down first. Master Xianding was afraid that he would ask useless and strange questions again, so he hurriedly pointed at another disciple in the A-size area and said, the disciple in the first place of the second row, do you have anything you want to ask me? Oh. Lin Hao sat down with a depressed look on his face and some pity in his heart. He still had so many questions coming up in his mind, such as the kind of material ratios that would result in a higher success rate and greater power of the refined magic weapon, and as a result, it seemed that this master uncle was beginning to dislike him. After Master Xianding drew out a few other disciples and got up to ask questions, this refining lecture ended. In the venue, the Xianyu sect's disciples who were listening to the lecture walked outside with great interest. Come take a look. This is Master Xianding's jade slip of refining tips. For only 5 spirit stones, you can borrow it back and watch it for a month. At the gate of the venue, an inner disciple of the alchemy hall was yelling hard. A large number of jade slips piled up around him. Give me a jade slip. Me too. Master Xianding's name was very appealing, and all the disciples who passed by could not help but stop and gather around. Lin Hao was also interested and was prepared to spend spirit stones to borrow a jade slip. After half an incense stick of time in line, he finally spent 5 spirit stones to get a jade slip of Master Xianding's refining tips. The 20 spirit stones that Lin Hao had just exchanged for contribution points today were down to 10. Spirit stones are so quick to use up. I hope that what's in this jade sketch is worth its weight in gold. Lin Hao detached himself from the crowded area, so he couldn't wait to focus his mind and watch the information in the jade slip. The refining method of the first-rank lower-grade attack magic weapon. The Wuling Sword. First-order lower-grade defensive artifact. Refining method of the Ebony Treasure Armor. The Jade Brief actually recorded several first-order magic treasure refining methods. He was delighted in his heart and immediately felt that the 5 lower-grade spirit stones were quite well spent. Refining magic weapon. The key point lies in the refining process to incorporate the spirit pattern into the magic weapon material. The control of the spiritual chi requires a relatively high level of this order of magic weapon Wuling Sword. The spirit pattern required for refining is not complicated, and with my spiritual chi current level of control, I should be able to do this rank of lower grade magic weapon. I can refine it myself. The more Lin Hao looked at the jade slip, the more excited he became, as if he had already imagined himself refining a large number of magic treasures to put on his body, and like that Uncle Xianding, he was covered in pearls and wealth. Chapter 47, Controlling Fire. put the jade slip of Master Xianding's refining tips into the storage bag. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and didn't immediately enter the refining hall to rent tools for refining to try refining weapons. This was because before refining weapons, one also had to learn the Xian fire heart scripture that was specifically used for refining weapons and controlling the size of the flames. After a period of rushing, Lin Hao then returned to his cave, took out the jade slip of refining tips, and carefully read the Xianhua Xin Jing cultivation method recorded on the jade slip. After memorizing the key points of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to control fire, he found some firewood and piled it up in the open space of the cave, and stretched out his hand to point forward, and there was a small flame that flew out from his fingertip, instantly lighting the firewood. First try using the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to control the temperature of the mortal fire. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the blazing firewood, and after a slight contemplation in his mind, he ran the 5 elements eternal life technique to invoke the spiritual qi in his body, and soon his palms released a subtle fluctuation of spiritual qi, which, along with the burning flames of the firewood, merged into one. Through the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, he had established a unique connection with the mortal fire on the firewood, as if he himself had become the flames that danced in front of him. This is the feeling of controlling fire. Try making the flame smaller first. Lin Hao's mind moved, and the aura fluctuations in his hands changed according to the method recorded in the Xian Fire Heart Sutra. All of a sudden, the blazing flames on the firewood began to get smaller quickly, and finally only a small flame remained. Give me the big one. Lin Hao let out a low gulp, and the aura in his body was violently output, and the small flame was stimulated to expand rapidly. Boom! Crackle! Fierce flames once again appeared on the firewood, illuminating Lin Hao's small face. This Xian Fire Heart Sutra fire control means was too amazing, and he continuously followed the Xian Fire Heart Sutra's method to release the fluctuations of the spirit pattern that controlled the flames. Only the flames on the firewood were seen. One moment bigger, one moment smaller. He didn't end the exercise until the firewood was burned to ashes by the flames. Mortal fire is easier to control. Aura fire is much more difficult to control. But I don't have a refining furnace right now to generate a continuous aura fire. So let me practice the Xian Fire Heart Sutra. Lin Hao looked at the burned out firewood in front of him and didn't go out to look for new firewood as he fell into thought. The smelting furnace was engraved with a flame formation, and as long as the spirit stones were placed, there was a constant flame of aura. And to purchase a smithing furnace, it would take at least hundreds of lower grade spirit stones, which even he, who earned 70 lower grade spirit stones a month, could not afford for the time being. Disciples learning to refine weapons usually did so by borrowing the special refining furnace in the refining hall, because the spirit fire needed for the refining furnace in the hall of refinement came from the fire of the earth's veins. After being transformed by the Great Formation, the cost of the spirit fire was lower, so by spending only 2 lower grade spirit stones, one could rent a room equipped with a refining furnace in the hall of refinement and use it for 3 days. Usually, I need spirit stones for cultivation and purchasing refining materials, so I have to be smart about my spending. Lin Hao secretly thought, it's a bit too much of a waste of spirit stones for me to go to the refining hall and rent a room to practice the Xian Fire Heart Sutra with the spirit fire inside now that I've just learned it. He resisted the impulse in his mind and fell into thought. Phew! Suddenly Lin Hao stretched out his right hand and a flame appeared on his fingertips. The flames produced by the first order spell flame technique are also spirit flames. They're just particularly unstable, but I can try to use the flame technique in conjunction with the Xian Flame Heart Sutra to practice. Lin Hao came up with a solution. However, there was a difficulty here, and that was that it required him to do 2 things at once, condensing 2 different spirit pattern fluctuations of the flame art and the Xian Fire Heart Sutra at the same time. This was a very difficult thing for a cultivator in the 3rd level of Qi refining realm to do. Lin Hao was a person who was brave enough to try when he had an idea in his mind, and after suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he stretched out his left and right hands at the same time, coagulating the flame technique spiritual patterns in one hand, and coagulating the fire-controlling spiritual patterns of the Xian Flame Heart Sutra in the other hand. Wow! A small flame that appeared on his right index finger. However, when he revolved the Xian Fire Heart Sutra and distracted himself by attempting to use the fire control spirit pattern to control the small flames produced by the flame technique, all of a sudden, the fluctuation of the flame technique's spirit pattern could not be maintained to directly dissipate. Failed. Lin Hao frowned. He didn't give up and once again condensed 2 different energy spirit patterns with one mind. Fail. Fail again. He kept immersing himself in condensing energy spirit patterns as a little bit of time passed. In about a few hours, Lin Hao, whose eyes were on the verge of bloodshot, let out a psychotic smile in the cave, so excited that he danced around and said, Ha ha, I've made it. Master Dao, I've made it. After failing an unknown number of times, Lin Hao finally realized to use the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to control the flames produced by the flame technique. Doing this, he realized there was a benefit. His control over the flame arts became stronger. With the cooperation of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, the flame art became even more powerful. For example, the flames originally produced by the flame technique cannot change the size of the flame's power after it flies away from the body. But now that Lin Hao could perform the Xian Fire Heart Sutra and the flame art at the same time, all he needed to do was to use the Xian Fire Heart Sutra's unique ability to channel his aura to make the flames, which were as small as flames when they left his body, instantly grow larger. This directly solved the drawback that Lin Hao could only control fist-sized flames that flew out 3 feet before dissipating. He could now control small flame-like flames that flew to a distance of more than 10 feet before erupting violently into large flames, killing his enemies by surprise, an unexpected delight. With the combination of the Arcane Flame Heart Sutra and the Flame Art, I have an additional killing move. Lin Hao was all smiles. He frantically practiced his newly learned combination techniques in the cave, gradually immersing himself in them without realizing it. It wasn't until he felt mentally exhausted and his aura had run out of steam that Lin Hao stopped with a sense of purpose. After practicing the art of controlling fire for a while longer, I'll go buy the materials for refining magic weapons and rent a refining room at the refining hall to try my hand at refining weapons. Lin Hao was already extremely tired from practicing the 2 spells, but he still had light in his eyes, feeling that his future was bright, and that it was within reach to become a weapon-smithing master like Master Xianding in the future, who was sought after and worshipped by the disciples of the Xianyu sect, and who couldn't run out of spirit stones. I have to meditate to recover my spirit. It was already midnight, and Lin Hao's dark circles under his eyes had worsened a bit. Recently, he had been frantically studying spells under the pressure of his match with Wei Wuxian, which was very tiring but fulfilling. That meaty sense of getting stronger filled him with motivation. Coming to the stone bed, Lin Hao sat with his knees crossed and eyes closed, running the 5 elements eternal life technique into a state of cultivation. One night passed. The busy morning began when Lin Hao took the special jar and went to the top of the mountain to fill the spiritual yuan fruit tree in the cave with water. It had already reached the peak season for spirit flame pigs to give birth. Recently the spirit flame hall had more work. Originally there were only spirit flame pigs giving birth every 1 or 2 days, but now there were almost every day. And it wasn't until the afternoon when he finished delivering the births of the 3 flame pigs in the spirit beast hall that he was free. After I'm busy with the peak season of spirit flame pig production, the spirit beast hall won't be so busy and I'll have more time. Returning to his cave, he meditated and rested for a long time, and when Lin Hao felt that much of the day's fatigue had disappeared, he practiced the Xianhua Heart Sutra and the combined use of the flame art as if he were obsessed with it again. After several consecutive days, I've used my Xian Fire Heart Sutra to become familiar with it, so it's time to try refining weapons. Lin Hao specifically stopped practicing his spells for the night, and after a night of recuperating, his dark circles disappeared and he walked towards the refining hall in high spirits. Chapter 48 Heaven's Pride in Weapon Refining. Arriving at the Hall of Alchemy, Lin Hao found the store in the Hall of Alchemy that specialized in selling materials. Senior Progenitor, what kind of refining materials do you need? The one who guarded the store was an inner disciple. When he saw him arrive, he recognized him at a glance to be the 5-element spiritual root pro-victim who had the biggest non-negotiable in the sect. Although his heart was disdainful, this inner disciple still saluted on the surface and said, "How many spirit stones and contribution points for 1 copy of the refining materials for the Wuling sword?" Lin Hao said indifferently. Senior Progenitor, a single copy of the Wuling sword material requires 3 lower-grade spirit stones, and 2 contribution points. The inner disciple returned. "It's a spirit stone." Lin Hao took out 3 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to him, and took out his own identity token to pay 2 contribution points. Soon, that inner disciple took out a large chunk of the main material used to refine the Wuling sword, Wu Jin iron, and several other subsidiary materials and handed them to him. Putting more than 20 pounds of smithing materials into his storage bag, Lin Hao walked towards the place where the smithing furnace was rented. About half a quarter of an hour later, Lin Hao arrived in front of rows and rows of stone-built houses, each of which had a furnace for smithing connected to the fire of the earth's veins. He came to the place where the refining furnace was rented out and found that there was already a long line in front of the inner disciple in charge of renting out refining furnaces, waiting for that disciple to register. Today, Lord Protector is repairing the formation above the earth vein fire. You all still need to wait for half an hour before you can rent a refining furnace. That inner disciple, in a loud voice, said to the crowd. Ugh, Didn't we just repair the formation of the Earth pulse fire last month? How come it needs to be repaired again? It was not easy for me to be in refining, to have some comprehension and prepare for a big show, but I didn't expect to come across this kind of thing. A group of Xian Yu sect disciples who wanted to rent a refining furnace couldn't help but complain. Lin Hao was also a bit depressed, so he just took a few steps forward and started waiting in line, and in his boredom, his eyes surveyed the people around him, discovering that there were quite a few disciples who were learning to refine weapons. It seemed that there were quite a few disciples of the Xian Yu sect who had the same idea as him, attempting to make a fortune through weapon refining. Ha! It's senior sister Zhao coming. Suddenly the crowd clamored, and many disciples who were waiting to rent a refining furnace couldn't help but look towards the doorway in an exhilarated manner. Lin Hao was affected and turned back to look, and saw a beautiful young girl wearing a long blue dress, with a tall and curvy figure and fair skin, striding in a graceful manner, exuding a unique charm in her every move, and attracting the gazes of everyone present. Is she? Lin Hao's face was slightly stunned. This young girl was none other than Zhao Roer, who had won 4th place in the mountaineering examination back in the day, and could easily leave a deep impression on people due to her beautiful appearance. Although Zhao Roer had joined the Xian Yu sect later than most of the people present, as a named disciple under the elder's door, her status was equivalent to that of an elite inner sect disciple, and was only a little lower than that of a pro-disciple. So a lot of the outer sect disciples and ordinary inner sect disciples were calling out to her as senior sister. Senior sister Zhao. Not only is she extremely beautiful in life, her talent for refining weapons is also exceptional. When she first came to the refinement pavilion to learn how to refine weapons, her natural talent startled the Lord Protector of the refinement pavilion. A somewhat burly-looking outer disciple looked at Zhao Roer obsessively, his face filled with adoration. Senior sister Zhao is a 5th grade fire and would dual spirit root. She was practically born for refining weapons. She's only been studying the Xian Fire Heart Sutra for less than 7 days, and she's already able to manage to control the spirit fire. This time she's here. She should be here to try refining weapons. She's likely to become the second genius in the last 100 years in our refinement hall to successfully refine a first-order lower-grade magic weapon within 15 days. And by that time, she'll be no better than our refinement hall's Grandmaster Xianding when he was young. There were murmurs of amazement all around. Is mastering the Arcane Fire Heart Sutra in 7 days impressive? Lin Hao heard a gasp of amazement from around him, and an odd look appeared on his face. He cultivated the Xian Fire Heart Scripture on the first day he succeeded in being able to control the size of the flame. What kind of talent does this count as? If it is known by others, I am afraid that it will cause a sensation. Lin Hao has inexplicably come to this world since he lost his footing and fell off a cliff while traveling. He found that he learned everything extraordinarily quickly, in addition to his memory becoming extremely good. Senior sister Zhao, I'll give you my place. Senior sister Zhao, you will definitely be able to break the record of the artifact refining hall all these years and successfully refine a magic weapon within 15 days. With Zhao Roer's arrival, there were soon many disciples who enthusiastically said that they would give up their forward seats to her. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was wearing the honorable purple robe of a pro-disciple, but no one paid any attention to him, which made him a bit depressed. Senior brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here as well. That Zhao Roer didn't accept the other disciples giving way. Her eyes quickly landed on Lin Hao, who was dressed in purple robes, and she couldn't help but guffaw as she walked towards him and said, at once, countless jealous gazes looked toward Lin Hao, causing him to resist a jolt. Such a coincidence. Senior sister Zhao. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's face as he greeted Zhao Roer against the gazes of jealousy and discontent around him. Elder brother, are you here? Are you renting a refining furnace for refining weapons? Zhao Zuier asked curiously. The reason why she greeted Lin Hao was because, like her, Lin Hao was from the group of people who had gotten out of the miscellaneous disciples by entering the top few through the mountaineering examination more than half a month ago. Zhao Roer, her 3rd day of becoming a registered disciple. She broke through from the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Qi refining, and then followed the advice of the 8th peak elder master to find master's friend in the weapon refining hall to learn weapon refining. It was only after the Xian flame heart technique was skillful today that he came to the place where he rented a refining furnace and prepared to refine weapons. And this Lin Hao 5 elements of spiritual roots, according to common sense, cultivation is still in the 2nd level of refining Qi, should not appear here, right? I listened to Master Xianding's weapon refining lecture a few days ago, and my heart was enlightened, so I wanted to come here to try my hand at refining my own weapons. Lin Hao explained with a calm face. Zhao Roer's face was slightly dismayed, feeling as if Lin Hao had gone crazy. Only a few days had passed since Master Xianding's lecture. And this guy had only listened to the lecture and now he wanted to try refining weapons. This was simply treating refining weapons as child's play. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's a 5 elements spiritual root. Talking big here. Suddenly a sorrowful voice rang in the ears of the crowd, and they saw a handsome-looking teenager walking in. When he saw Zhao Roer, the color of adoration and infatuation on his face was undisguised. And when he saw Lin Hao beside Zhao Roer, his face turned slightly cold, and his heart couldn't help but give birth to disgust. It's senior brother Ding, a registered disciple under the Fifth Peak Elder's door. Although his talent for refining weapons is a bit inferior to senior sister Zhao's, it only took him 10 days to master fire control, which is pretty impressive too. A female disciple with a peach blossom face full of admiration said, Senior brother Ding is a 4th grade single attribute fire spirit root. He still possesses an advantage over senior sister Zhao in refining artifacts, so perhaps it's possible for senior brother Ding to refine the first lower grade artifact before senior sister Zhao. Lin Hao's gaze fell on Ding Chang, and he remembered that this person had ranked 9th in the mountaineering test at the time, just missing out on qualifying to become an elder's named disciple. Ever since Ding Chang had worshipped Elder Shiman Ku of the Fifth Peak, he had possessed a notable reputation amongst the disciples of the Xianyu sect, and was known as the Fifth Peak Fire Spirit Root Duo Pride alongside Wei Wuxian, another 4th grade single attribute Fire Spirit Root of the Fifth Peak. Chapter 49. Many of the disciples present were disconcerted and jealous of Lin Hao, someone whose qualifications were clearly worse than their own but who had become a pro-transmitter. Ding Chang's contemptuous and acerbic tone, not only did it not cause any boredom among the disciples present, instead, many of them secretly supported it in their hearts, with a look of gloating and waiting to see a good show. I'm only here to try my hand at refining weapons. How is that a big deal? Lin Hao frowned as his gaze fell on Ding Chang, clearly sensing that malice on the other side. With this 5 elemental spiritual root of yours, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the chi refining triple realm in your entire life. Appearing here and saying that you want to refine weapons, what is it if not blabbering? Ding Chang laughed coldly. This is not the place for you to come. I advise you to honestly hide in the 9th peak, or else you'll make people laugh wherever you go with this pro-disciple status. Lin Hao faced the handsome young man's constant verbal ridicule. He had come here to refine weapons today, not wanting to cause more trouble. Plus in 20 days, he still had to battle Wei Wuxian from the 5th peak. He didn't want to expose his strength in advance. Senior sister Zhao, I'll stay here to cause gossip, so I'll leave first. Lin Hao clenched his fists and eventually held back, not choosing to make a move. He spoke to Zhao Roer, and then took a few steps back, heading in the other direction, preparing to wait for the time to come when the refining furnace would reopen for rent. Away from Ding Chang, Zhao Roer looked at his departing back, wanting to speak. Her mouth opened, but in the end, she didn't call out to him. Coward. The sneer on Ding Chang's face increased as he watched Lin Hao's clenched fists unclench, not daring to fight him and choosing to retreat. After Lin Hao left, his gaze landed on the beautiful Zhao Roer, and he immediately changed his expression, a spring breeze-inducing smile surfacing on his face as he said, Senior sister Zhao, how's your fire control art Xian Fire Heart Sutra cultivation going? Have you cultivated Xian Fire Violet Chi? The Xian Fire Heart Sutra was divided into 6 realms: introductory, familiar, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. If one cultivated the Xian Fire Violet Chi, it meant that one had reached the realm of familiarity with the Xian Fire Heart Sutra. And with this Xian Fire Violet Chi it would help a lot with the flame control ability, and it would be even easier to succeed in refining magic treasures and the refining of weapons. Senior brother Ding, I've been cultivating the Xian Fire Heart Sutra for only 6 days, and I've only cultivated a strand of Xian Fire Green Chi, barely reaching the introductory realm, and I'm still a bit far away from cultivating the Xian Fire Purple Chi realm. Zhao Roer smiled faintly, like a beautiful lotus flower in its first blossom, with a charm unique to young girls. Looking at the many disciples around, their eyes went straight, fantasizing in their minds that if they could have a kiss, even if they lived 10 years less, it would be worth it. Senior sister Zhao, that's awesome. The look of adoration on Ding Chang's face was undisguised as he said, this time, I'm afraid that senior sister Zhao can break the record of our weaponry refining hall in recent years and win the first place amongst the newbie weaponry refining disciples. Senior brother Ding, you're joking. Haven't you also cultivated the Xian Fire Green Chi? Zhao Roer guffawed, her voice as soft as heavenly music as she said, if I want to take this first place, I'm afraid it still depends on whether or not senior brother Ding is willing to let me have it. That Ding Chang was made to feel his heartbeat accelerate by her soft and weak voice. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, his eyes full of infatuation, currying favor and saying, "Senior sister Zhao wants to be this first. How can I as a senior brother not let it happen?" "Then thank you, senior brother Ding." Zhao Roer smiled gently and said, "You're so nice, senior brother." In the alchemy hall, there was only one person, Ding Chang, who could compete with her for first place among newcomers. If Ding Chang gave up fighting with her under her beauty plan, then she would be able to take this first place title without any surprises. Zhao Roer's master had told her a secret. If she could break the refining record and get the title of number 1 in the refining hall, not only would she be rewarded with a large amount of sect contribution points, but she would also have the chance to obtain a chance left behind by a Xianyu sect refining hall master more than 2,000 years ago. "Senior sister Zhao, I cannot compete with you for first place, but I would like to enjoy the moon with you tomorrow night. Would you be willing to do so?" Ding Cheng's gaze fell hotly on the lithe and beautiful young girl, itching to swallow Zhao Roer. He naturally knew that Zhao Roer wanted this first place very much, but he wasn't the kind of person that would be charmed into doing anything if a beauty gave a little smile. If there was no benefit, he definitely wouldn't give up the fight for the first place. "Senior brother, allow me to think about it." Zhao Roer had a hesitant look on her face. She was an intelligent woman that would not know what Ding Chang was playing at by inviting her to enjoy the moon. Would like to refuse, but thought of their own family's blood revenge still have to be avenged. Her teeth gently bite choo-choo pity, did not directly refuse, also did not immediately agree. "Senior sister Zhao, becoming the first amongst the new disciples of the alchemy hall will earn you a large amount of contribution points, and you'll also be focused on cultivation by the alchemy hall." Ding Chang's half-compelling, half-threatening voice rang in her ears as he said, "If you're not even willing to enjoy the moon with me, then don't blame senior brother for fighting you for this first place. Senior brother, if I can win first place, I will promise to enjoy the moon with you." Zhao Roer's mind conjured up the tragic deaths of the people in her family, and she clenched her teeth. If she could achieve first place as a new disciple in refining, she would be given the resources of the refining hall to cultivate and become an excellent refiner, and then earn a large amount of spirit stones used for cultivation to quickly increase her strength and avenge her family's great hatred. "Senior sister Zhao, it's a deal." Ding Chang couldn't help but rejoice in his heart when he saw her promise, his gaze sizzling as he looked at her and said, "This first, I won't fight with senior sister." On the other side, Lin Hao, dressed in a purple robe, came to the area against the corner and waited patiently in a low profile. About a tea time later, a good news came. That protector of the alchemy hall, repairing the formation was completed smoothly and ahead of schedule, and now he could rent a refining furnace from the alchemy hall to refine weapons. The crowd of disciples who had been waiting for a long time couldn't help but walk towards the inner disciple in charge of rental registration. "Senior sister Zhao, after you." Ding Cheng opened the way for Zhao Roer, and no one dared to get in the way, quickly arriving in front of the inner disciple who had rented the refining furnace. After paying the spirit stones, the two of them entered different refining houses. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was disliked. No one was willing to give way to him as a hall pass, and had to wait slowly. It was almost half a quarter of an hour before he arrived in front of the inner disciple in charge of the rental. Renting a low-grade refining furnace requires 2 lower-grade spirit stones. That inner disciple quickly said, "It's a spirit stone." Lin Hao took out 2 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to him, receiving a token to open a stone house and leaving the crowd. He swept his gaze toward a stone house and soon found the house that corresponded to the token. He quickly stepped forward and placed the token in the formation notch on the door, and instantly the door opened. The stone house was quite large, and apart from a refining furnace and a stone bench, there was nothing else, making it seem very empty. "What is it?" Lin Hao's gaze swept through the stone house, and soon one particular wall of the stone house attracted him. Just that one particular wall, very smooth, with rows and rows of small letters displayed on it. He fixed his eyes on the special wall and realized that the writing on the special wall was actually the names of one Xianyu sect disciple after another. Alchemy Hall's Heavenly Dragon List. First place, Master Xian Ding. 50 years ago, when he first learned to refine weapons, it only took him 5 days to cultivate the Xian Fire Heart Sutra into Xian Fire Purple Qi. Within 7 days, he managed to successfully refine a first-order, lower-grade magic weapon. Lin Hao muttered the recitation. Chapter 50, Bombardment. This side was the content of the wall. Surprisingly, it recorded the rankings of the refining disciples of the refining hall. There were a total of 4 lists on it, which were divided into the Heavenly Dragon List, Flying Dragon List, Potential Dragon List, and Newcomer List. Each list recorded the top 30 most powerful refiners at each stage of the Hall of Refinement. the Heavenly Dragon ranking, the Flying Dragon ranking, and the Subterranean Dragon ranking were too distant for Lin Hao, a beginner disciple, and after a quick scan, he landed his eyes on the rookie rankings that belonged to the ones he could be on. No. One on the newcomer list, Yu Dajiang. On the 10th day he mastered the Xianhua mind method to cultivate Xianhua Qing Qi, and on the 16th day he refined his first-order lower-grade magic weapon. Lin Hao's face had a slightly blank expression on it after reading the first-place message. It didn't seem too difficult to master the Xian Fire Mind technique to cultivate Xian Fire Qing Qi within 10 days and refine a magic weapon within the 16th day to win first place. Lin Hao couldn't help but look inward and observe the strand of violet qi that had been produced by practicing the Xian Fire Heart Sutra within his body, and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He seriously suspected that he was a demon, an inhuman existence, to the extent that he cultivated the Arcane Fire Heart Sutra to have Arcane Fire Green Qi in his body on the 2nd day, and on the 3rd day, he was able to make the Arcane Fire Green Qi turn into a wisp of purple. Aside from the fact that my little master's spirit root is slow to cultivate, he is truly gifted in all other aspects. Lin Hao couldn't help but have a narcissistic swelling smile appear on his face, and when his gaze landed on a paragraph of introductory text behind the list of newcomers to the artifact refining list, his entire breath caught in his throat in great excitement. The first place in the newcomer list of refiners will receive 600 clan contribution points per month. This was simply more than the contribution points Lin Hao earned each month in the Spirit Beast Hall, working hard to deliver the Spirit Flame Pig. 600 contribution points. According to the ratio of exchanging spirit stones, that would be 60 lower grade spirit stones. I want to be number 1. Lin Hao clenched his fist in excitement. As a 5-element spiritual root, as his realm increased, the resources he needed to cultivate became more and more massive. Previously, when he was at the 2nd level of Qi refining, he cultivated for more than 2 days and consumed 1 lower grade spirit stone. Now that he had broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, basically, 1 inferior spirit stone was only enough for his cultivation needs for 1 day. Moreover, even if he had spirit stones to cultivate daily, his realm progressed very slowly. Lin Hao was going to go to the alchemy hall after the battle with Wei Wuxian was over to purchase a first-order lower-grade qi replenishing pill, which was more effective than spirit stones for cultivation. To help with cultivation, in the alchemy hall, a lower-grade qi replenishing pill was expensive. One worth 10 lower-grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points, and if one converted the contribution points into spirit stones as well, it would add up to almost a total of 22 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao's ancient longevity pagoda could upgrade the quality of the elixir before taking it, but only if he had to buy the elixir first, so he still had to work hard to earn spirit stones. With this 5-element spiritual root of mine, the only way to increase my cultivation speed is to obtain a large amount of spirit stones and resources. After breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refining, his eyes revealed determination as his cultivation was as slow as a snail. Traveling in the famous mountains of Earth, Lin Hao had experienced the desperate feeling of being infinitely close to death when he lost his footing and fell off a cliff. So coming to this world of immortal cultivation, he had a terrible obsession with staying alive. He wants to live forever, to live long and not die. Cultivating immortality and obtaining a large amount of longevity was the goal Lin Hao pursued in his heart. She made the list? Lin Hao, who was suddenly surveying the stone wall, looked slightly startled and realized that on the list of newcomers to refining, changes appeared. The original 2nd place on the newcomer list was replaced by a new name, none other than Zhao Rower, who had spoken to him outside earlier. She mastered the Xian Fire Heart Sutra in 7 days and cultivated the Xian Fire Qing Qi, and she was able to rank 2nd, which means that the attainments of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra are highly valued on this newcomer list in the artifact refining hall, and I'm afraid that when she refines her first lower grade artifacts, she'll be able to directly replace Yu Dazhuang, who's currently the first newcomer in the newcomer list. Lin Hao looked at the introduction of information about Zhao Rou on the list, and joy couldn't help but appear on his face. He who had cultivated the Xian Fire Purple Qi in 3 days, if he appeared on the newcomer list, wouldn't he be able to go straight to number 1? How can I record my Xian Fire Heart Sutra score on the newcomer list in the Stonewall? Lin Hao looked at the rows of names on the list on the wall and pondered. In no time, he found a line of text introduction at the bottom of the Stonewall list. Simply by running the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to form spirit pattern fluctuations and placing your hand on the detection array pattern, the cultivation of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra could be detected. This detection formation was crafted thousands of years ago by the Xian Yusek's first heavenly pride of the refining hall and the Xian Yusek's formation masters, consuming hundreds of years of time. Something Lin Hao couldn't help but have his eyes light up as he searched for a moment, and sure enough, he found a palm-sized area on the stone wall with a formation pattern carved into it. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are so many magical things. After observing for a moment, he followed the testing method recorded above and placed his hand on the testing array pattern. Lin Hao operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, and the characteristic strand of purple chi in his body mixed with the aura flowed along a specific meridian toward his right hand, which was resting on the detection array pattern. After he managed to condense the energy spirit pattern, the stone wall formation pattern flickered with light. In just a moment, a line of text appeared on the stone wall: cultivate the arcane fire heart sutra for 3 days and 7 hours, and possess a single arcane fire violet chi. You have entered the ranking of newcomers in alchemy. Write your name on the stone wall formation to appear on the list of newcomers in alchemy. An old voice came from the array pattern on the stone wall. Lin Hao heard the voice and knew that he was very excited to be on the list. He wanted to say his real name but hesitated. If you register your real name on the list, won't you reveal your strength now? The martial arts fight is imminent. It's better not to publicize it now. When I defeat Wei Wuxian, then I'll let the clan know about my talent in refining weapons. And it's not too late to receive the 600 contribution points rewarded each month for being the first place on the newcomer list. When Lin Hao thought about becoming a pro-disciple these past few days, being ridiculed and looked down upon by the disciples in the sect, he couldn't help but clench his fists fiercely, wanting to come up with a hit and change the crowd's opinion of himself. Since the voice on the stone wall asked me my name, it means that I can take an alias of my own and not have to use my real name. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and quickly came to a realization, secretly saying in his heart, my surname is Lin, and I'm pursuing the great Tao of eternal life, so I'll take Wood as my pseudonym and call it Wood Eternal Life. He set his attention and quickly used his finger, writing down the 3 words he thought of on the stone wall engraved with formation patterns. Buzz. After Lin Hao wrote the 3 words of his pseudonym Wood Changqing on the stone wall formation pattern, it instantly triggered a vision, and all the special walls of the stone houses with formation patterns engraved on them throughout the entire alchemy hall trembled slightly. Amidst the shocked expressions of a large number of alchemy hall disciples, the 3 words Wood Eternal with a golden light appeared on the stone wall list in a high profile. Cultivating the Xianhua violet chi in more than 3 days? That's impossible. Is it because the detection formation hasn't been repaired yet? A protector of the alchemy hall looked at the Wood Changsheng who had suddenly appeared in first place with a shaken expression as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he was hallucinating. Hiss. Who is Wood Changsheng? This is too terrifying. If the detection of the array pattern wasn't wrong, I'm afraid that he can't find a second one with his refining talent in the entire history of the immortal sect of Zhao. A disciple in the stone room who had rented a refining furnace was filled with disbelief when he saw the name that appeared on the stone wall in shining gold. Not long after, the entire alchemy hall was like a calm water surface that threw in a big stone, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves and causing a huge sensation. Chapter 51, Different Sorrows and Happiness. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation of the fire of the earth vein in the Hall of Alchemy had just been repaired today, and most of the disciples who had entered the stone house of alchemy hadn't yet begun to carry out the alchemy, or else I'm afraid that a lot of disciples would be shocked because of the shock in their hearts, and their Tao would be affected during the process of alchemy, which would lead to the failure of the alchemy, and the damage of the alchemy materials. Unseen for ages, the Shanyu sect disciples in the refining stonehouse looked at the golden names on the wall that had never appeared since the refining hall possessed the array for detecting the qualifications of refining thousands of years ago. How could they still have half a mind to refine their weapons? They were greatly impacted inwardly. This is simply people then people die of anger. To know to learn refining disciples. Within a month to master the Xianhua Xin Jing cultivate Xianhua Qing Qi. Even if you have a good qualification in the refining of weapons together. And the formation stone wall revealed the guy called Wood Changsheng, actually more than 3 days, cultivated the Xian Flame Violet Qi, which was even more heaven-defying than the refining artifact hall's heavenly dragon list. Today's refining artifact hall's number 1 person, Grandmaster Xian Ding, the talent that was displayed when he was young. The detection array did not make any mistakes. My Xianyu sect has really produced a supreme heavenly pride that possesses the Xianhua Violet Qi for more than 3 days. The Foundation Establishment Protector, who was sitting in the refining hall today, was so excited that his body trembled after checking the situation of the testing formation, and the several deacons by his side were even more excited that their hands were dancing. The fact that this Wood Elder had cultivated the Xian Flame Violet Qi so quickly meant that in the future of the sect, there would once again be a master refiner who could refine spirit weapons. The overall strength of the Xianyu sect would also increase by a large margin as a result, and even get rid of its position at the bottom of the 4 great immortal sects of Zhao. Surprisingly, His natural talent is even stronger than senior brother Xianding. Quickly go and find out this refiner unicorn child of our Xianyu sect and cultivate him at all costs. The protector of the alchemy hall felt his heart thumping, and even back then when he succeeded in building his foundation, he had never been so excited. Yes, Lord Protector. A few deacons excitedly left and began to check the information of the disciples who had rented refining furnaces today, wanting to find out where Wu Changsheng, the heavenly pride, was located in the refining stone house. It wasn't long before several deacons from the alchemy hall went and returned. Lord Protector, no, didn't he find out? This Mu Changsheng should use an alias. Sweat oozed from the foreheads of several deacons as they anxiously said, "Ha, name? This son is not bad. His character is more stable without being flamboyant, possessing such natural talent, and still being calm and unwilling to reveal his real name. Truly a talent that can be created." That refining hall foundation protector stroked his beard, and felt that this Wu Changsheng was good as long as he didn't betray his master, violate the rules of the door, and do anything. Lord Protector, he's using an alias. How are we supposed to find him? The deacon of the Qi refining hall could not help but say. There's no rush. Wu Changsheng won the first place in the newcomer list of refiners. According to the rules of our refining hall, he can receive 600 contribution points per month, converted into spirit stones. That's 60 lower grade spirit stones. I don't believe that he won't be moved. The refining protector hated to immediately pull out the person who caused the violent reaction of the stonewall formation. Mu Changsheng, the originator. But in order to stabilize the military's heart, he pretended to be calm and said, "I'm sure that later on, he will find us to admit his identity." Ah yes, or the Lord Protector is wise and wise. We don't need to rush at all. Just wait. A few alchemy hall deacons, their faces filled with pleasing smiles, said, inside the stone room. How? Zhao Rower had wanted to start refining first-order lower-grade magic weapons to capture the #1 position on the newcomer list of refiners, earning the 600 contribution points per month, and the key cultivation of the refining hall. When she saw her name on the Stonewall's newcomer list, suddenly dropping from second to third place, her petite body couldn't help but tremble, her shell teeth biting her lips hard, and her pretty face turning a little pale. More than 3 days to cultivate the Xianflame Violet Qi. Zhao Rower looked at the 3 distinctive golden characters of Wood Eternal in the first row, as if she saw an insurmountable mountain. She couldn't help but despair a little inside. She was proud of her amazing talent in refining weapons, but compared to this Wood Eternal, her proud talent became inconsequential. If I am born, why am I born? Zhao Rower sighed miserably. Becoming the #1 newcomer on the Alchemy Hall's newcomer list was a plan that she had carefully prepared imperatively after she had worshipped the 8th peak, wanting to rise to prominence by refining artifacts. Now with the appearance of Mu Changsheng, most of the resources of the Alchemy Hall would definitely fall on this Mu Changsheng. The sect's resources were limited, and when one person shared away most of the resources, the others would only be able to share the remaining small portion of the resources. Right now, even if Zhao Rower immediately refined a lower first-ranked magic weapon, she would only be able to rank second on the newcomer list at most. Unless she used her Xianhua Qingqi's realm to refine a first-ranked mid-grade magic weapon, then she would have some chance of capturing first place. After all, a newcomer who had learned to refine weapons not long ago, if in just less than 10 days, the first time he refined a medium-grade magic weapon, it would be incomparably shocking, enough to stir up the clan, and could be compared to that sudden appearance of Wu Changsheng. I, Zhao Rower, am not that soft and weak, and now I can only try to refine a first-order medium-grade magic weapon. The forlorn expression on her face slowly changed to one of determination. In addition to not being able to obtain the most resources for cultivation, the second place, the monthly contribution points received was only 60, which was many times worse than the first place's 600 contribution points, only being able to obtain the second place resources. Even if she possessed a 5th grade fire and would dual spirit root and a spirit moon enchanting body, it would not be enough for her to rise quickly. Spell it out. Zhao Rower took a deep breath, took out the refining materials from her storage bag, turned on the refining furnace, and prepared to make a breakthrough in refining the mid-grade Wu Ling sword, which was even more difficult than the first-order lower-grade Wu Ling sword. Don't look at the same Wu Ling sword. The process of refining the lower grade and the middle grade are very different. Refining a first-order lower-grade magic weapon was much simpler in terms of the spirit patterns incorporated into the materials during the refining process, whereas a first-order middle-grade magic weapon used more complex spirit patterns, the extent of which was almost several times that of a lower-grade spirit pattern. While Zhao Rower was busting her ass trying to refine a mid-grade magic weapon, In the other stone house, the 5th peak's registered disciple, the 4th grade's single attribute fire spirit root genius, Ding Chang, had an extremely gloomy face as he said, "Damn it, Wood Chongsheng, you dare to sabotage my good deed." Ding Chang had already planned to invite Zhao Roer to enjoy the moon in the evening, and then use the first place in the newcomer list of refiners as a blackmail to make Zhao Roer obediently submit to a kiss. Now that there was a Wood Chongsheng, Zhao Roer couldn't see any hope of taking first place, and she definitely wouldn't agree to enjoy the moon with him at night and be threatened by him anymore. Mu Chongsheng, no matter how good your refining qualifications are, I will make you pay. When Ding Chang thought of Zhao Roer's delicate and attractive appearance, his face became more and more ugly. Lin Hao was completely unaware of the sensation outside. First place now. When I defeat Wei Wuxian, I'll recognize the identity and receive the 600 points of contribution per month rewarded for first place. His small face at this time, full of excitement. Together with the Spirit Beast Hall's 500 contribution points earned from delivering babies every month, I have a total of 1,100 contribution points in my monthly account. Ha ha. Got rich. Chapter 52, The Battle for First Place. After a short period of excitement, Lin Hao calmed down. Renting the stonehouse refining furnace had cost him an expensive 2 lower-grade spirit stones, so he couldn't afford to waste time. Wuling Sword. With Wu Jin spiritual iron as the main material, it is necessary to melt the Wu Jin spiritual iron first, and then several auxiliary subsidiary materials will be refined through the spiritual fire, and the Wu Jin spiritual iron will be fused with the Wu Jin spiritual iron according to the chronological order. In turn, after that, can carry out the most important spiritual pattern engraving. Lin Hao recalled in his mind the key points of refining the Wuling sword from Master Xianding's jade slip of refining tips. Then, he suppressed all the distractions in his mind, took a deep breath, and turned on the flame array switch of the refining furnace inside the stonehouse. Phew! In an instant, the refining furnace was ablaze, and the temperature inside the stonehouse all rose much higher as a result. This is the spirit fire formed by the Xianyu Sex Formation Master who set up a formation to transform the Earth's vein energy. Lin Hao operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, and the strand of Xian Fire Violet Qi in his body immediately became active, leaving his body along specific meridians, forming spirit pattern energy fluctuations, and establishing a metaphysical and mysterious connection with the earth vein spirit flame and the refining furnace. Flame, big, flames, small. He tried to use the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, controlling the size of the flame, and all of a sudden, he saw that the flame in the refining furnace became a large fire mass for a while, and a small flame for a while. The spirit fire produced by this earth vein chi can be much easier to control than the unstable spirit fire produced by my flame technique. Lin Hao had used the flame technique for several days in a row to practice the fire control of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, and found that he seemed to be more comfortable controlling it when he came into contact with the more stable earth vein spirit flame. Start refining. He took the materials for the Wuling sword from his storage bag and placed them on the stone platform aside, then took out the main material, Wu Jin spirit iron, and was the first to put it into the refining furnace. According to the jade slip of the refining tips, the flame in the process of refining the ebony spirit iron should not be too fierce, otherwise it would spoil the spirit, and it should not be too low. It should be kept at a balanced point, and, during the process of melting of the ebony spirit iron, the flame had to be constantly adjusted accordingly. Lin Hao's mind moved, and the Xian Fire Heart Sutra spiritual patterns blossomed with unique fluctuations, and the flames of the refining furnace then immediately rose in temperature. The temperature of the roaring flames was so high that if it was mortal iron, I'm afraid it would melt immediately. However, the ebony spirit iron was only slightly reddened under such a high temperature flame. Lin Hao's face was calm when he saw this, and he didn't rush to increase the temperature of the flame, because according to the jade slip of the refining tips, it would take 5 hours for the ebony spirit iron to melt without damaging the spirit. Refining is very much a test of patience and is a constant battle. Little by little, time passed as Lin Hao concentrated fully on controlling the flames of the refining furnace. From the midday refining of the Ursine spirit iron, to around the midnight hour in the evening, the Ursine spirit iron, which had been burned red by the spirit flame, finally began to melt. Lin Hao's spirit was shaken by this, and he controlled the flames more carefully for a while longer. Seeing that it was almost time, he put in the first auxiliary material, black spirit iron powder. This material was incorporated into the ebony spirit iron, which could make the ebony spirit iron more malleable, so that when the spirit pattern was carved later on, it would not be so much so that the ebony spirit iron would not be able to withstand the spirit pattern and lead to damage. All the best. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel energized in his heart as he watched the black spirit iron powder that he had put in, perfectly and evenly blended into the ebony spirit iron liquid under his control with his aura. He controlled the earth vein spirit flame and slowly refined the materials in the refining furnace for another period of time before he continued to put in the next type of auxiliary material. And after about half an hour of time had passed, several types of auxiliary materials were left, with only the last one yet to be put in. He picked up a small bottle on the stone platform to the side and opened the cork. Immediately a strong fishy odor filled the stone room. This was the essence blood of spirit beasts, and when put into the refining furnace, it could increase the spirituality of the ebony spirit iron, so that the ebony spirit iron could reach the condition of incorporating the spirit pattern. Boom! The moment a vial of spirit beast essence blood was poured into the refining furnace, the flames inside became ferocious, and the roars of a spirit beast could be vaguely heard coming out of the refining furnace, and the temperature inside the stone room rose extremely rapidly as a result. Lin Hao was roasted to the point where his forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't have time to wipe off the sweat. He hurriedly used his Shin Flame Violet Chi to suppress the temperature of the flames in the smelting furnace, and after some effort, the flames in the smelting furnace that were raging finally stabilized. The ebony spirit iron liquid had a faint spiritual glow on it after absorbing the spirit beast's essence blood. It can be molded and then incorporated into a spirit pattern. Lin Hao's aura surged within his body, and one of the Xian Flame Purple Chi from the Xian Flame Heart Sutra controlled the ebony spirit iron liquid, becoming the shape of a sword. Seeing the sword tire forming in the refining furnace, he hurriedly lowered the flame temperature. The ebony spirit iron liquid began to slowly solidify as the temperature became lower. And this was also the most critical moment to complete the spirit pattern engraving within the specific time that the spirit iron liquid had solidified. Another moment passed. The ebony spirit iron liquid solidified into a sword, which remained red in the earth vein spirit fire. When the time was almost up, Lin Hao hurriedly controlled the Shin Flame Violet Chi and carved the spirit pattern on the sword body that belonged exclusively to the Wu Ling sword. This process of carving the spirit pattern would consume a great deal of spirit chi in the body of the person who was refining the weapon. Lin Hao was a 5-element spiritual root. His body's aura was far more abundant than those in the same realm, carving up the Wu Ling sword's spiritual pattern with ease, as steady as an old dog. His body's aura flowed into the refining furnace in a steady stream. Slowly, a line that looked like a human bloodline appeared on the Yu Ling sword in the refining furnace. The spirit pattern of a first-order lower-grade magic weapon. It's not that difficult. Ha ha, the first magic weapon in my life is about to be successfully refined. Lin Hao was in an agitated mood as he operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to control the Xian Fire Violet Chi, carving the last part of the spirit pattern vein on the Wu Ling sword. If there were no accidents, after a quarter of an hour, his magic weapon would be complete. Buzz! Just as Lin Hao was about to succeed in refining a first-order lower-grade magic weapon, suddenly the wall inside the stone room that was inscribed with formations showing the rankings of the disciples who had been refining weapons was gently vibrating. A blinding golden light that lit up the walls. Could it be that we're about to refine our first lower-grade magic weapon, causing the stone wall formation to react fiercely? Lin Hao's heart rejoiced and glanced with the rest of his eyes. Soon, his joyful mood was gone. His face sank, because he found that the first position in the list of new disciples of refining was suddenly replaced by a new name. First place, Zhao Rower. On the 8th day, she refined a first-order medium-grade Wu Ling sword. Inside the stone room on the other side, after consuming a precious elixir given to me by my father before he was killed, I finally refined a first-rank middle-grade Wu Ling sword. Zhao Rower's pretty face looked pale from refining the first-rank middle-grade Wu Ling sword, but she was greatly relieved, having achieved first place and being able to obtain the resources of the alchemy hall to cultivate her. Everything was back to her plan. Father, thank you for your heavenly blessing. Zhao Zuier murmured softly. Wow, what kind of day is today? The walls of the stone house in our alchemy hall shook twice in a row, and 2 names bubbling with golden light appeared on the rookie list. It's senior sister Zhao, surprisingly learning to refine weapons, and on the 8th day, she refined a first-rank middle-grade Wu Ling sword. The entire alchemy hall shook up. Quickly, check. This newly appeared first place Zhao Rower is refining magic treasures in that stone room. Is the old man's alchemy hall going to rise? 2 Qilin celestial pride have appeared continuously in a short period of time. The protector of the alchemy hall had an old face that was red and glowing as he said, "This Zhao Rower is no worse than the Wood Changsheng who cultivated the Xian Flame Purple Chi in more than 3 days. You can put the same amount of resources into the 2 disciples, and our alchemy hall is going to smash the pots and sell the iron, but we will also have to focus on cultivating them." She's in room 25 of the A-word low-grade refining area. Zhao Roer just came to our refining hall to learn refining, and she's shown amazing talent. Not as unfamiliar as he was to Wood Elder, that deacon quickly reported, giving Zhao Roer's information in its entirety and said, "My first place is gone. 600 contribution points." Lin Hao's eyes glowed red. Taking away his contribution points was robbing him of his spirit stones, and robbing him of his spirit stones was blocking his path to immortality. Her Xian Fire Green Qi can refine a first-order medium-grade magic weapon. My Xian Fire Violet Qi is even more capable. Lin Hao, who had been preparing to intend to carve the closing spirit pattern, was stimulated by Zhao Roer's stimulation, and the aura in his body surged violently. Lin Hao followed the method in the jade slip and continued to carve spirit patterns. The front part of the spirit pattern of the lower-grade Wuling sword was exactly the same as that of the middle-grade one, and in order to refine the middle-grade Wuling sword, he only needed to carve the subsequent part about the middle-grade one. Chapter 53, Medium-Grade Magic Weapon. The magic weapon in the Burning Earth Vein Spirit Fire Refining Furnace, just molding a specific period of time, is the best time to carve the spirit pattern. If it is more than the time, the difficulty of carving the spirit pattern will increase exponentially. Lin Hao did some quick math in his mind, and excluding the time he had used to carve the lower-grade spirit pattern portion of his previous work, there was only about a quarter of an hour left for him to carve the subsequent middle-grade spirit pattern. To inscribe a medium-grade spirit pattern in such a short period of time, no matter the difficulty or the consumption of spiritual qi, it was very much a test for a beginner refiner, especially for a cultivator like him who had only stepped into the third level of qi refining. It was even more difficult to refine a first-order medium-grade magic weapon. Buzz. Lin Hao operated the Xian Flame Heart Sutra, and the spiritual qi in his body continued to pour into the refining furnace, and that Xian Flame Purple Qi was like a pen moving like a dragon and snake, rapidly traveling around the Wuling sword inside the refining furnace. A tiny pattern that merged into the body of the sword. The spirituality of the Wuling sword was growing rapidly due to the appearance of more spirit patterns. The aura consumption is too great. Lin Hao wasn't like Zhao Roer who had taken precious pills. He relied on his own spiritual qi to hold on. And when he was at the end of inscribing the medium-grade spiritual pattern for the magic weapon, he was covered in sweat. And even though he was a 5-element spiritual root, and his body's spiritual qi was far more abundant than that of his peers, he still couldn't stand it. Hold on. Can't fail. He manipulated the Xian Flame Violet Qi with one hand, and with the other hand, he took out a lower-grade spirit stone and directly risked running the 5 elements eternal life technique to draw the spirit qi from the stone and replenish the spirit power in his body that was about to reach the bottom. Clank! When Lin Hao gritted his teeth and finished carving the last spirit pattern, the Wuling sword in that refining furnace suddenly let out a very spiritual sword chirp, and with a look of ecstasy on his face, he hurriedly turned off the earth vein spirit flame in the refining furnace. When the temperature of the Wuling sword lowered, he couldn't wait to open the refining furnace. First-ranked middle-grade Wuling sword. It's done. Lin Hao looked at the sword in the refining furnace, and following the method recorded within the jade sketch of the imperial art that he had borrowed from the transmission pavilion not long ago at the cost of a spirit stone, he pinched his hand to condense the imperial sword spiritual pattern. Buzz. A moment later, the glowing Wuling sword in the refining furnace gently trembled and flew out of the refining furnace shakily under the control of Lin Hao's object control technique. Controlling a magic weapon for the first time didn't look very elegant, but he was thrilled and said, "I've finally become an immortal who can control a sword." Boom! Just as Lin Hao was excitedly attempting to imperialize his sword, the formation within the stone wall checked that he had successfully refined a first-order medium-grade magic weapon. It suddenly shook violently, and the wall where the list was recorded surged with the power of the array pattern on it. Only the 3 words "Would Eternal Anthi list of newcomer refiners" blossomed with an even more dazzling golden light than before, directly ascending to number 1 once again. First place, Mu Changsheng, age 16, Qi refining triple realm, cultivated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra in more than 3 days and refined a first-order medium-grade magic weapon, the Wuling sword. One by one, the Xian Yusek disciples in the alchemy hall looked at the introduction of the first place Wood Elder on the formation stone wall with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock. Hiss! With a 3rd level of Qi refining cultivation, he refined a mid-grade Wuling sword in such a short period of time. How did he do it? Who exactly is this Mu Changsheng? His talent for refining weapons is truly unrivaled in our sect. It's a pity. Senior Sister Zhao learned to refine weapons for more than 7 days and refined her first medium-grade magic weapon. I'm afraid it would have been dazzling in the past, but now that there's this heaven-defying existence of Mu Changsheng to make a comparison, it's a lot dimmer. The entire Xian Yusek disciples in the alchemy hall were in an uproar. He He also refined a first-rank middle-grade magic weapon. Inside the stone house, Zhao Roer was about to take the refined medium-grade Wuling sword and go to the deacon of the weaponry refining hall to receive the first-place reward when she saw that Mu Changsheng had suddenly taken her first place, and her heart sank. Mu Changsheng, why do you have to go against me, causing me to take the only elixir my father left me, and yet you still want to steal first place from me? Zhao Roer clenched her fists tightly. Her pretty face that usually always wore a flirtatious smile was as cold as frost at the moment. Quickly, check for me. I want to find out Wu Changsheng. Immediately, the old man who was the protector of the refining hall, who had just calmed down from the excitement of Zhao Roer's refining of a mid-grade magic weapon for not long, saw that Mu Changsheng, who had caused a stir in front of him by cultivating the Xianflame purple qi, had similarly refined a first-order mid-grade Wuling sword, and his body trembled, incoherently addressing the several deacons at his side. Lord Protector, didn't you say before that you don't need to check? First, wait for Wu Changsheng to show up on his own to come to us. We just need to wait, and then say that there's not much clue if we want to check. Several alchemy hall deacons carefully said. The formation pattern within the stone room, when it was deployed thousands of years ago, that formation master, in order to protect the disciples' secrets, had arranged it so that it would only record the disciples' smithing accomplishments, and would not pry into the information of the person who was smithing the weapon. That Mu Changsheng was unobtrusive and suddenly made such a big stir. If the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, trying to find this person amongst so many stone room disciples would be very difficult for the people of the alchemy hall. It's the old man who has lost his temper. Let's go. All put down the work in our hands. Let's go and wait outside the stone room to greet the two newly appeared Qilin children of our alchemy hall. The old man, the protector of the alchemy hall, tried to suppress his excitement and said, if that Mu Changsheng is willing to show himself, we will be able to see him immediately. Soon after, the group of executives from the Hall of Alchemy grandly walked towards the area where the stone houses of the alchemy furnaces were rented. The aura has been consumed too much. The sword royal art can be practiced again back in the cave. Lin Hao slightly tried out the sword sentry technique, and after getting over his sword sentencing addiction, he put away the freshly baked first-order mid-grade Wuling sword. Opening the door of the stone room, he returned the key token of the stone room of the refining furnace to the disciple of the refining hall who was responsible for renting the refining furnace, and headed out. Meet the protector uncle, and the deacon brothers. Lin Hao hadn't gotten out far when he saw a group of alchemy hall executives, hurriedly rushing this way, and he hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. What are you doing here? Don't disturb our refining hall business. One of the deacon's eyes landed on the characteristic purple robe he was wearing, and immediately recognized that he was the new Five Elements Waste Spirit Root pro-disciple of the Ninth Peak Master, Xiao Yud, and a look of disgust surfaced in his eyes. Lord Protector, don't pay any attention to him. Let's hurry up and go late lest we miss that genius, another deacon said. A group of refiners' hall executives, who were in a hurry to get to the refiner's heavenly pride named Wu Changsheng, knew that Lin Hao was a five-element spiritual root, and felt that it was a waste of time to even look at him more than once. Brushing past Lin Hao at a quick pace, this group of people from the alchemy hall are also too arrogant. Lin Hao greeted him with good intentions, but he got a blank stare in return. Looking at the top management of the alchemy hall who left in a hurry, he couldn't help but frown, thinking, I won first place in the alchemy newcomer ranking. Even if they look down on me, they still have to give me the 600 contribution points according to the clan's rules, and in order not to expose my strength in advance, I will come to collect the contribution points after my battle with Wei Wuxian. In this half a month or so, after he became a pro-disciple, because of his five elemental spiritual roots, he had not rarely been subjected to this kind of belittling treatment, and he got used to it after seeing a lot of it, and he quickly adjusted his mindset and left the peak where the alchemy hall was located, and headed towards the Ninth Peak Cave residence. Chapter 54, Is Senior Brother Crazy? Under the shroud of night, the exhausted Lin Hao returned to his cave. From the time he entered the stone house of the refining furnace at midday to the time he successfully refined the mid-grade Wuling sword artifact, it took him up to about 8 hours, and the amount of energy he consumed in doing so could be said to be very huge. Closing the door of the cave, the time at this moment, it was precisely the early morning cinnabar hour, and there was still about more than an hour or so from dawn. Although he had given old man Zhang, the protector of the Spirit Beast Hall, leave yesterday, and didn't need to go to the Spirit Beast Hall to help the Spirit Flame Pig deliver the baby today, he still needed to go up to the mountain in the morning to hold the Spirit Spring water and water the Spirit Yuan fruit tree. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had about half an hour to spare, Lin Hao sat down on the stone bed and sat cross-legged to run the 5 elements eternal life technique to restore his aura and spirit. More than half an hour later, it's time to go to the spirit spring at the top of the mountain to hold water and water the spirit element fruit tree. Lin Hao, who was sitting on his knees, opened his eyes and yawned. This period of time was another hard cultivation of spells and refining weapons, which really tired him out. He sat on the stone bed, his body didn't want to move at all, but he had to cheer up, dragged his very tired body, climbed up from the stone bed, picked up the jar beside the cave's small water pool that held water for the spirit elemental fruit tree and went out the door. She refining threefold cultivator. The cultivation is still shallow. If other cultivators toss like this, I am afraid that it would have long been wasted. It was only because Lin Hao was a physical cultivator with a strong body and practiced the 5 elements longevity technique. Spirit was stronger than other cultivators of the same realm that he was able to barely support himself. Have you heard? 2 refining geniuses came out last night, sensationalizing the entire refining hall. Well, I know. A senior brother who was on good terms with me was in the alchemy hall last night, and he told me about these 2 geniuses. One named Zhao Roer, who was born as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and a disciple named Mu Changsheng who is using an alias, and doesn't know his real identity yet. When Lin Hao dragged his tired body to the top of the mountain, he heard many of the disciples of the 9th peak around him, who had also come to the spiritual spring at the top of the mountain to hold water to water the spiritual grasses and trees, discussing the events that had happened in the weaponry refining hall last night. Seeing some of the surrounding disciples mentioning his alias Wood Changsheng, Lin Hao hastily revitalized his spirit and perked up his ears to listen. Zhao Roer and Mu Changsheng, who among these 2 has a better talent for refining weapons? A disciple who was still not well informed about what was happening in the alchemy hall asked. Of course it's that Mu Changsheng. He's currently number 1 on the newcomer list of weapon refiners. He cultivated the Xian Flame Violet Qi in just over 3 days and also refined a mid-grade magic weapon. A short and fat inner disciple said with envy on his face, if I had his talent, I'm afraid that the entire alchemy hall would have to offer me as an ancestor. It can't be. Could it be a rumor circulating? How could there be such a powerful person in the world? A 9th peak disciple, who also studied artifact refining and had a better understanding of the artifact refining course, immediately questioned, if he can cultivate the Xian Flame Violet Qi and refine a mid-grade artifact in 3 days, wouldn't his talent be too much even for Master Xian Ding, the number 1 artifact refiner in our sect? How could this be a joke? All the protectors and deacons of the alchemy hall have been alarmed. And now the entire alchemy hall's deacons and protectors are all going crazy looking for this person. Soon after, another 9th peak inner disciple said, you will know the truth if you go to the alchemy hall and inquire about this matter. This Mu Changsheng you guys are talking about, is he that powerful? It can cause the entire alchemy hall deacons and protectors to search for him. Lin Hao, as the true body of Wood Changsheng, wanted to know the current view of the alchemy hall on Wood Changsheng, and he pretended to be curious as he asked, if the people of the alchemy hall found Wood Changsheng, how would they treat him? Senior progenitor, how come the circles under your eyes have gotten darker? One of the disciples was surprised when his gaze landed on Lin Hao and saw the horrifying blood in his eyes. Didn't get much rest last night. Lin Hao smiled awkwardly and continued, this senior brother, quickly tell me, if one possesses qualifications like Mu Changsheng, how would the alchemy hall treat such a person? The disciple who was questioned, pondered for a moment and said, with a peerless qualification like Mu Changsheng, the weaponry refining hall will surely go all out to cultivate him at all costs. With the potential that Mu Changsheng has shown, I'm afraid that if he grows up, he can far surpass the current number 1 person in our sect's weaponry refining hall, Grandmaster Xian Ding. When Lin Hao heard the words cultivate at all costs, as the true body of Mu Changsheng, his entire body became excited. Even his tired spirit was swept away, saying, I know that the first place in the newcomer list of the alchemy hall will be rewarded with 600 contributions. Apart from sect contribution points, does the alchemy hall also reward other things? Back then, Master Xian Ding, or the refining hall apprentice, 5 days time to cultivate Xian Fire Purple Qi shook the clan. The refining hall not only gave Master Xian Ding 600 contribution points and 50 inferior spirit stones per month, but also gave him 6 Qi replenishment pills per month to use for cultivation. One of the inner disciples said enviously, that Mu Changsheng is currently showing more talent than Master Xian Ding. I'm afraid that the spirit stones and pills he receives from the refining hall every month will be even more. 600 contribution points, 50 lower grade spirit stones, and 6 Qi replenishing pills. Lin Hao sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his entire body trembling with excitement. itching to immediately run to the alchemy hall and admit that he was Mu Changsheng. But when he thought that not long ago, when he left the alchemy hall and encountered the alchemy hall protector and other high-ranking people, the look of contempt that showed on those people's faces, he hesitated again. If the alchemy hall knew that the supreme genius they were searching for was a 5-element spiritual root that was extremely difficult to cultivate, would they still be willing to invest a large amount of spirit stones and pills to cultivate it like this? Senior progenitor, what's wrong with you? Look at you smiling one moment and sad the next. A disciple couldn't help but ask when he saw that there was something wrong with his demeanor. Do you think that if that Mu Changsheng was like me and only possessed 5 elemental spiritual roots, would the alchemy hall still fully cultivate Mu Changsheng? Lin Hao asked as he raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at him dead on. Senior brother. You are. That disciple was taken aback by Lin Hao's terrifying expression. Thinking that Lin Hao was showing signs of going crazy due to too much pressure from being sneered at by the other peaks of the sect recently because of the 5 elemental wasted spirit root thing, he went so far as to say that if Mu Changsheng had the same 5 elemental spiritual roots as him, what kind of joke was this? People would Changsheng 3 days to cultivate the Xianhua purple gas, refining a middle-grade magic weapon. That kind of heavenly talent. You Lin Hao also do not take a piss to look at what he is, but also fantasize that would Changsheng and his own the same as the 5 elements of the spiritual root. Chapter 55 Upgrading the quality of a magical artifact. Seeing that the other party didn't answer his question, Lin Hao's face expression became anxious, and his eyes, recently overworked and covered with blood, turned to stare at another 9th peak inner sect disciple and asked again, if Wood Changsheng is a 5-element spiritual root like me, will the alchemy hall still cultivate it with all its might? Hiss. Pro-religion's senior brother. The other 9th peak inner disciple was also startled by his current seemingly mentally unbalanced condition. Even though Lin Hao was a 5-element spiritual root and he had some contempt in his heart, but after all, Lin Hao was one of the 9th peak's top 3 personal disciples. It would be a big deal to become insane. Don't just call yourselves senior brothers. Answer me. Lin Hao breathed in sharply. Elder brother. The talent that Mu Changsheng has displayed is definitely not a 5-element spiritual root. The other inner disciple replied carefully, afraid of irritating Lin Hao. I'm just making an analogy in case what if. Lin Hao continued, if Wood Changsheng is a 5-element spiritual root, the refining hall is afraid. I am afraid that it will not invest too many spirit stones and elixirs, and you know, senior brother, that 5-element spiritual roots are extremely difficult to cultivate. A very honest-looking inner disciple, who really couldn't bear to lie to him, said stiffly, I see. Lin Hao looked at the surrounding 9th peak disciples' look, then knew that even with unparalleled refining talent, I'm afraid that because of the spiritual root of the reason and will not be able to refining hall of the cultivation of the heart in his heart in fact had the answer. But this honest inner disciple's words, but the last little bit of fantasy in his heart to be extinguished. I'm a 5-element spiritual root. I can't count on others' alms to cultivate me. I can only rely on myself to fight for everything. Lin Hao muttered in a small voice, his Tao heart growing stronger. Thinking of the contemptuous eyes that a group of alchemy hall executives had looked at him not long ago, he wasn't in a hurry to jump out and actively expose his identity, because the alchemy hall had promised to give out additional even more spirit stones and elixirs, and he wouldn't be able to get them once he knew that he was a 5-element spiritual root. As the day dawned, the sun rose from the east, and the first rays of sunlight with a violet aura spilled over the 9th peak. It's ready to hold water. The spiritual spring at the top of the mountain was illuminated by the purple sunlight, and the spiritual chi contained in the spiritual water inside had reached the most intense time of the day. Lin Hao filled the special jar with spirit spring water and walked along the path down the mountain. This pro-transmission's senior brother Lin, is he suffering from hysteria because he's going to compete with Wei Wuxian? And because there are too many rumors against him during this period of time, and he looks crazy and too abnormal? Some disciples in inner sect clothing couldn't help but say as they watched Lin Hao's back as he descended the mountain alone. I also think he has hysteria. I heard that he recently went to the transmission pavilion to borrow spell jade slips and buy refining materials. He is only in the 2nd level of chi refining realm and wants to do things that can only be done by the 3rd level of chi refining. It would be strange if he doesn't go crazy. Someone stared at the pro-disciple purple robe on Lin Hao's body with a sympathetic look on their face and shook their head, saying, with qualifications like his, becoming a pro-disciple isn't a blessing, it's a sorrow. Yeah. Speaking of which, this senior brother Lin is quite pitiful, being looked down upon everywhere he goes because of his 5 elemental spiritual roots. A 9th peak inner disciple concurred. There's still about 20 days left. Senior brother Lin will have to fight with Wei Wuxian. I heard that Wei Wuxian has a grudge against senior brother Lin, so when the time comes, he will definitely hit very hard. I'm afraid that this senior brother Lin is going to have to suffer a lot. The ninth peak's disciple, while fetching water from the spirit spring, said, unfortunately, our peak's peak master and pro-transmission's senior brother are closed, and pro-transmission's second senior brother Suan is also out of the sect because he's dealing with an urgent matter. So the ones who can make the decisions in our peak aren't there at the moment, and there's no one who can care about brother Lin's affairs. Alas, who let us, the ninth peak, have the weakest disciples among all the peaks of the Xianyu sect, and there's nothing we can do about being bullied. An inner disciple of the ninth peak who had been bullied by the other peak side. 2/4 of an hour later, Lin Hao returned to the cave holding the special jar filled with water, nearly 1,000 pounds, and he quickly poured the spiritual water in the jar into the small pool of water by the spiritual yuan fruit tree. After doing this, he took his leave today without having to go to the spirit beast hall, so he didn't have much other work to do. Lin Hao yawned and climbed onto the stone bed to sit on his knees to breathe and exhale, running the 5 elements eternal life technique to cultivate. Time did not pass until the sun set in the afternoon before he suddenly opened his eyes, and after meditating and exercising his energy to recover, the fatigue from his 8 consecutive hours of hard work in refining the weapon was swept away, and he left the stone bed in a radiant manner. Phew, we're a good man again. Lin Hao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a smile appeared on his face. He reached out his hand and lightly tapped on his storage bag, and the mid-grade Wuling sword, which he had refined yesterday, appeared in his hand. As long as you give spirit stones to the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda, you can upgrade the quality of the magic treasure. I'll try it with this Wuling sword. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the Wuling sword, and now that he finally possessed a magic weapon, he was somewhat impatient to verify the abilities of the ancient eternal tower. With a movement of his mind, this Wuling sword appeared in the special space inside the small tower within his sea of consciousness. Put in a spirit stone and see what happens. Lin Hao took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and put it into the small tower. In a moment, the spirit stone disappeared, followed by the small tower blossoming with a subtle and mysterious light that didn't enter the Wuling sword. Clang! A crisp sword chirping sound rang out. The Wuling sword. After the mysterious light was absent, it didn't take long for the sword to have some more spirit patterns on its body, and its aura became a bit more powerful that was visible to the naked eye. Even though this Wuling sword has become stronger, its quality is still a mid-grade magic weapon, so it should be because there aren't enough spirit stones. Lin Hao looked at the few spirit stones left in his storage bag from listening to Grandmaster Xianding's refining lectures, and purchasing jade slips of refining tips, as well as refining materials. He hesitated, and with some meaty pain, he once again took out a lower-grade spirit stone and put it into the ancient longevity pagoda. In the blink of an eye the spirit stone disappeared, and the arcane mysterious light reappeared and disappeared into the Wuling sword. The Wuling sword's light flowed, and its aura was another shade stronger. How come it hasn't reached the top grade yet? Lin Hao frowned slightly as he hesitated for a moment and disbelievingly threw in a third spirit stone. However, the Wuling sword was still in the middle grade, with no quality breakthroughs, until Lin Hao got a little carried away and put the number of spirit stones in the ancient longevity pagoda up to the 5th, and only then did the Wuling sword shine brightly, with its quality changing from middle grade to top grade. It's done! Lin Hao couldn't help but be overjoyed. A medium-grade Wuling sword could be sold for 18 lower-grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points within the sect, while a top-grade Wuling sword could be sold for 30 lower-grade spirit stones and 200 contribution points, excluding the cost of the 5 spirit stones used to enhance the Wuling sword. If the contribution points he earned were also converted into spirit stones, he netted more than 10 spirit stones in the blink of an eye. It's a windfall. Excitement appeared on Lin Hao's face. With the ancient longevity pagoda to enhance the quality of his magic treasures, he would be able to make a fortune just by selling magic artifacts. The matter of selling magic weapons can't be too hasty. It should be done slowly. This top-grade Wuling sword in my hand can be kept for now, as a life-preserving card, to be used in times of crisis. After half a quarter of an hour, he calmed down. If he were to sell magic weapons within the sect, if someone with a heart of gold were to check the origin of his top-grade Wuling sword, and he couldn't explain it, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. The only way to sell the top-grade Wuling sword for spirit stones was to sneak outside to the immortal cultivation market. But with Lin Hao's current cultivation level of the 3rd level of Qi refining, it is really a bit dangerous to sell magic treasures, and it is easy to die on the road when you meet an unsuspecting robber cultivator or devil cultivator. Chapter 56, Manipulating a Flying Sword. Looking at the ancient longevity pagoda in his sea of consciousness, Lin Hao was very satisfied with the heaven-defying abilities of this spiritual treasure. Although the newly obtained top-grade Wu Ling sword was not good to show in the sect, if he bought pills for cultivation in the sect, he could directly utilize the ancient Eternal Life Tower for quality enhancement before taking them, and that would give him a great advantage. Recently, I've been cultivating too slowly. I have to buy qi replenishing pills to cultivate. Lin Hao's realm had reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and even if he cultivated every day with a spirit stone in his hand, the effect wasn't very obvious anymore. So poor. There's less than 300 contributions and a spirit stone left, merely able to afford only one qi replenishing pill. He looked at the remaining clan contributions on his identity token, and the spirit stones in his storage bag, and a look of bitterness appeared on his face, muttering, "Spirit stones are just too fast to spend. Although top-grade magic weapons can't be sold, I can refine middle-grade magic weapons, so selling middle-grade magic weapons shouldn't be a problem, and I'm not afraid even if someone checks." Lin Hao's mind spun, preparing to start working on the business of making artifacts for sale to earn spirit stones next month after he had revealed to the alchemy hall that he was Wu Changsheng. Refining middle-grade magic weapons was more strenuous for him as it consumed a lot. He could choose to refine simpler lower-grade magic weapons first and then utilize the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda to upgrade the lower-grade magic weapons to middle-grade before selling them. With his mind made up, Lin Hao's attention once again fell on the top-grade Wu Ling sword in his hand, and he began to cultivate the spell of defending objects. Buzz! Lin Hao operated the spiritual energy in his body, cupped his hands together to perform the sentinel technique, and softly shouted "Go" in his heart. And instantly the top-grade woolly spirit sword shook out of his hand and flew up. He danced his fingers into the void a few times, and the top-grade Wu Ling sword in the air immediately slashed at the air a few times. I'm still not familiar with the Imperial sword. I can't utilize the power of the spirit sword as it should be. I still need to practice more. Inside the cave, Lin Hao's hands were pinching the sword control technique, constantly condensing the spirit patterns that controlled his spirit sword. Under his control, the top-grade Wu Ling sword flew back and forth within the cave like a young bird that had just learned to fly. Swordsmanship could be too much harder than spells like flame magic. Lin Hao practiced swordsmanship from evening until night, and the top-grade spirit sword he was controlling was only much more flexible. That's all for today's sword royalty practice. We'll continue tomorrow. He pinched a spell, and the cold light of that airborne Wu Ling sword flashed and flew towards him, falling into his hands. After putting away the Wu Ling sword, Lin Hao cultivated in his cave. Time passes day by day. The day of the appointment fight with Wei Wuxian was getting closer and closer, with less than 10 days left. In addition to Lin Hao completing the daily clan tasks that he had to do in cultivating, he went and took the time to refine a mid-grade magic weapon. Inside the cave, he pinched his hand with the royal sword technique, and the top-grade Wu Ling sword and middle-grade Wu Ling sword in front of him suddenly shone with a cold light, flying and weaving rapidly through the air. After these 10 days of frantically practicing the imperial sword art, he had become more proficient in it. Go! Lin Hao's hand pointed forward, and the two flying swords that were flying in the cavern, in an instant, stabbed towards a large stone that he had moved in specifically to test the swords in the cavern. Poof! Poof! The two flying swords were as easy as stabbing into tofu, and the boulder, which already had many sword holes, instantly had two more. That Wei Wuxian's father is an elite inner disciple who has stayed in the Xinyu sect for many years. Wei Wuxian must have quite a few cards in his hands. To fight with him, I'm afraid that I would still not be insured with my spells and royal sword technique. Lin Hao maneuvered his flying sword and painfully poked a dozen or so holes in the boulder before it was tasteless. He was very nervous when he thought about how close he was to the day of the agreed match. This was Lin Hao's first time fighting with someone, and he was completely inexperienced, with a medium-grade flying sword and a top-grade flying sword in his hands, and with his spells practiced proficiently, he still felt unsteady. With the thickness of my aura, controlling two flying swords with the sentinel technique is a breeze, and controlling one more flying sword should not be too much of a problem. Lin Hao put away the two magic flying swords, and secretly thought in his heart, the top-grade Wu Ling sword can't see the light of day, and at the moment, I can only use a middle-grade flying sword, so I have to go back to refining two more flying sword spells before I can do it. And that first order Wu Jin Baogao armor spell used to protect my body is also very much in need of refining. Putting the two magic weapon flying swords into his storage bag, he stepped away and walked towards the artifact refining hall. Our alchemy hall is willing to give 200 lower grade spirit stones and 8 qi replenishing dan per month to cultivate that Mu Changsheng. With such generous treatment, more than 10 days have passed, and he still refuses to show up. Just as he entered the alchemy hall, he heard many disciples of the alchemy hall talking. Is it possible that this Mu Changxing is someone who doesn't exist? And that it was an error in the detection formation within the refining stonehouse that day that caused this person to appear? A disciple from the sixth peak said, "After all, our refining hall has promised to give 200 lower-grade spirit stones and 8 chi replenishing pills per month. I'm afraid that with such generous treatment, it would be difficult for even a 9th-level chi refining prodisciple to refuse." And the list shows that Mu Changxing is only a small cultivator who has cultivated up to the 3rd level of chi refining. So how can he resist this temptation? I also think that this person is a fake. The number one among the newcomers in our alchemy hall should be Senior Sister Zhao. There were disciples from the 2nd peak, and when they said the words Senior Sister Zhao, a look of love and admiration appeared on their faces. Senior Sister Zhao is extremely beautiful, and her talent for refining weapons is so amazing. Her future is unlimited. A disciple soon chimed in. And right now, our Senior Sister Zhao is known as one of the 4 great beauties of our sex new generation. Lin Hao heard the disciples of the weaponry refining hall mentioning themselves in just a few words, and more often than not, the topic of discussion centered around Zhao Roer, who had become the most dazzling and famous new generation of pride in the weaponry refining hall. Alas, my 5-elemental spiritual root has a strong aura far beyond the same realm, and I can also cultivate spells with 5 attributes. So in ancient times it was a top spiritual root, but in today's times the 5-elemental spiritual root's reputation is really too stinky, and it's doomed to not be able to be treated like Zhao Roer by all the stars. Lin Hao was envious of the treatment Zhao Roer enjoyed in the Hall of Refinement. That refining qualification overwhelming with Changxing didn't come. This waste of 5-elemental spiritual roots. How come he comes to our refining hall every now and then? As Lin Hao appeared in an eye-catching pro-transmission purple robe, many of the disciples of the alchemy hall had odd expressions on their faces. Lin Hao ignored the mocking gazes of the crowd as he arrived in front of the inner disciple of the weaponry hall who was in charge of selling weapon refining materials and said, "I want 2 refining materials for the woolly spirit sword, and 1 for the woolly gold treasure armor. I'm sorry, the clan has a limit on materials. If you haven't passed the refiner's test and obtained a refiner's identity token, an unusual disciple can buy up to 3 first-order refining materials per month. You've already purchased 2 refining materials for the Wuling sword, so you have at most 1 more qualification to buy first-order refining materials." That inner disciple took his pro-disciple token and checked it, indifferently saying, "I'm a pro-disciple, and according to the regulations I have the right to purchase 6 refining materials per month. How can you treat me like an ordinary disciple?" Lin Hao said with a slight frown. Chapter 57, Meeting Sister Su again. Even though you are a pro-artist, Senior Brother Lin, the materials for refining artifacts are hard to come by. The inner disciple of the alchemy hall, who was responsible for selling the materials, looked up at him and said, "The alchemy hall, in order to avoid disciples from wasting materials, has a unique stipulation that a pro-disciple who purchases 3 copies of the alchemy materials must successfully refine a magic weapon in order to be entitled to purchase 6 copies of the alchemy materials per month. As long as Senior Brother Lin can prove that you've successfully refined a magic weapon, then only then will I be able to sell you 2 copies of the material for the woolly spirit sword and 1 copy of the woolly gold treasure armor." He continued, "If not, you've already purchased the materials twice. The most I can sell you is 1 more refining material." All of the people present were cultivators with extraordinary ears, and the words spoken by the inner disciple of the alchemy hall who was selling the materials did not intentionally lower his voice, and naturally reached the ears of all the people around him. With his 5-elemental spirit root cultivation, I'm afraid he won't be able to successfully refine a magic weapon in his lifetime. I've long since grown tired of seeing this Lin Hao at the 2nd level of chi refining realm still coming to refining weapons and spoiling our clan's materials. When the sex weapon refining materials are blown in by the wind, these refining magic weapon materials are the clan's precious resources. These refining apprentices learn refining on weekdays. Sometimes the materials needed are not enough, but also by him such as no talent in the 5 elements of the spiritual root wantonly waste materials when really hateful. Humph, should be a refining materials are not sold to him, can let him buy 3 materials, has been considered a bargain for him. Many of the surrounding alchemy hall disciples whispered, their gazes falling on Lin Hao in a rather disgruntled manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao frowned. He hadn't found the rule that pro-disciples had to prove that they could successfully refine weapons when they bought materials in the jade slip about the Xian Yu sex introductions that Senior Brother Suan had handed him. He had 2 successfully refined flying swords in his storage bag, but if he were to take them out to prove it, wouldn't he be exposing his strength in advance? There were less than 10 days to go before the battle with Wei Wuxian, And I was afraid that the other party would be fully prepared if they let Wei Wuxian know their true strength. Wei Wuxian's father was an elite disciple of the inner sect, and he definitely had a lot of treasures. So when Wei Wuxian was prepared, it would be much more difficult for Lin Hao to win. Senior brother Lin, if you can't prove it, please leave. Don't delay other disciples from buying materials. When the inner disciple of the alchemy hall saw him fall into silence, he knew that he couldn't take out the magic weapon he had refined, and couldn't help but outline the corner of his mouth with a hidden sneer and said, "Senior brother Lin, you're here too." Suddenly, a voice as pleasant and nice as a lark's came from behind. Lin Hao, who was depressed about buying materials, couldn't help but turn his head to see a sweet, innocent-looking, fair-skinned young girl with light footsteps walking into the refining hall where materials and magic weapons were sold. It was none other than Su Yuxian, who had once participated in the mountaineering trial examination with him and won second place. The young girl puffed out her small chest, pretty and cute like a little sister next door, and immediately attracted the gazes of a large number of alchemy hall disciples. Senior sister Su, long time no see. When Lin Hao saw her speaking to him, he smiled and greeted her, saying, "Are you here to buy refining materials as well? I'm a water spirit root not suitable for refining. I can't use it to buy refining materials. I'm here to purchase a magic weapon." Su Yuxian continued, "What about you, senior brother Lin? I wanted to purchase 3 refining materials, but unfortunately the share of materials I can purchase is only 1 left." Lin Hao said with a bitter smile on his face, "Senior brother Lin, you don't have enough shares to purchase materials. I don't refine weapons anyway, so I don't need to purchase shares of materials, so why don't you use my name to buy materials?" Su Yuxian said with a soft smile. Then thank you, senior sister Su." Lin Hao's eyes lit up at the words and he hurriedly thanked them. A show of hands. Su Yuxian held out her small chest and came to the inner disciple selling materials in the refining hall and said, "What materials does senior brother Lin want? You give them to him. This alchemy hall stipulates that disciples can only use their own share, not anyone else's." That inner disciple still refused. When did such a rule exist? I, Su Yuxian, am the first daughter of the Su family, head of the cultivation family of the kingdom of Zhao. How dare you make things difficult for me? Su Yuxian crossed her waist, her big watery eyes glaring fiercely at that inner disciple. Alas, fine, if you guys insist on this, I'll sell you the materials. The inner disciple responsible for selling the materials. Hearing the words cultivation family Su family, he was obviously a little scornful. He didn't want to offend Su Yuxian and found himself a step down saying, "If the Lord Deacon of the alchemy hall traces it, you guys will be responsible for it yourselves. Cut the crap and bring out the materials quickly." Su Yuxian looked a little spirited as she said, "This is the material for 2 copies of the Wu Ling sword and 1 copy of the Wu Jin treasure armor, for a total of 9 lower grade spirit stones and 6 contribution points." That inner disciple didn't dare to offend Su Yuxian, reluctantly took out the materials and placed them on the counter and said, "This is spirit stones and contribution points." Seeing this, Lin Hao hurriedly took out 9 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. The 20 spirit stones he had exchanged for 200 contribution points this morning were suddenly left with only 11. As for the contribution points needed to purchase the materials, since Su Yuxian had helped him buy them on his behalf, he couldn't use Lin Hao's, but only the clan's contribution on Su Youxuan's identity token. Su Yuxian was very quick to take out her token, allowing that inner disciple to deduct the contribution points directly from her token. Lin Hao took the 3 refining materials, put them into his storage ring, and took out another spirit stone and handed it over, saying, "Thank you for your help, senior sister Su. You helped me pay for 6 contribution points. You can have this spirit stone. A lower grade spirit stone is worth 10 contribution points. I'll be taking advantage of you if I take it." Su Yuxian gently smiled and said, "Besides, my master and your master are quite close, so it's nothing to help you out." Her master, the second peak master Li Shueqing, had once been on very good terms with Lin Hao's master, Xiao Yud, and had almost become a Taoist couple, only that there was some unknown reason among them, and the two hadn't become a pair. Xiao Yud was suddenly unilaterally unwilling to pay attention to Li Shueqing anymore, and no matter how Li Shueqing tried to fix her relationship with him, it was useless. The two, for many years, did not socialize much beyond what was necessary. However, the second peak master Li Shueqing still couldn't let go of Xiao Yud, and often told the disciples under his door that when they saw the disciples of the ninth peak, they should help if they could. That's why the disciples of the ninth peak and the disciples of the second peak had a pretty good relationship. Coupled with the fact that Su Yuxian came from a cultivation family and had quite a few assets, this one spirit stone was not yet in her eyes. Senior sister Su, take it. After helping me so much, it's only right that I take advantage of it. Seeing that she wouldn't take it, Lin Hao forcefully handed the spirit stone toward her. Okay then. Only then did Su Yuxian take the spirit stone. Senior sister Su, what type of magic treasure do you want to buy? I have some knowledge of magic treasures, so I can help you pick one. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. I'm practicing the sword royal technique and I need a water-attributed lower-grade Wuling sword. Su Yuxian pondered for a moment and said, Senior sister Su, let me go with you to the place where the magic treasures are sold. Guarantee to pick out an Wuling sword that you're satisfied with. Lin Hao volunteered. The same lower-grade magic weapon still had advantages and disadvantages. He had been refining the Wuling sword for a while and was more than familiar with it, and could easily pick out the best one of its class. Then I'll trouble senior brother Lin. Su Yuxian nodded with a gentle smile. Senior sister Su, Lin Hao. He's at the second level of Qi refining realm cultivation. He can't even refine a magic weapon himself. That would pick a magic weapon. It's just shameless. An inner disciple of the sixth peak who studied weapon refining in the weapon refining hall and was very talented in weapon refining couldn't look past it. Plus Su Yuxian was beautifully born. He went up to accost him and said, Senior sister Su, let me help you choose a magic weapon. Chapter 58, It's All Rags. Suddenly, there was an inner disciple of the refining artifact hall, who came up to offer his services and wanted to help pick out a magic weapon. But Su Yuxian had already agreed to let Lin Hao help her choose a magic treasure, and she hesitated for a moment before refusing. Senior sister Su, senior brother Jia Su was once the 11th on the newcomer list of refiners, and is now only a little bit away from entering the potential dragon list of refiners. With him helping you, he will definitely be able to pick out a magic weapon that will satisfy you. The inner disciple in charge of selling materials in the alchemy hall could see that Su Yuxian seemed to be about to refuse, and couldn't help but helpfully open his mouth. Senior sister Su, I am a refiner from the refiner hall. If you have me to help you choose a magic weapon, you will also get a discount. You can buy a magic weapon with only 8 lower grade spirit stones and 90 contribution points. Jia Su was eager to show himself and could not help but take out a token from his waist as if showing off. This token was engraved with a flying sword in 3 stars. Alchemist level is divided into 1 to 9 steps, while each step has 6 ratings, which are inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, superior, and overwhelming. Inferior refiners didn't have star ratings, while this token of his had a flying sword and 3 stars, which meant that he was a first-order excellent grade refiner, meaning that his success rate in refining first-order magic weapons was above 60%. It's only 2 spirit stones and 10 contribution points cheaper. Do you see this girl looking like she lacks spirit stones and contribution points? Su Yuxian glanced at the refiner's identity token in Jia Su's hand. Disliking Jia Su's showboating look and the words he spoke ill of Lin Hao, she frowned and said, Thank you for your kindness. I'll just pick out a magic weapon with senior brother Lin. She had a small thought in her heart, because her master Li Shueqing was eager to restore her relationship with Lin Hao's master Xiao Yud, so she was more than willing to befriend Lin Hao, and then have a reason to go to the 9th peak often, as a way to slowly get acquainted with the people of the 9th peak, and she thought that her master, under the love of his master, would look at her a few more times. If she could be of some help in the relationship between Master and Elder Xiao, Su Yuxian even felt that it was a nail in the coffin for her, as a registered disciple, to become Master's personal disciple. You don't know what's good for you. Jia Su was rejected and put away the refiner's token that represented his identity, his face ugly. Senior brother Lin, let's go. Su Yuxian did not have that kind of bratty attitude towards Jia Su, and her white and pretty face softly said with a sweet smile, Aha! Lin Hao nodded and walked quickly side by side with her to the place where the magic weapons were for sale, and when he was done helping Su Yuxian pick out the magic weapons, he still had to go and refine the flying swords and armor magic weapons. That Jia Su saw the 2 men leave side by side, a flash of hostility in his eyes. He ate a defeated heart, pretending to go over there to do something, but also secretly followed up. The place where spells were sold was much larger than the place where materials were sold. When he entered it, he saw rows and rows of shelves with a handful of various magic weapons on them. The 2 of them arrived at the area of first-order lower-grade magic weapons and picked them out. Ha! That's a nice magic weapon. Lin Hao swept his gaze over the racks of magic weapons and was suddenly attracted to a flying sword, and after picking it up and surveying it for a moment, he felt that the person who had refined this flying sword was a talented person. This engraved spirit pattern is natural, And it is surprising that there is a special sense of naturalness. And compared with him, it is just a tiny bit worse. Does senior brother Lin think this flying sword is good? Su Yoxuan's beautiful eyes glanced at him and asked with a smile. Her goal, because of her master, was to befriend Lin Hao and get acquainted with the people of the Ninth Peak, and as long as Lin Hao said the flying sword was good, she would buy it. Of course it's good. It's considered excellent. I dare say no other lower-grade flying sword artifact on this shelf can compare to this one in my hand, Lin Hao said confidently. The spirit pattern engraving of this flying sword was all a bit enlightening to him. If he could, he would love to meet the person who refined this flying sword. I'll take this one then. Su Yuxian smiled gently, giving Lin Hao face. Humph. The refiner of this flying sword is but a first-order refiner who doesn't even have a star rank by virtue of it, and belongs to the inferior and worst kind in the refining assessment results. So on what basis do you say that the flying sword that he refines is the best one on this shelf? A gloomy voice rang out. It is quietly followed up Jia Su. He was Su Yuxian public rejection heart grudge's lost face. Would have wanted to pick a fight? See Lin Hao actually said. A shelf so many magic weapons are not as good as his selection of a test inferior level of the first-order refiner, immediately shouted. The place where the magic weapons were being sold, but there were quite a few disciples who had obtained the refiner's hall refiner's identity tokens, and they all couldn't help but gather around at the sound of the words. The magic weapons on this shelf were the work of them, the refiners, and if they could sell them, they could share the spirit stones and contribution points, being critiqued that their work was inferior to that of a most inferior first-order, first-star refiner. All of them were unconvinced. What qualifications do you, a refining amateur, have to evaluate a magic weapon that someone else has worked hard to refine? A burly disciple sneered and said, this magic weapon you chose in your hand is refined by a waste of space called Yi Wuji, a refiner with an inferior rating, and a success rate of less than 20% in refining magic weapons on weekdays. I chose this magic weapon as a personal preference. You guys don't have to take it so seriously. Lin Hao looked around at the righteous indignation of the alchemy hall disciples. He didn't want to cause trouble and took a step back. You, a hallowed pro-disciple, say that we are not as good at refining magic weapons as a refiner with an inferior assessment rating. If you were to spread this out, wouldn't it be an insult to our reputation? Jia Su was very vindictive and sneered. You must make amends to all of us today, and then make a trip to the law enforcement hall, so that the senior brothers of the law enforcement hall can dispose of the reasoning, and that this Su Yuxian is with you, and is an accessory to the crime. There were people he knew in the law enforcement hall, so when the time came, as long as they said hello, Lin Hao and Su Yuxian would go in. And even if one of them had the status of being a pro-disciple and the other had the status of being a registered disciple, they wouldn't be able to avoid suffering a bit. Yes, one must make amends for daring to comment that our refined magic weapons are inferior to the magic weapon works of inferior refiners. A group of other refiners from the Hall of Refinement, encouraged by Jia Su's words, thought that currently, Lin Hao was a pro-transmitter, and was extremely popular in the sect, and it surely wouldn't take long for today's words to be spread by people who had the intention to do so, so they had to make Lin Hao pay for whatever they said so as not to weaken their reputation. You guys have gone too far. As a guest who purchased a magic weapon, what kind of reasoning is it that you have to make amends for critiquing it? Lin Hao's heart gave birth to a surge of anger. These people even wanted to send him and Su Yuxian to the law enforcement hall because of this small matter. It was too small-minded. Besides, he was critiquing the magic weapon and telling the truth. Humph. The reputation of an alchemist is most important. One of you is a Tang's personal disciple and one of you is an elder's named disciple. You're not ordinary people. What you say will have a great impact, and it will definitely have a great impact on our reputation. Jiasu is small-minded and continues to fan the flames. Originally I didn't want to bother with you guys, but you guys had to make things difficult for me and senior sister Su. Lin Hao was expressionless as he said, then I'll be sincere. The magical weapons you've refined are indeed ragged compared to this flying sword I've chosen. What? Lin Hao, you dare to insult us like that? You have to be sent to the law enforcement hall. The crowd of Xian Yu sect disciples who possessed refiners' tokens issued by the Hall of Refinement burst into a rage. Humph. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you'll know if you randomly pick a lower grade artifact Wu Ling sword and this one I'm holding to slash each other on this shelf. Lin Hao was very confident and said, if this sword I choose doesn't catch up to the lower grade magic weapon you've refined, I'll be at your disposal. With his unparalleled talent for refining magic weapons, and his keen perception, he knew that this flying sword in his hand, which was signed by the refiner as Yi Wuji, although the engraved spirit pattern belonged to the lower grade magic weapon spirit pattern, because of its engraving technique was very skillful and ingenious. The strength of this magic weapon was just a cut below that of the middle-grade magic weapons, and it was far more than the other lower-grade magic weapons. Chapter 59 Magic Weapon Competition. Taking an inferior refiner's Yulin swordwork with such confidence. An eagle-hooked nose and horse-faced refiner sneered. Since you want to have a little competition, then I'll make it happen. I have to make you pay for your sins today. Just use one of my refined Yuling swords to compare with him. Jia Su had a sardonic smile on his face, afraid that Lin Hao would regret it, and picked up one of the lower-grade flying swords engraved on the shelf with the name of the caster being his, and was about to chop at the sword in Lin Hao's hand. Slow down, Lin Hao said with a stern heckle. Why do you want to regret it? The surrounding group of refiners laughed coldly. They were outnumbered, and no matter what happened today, they would be able to force Lin Hao to give them a satisfactory explanation. Didn't want to regret it, Lin Hao said expressionlessly. I just want to be fair. Jia Su's realm is so much higher than mine and senior sister Su's. To test the quality of the swords, it's obvious that he has a great advantage. We must find two people of the same realm to compete with flying swords in hand. Humph, I'll let you die today. What realm do you want to find a sword match? Jia Su's face showed disdain. He was very confident in the magic weapon he had refined and felt that he could easily defeat a work refined by an inferior refiner. On my side, the one with the highest cultivation level is only the third level of chi refining. Senior sister Su, so you guys go and find someone who is also the third level of chi refining, Lin Hao said with a calm demeanor. Senior brother Lin, I just broke through to the third weight of chi refining not long ago. Would it be a little bad for me to take this sword and compete with them? Su Yuxian was a little uneasy inside and couldn't help but say, after all, if they lost the competition, looking at the posture of these refiners from the Hall of Refinement, they would have to make her and Lin Hao suffer a lot. Don't worry, Lin Hao gave her a reassuring look. Well, Su Yoshuan's heart was even more unsettled, but she wanted to befriend the ninth peak by getting to know Lin Hao as a way of gaining her master's second peak master elderly Shueching's focused attention. So she still nodded her head. Quickly go to the alchemy hall and find an outer disciple of the third level of chi refining to come over, Jia Su hurriedly said. He couldn't wait to see how miserable Lin Hao and the two of them would be after their defeat. Su Yuxian had dared to reject him, an artifact refining genius who was about to ascend to the subterranean dragon ranking, in front of so many people, causing him to lose face. His inner resentment was unresolved and his thoughts were not clear. Its senior brother Jia, soon an inner disciple of the alchemy hall, quickly left. Within a short while, a teenager wearing the outer disciple's attire was brought over. We found the chi refining triple realm disciple you wanted, so we can start competing on the quality of the swords, Jiasu and the others urged. Wait, Lin Hao, however, didn't panic and said, if I lose, do whatever you want, but what if you lose? There has to be something to pay, or else we'll be punished alone while nothing happens to you guys. Wouldn't that be taking advantage of the situation? Joke. We'll lose? A group of refiners laughed coldly. Jia Su's refinement of first-order lower-grade magic weapons was very excellent. In the refining hall, but ranked in the top, loved by the disciples of Xianyu sect, the number of sales per month, are ranked in the forefront. What if we lose? Lin Hao smiled and said, if you guys don't want to give anything and just want to test the quality of your swords to make senior sister Su and I pay for our sins, then we won't be able to accompany you. What do you want us to pay? This group of refiners were so confident that they didn't give a second thought to the match. They felt they were bound to win. It's simple. As long as you guys promise me that if I win, you can't trouble me and senior sister Su anymore, and each person present gives me 10 inferior spirit stones, I'll compete with you. When Lin Hao thought of the penniless spirit stones in his storage bag, he couldn't help but say, making us each take out 10 inferior spirit stones. Your appetite is too big. Be careful of being propped up. The faces of a group of refiners from the Hall of Refinement were filled with anger, and as they looked at how calm Lin Hao was at this juncture, they were even a little unsure of themselves inwardly. Could it be that the sword Lin Hao had chosen to have made by the inferior refiner Yi Wuji was really of better quality than any of the spells they had made? If you don't dare to agree, get out of the way if you're in trouble. Don't delay senior sister Su's purchase of the magic weapon. Lin Hao smiled and said. Su Yoshuan's beautiful eyes landed on Lin Hao, watching him face more than a dozen refiners alone without changing his expression, and she couldn't help but reveal a strange color, thinking, I have to admit, senior brother Lin's appearance at this moment is truly extraordinary. He looks quite good in a prototypal purple robe, if it weren't for the fact that he's a 5-element spiritual root. Don't be afraid, brothers and sisters, he's pretending. Seeing some hesitation on the faces of the surrounding refiners, Jia Su couldn't help but shout, "For the sake of our reputation, we can't let this go. We must compete with him. Humph, the winner will definitely be us. We agreed to the request you made. Let's start the competition." After Jia Su encouraged a few more sentences, the trace of worry in the hearts of those refiners disappeared and they all said, in order to avoid denial afterwards. They also took out a pen and paper to write down the conditions on a piece of paper and sign their respective names. Senior Sister Su, all you need to do is to run your aura with all your might into this Wuling sword, Lin Hao said to Su Yuxian, who had an uneasy heart. Yeah. Su Yuxian nodded. That Qi refining triple realm outer sect disciple who had been sought out by Jia Su and the others walked over, holding a first-order lower-grade magic weapon refined by Jia Su. This outer disciple had already stepped into the third realm of weapon refining for more than a few months, and compared to Su Yuxian, his body's spiritual qi was more dominant, and he operated his spiritual qi to gather on the Wuling sword in his hand, and in an instant, the body of the sword lit up with light. Seeing this, Su Yuxian took the spirit sword that Lin Hao had picked out and similarly operated her aura. We're sure to win. This Su Yuxian aura, it's weaker than the one we're looking for. A group of refiners from the Hall of Refinement looked like they were sure to win. Swish, swish, the two of them did not have imperial swords, and they directly held the Wuling sword and chopped at each other's magic weapons. Madaka! The sound of metal clanking resounded, and immediately afterward, the outer disciple holding Jia Su's refined Wuling sword felt a strong force coming, and could not help but retreat back and forth with a pale and woeful face. Su Yuxian, on the other hand, was much better, and steadied her footing after merely taking a step back. How is this possible? When the outer sect disciple, who had retreated in a sorry state, stood on his feet, the sword he was holding in his hand had a very small gaping hole in it. The magic weapon refined by senior brother Jia is a superior work, so how could it be damaged in front of a magic weapon refined by a test-rated inferior refiner? To be able to knock a gaping hole in an inferior artifact with a single blow, only a mid-grade artifact of extremely good quality can do that. Could it be that the artifact he picked is not an inferior, but a mid-grade one? One refiner. All clamored up, somewhat incredulous. As experienced refiners, they had observed this Wuling sword that Lin Hao had selected before the competition and hadn't found anything unique about it, but they hadn't expected to be able to easily defeat the magic weapon refined by the genius of the refining hall. Jia Su, Lin Hao, you must have cheated. This is definitely not a lower-grade magic weapon. Jia Su's face was grim and somewhat defeated. It was difficult to accept that his own magic weapon would not be able to defeat the work made by an inferior refiner that he usually despised the most. Chapter 60, Using Power to Oppress. Lin Hao frowned slightly and said, I didn't cheat. This magic weapon is being sold by your refining hall. Don't you recognize it yourselves? It is indeed a magic weapon from our refining hall. How could that Yi Wuji, who usually has the worst grades, refine such a powerful Wuling sword? There were some refiners whispering, Senior brother Lin, how did you see that this sword is better than the others? Su Yuxian held the magic weapon sword in her hand with some surprise in her heart. Her strength was obviously weaker than that outer disciple who had been initiated for a long time, but because of the sword in her hand, she had the upper hand, achieving a victory. Lin Hao swept his gaze over these hard-faced refiners and said, How about it? Do you guys still want to take out other flying swords to compete? A group of refiners stared angrily. They were unwilling inwardly, but none of them dared to stand out. Su Yoshuan's hand magic weapon just performance, but a comparable to the middle-grade spiritual weapon of the Wuling sword. If you take their own refined lower-grade magic weapon up to the competition, lose not only shame not to mention, if in the competition their own refined magic weapon is damaged, that can be a big loss. After all, a handful of lower-grade magic weapons plus contribution points was worth about 20 or so spirit stones. And when the refining hall sold the magic weapons, they, as the makers, would all get a good share of spirit stones and clan contribution points. You guys don't say anything. Have you decided to admit defeat? Then follow the agreement and give me 10 spirit stones each. Lin Hao swept his face expressionlessly over the dozen or so silent refiners. He hadn't wanted to be nosy. It was really because these refiners had just bullied people too much. Senior brother Lin, we're all fellow disciples. There's no need to be so serious. There were refiners who couldn't spare the spirit stones and squeezed a smile out of their faces and said, Otherwise, let's just forget about it. We can count on not fighting and making friends. Right, Senior brother Lin. You also often come to refine weapons in our refining hall, so you're also half of our own people. Today was just a misunderstanding. Many refiners looked down on Lin Hao inwardly, but didn't want to give out spirit stones, so they chimed in. If I lose, will you guys leave me alone? Lin Hao looked at this group of shameless guys and said indifferently, give me the spirit stones as agreed, or else we'll find the law enforcement hall to judge. Surname Lin, we all belong to the same clan, don't make things so desperate. A name refiner looked at him with an iron face, and his tone contained a threat. If you offend our refining hall, even if you're a pro-disciple, you won't be able to afford it. Are you guys going to pull the name of the entire alchemy hall over me when you lose? Lin Hao frowned. A bunch of rats who can't afford to lose. Who said we lost? I still have a sword. Let's compete again. Jiasu stared at Lin Hao and Su Yuxian with a resentful expression on his face as he took out a Wuling sword that was glowing with green light. This is Senior Brother Jia's famous magic weapon that he refined. It's very representative. Usually hidden like a treasure. He actually took it out. A group of refiners were filled with surprise. Lin Hao looked at the green light ooze sword and was also shocked. This ooze sword was in the lower quality. The engraving on the spirit pattern was also moderate. It was just that the materials that were added seemed to be very unusual, and a unique type of beast blood should have been added during the refining process. I was only saying that none of the lower grade magic weapons on this shelf compare to the ones I picked out, and it's against the rules for you to take out your storage bag's magic weapons to compete. Lin Hao looked at the extraordinary material of the sword in Jiasu's hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit grave. If they were to compete, it wasn't certain who would lose or win. What's out of order? This sword of mine had been sitting on a shelf earlier. It was just put away by me for a while. Seeing that he seemed scared, Jiasu's face vaguely flashed a sinister color, very pleased, saying, this is the hall of artifact refining. You have to compare even if you don't. Just after the words fell, he saw this Jiasu's 6th level of chi refining cultivation explode, his body's spiritual chi surging, and even with a fierce smile on his face, he directly held the Wuling sword that was glowing with a greenish light, and chopped towards the sword in the hands of Su Yuxian, who only had a 3rd level of chi refining cultivation. Lin Hao's face changed drastically. The other party's cultivation was so much higher. How could Su Yuxian possibly block it? Shameless. Su Yoshuan's white face was filled with anger. Looking at the chopped green light Wuling sword, she grit her teeth tightly holding the sword in her hand. She is a cultivation family's first daughter. The hand also has a bottom card. In the nick of time, running a kind of secret method of injuring oneself, so that their own aura, even briefly barely reached the peak of the 4th weight of refining chi. Look. The sword that came from the sword refined by the inferior refiner Yi Wuji, under Su Yoshuan's spiritual power, unexpectedly bloomed with a brilliant orange light, and a stern aura appeared. Clank! Bang! 2 Wuling sword collision together. Su Yuxian's small face white, the corner of the mouth appeared blood. Even if the operation of the secret method briefly increased the strength of the great, but only a photo, it flew backwards, and that Jiasu cultivation realm is relatively high. But in the just exchange of blows, just the figure shook a little bit will be stabilized. But make his face ugly is that he is most proud of the work of the sword of the green light, but also broke into 2. You woman, dare to destroy my green light sword looking for death. Jiasu saw the heart of the broken sword dripping blood, and under severe stimulation, his eyes filled with murderous intent fell on Su Yuxian, wanting to strike hard. You dared to lay your hands on the elder's named disciple. Lin Hao's face changed. He didn't expect Jiasu to be so narrow-minded as to strike without regard for his status, and hurriedly blocked in front of the injured Su Yuxian. Senior Brother Jia, calm down. The other refiners' faces changed drastically. If the second elder, the peak master of the second peak's second elder's registered disciple, had something happened here, with the second elder's powerful strength, none of them who were involved in this matter would have any good fruit to eat. Immediately, a few refiners who were older than Jiasu's qualifications came forward to stop them. This green light treasure sword of mine was destroyed. She must compensate me today. Jiasu was blocked by the other refiners and also came clear from his state of losing his mind, stopping his strikes and glaring viciously at the injured Su Yuxian who had a small, pained face. Enough of this, isn't it embarrassing? Suddenly, an old voice rang out, and an old man in the costume of a protector appeared out of thin air, and with a flick of his sleeve, that Jiasu flew backwards. Touch! Jiasu fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Greetings to Lord Protector. The faces of the group of refiners changed, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. The old man who was the protector of the alchemy hall punished Jiasu who had almost made a big mistake, but he didn't look at these saluting alchemists. He came to the injured Su Yuxian and said, "It's the old man who was not strict in his discipline. letting Su's nephew be aggrieved. This wound healing elixir. You eat it. An elixir emitting a faint fragrance appeared in the old man's hand and handed it over. Thank you, Uncle Shifu. Su Yuxian endured the pain. She took the elixir and after hesitating for a while, she ate it in one gulp. And sure enough, her injuries were quickly stabilized. Let's all disperse. Don't you have to do anything? What's the point of gathering here? The protector elder chided at the group of fearful-faced refiners around him. Yes. The crowd of refiners hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Senior uncle, they still owe me spirit stones yet. When Lin Hao saw that a group of refiners who had agreed with him to pay spirit stones if they lost were leaving, he became anxious and couldn't help but say, this matter ends here, and no one is to speak of today's events. The protective old man's eyelids lifted as his gaze fell on Lin Hao, knowing that he was a five-elemental spiritual root. A touch of distaste surfaced in his heart, and his tone was full of warnings. Being stared at by the old man, Lin Hao instantly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, as if the other party only had to think a single thought and he would be trampled to death like an ant. Yes, senior uncle. Lin Hao couldn't help but shiver. The foundation establishment cultivator was too strong. Although he was unconvinced in his heart, he could only stop and didn't dare to pursue the matter of the more than 100 spirit stones that he had won. That old guardian seemed to think that one more glance at Lin Hao was an insult to his eyes. But he was rather polite to a 4th grade single attribute water spirit root genius like Su Yuxian, saying, Senior nephew Su, my disciple injured you on impulse, so the Wuling sword you're holding in your hand will be given to you as my weaponry refining hall's way of making amends and apologizing to you. Yes, senior uncle. Su Yuxian endured the pain in her body and didn't dare to go against the foundation establishment cultivator's wishes as she nodded her head. Senior nephew Su, old man still has things to do, so I won't stay here. After the protector elder finished speaking, he disappeared silently, not looking at Lin Hao more than a few times from start to finish. Lin Hao looked away from where the old man had been standing before. His back was covered in cold sweat. This was the power of foundation establishment. So terrifying. He couldn't help but think of that old man Zhang from the Spirit Beast Hall who often got along with him and delivered the Spirit Flame Pig. Also a foundation establishment, but without a stance, and usually like an old boy. He never used his power to oppress others. After comparing the attitudes of the two foundation establishment powerhouses towards people, Lin Hao felt that the Spirit Beast Hall protector, Old Man Dirt Zhang, a foundation establishment expert, was a really good person. Chapter 61, This sun will surely revitalize the Hall of Artifact Refinement. Senior Sister Su, let me help you up. Lin Hao's gaze fell on the pale Su Yuxian and hesitantly opened his mouth. Su Yuxian wanted to get up on her own, but she was too weak after making the secret method to hard receive Jia Su's move, and her body was also a bit weak after taking the healing elixir from the protector of the alchemy hall. Well, thank you senior brother Lin. She only nodded. Lin Hao stepped forward and reached out his hand to help Su Yuxian up. The two of them were too close and immediately a nice-smelling scent unique to young girls hit them. He helped Su Yuxian, whose small face was slightly red, to walk outside, and before he had gone for long, a female disciple of the second peak in her sect, who had a good relationship with Su Yuxian, greeted him and said in a shocked voice, Senior Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Accidentally injured. Su Yuxian spoke softly. Senior Sister Su, you're our peak master's registered disciple. Whoever injured you has too much guts. That second peak in her sect female disciple. An angry color appeared on her face. This matter is a long story. Senior Sister Shun, I'll tell you more when we return. Su Yuxian thought of that foundation establishment protector's warning and didn't tell the truth, preparing to report this matter to the master individually and let him decide. Senior Sister Su, since your acquaintance is here, I'll send you here. Lin Hao was in a hurry to take the newly purchased materials and refine them into magic weapons, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Well, I thank senior brother Lin for his help in selecting a magic weapon today, Su Yuxian said softly. Senior brother Lin, in the future, if you don't have enough shares to purchase materials, you can still look for me, okay? Senior Sister Su. Lin Hao nodded and handed Su Yuxian over to the female disciple of the second peak who was on good terms with her, and then left. Su Yuxian looked at his back and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Her appearance was also in the forefront of the entire Xianyu sect, and there were many who courted her on weekdays, but this Lin Hao didn't want to stay with her for a while longer, and walked away in some haste. Saying goodbye to Su Yuxian, Lin Hao arrived at the place where he rented the stone house of the refining furnace. I want to rent a refining stone room for refining first-order magic weapons. Lin Hao took out a spirit stone and said indifferently, 2 spirit stones. The inner disciple in charge of renting the stone room for refining weapons had a very cold attitude and said with a smelly face, "Just now, he had heard that a group of refiners had clashed with Lin Hao, and although he didn't know the exact reason, he naturally shared the same hatred as a member of the refining hall." Lin Hao directly ignored his hostile gaze, took out 2 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over, took the key token for the refining stone room, and left quickly. Finding the stone room corresponding to the key token, he opened the stone door and stepped in. Lin Hao skillfully opened the refining furnace. Then the earth vein spirit fire appeared in the furnace, and he took out the main material for refining the Wu Ling sword, Wu Jin iron, and put it into the refining furnace, and began the long refining process. His Xian Fire Heart Sutra cultivated Xian Fire Purple Qi, and he was already incomparably familiar with refining the first-order lower-grade Wuling sword, and the Wuling sword was the best to be refined among the first-order magic weapons, and it might be a little bit difficult for him to refine up the middle-grade Wuling sword, but he had already been comfortable in refining the lower-grade Wuling sword, and he was able to basically ensure that the success rate of the Wuling sword would be in the range of 10%. Time passes. From noon to night. In the midst of Lin Hao's focused refining, a first-order, lower-grade Wu Ling sword that shone with a chilling light was freshly made. Once we bring the lower-grade Wu Ling sword back to the cave, we'll use the Universal Longevity Pagoda to upgrade its quality, he thought darkly in his heart, then quickly took the Wu Ling sword out of the refining furnace, and when the temperature of the sword cooled down, he put it into his storage bag. The amount of spiritual qi consumed to refine a lower-grade Wu Ling sword was only about 50% of that of a middle-grade Wu Ling sword. Lin Hao was in the refining stone house, running the 5 elements eternal life technique to restore the spiritual qi in his body for about half an hour, and when his exhaustion dissipated, he began the refining of the next Wu Ling sword. By the time the morning was still young, the second lower-grade Wu Ling sword was successfully refined again. Lin Hao temporarily stopped refining. He made a trip out of the refining stone room and quickly returned to the 9th peak to finish his daily mandatory chore of watering the spirit elemental fruit tree before coming back to the refining stone room. He had refined 2 mid-grade Wu Ling swords and 2 lower-grade Wu Ling swords this month and had yet to fail. Such a terrifying success rate was enough to boast the entire weapon refining hall. Next, refined the first-order defensive magic weapon, the ebony treasure armor. Lin Hao was inside the stone room, running the 5 elements longevity technique to restore himself to his best condition, and he didn't rush to do it as it was his first time refining this kind of defense artifact. The Wu Jin treasure armor could be much more difficult to refine than the Wu Ling sword, and he had to prepare properly or else he could easily fail. Lin Hao's mind floated back to the description and details of the refining of the ebony armor in Master Xian Ding's jade slip of refining tips. After about half an hour, Lin Hao saw that the refining thoughts in his mind were extremely clear. Before he took the materials for the ebony treasure armor, put them into the refining furnace, and concentrated on starting the refining of the first defensive magic weapon in his life. Time rush. Several long hours passed, and the materials in the refining furnace finally began to melt. Lin Hao put the auxiliary materials of the ebony treasure armor, in turn, into it, and after a while, when the auxiliary materials and the main materials were almost fused, he then operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to invoke the Xian Fire Violet Qi Hand to pinch the FA seal, coalescing a unique spirit pattern and imprinting it into the ebony treasure armor material liquid of the refining furnace. In an instant, the liquid of the ebony treasure armor material, which had been burned red by the earth vein spirit flame, surged rapidly as if it were alive under the power of the special spirit pattern. It didn't take long for the material liquid to take the shape of a treasure armor. Lin Hao saw that it was about time, so he lowered the temperature in the refining furnace a bit, and when the liquid of the ebony armor material solidified a bit, another quarter of an hour or so passed. He began to control the Xian Flame Violet Qi, carving spirit patterns on the ebony treasure armor, a steady stream of spirit qi, which didn't go into the refining furnace. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned a little pale. The spirit pattern of the Wu Jin treasure armor was even more complex than the Wu Ling sword, and the difficulty of carving it was not as difficult as the medium-grade Wu Ling sword, but it wasn't much different. That was why the price of the Uljan treasure armor sold in the Hall of Refinement was a bit more expensive than the Uljan sword. Lin Hao was extremely gifted at spirit pattern engraving, and relying on his powerful memory, he followed the method of refining the ebony armor on the jade sketch of Master Xian Ding's refining tips, and replicated all of the spirit patterns on the ebony armor one by one. It's a done deal. Another 2/4 of an hour passed, and a joyful smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. He took out the ebony treasure armor from the refining furnace and surveyed it, and found that although the first refining was successful, because of the unfamiliarity of refining, The quality of this treasure armor was a bit poor, and it was of a second-rate appearance among the lower grades. Just don't fail. Lin Hao had the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda, so when the time came, it would be enough to raise the quality of the Uljan treasure armor. He took off the purple robe of the prototype within the stone room, then joyfully put on the ebony treasure armor within it, and a feeling of solidity came to him. With the dual defense of the Wujin treasure armor plus the purple robe of the prototype, as well as the protective talisman given by Old Man Zhang of the Spirit Beast Hall that could withstand a blow from a Qi refining 6th level cultivator, Lin Hao would not be able to be killed by the other party in a short period of time even if he faced an attack by a Qi refining 4th level peak cultivator. Finally, a little bit of security. Lin Hao muttered as he turned off the fire in the refining furnace. Continuously refining magic weapons consumed too much. He planned to go back to his cave to recuperate for a while. Buzz! Right at this moment, suddenly the wall of the refining stone room reacted fiercely and vibrated. Could it be that there's another Heaven's Pride in weapon refining coming out? A puzzled look appeared on Lin Hao's face as he gazed toward the wall inscribed with the array pattern. Then he saw his pseudonym that was ranked first in the list of newbie refiners. The 3 words Mu Changsheng shining brightly in gold. And new information appeared in the list of newbie refiners in the introduction of Mu Changsheng. Within 20 days, 5 magic weapons were successfully refined without a single failure. The original Heavenly Pride, after all, was himself. Oh my god. Look! This Wood Elder has appeared again after being silent for more than half a month. He, a newcomer, refining 5 magic weapons with a success rate of 10%. How is that possible? Hiss! Mu Changsheng has broken our alchemy hall's record again. This guy is still human. The cultivators of the entire alchemy hall were all startled by the violent reaction on the stone wall of the list, and all looked at the name of the first on the newcomer list with a look of disbelief, knowing that in these 20 days, the alchemy hall had spent a lot of energy searching for Mu Changsheng to no avail, and couldn't wait for him to show up on his own accord. Thinking that Mu Changsheng was an accidental figure that appeared by mistake in the list formation, they had all given up on searching for him. The alchemy hall had thus all begun to fully cultivate Zhao Roer, who was ranked second on the newcomer list, and now that Mu Changsheng had once again broken the record on the list, it instantly caused a sensation in the alchemy hall. Lord Protector, that Mu Changsheng has appeared again. He managed to refine 5 magic weapons in just 20 days without failing once. Several alchemy hall deacons rushed to report. What? That protector was none other than the Foundation establishment powerhouse who hadn't even bothered to give Lin Hao a second glance at the place where the magic artifacts were being sold earlier, and he couldn't help but tremble in his body at the news. This wooden Changsheng once appeared. Maybe the list detection formation had an accident, but 2 times in a row. Then this wooden Changsheng 9 times out of 10 is the real existence. The detection formation did not make a mistake. This son, 3 days to cultivate the Xian Flame Purple Qi, and refining a medium-grade magic weapon. Within 20 days the number of refining magic weapons reached 5, without a single failure. This refining talent is unprecedented. Will certainly be able to greatly promote my refining hall, greatly promote my Xianyu sect. The more the protector of the alchemy hall thought about it, the more excited he became and said, quickly go with this protector to take a look over at the alchemy stone room. This time, we must find out Wood Changsheng. Chapter 62, The Art of Hardening the Spirit. Inside the stone room, the wall of the list engraved with array pattern shook slightly for about 10 breaths before calming down. Lin Hao retracted his gaze from the list of newbie refiners. He was a bit tired from refining 3 magic weapons in a row, so he cleaned up a bit and was ready to go back to his cave to rest a bit. Buzz! He was just about to use the key token to open the stone door to go out, when suddenly the wall engraved with the formation, an energy ripple appeared, and then he saw a piece of jade slip, flew out from the wall, and came straight to him. What is it? Lin Hao was startled and subconsciously took the jade slip. I am the fiery sun realist of the Xianyu Sex Refining Hall, and this is my spirit tempering technique, which is specially left here to be passed on to those with outstanding refining talent in the Xianyu sect. An old voice resounded within the stone room. Surprisingly, it's the jade slip left behind by Real Flame Sun. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. Realist Fiery Yan was one of the most outstanding figures in the Xianyu sect, the most powerful refining master in the entire history of the Xianyu sect, and he was the one who led the ground vein spirit fire in formation in the refining stone room. The spirit tempering technique he left behind must be very precious. Spirit quenching was an extremely important part of the art of refining, and it was also an extremely costly skill. A magic weapon can enhance the 5 attributes of the weapon through quenching, and quenching requires Xianjing stones. For example, If the Wuling sword in Lin Hao's hand was successfully quenched once with a fire-attributed Xianjing stone, the fire attribute of the Wuling sword would greatly increase. And when he held the Wuling sword after quenching it with a fire-attributed Xianjing stone and cast a fire spell, he could increase the power of the spell. However, trying to quench the spirit of a magic weapon is something that extremely tests the skill of the refiner, and the slightest carelessness will damage the weapon. Of course, the skill of the refiner can only account for a part of the more important thing is to look at the quality of the arcane crystal stone to quench the spirit of the magic weapon. The higher the quality of the arcane crystal stone, the higher the success rate. Among them, the lower grade Xianjing stone was cheap and could be bought with only 10 lower grade spirit stones. But if the lower grade Xianjing was used to quench the spirit of the magic weapon, the success rate was no different from gambling, with a success rate of less than about 10%. The middle grade Xianjing stone can let the refiner quenching success rate in about 30%. If the quenching of the spirit of the person is a master, the success rate can be increased up to about 40%. But the middle grade Xianjing stone price is extremely expensive, to 100 lower grade spirit stone, and in the Xian Yu sect is very difficult to buy. Generally in the hands of the top of the hall of the refining, used for their own treasure quenching the spirit of the magic weapon. As for the top grade Xianjing stone, that is a treasure. A value of dozens of middle grade spirit stones, used to quench the spirit can make the success rate of quenching the spirit to reach 60% or so, usually in the auction, can only be seen. And, the higher the quality of a treasure the greater the difficulty of quenching more times, the easier it is to fail. It is easy to get a man in too empty. For others, it's a money-burning endeavor. But I have the Vanguard Longevity Tower. As long as I buy the lowest grade lower grade Xianjing stones, and use the spirit stones to give the Xianjing as a boost in quality, won't I have an exceptionally high success rate in quenching the spirit? Lin Hao took the jade slip of the spirit tempering technique left behind by the Fire Yang realist in his hand, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. And even his extremely tired spirit from the long hours of refining magic artifacts diminished a lot because of his joy. Good stuff. He hurriedly put the jade slip of spirit quenching technique into his storage bag, then red-facedly opened the door of the stone room and walked out, ready to wait for the spirit to be sufficient to learn the magic weapon quenching spirit again. Lin Hao returned the key token for the stone room to the disciple in charge of renting out the stone room for refining, and headed outside. Hurry, if you go late, you won't be able to find Mu Changxing. Not long after, he saw a group of alchemy hall executives, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, hurriedly speeding this way. The one at the head of the group was the same Foundation establishment protector that Lin Hao had seen earlier at the place where the magic treasures were being sold. Lin Hao knew that he wasn't treated well by the people of the alchemy hall, so he didn't make a fool of himself by opening his mouth and calling out to his senior uncle. He retreated to the side with good sense and watched as a group of alchemy hall executives rushed past him quickly as if they were trying to rush to put out a fire. Only after the group had left did he continue outside without haste. Leaving the alchemy hall, it was the time when the sun was setting, and there was still some time before it got dark. After a bit of rushing, Lin Hao returned to the cave. He climbed onto the stone bed and sat on his knees to breathe and exhale until he practiced until the early hours of the morning, when he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of essence hidden in his dark eyes. After several hours of meditation and cultivation, Lin Hao had recovered well both mentally and in terms of his internal aura. From his storage pouch, he took out two newly refined lower-grade magic artifact Wu Ling swords and put them into the ancient longevity pagoda, and after paying 4 spirit stones, the quality of the 2 lower-grade Wu Ling swords was upgraded to middle grade. Upgrade the quality of the ebony treasure armor as well. Lin Hao took off the precious armor he was wearing and put it into the ancient longevity pagoda, then invested in spirit stones. Why isn't it responding? With a slight shock on his face, he realized that the spirit stones placed into the special space of the ancient longevity pagoda had not disappeared like before. Could it be that there is a limit to the number of quality enhancements that the little tower can give to a magic treasure within a certain period of time? Lin Hao guessed in his mind, and he reluctantly tried again for a long time, realizing that he still couldn't raise the quality of the ebony treasure armor. He could only depressingly retrieve the ebony treasure armor and the spirit stones from the ancient longevity pagoda. Ever since Immortal Eternal Life showed up a year ago to accept him as his disciple, he hadn't shown up again, and he couldn't look for Immortal Eternal Life to ask what was going on. Wait until tomorrow and try again. Letting the ancient longevity pagoda upgrade the quality of the treasure armor. Lin Hao frowned slightly and thought darkly in his heart. Putting the spirit stones back into his storage bag, he redressed into his lower grade Wu Jin treasure armor, and then took out a top grade Wu Ling sword and 3 middle grade Wu Ling swords. Lin Hao ran the 5 elements longevity technique to invoke the aura in his body, which flowed according to specific meridians and gathered in his hands, condensing the sword royal spiritual patterns. At that instant, the 4 Wuling swords flashed with cold light, and they flew up and down in the cave quickly and flexibly. At the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, controlling 4 flying swords consumes too much spiritual energy. It can only last for half a quarter of an hour. Lin Hao took an inward glance at what little aura was left in his body and stopped the imperial sword. He breathed in and out and waited for his body's aura to recover, then tried to reduce a sword. 3 flying swords, like flying snakes, weaved back and forth in the air. Using the imperial art to control 3 flying swords to attack the enemy allows for a longer lasting battle, and the flying swords are faster and more powerful. Lin Hao tried a few things and got the best results with the imperial swords before putting a few flying swords away. Unfortunately, it's also impossible to find someone to spar with and test the depth of your strength. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head. The time was getting closer and closer to the day of his appointment with Wei Wuxian, and he had an inexplicable feeling of nervousness and anxiety. Lin Hao had mastered the 5 attribute spells, and the possession of a few magic weapons, but he was still a little worried about his own lack of strength, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were only 2 pitiful spirit stones left in his storage pouch, he was afraid that he would have traveled to the talisman hall once more to buy a bunch of attack talismans. I'm so poor. I haven't prepared much and I have to rush through the first fight of my life. A touch of sadness that shouldn't have appeared at his age surfaced on his tender little face, and he said with a soft sigh. Chapter 63, The Killing Heart. Lin Hao took a few magic weapons and put them in his storage bag, so he sat on the stone bed and breathed in and out, entering into cultivation. Without realizing it, it was already the next day. Is senior brother Lin here? It was dawn outside when suddenly the sound of someone shouting rang out. Lin Hao couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard a voice outside. His cave was relatively remote and quiet. Few people came on weekdays, and this voice was relatively familiar. So he hurriedly got up and opened the door to the cave, and saw a teenager with very small eyes and a skinny body, furtively looking left and right at the entrance to the cave for fear of being found out in general. Senior brother Yuan, it's still early in the day. Why did you come to the cave to find me? Lin Hao saw a smile on this teenager's face. This person was none other than Yuan Chang, who had been separated from him for about 2 months and had become an outer disciple first. You've become the elder's personal disciple. According to the sect rules, I should call you senior, Yuan Chang said with a somewhat unnatural expression. What are you talking about? I called you senior brother when we were journeyman disciples together, and I still call you senior brother now. Lin Hao patted his shoulder and said, after calling him senior brother Lin for more than half a year, Yuan Chang wasn't really used to changing his mouth, and his heart warmed at his words, feeling that after Lin Hao had become a pro-disciple, the friendship between the two of them remained unchanged. And it wasn't in vain that he had taken the risk of sneaking over to the 9th peak to pass on the news. Senior brother Lin, I came here to give you a message. He looked around and saw that no one was around directly. Reporting? Lin Hao's face was slightly blank. Well, senior brother Lin, after I became an outer disciple, I was assigned to the 5th peak. Yuan Chang quickly said, I heard the news that Wei Wuxian, through his father's connections, had the senior uncle who was supervising the battle, pretend to be negligent during your martial arts fight so that Wei Wuxian could accidentally seriously injure or even kill you. You have to be careful in this battle. It's best not to go and answer the battle if you can. In the Xian Yu sect's new outer disciples, one was randomly assigned, while the other was to pay some spirit stones and could choose to join one of the 9 main peaks on their own. Yuan Chang didn't have any spirit stones and happened to be assigned to the 5th peak, which had a deep feud with Lin Hao. He dares to lay a hand on this personal disciple of mine? Lin Hao's heart flinched when he heard this. His face became grave, thinking about the look of resentment Wei Wuxian had shown him earlier. This Wei Wuxian could really be capable of doing anything. Wei Wuxian is a 4th grade top fire spiritual root. From the 5th grade is only a little bit so genius. Accidentally seriously injured or killed a 5-element spiritual root of the pro-disciple, even if it violates the rules of the door. But if there is the 5th peak master hard protection, I am afraid that it most suffered some disciplinary action. No fear of life. Senior brother Lin, the 5th peak and the 9th peak are not on good terms. I'm afraid it would be disastrous for me to sneak in here to send a message to you if I were to be discovered. The words have been delivered, I'll leave first. Yuan Chang's purpose of ventilating this trip was achieved, so he left in a hurry. If the consequences of his report were serious, there would be no place for him in the 5th peak, and he had done a great deal of thinking about Lin Hao's great kindness to him and borrowing the spirit stone before he had the audacity to come here. Well, Thank you Senior Brother Yuan for informing me of this. Lin Hao arched his hand, a little touched inwardly, knowing that with Yuan Chang's status as an outer disciple of the fifth peak, he shouldn't have appeared at the ninth peak, so he didn't stay to catch up with him. After Yuan Chang left, he returned to his cave, and his face became more and more gloomy when he thought that Wei Wuxian even had murderous intentions towards him. If I don't go to this battle, not only will I be laughed at, but that Wei Wu mountain may not let me off the hook behind me. Lin Hao's face showed a look of viciousness. His 5 spells had been cultivated to the realm of pure proficiency, and he had a few medium-grade magic weapons, plus the protective talisman given by Old Man Zhang, the protector of the Spirit Beast Hall, so it wasn't that easy for Wei Wuxian to kill him. After mulling it over in my head for a while, it was getting light. Lin Hao went out of his cave and started doing the things he had to do every day until noon. He didn't rush back to his cave. Instead he went to the Hall of Affairs to exchange the only 90 or so contribution points he had left for spirit stones, and together with the 1 spirit stone he had left over from before, the total number of lower-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch amounted to 10. After doing so, he returned to his cave and tried to use the ancient longevity pagoda to upgrade the quality of the lower-grade ebony treasure armor, and found that it was no longer feasible. Could it be that the time limit for the little tower to upgrade the quality of the magic weapon has not yet arrived? Lin Hao frowned. When the eternal immortal father gave him the ancient longevity tower, he did not say that the small tower had a quantitative limitation on upgrading the quality of magic treasures, and now that he couldn't upgrade the quality of the umbral gold treasure armor, then it was most likely a time limitation. After some fruitless attempts, he decided to wait until tomorrow, and then try to see if the little tower's ability was restored. Demon leopard meat, half of it is still left. There are still 9 days left until this battle. The rest of the time, all of it is put into practicing the battering mountain fist to refine the body. Lin Hao took out a large chunk of leopard demon meat from the storage space of the ancient eternal life pagoda and muttered, "There's also a chi refining 2nd level demon pill that I can take. It should be able to increase my strength a bit." He lit a fire inside the cave and began to roast the demonic beast meat. In about 3/4 of an hour or so, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Lin Hao looked at the fragrant roasted meat with a big appetite and wolfed it down. The rich blood chi contained in the demonic beast meat surged out within him, causing his body to heat up and his skin to glow somewhat with a light red light. Phew! Boom! Bear! Lin Hao was in the cave performing the battering mountain fist, calling on the muscles of his entire body to refine his body and consume the blood chi of the demon beast's flesh. Day after day, days passed. Lin Hao ate demonic beast meat daily to refine his body, and half of the demonic beast meat was all he ate. His skin had a faint luster, and there was a strong feeling of suppleness when he touched it, and his body refining realm was still at the skin refining, but it was on the verge of approaching the middle stage from the early stage of the skin refining realm. In terms of physical cultivation, his realm of physical strength at this point was equivalent to that of a chi refining 3rd grade cultivator. Lin Hao thought about it and ran the 5 elements eternal life technique to invoke aura, gathering it on the skin of his arm, then took out a medium-grade Wu Ling sword and tried to stab at his arm. Ding! A kind of metallic clanking sound rang out. Lin Hao's skin, under the aura, was stabbed by the medium-grade Wu Ling gene, but it only felt like it had been bitten by ants, and his skin glowed with a white light, and it wasn't pierced by the Wu Ling sword. However, he did not show any complacency on his face because he had just stabbed his arm with the Wu Ling sword and had only used about 20% of his strength. Lin Hao pondered for a moment as he gripped the medium-grade Wu Ling sword and increased his power a little bit. 30% strength. 40% strength. His fleshly body of the iron skin realm was able to withstand it all, even though he felt the pain increase greatly. It wasn't until Lin Hao had used about 50% of his power that his aura-enhanced skin reached its limit of tolerance to be stabbed and blood flowed out. Hiss! That hurts. A look of pain appeared on his face, but soon this pain was replaced by an expression of excitement. Lin Hao had been tested, and his physical body at the refined iron skin realm was almost able to resist the full force of a first-order lower-grade magic weapon. That is, if a middle-grade magic weapon attacked him, it would at most injure him, and wouldn't be able to kill him for a while. Refining his body with the battering mountain fist day in and day out finally yielded some results. Lin Hao ran his aura to stop the bleeding from the wound on his arm that had been stabbed by the Wu Ling sword, and it didn't take long for the iron-skinned flesh body, with its otherworldly recovery power, to scar the wound. Next, from his storage pouch, he took out a transparent bead that glowed with a shimmering light and swallowed it in one gulp. It was the demonic pills that Lin Hao had harvested from killing the 2nd stage leopard demon of chi refining. After a period of time of running his energy and digesting it, the aura within the demonic Dan, all of it was absorbed by him, and his cultivation level refined quite a bit. After absorbing the demonic Dan, Lin Hao once again took off his ebony armor and put it into the ancient longevity pagoda, attempting to upgrade the quality of the artifact. Finally a reaction. This time, Lin Hao wasn't disappointed. After 10 days, the ability of the ancient longevity pagoda to upgrade the quality of magic treasures was finally restored once again. Upgrading the quality of the treasure armor consumed more than the Wu Ling sword, and he invested 3 spirit stones before the Wu Jin treasure armor reached the middle grade from the lower grade. Lin Hao couldn't wait to take the Wu Jin Bao armor, which had reached the middle grade, out of the small tower and put it on his body, and a sense of security arose in his heart. Time flowed, and without realizing it, it came to the day of the appointment with Wei Wuxian. Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and after he finished watering the spirit elemental fruit tree, he took a big stride to the Taoist peak. The location of the appointment with Wei Wuxian. Chapter 64. Walking along the path of the 9th peak, many of the disciples along the road were giving Lin Hao strange looks, knowing that today was the day he had an appointment with Wei Wuxian. What do you say? Our senior brother Lin, will he go and answer the battle? There were disciples of the 9th peak, whispering. He didn't hide in his cave today and headed down the mountain. It's possible that he's really going to fight Wei Wuxian. An inner disciple's face showed surprise as he guessed. I don't think so. Wei Wuxian is a 4th grade top fire spirit root. In our Xian Yu sector considered to be the most gifted batch of geniuses. He has long since crossed over into the 3rd level of qi refining, while our senior brother Lin has 5 elemental spirit roots, and his cultivation is estimated to still be in the 2nd level of qi refining and difficult to progress. After a long time, a round-faced inner disciple said, if he really goes to the Dao Theory Peak to answer the battle, wouldn't he be bringing shame on himself? Let's not guess. After all, Lin Hao is our peak's own senior brother, so let's all follow and take a look. A disciple suggested. Go with me. A group of 9th peak disciples hurried at a fast pace in the direction Lin Hao had disappeared. Hiss! Senior progenitor Lin, the direction he's heading to, is the Dao Discourse Peak. Many of the 9th peak disciples chased after him down the mountain, and then they realized his intentions, and they couldn't help but look shocked. In about half an incense stick of time, Lin Hao appeared on the Dao Discourse Peak without any haste. Because of the deliberate propaganda of the 5th peak, Wei Wuxian and the others, the matter of his battle with Lin Hao today had long since caused most of the disciples of the 9 main peaks of the Xianyu sect to know about it. The Discourse Peak was a bit crowded with people coming to watch the fun. However, this competition, after all, was a small fight between small cultivators at the early stage of qi refining, and most of the people in here were wearing outer disciple and inner disciple costumes. As for the other pro-disciples, and even the elders and other people with a little bit of status, one of them didn't come. Quick look, I'm not blinking, am I? It's Lin Hao. He appeared. An outer disciple with a horse face from the 6th peak had a look of surprise floating on his face. After all, many people thought that Lin Hao, a 5-element spiritual root, would be like a coward and miss his appointment. This Lin Hao knows he's going to lose, and he's still coming here to save face. What a fool! No one at the scene favored him. All of them thought that Wei Wuxian could easily win. With a large number of Xian Yu sect eyes watching, Lin Hao took one step at a time toward the Dao Discourse Peak fighting stage. You're finally here, causing me to lose my place as a named disciple. I'll make you regret this battle. Wei Wuxian stood on the fighting stage, condescendingly looking at Lin Hao with contempt. His tone light. You only have one last chance in this life to compete on the same stage with a 4th grade fire attribute single spirit root like me. And in the future I, Wei Wuxian, am destined to be the existence that you look up to, and I'm afraid that this battle is the only glory you have left in this life that isn't too much. Wei Wuxian had already made rapid progress in his 3rd level of qi refining cultivation, and in his eyes Lin Hao, the 5-elemental spiritual root, was nothing, and if he hadn't accidentally lost in Lin Hao's hands once, allowing him to develop a knot in his heart, he was afraid that he wouldn't have taken more than a glance at Lin Hao. His cultivation talent was superb. He had a father who was an elite disciple of the inner sect, and he had been nurtured from a young age. He was a proud man. His goal was to build the foundation or even ask for the Jindan realm. With an absolutely strong stance, Wei Wuxian arrogantly said, "Come up quickly, I don't want to waste more time." As the gazes of a large number of watching Xian Yu sect disciples coalesced, Lin Hao walked expressionlessly toward the fighting stage. This Lin Hao's 5-elemental spirit root is at the 2nd level of qi refining cultivation, and he really dares to fight senior brother Wei. Many of the disciples from the 5th peak had sneers on their faces as if they were clowns, looking at Lin Hao, who had come to die. because the 5th peak master, 5th elder, and the 9th peak master, Xiao Yud, had a deep grudge. The disciples of the 2 peaks were affected and were naturally hostile to each other. All the disciples of the 5th peak were happy to watch the 9th peak's jokes, and if Wei Wuxian taught Lin Hao, the 9th peak's own disciple, a terrible lesson and lost the 9th peak's face, they would be happy for a long time. Around the fighting stage, booing and mocking sounds constantly resounded, and some of the 9th peak disciples who couldn't help but come to watch the battle, seeing their own peak's own biography being verbally humiliated by other peaks, were so angry that they couldn't help but shake their fists, but didn't dare to show anything. Go senior brother Lin. A clear and pleasant young girl's voice rang out abruptly. The crowd couldn't help but turn their heads to look, and they saw a sweet-looking, wonderful young girl with bulging breasts, shouting from the crowd. She's Su Yuxian, a registered disciple under the 2nd peak elder's door, a famous beauty amongst the new generation of disciples in our Xianyu sect, and she's even cheering for this loser Lin Hao? Many of the Xianyu sect disciples who had come to watch the fun couldn't help but appear jealous when they saw such a beautiful young girl supporting Lin Hao. 9th peak disciple Lin Hao versus 5th peak disciple Wei Wuxian, a match between fellow disciples. Point to point. When Lin Hao stepped onto the fighting stage, an elite disciple of the inner sect, whose cultivation was at the 8th level of Qi refining realm and who wore the clothes of a deacon in charge of supervising the battle, shouted. As soon as the words fell, Wei Wuxian, who had waited for January and had long been impatient to take revenge on Lin Hao, gave Lin Hao a cold look, and his footsteps slammed into the ground as he charged forward. When approaching Lin Hao at a distance of about 1 zhang, Wei Wuxian's hand lifted, then there was a flame that flexibly flew out of his hand, and he felt that defeating Lin Hao in one move was too cheap for Lin Hao, so he didn't attack immediately, but instead his hand rested on the flame as if he were looking at an ant, saying, "Kneel down in front of the crowd and kowtow to me to make amends." Senior brother Wei has cultivated the flame art to such a level in just 1 month. His natural talent is truly exceptional. Watching the egg-sized flame appear in Wei Wuxian's hand, many of the 5th peak's outer disciples who were also at the 3rd level of Qi refining realm couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. Lin Hao spoiled the chances of a named disciple that should have belonged to senior brother Wei, and senior brother Wei isn't wrong in how he deals with Lin Hao. The disciple of the 5th peak said with a relieved look on his face. Lin Hao's gaze was calm as he looked at Wei Wuxian, who was holding the flames in his hands, but this expression caused the crowd to mistake him for having been stunned. War. Suddenly, Lin Hao moved, and with a low gulp in his heart, a fist-sized ball of extremely hot flames appeared as soon as he lifted his hand, killing Wei Wuxian with lightning speed. Flame magic? How is this possible? Did Lin Hao break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining? His flames look even bigger than the ones in senior brother Wei's hands. The crowd watching the battle thought that this was a crushing battle belonging to Wei Wuxian, but they didn't expect Lin Hao to suddenly erupt with such a terrifying strength, and a commotion rose up on the stage, all of them filled with disbelief. Senior brother Lin, he has actually mastered spells, and with the power of spells, his attainments are not low. Su Yoxuan's cute little mouth was slightly open, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Hao, not expecting Lin Hao to hide so deeply. Wei Wuxian was looking like he was in control of the whole situation, proudly humiliating Lin Hao, when he didn't expect Lin Hao to suddenly cast a spell attack. Looking at the terrifying flames that sped towards him unawares, his face changed wildly and he hastily dodged, but he was still too late. Boom! The fist-sized flames that flew out of Lin Hao's hand unexpectedly worked wonders and managed to hit Wei Wuxian, instantly causing him to let out a miserable scream. Stop! Lin Hao, don't hurt anyone! The battlefield changed so quickly that even the deacon overseeing the battle couldn't react in time. Chapter 65, Strong Strength. When the supervising deacon wanted to make a move to rescue him, he saw a light greenish glow blossom on Wei Wuxian, who was shrouded in firelight. It was a body protection talisman on his body that was activated during the crisis and resisted the flames at the critical moment. Wei Wuxian stormed back a few steps in a mixture of shock and anger, then looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. How is it possible for you, with this 5-elemental spiritual root, to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, and also master the flame art? Even if the body protection talisman was activated in time, he had suffered a lot under the surprise, and the kind of fiery pain on his body from the flame attack made him in a great mess. The deacon who was supervising the battle, seeing that Wei Wuxian was fine, also stopped for the time being and didn't continue to go forward to stop him. There's a lot of impossible things. Lin Hao looked calm and collected, his gaze faintly glancing at him as he calmly returned. Even if you're at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, what can you do? You're bound to lose today. After a brief moment of panic, Wei Wuxian's face revealed indifference. The character in front of him, who he regarded as a character that could be easily pinned down, actually had the power to resist, which was indeed a bit surprising. However, as a second generation of immortal cultivation, the ego felt that the bottom line was far from a commoner-born kid, and could be compared. And although he currently suffered a small loss, he was a genius and still had the confidence that he could defeat Lin Hao. Wei Wuxian's expression became serious. The way he had just been in a sorry state under the eyes of everyone caused him to carry anger and murderous intent in his heart, and as his internal aura was added to his body and he used the wind sentry technique, he was instantly like a cheetah, and his speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards Lin Hao. Flame chop. He softly drank, his palm slashed forward, and in an instant, a firelight transformed into a small sword, carrying the sound of whistling wind, and chopping forward like a cracker. This is the flame sword, which is more powerful and extremely difficult to master among the first-order fire attribute spells. Senior Brother Wei was actually able to cast it, the scene on the fighting stage, so that many of the outer disciples watching the battle around the heart of a shock, all feel Wei Wuxian's spell talent. Very amazing. Can do so in the third level of Qi refining? It is really rare and precious. The flame small sword was extremely fast and rushed over in an instant, and the temperature on the fighting stage all rose rapidly as a result. Lin Hao felt the energy contained in this strike and couldn't help but look slightly stagnant as well. His right hand stretched out and an energy spirit pattern coalesced, an earthy yellow light shining. First rank earth attribute spell, firmament shield technique. The earth aura surged, and in a few moments, an earth-colored wall appeared, blocking the flaming little sword of terrifying aura. Bump! A dull sound of impact rang out, and the small flame sword was blocked, turning into a sky of sparks and dissipating. The firmament shield technique was also unable to maintain its spirit pattern form under the terrifying external force and dissipated. Lin Hao. Not only does he master flame spells, he also has earth attribute defense spells, and the proficiency levels aren't even low. The people watching the battle all had stunned looks on their faces. The strength that Lin Hao had shown today had really shocked many of the disciples who were also at the third level of Qi refining realm. Wei Wuxian saw that his proud flame sword was actually blocked. His eyes slightly shrunk, gritted his teeth and suppressed the surprise in his heart. His face showed a ruthless killing intent even more. His hands slapped in his storage bag. A medium-grade Wuling sword appeared out of thin air. Swordsmanship. The Wuling sword transformed into a cold aura and headed straight for Lin Hao with boundless killing intent, the powerful speed tearing through the air with sonic booms. Lin Hao frowned slightly. This Wei Wuxian was indeed worthy of the name of genius. The attainments of this sword-guarding art were already not low. The aura in his body surged and flowed along specific meridians. He quickly retreated while waving his palm forward, and in an instant, several water blades appeared, heading straight for the flying medium-grade Wuling sword. Bumper to bumper, the flying sword controlled by Wei Wuxian, under Lin Hao's water blade spell, was struck with constant trembling, and its flight speed dropped dramatically. Another new spell? Wei Wuxian's face turned ugly. The royal sword art was already extremely consuming of aura, and under the attack of several water blades, the difficulty of controlling it increased greatly, and sweat broke out on his forehead. I just don't believe that you can still hit a few water blades. He let out a low roar, and the aura in his body madly surged into the Wuling sword under his control, and instantly the Wuling sword's aura soared, with flashes of fiery red light. Under Wei Wuxian's full use of the royal sword art, the Wuling sword, which was constantly trembling from the beating, regained its speed once again and chopped forward. Lin Hao slightly hesitated in his mind, still not exposing his flying sword's bottom card. His right hand stretched out once again, sprouting an earth-yellow blow as the firm shield technique was cast. The earth-colored wall quickly appeared at the same time. His left index finger appeared a candle burning when the size of the inconspicuous small flame to the imperial sword as Wei Wuxian sped away. Such a small flame, come to attack too? Or do you want to use such a small flame to interfere with my sword defense? Wei Wuxian's face showed disdain as he tapped his hand on his body, and a talisman activated, a faint glow protecting his entire body. And then he fully controlled the medium-grade Wuling sword to attack forward. As long as he could touch Lin Hao, he would be able to seriously injure him, or even kill him. This Lin Hao's strength is considered good in the third level of Qi refining, but it's a pity that he's met Senior Brother Wei. He's bound to be defeated by Senior Brother Wei's flying swords, and now that Lin Hao can only counterattack with such a small flame, I'm afraid that he's at his wit's end. A faint smile appeared on the faces of the group of fifth peak disciples who were watching the battle, and mocking words continued to be uttered as if they had already achieved victory. Senior brother Lin's performance in this battle today is pretty good, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to control a sword yet, and he's ultimately a bit worse in a fight. Many of the disciples who were also from the ninth peak couldn't help but sigh as they watched the Wu Ling sword controlled by Wei Wuxian get closer and closer to Lin Hao. "You're dead." Wei Wuxian exerted his royal sword art with all his might, and when the medium-grade Wu Ling sword encountered the firmament shield art, it was only his speed that was slightly soloed, and then it cut through the firmament shield art, and a ferocious light flashed on his face, and he wanted to lay down a deadly blow. Boom! And at that moment, the inconspicuous little flame controlled by Lin Hao had already arrived at Wei Wuxian's side, and in the incredibly surprised gazes of the spectators, it suddenly skyrocketed in power and transformed into a blazing fire. Wei Wuxian was concentrating on maneuvering his medium-grade Wu Ling sword to attack, and was creeped out by the sudden change of events. He was having a hard time comprehending why the small flame had turned into such a large flame. According to common sense, the flames produced by a flame art couldn't get any stronger once they left the body. Lin Hao he actually combined the Xian Fire Heart Sutra with the flame technique, turning a small flame that wasn't a threat into a terrifying existence. There were disciples from the refining hall, and a look of shock surfaced in their eyes. The flame produced by the flame art was extremely unstable, and if one wanted to control it with the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, one would have to be extremely gifted to do so, or at least to put the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, and cultivate the Xian Fire Violet Qi before being able to do so. At the thought of this, the large number of Alchemy Hall disciples who were present to watch the battle, their expressions were incomparably shocked, looking as if they had seen a ghost. How could this Lin Hao, a 5-elemental spirit root, cultivate the Xian Fire Violet Qi? The sudden change caused the Xian Yusek disciples watching the battle around the stage to clamor a bit, all of them feeling that it was too unbelievable. Originally, I thought that it was a one-sided battle, but I didn't expect it to be fought so wonderfully. If one ignored Lin Hao's status as a 5-element spiritual root, this was simply a duel between two top geniuses, and many of the outer disciples who were in the third level of Qi refining compared them in their minds, realizing that none of them were sure of winning against the terrifying Lin Hao with his terrifying spells. Chapter 66. The talisman Wei Wuxian had activated earlier was only a low-grade talisman against interference, and it only resisted for an instant before it was engulfed by the terrifying flames, and he couldn't even care about the Imperial Sword, and hurriedly controlled all the aura in his body to cover his entire body to resist the sudden surge of power of the flames. By the time Wei Wuxian escaped from the flames in a sorry state, his hair had all been burned, and the skin on his body was like a pig that had been scalded by boiling water. The previously handsome teenager was already in a sorry state. He had just used his aura to resist the flames, and coupled with the Imperial Sword, the aura in his body had been depleted, and his body went limp as he sat down on the ground, unable to get up even after struggling several times. You lose. Lin Hao knew that the deacon who was supervising the battle was someone from Wei Wuxian's side, and looked at Wei Wuxian, who had lost his combat power, point blank, and didn't strike again. Hiss. Senior Wei is actually no match for Lin Hao. A lot of outer disciples of the fifth peak, looking at the miserable Wei Wuxian, it is somewhat difficult to accept. Their fifth peak disciples' comprehensive strength is very strong. Last year's 9-peak disciple competition, can be ranked in the 4th place, almost entered the top 3. The outer sect Heavenly Pride of their own peak losing to the 9th peak, which had the weakest combined strength of disciples, made them feel humiliated. Senior brother Lin has won. Many of the disciples from the 9th peak who had come to watch the battle couldn't help but look happy. As the peak with the weakest strength of disciples from the 9 peaks, it had been a long time since they had won such a clean fight with other peaks. Lin Hao wins. This battle ends here. That inner sect elite disciple deacon who was supervising the battle, even though he was towards Wei Wuxian, seeing that he had already lost, he could only announce it. How could I possibly lose? Wei Wuxian's eyes were filled with hatred. His heart was extremely unwilling. Losing to Lin Hao once at the 2nd level of Qi refining had caused him to lose his elder-named disciple qualification, and now he didn't want to lose a second time in front of so many Xian Yusek disciples, only to see him suddenly take out a light red-colored elixir from his storage bag. My son! No! In the crowd, a middle-aged man anxiously yelled out. It was Wei Wuxian's father, who had come to look for his son after handling his own chores, only to see this scene. The elixir in Wei Wuxian's hand was the Violent Spirit Pill, which could rapidly increase one's strength in a short period of time. However, it had no small after effects, and one had to recuperate for a very long time in order to recover. And it was basically an elixir that cultivators would only choose to take when they were pushed to the brink of extinction. Now that Wei Wuxian was in a state of serious injury, taking the violent spirit pill was likely to break his foundation. Unfortunately, it was useless for that middle-aged man to cry out anymore. All Wei Wuxian wanted in his heart was to kill Lin Hao to wash away his shame, and he swallowed it in one gulp. A pair of gazes like ferocious beasts, staring at Lin Hao, filled with bloodlust. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Wei Wuxian's body, and his realm skyrocketed from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 4th level of qi refining in a single leap from the ground, heading straight for Lin Hao. At the same time he performed the royal sword technique, and the medium-grade Wu Ling sword, which had fallen to the ground, rose up in the air. Senior brother Lin, be careful. The disciples watching the battle at the 9th peak couldn't help but yell out nervously, their faces full of worry. No matter how poor Lin Hao's 5 elemental spiritual root qualification was, he was still one of the 3 personal disciples of his own peak. Now that they were on the same page, some powerful inner disciples of the 9th peak saw that the situation was not right and quickly rushed towards the fighting platform, wanting to rescue them. However, they were some distance away from the fighting stage, and it was already too late. And in just a moment, the medium-grade Wu Ling sword, which was empowered by Wei Wuxian's strong aura, killed in front of Lin Hao, and a horrifying pressure struck Lin Hao, causing his face to change drastically. Go to hell! Wei Wuxian was acting like a madman, controlling his medium-grade flying sword and chopping down ruthlessly without mercy to kill Lin Hao. In a moment of crisis, Lin Hao couldn't care less, and while performing the wind riding technique to retreat backward at breakneck speeds, he slapped his hand on his storage bag, and 3 medium-grade Wu Ling swords appeared in an instant. Mikado! Lin Hao's internal aura surged madly into the 3 medium-grade flying swords, and in an instant, the 3 medium-grade flying swords transformed into 3 streams of light, killing forward his medium-grade Wu Ling swords, all of which had been upgraded in quality by the 10,000 ancient longevity pagoda, were considered the best among medium-grade magic weapons and were far too powerful than ordinary medium-grade magic weapons. The 3 flying swords crashed towards Wei Wuxian's chopping flying sword, and with a clang sound, the quality difference between the flying swords Wei Wuxian was controlling was too much, and they even cracked and were destroyed. And Lin Hao's 3 flying swords were also knocked away under Wei Wuxian's furious strike after he took the violent spirit pill and had already reached the 4th level of qi refining realm cultivation. Lin Hao's mouth was sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out blood from his mouth as he was injured by the aura that rushed from Wei Wuxian's flying swords in the exchange of blows just now. Little, I'm going to kill you. Wei Wuxian's middle-grade flying sword was destroyed. His heart became even more furious. The powerful aura in his body surged and gathered in his legs. His body shape was as fast as it could be. Flaming sword. A terrifying sword formed by flames condensed in Wei Wuxian's hands and slashed forward. The pressure that was 1 realm higher made Lin Hao cope with it with great difficulty. He was terrified in his heart. Although he had a protective talisman that could withstand the full force of a 6th level qi refining cultivator that was given to him by Old Man Zhang of the Spirit Beast Hall, he didn't want to waste it easily. He dodged with all his might with the added strength of the wind sentry technique. But in the world of immortal cultivation, the realm was an insurmountable chasm. Wei Wuxian's flaming sword brushed past him, and even the aftermath caused a sharp pain to pass through his body. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Wei Wuxian was full of sardonic smiles as he cupped his hand over the spellflame sword, chopping and slashing one after the other, fast and hard. And if he struck Lin Hao, in the event that Lin Hao didn't use the protective talisman that Old Man Zhang had given him, he would likely be seriously injured or even die a horrible death immediately. Regardless of whether it was Lin Hao or the Xian Yu sect disciples watching the battle under the fighting stage, anyone could see that Wei Wuxian wanted to kill Lin Hao. The deacon who was supervising the battle, on the other hand, just indifferently watched Wei Wuxian, whose strength had already reached the 4th level of qi refining, frantically attacking Lin Hao, with no intention at all of stepping in to stop him. In his eyes, although Lin Hao had the identity of a personal disciple, but only under normal circumstances, even the qualifications to join the Xian Yu sect did not have the 5 elements of the wasted spiritual root only. If in the duel accidentally seriously injured, or even dead is also considered to be for the clan to reduce the loss of resources, for the clan to get rid of a burden, but also to let his best friend's son, Wei Wuxian, the future immortal path powerhouse, to eliminate his heart demons and cultivate at ease, and owe himself a favor. Anyway, with Wei Wuxian's 4th grade top single spirit root talent, when the time came, the 5th peak master would definitely step in to bail him out, and the consequences of this matter were not serious except for some trouble. Lin Hao was in danger. He had more and more wounds on his body. If he dragged on, he could only cast the protective talisman to resist the attack for a while, But when the protective talisman was handed over to him by the old man Zhang, the protector of the spirit beast hall, he was told that the talisman could only maintain protection for a few breaths of time at the most, and that once the time of the protective talisman was over, he would fall into an extinct situation. "You made me." Lin Hao, who was dodging in a mess, his eyes reddened, and a fierce color appeared on his face, and under the stakes of his life, he couldn't care less about slapping his storage bag, and the top-grade flying sword, which he used as a base card, appeared out of thin air, and under the control of the royal sword technique, he went forward to kill. Giggle! Wei Wuxian's face changed wildly, and seeing the flying sword that suddenly sped towards him, he hurriedly gathered his aura to resist it. However, the top-grade flying sword was too powerful, and it directly passed through his aura protection and pierced through his body with a poof. "How dare you commit murder?" That supervising deacon's face instantly sank. He didn't realize that Wei Wuxian had taken the violent spirit pill and his realm had reached the 4th level of qi refining, and this Lin Hao was still able to injure his best friend's son, Wei Wuxian. And he stepped out and rushed over, and he slapped Lin Hao in the face. A casual move from the 8th level of qi refining was not something that he, a tiny 3rd level qi refining cultivator, could resist. Lin Hao felt like a huge mountain pressing down in front of him. There was no room for resistance at all. He gritted his teeth and had no choice but to take out the protective talisman given by the Spirit Beast Hall Protector to activate it. A curtain of light blocked the slap struck by the supervising deacon. Even with the protective talisman resisting him, Lin Hao flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling hard to the ground. "It is unjust for you as the supervising deacon to do so." The inner disciples of the Ninth Peak finally arrived and rushed onto the fighting stage, blaring at the supervising deacon with righteous indignation. A group of inner disciples from the Ninth Peak. How dare they question this deacon? The supervising deacon was from the 5th peak. He disdainfully sneered at the Ninth Peak disciple, then went to check Wei Wuxian's injuries. Soon his face was gloomy. He actually found that the magic weapon that had stabbed into Wei Wuxian's body had pierced through Wei Wuxian's heart. Chapter 67, Second Brother. Suan. Wei Wuxian is dead. You waste of 5 elemental spirit roots? How dare you strangle the sect genius? Soon after, the supervising deacon's furious voice resounded on the fighting stage. What? Wuxian is dead? My son, the father of the middle-aged Wei Wuxian who was rushing towards the fighting stage, instantly trembled as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He had no hope of building a foundation in his entire life, and all of his hopes were gathered in his genius son. Learning that Wei Wuxian was dead, the middle-aged man rushed up to the fighting stage, his face full of resentment, looking at Lin Hao, who fell to the ground. His eyes were about to spit out fire and said, "You little man, I want to kill you." When the middle-aged man waved his hand in a violent rage, there was a top-grade magic weapon flying sword that went straight to Lin Hao to avenge his son's death. Wei Wuxian's death was all his fault. The group of inner disciples from the Ninth Peak, although they usually looked down on Lin Hao, who had 5 elemental spiritual roots, by now, they were also united as they pulled out their magic weapons to fend off the middle-aged man's attacks. More than a dozen flying swords stopped the middle-aged man's control of the top-grade magic weapon, preventing him from succeeding. Good guts, killing my 5th peak's heavenly pride and still dare to harbor the murderer, deceiving my 5th peak that there's no one. Is that it? Wei Wuxian's father said in full fury. Where are the fellow disciples of the 5th peak? Are they just watching our 5th peak being bullied by the 9th peak? He even killed Master Wei. With Master Wei's talent he will definitely be able to build a foundation in the future, and even have a great chance to ask for Jindan. Lin Hao is an ancient sinner of our clan. It's just not enough to die 100 times. Go and avenge senior brother Wei. Over the years, the 5th peak master Shimanku's cultivation had improved greatly. His realm had reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment, and he was just about to break through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, and he acted very forcefully in the sect, coupled with the disciples also competed in the 9 peaks fighting competition, but also achieved the 4th good results. The 5th peak can be said to be in the ascendant. The most despised is the annual fighting contest is at the end of the 9th peak. Looking at their own peak of the genius, died in the hands of the 9th peak of a waste of pro-biography, they cannot swallow this breath. Righteous indignation rushed to. At the scene, the 5th peak's disciples were more numerous and immediately surrounded the dozen or so 9th peak's inner disciples who were protecting Lin Hao, and a heavy odor of gunpowder filled the air. What are you guys up to? It was clearly Wei Wuxian who took the violent spirit pill and tried to kill senior brother Lin, and senior brother Lin had no choice but to kill Wei Wuxian in his resistance. There was a disciple from the 9th peak, facing the crowded 5th peak disciples, and he hardened his head. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your righteousness. Lin Hao climbed up from the ground. He looked like he had fallen in a terrible mess, but in actuality, he was protected by the body protection talisman given to him by the old man Zhang, the protector of the spirit beast hall, and was only slightly injured. He pinched the royal sword technique in his hand to retrieve the several Wuling sword artifacts that had fallen to the ground, and then looked at the ninth peak disciples who, on weekdays, didn't whisper some sneering words about themselves, but actually stood in front of him at the critical moment, and couldn't help but feel a sense of moving and belonging. Progenitor senior brother, don't worry, if they want to make a move on you, unless they step over our corpses, it's clear that it's them, the fifth peak, who are not in charge, and also the supervising deacon. If he stops it in time, there won't be any deaths at all. A ninth peak inner disciple said with a resolute attitude. Are you guys trying to harbor sinners to the end? Go, everyone follow me and force Lin Hao, this little man, to come over. Wei Wuxian's father, his eyes staring deathly at the shielded Lin Hao, his eyes full of killing intent, roared, how have we, the fifth peak, ever been bullied by the ninth peak, which comes in last place every year? Senior brother Wei Lai, I'll accompany you. That refining Qi 8 heavy supervising deacon opened his mouth. In the case of him supervising the battle, there were casualties of the fifth peak's heavenly pride disciples. If he didn't do something not good to explain to the fifth peak, don't blame us for disregarding the friendship of our fellow disciples if you people from the ninth peak dare to stand in the way. In a few moments, there were several elite disciples of the fifth peaks intersect with cultivation levels at the 8th level of Qi refining, controlling flying swords and forcing their way forward to capture Lin Hao, who was being guarded by the disciples of the ninth peak. For questioning, Bang, the father of Wei Wuxian, Wei Lai, who rushed at the front, was eager to take revenge. Not only did he harness his flying sword, but he also took out a top-grade magic artifact level small flag, and with a violent wave of his hand, a biting gale rushed out of the small flag and swept forward. The inner disciples of the ninth peak hastily cast spells to resist, but the disciples of the ninth peak who came to the discourse peak today to watch the fun did not have any elite disciples at the 8th level of Qi refining, and were immediately at an extreme disadvantage. Under the impact led by the two elite disciples of the 5th peak who were at the 8th level of Qi refining, the disciples of the 9th peak only resisted for a moment before they were outmatched, and flew backwards amidst screams of misery. Lin Hao, suffer death. A look of resentment appeared on Wei Lai's face as he cupped his hands in the royal sword technique and slashed at Lin Hao's limbs, wanting to kill Lin Hao in the most brutal way possible. Madaka! Suddenly, a mediocre flying sword appeared and easily chopped the top-grade flying sword that Wei Lai was controlling in an attempt to kill. Immediately afterward, a handsome young man, flying through the air, was none other than Suan, the second-ranked pro-disciple of the 9th peak. He had only returned to the sect a few days ago, and had long since learned that junior brother was going to fight with the people from the 5th peak. But he couldn't take the time to come and take care of junior brother in the first place because he had more important things to attend to. Suddenly receiving the distress summoning talisman sent by the inner disciple of the 9th peak, Suan temporarily put down the important matters in his hands and hurriedly rode his spirit vessel to come. No good. It's Suan, the 9th peak's pro-disciple. The 5th peak's disciples' faces changed. With Suan's strength of the 9th level of Qi refining to protect Lin Hao, they couldn't even take away Lin Hao, the murderer, to ask for punishment. Senior brother Suan, your peak's Lin Hao has committed a mortal sin, killing my 5th peak's genius. Please hand him over to us to be punished, so as not to hurt the peace between our two peaks. Wei Lai was eager to avenge his son's death, but he also knew that he couldn't do it the hard way now. He reluctantly called out senior brother and then angrily said, yes, the murderer Lin Hao must be handed over. He cannot be spared. The other 5th peak disciples chimed in. They had already sent out a summoning talisman for assistance to the 5th peak's pro-transmitter, and with the distance between the Tao Theory peak and the 5th peak, as long as they delayed Suan for a while, they could allow the 5th peak's pro-transmitter to rush over. At that time, with the strength of the 5th peak progenitor, I'm afraid that even if Suan wanted to refrain from handing someone over, it would not be up to Suan. Humph. The process of the matter. This pro-transmission has already known in the summoning talisman. Obviously your 5th peak is not occupying the reason that Wei Wuxian took the violent spirit pill. To my youngest senior brother under the killer, your 5th peak's supervisory deacon, how do you not block? Now Wei Wuxian is dead, but also want to let my youngest senior brother to make amends. Really dream. Suan had a tough attitude, saying, if there's anything you don't like, you can come to the 9th peak to find my master. He knew that these disciples from the fifth peak were trying to stall until the peak's experts came, so he immediately grabbed Lin Hao's arm and then harnessed his magic weapon to take Lin Hao back to the ninth peak. Suan, are you going to offend our fifth peak for the sake of a waste of 5 elemental spiritual roots? As Wei Lai watched Suan leave with Lin Hao, he was suddenly enraged and roared with rage. Chapter 68, Shameless Men. Faced with a large number of fifth peak disciples below, the angry roar, Suan did not care. Right and wrong from the heart. He currently has to do is to bring the youngest junior brother Lin Hao back. Please master decision. You want to take him away just like that? Have you asked this peak master? Before he could fly out far, he saw an old man with a few youths, appearing silently and blocking the front. Suan's face showed a grave expression. He didn't think that this matter could have attracted the fifth peak master, Shiman Ko, to personally come. He stiffly bowed and said, Master Shiman, this matter is entirely caused by Wei Wuxian himself. I still hope that Master Shiman won't stop me from taking Lin Hao back. Leave the man behind and you can go. Fifth peak master Shiman Ko raised his eyelids and glanced at Suan, not taking Suan, the ninth peak's pro-transmitter, in the slightest bit in his eyes. His face indifferent, his tone full of unquestionable words. Uncle Shiman, Lin Hao is my junior brother, a personal disciple of the ninth peak. Even if he has to be disposed of, it should be dealt with by my master personally. Suan took a deep breath and said in a resolute manner, Little Qi refining cultivator dares to disobey this peak master? How dare you? Shiman Ko's face was gloomy. He was extremely important to Wei Wuxian. Originally wanted to let Wei Wuxian go through some training. After reaching the 6th level of Qi refining, he would accept it as a registered disciple and cultivate it properly, so that the 5th peak would add another strong man. After receiving the news that Wei Wuxian was killed by Lin Hao of the 9th peak, he was so angry that he immediately slapped a table made of precious spirit jade stone and shattered it. Seeing that Suan refused to hand over, the vast aura surged from Shiman Ko's body, and the kind of terrifying pressure of a cultivator at the peak of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment realm emanated out, crushing towards Suan like a huge mountain. Whoa! The power of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was simply not something that a Qi refining cultivator could stop, and just the pressure alone caused Suan, the 9th peak's pro-disciple who was escorting Lin Hao, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he saw Shiman Ko stretch out his hand and shake it against the void, and he saw that in the heavens and earth, a powerful aura transformed into a whip and lashed out at Lin Hao with a terrifying aura that was unrivaled. Lin Hao was horrified in his heart. It only felt like he was imprisoned. It was a luxury to even move. This was the power of Foundation Establishment. Killing a cultivator of the 3rd level of Qi refining was like crushing an ant. Shiman Ko didn't have the peak master's demeanor in the slightest, and was going to use the old to bully the young against Lin Hao, the pro-transmitter, and directly beat him to death. Boom! Suddenly, a fat Taoist appeared out of thin air, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, a curtain of light appeared, blocking the whip of aura that came lashing out, saying, to be a peak master elder and to be so ruthless to your nephew's juniors, it would be shameful to spread the word. Master, you old man has finally arrived. Seeing the fat Taoist appear, Suan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yud, Lin Hao killed my 5th peak genius. If I don't take him to pay for his life today, I'll never let it go. Semenk's face was grim. Suan, what's going on? Xiao Yud was in the middle of his seclusion when he was startled by the emergency summoned spirit jade and hurriedly came at once. Back to master. The matter is like this. Wei Wuxian and junior brother Lin Hao competed. Wei Wuxian couldn't beat junior brother, so he took the violent spirit pill and tried to kill junior brother. As a result, junior brother was forced to be a rogue, and accidentally killed Wei Wuxian in the counterattack. Suan made a quick bow. I see. Lin Hao actually broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining? Xiao Yud's gaze landed on Lin Hao and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. But he didn't have time to think more about why Lin Hao had broken through as he looked straight at the 5th peak master, Shiman Ko, and said, Lin Hao, a disciple of the old man's disciple, has done nothing wrong, and you, elder of the 5th peak master, want to be unable to distinguish between right and wrong? Humph, Suan is your disciple. Of course he speaks well for his own people. How can his words alone be trusted? Shiman Ko sneered. Wei Lai, tell me how Lin Hao killed your son. Yes, Lord Peak Master. Wei Lai face is full of grief and indignation said, my son is the 4th grade top single attribute fire spirit root. Strength far above Lin Hao. Was easily defeated 5 elements of the waste spirit root of Lin Hao. According to the rules of the point to the end of the no longer shot. Who knows that this Lin Hao does not give in, but suddenly took out a top grade magic weapon. Taking advantage of my son after the victory. when relaxing their vigilance. Sneak attack killed my son. The people of the 5th peak are so shameless. It's obvious that senior brother Lin won first, and that Wei Wuxian disobeyed and ate the violent spirit pill. The 9th peak disciples who were present to watch the battle, hearing Wei Lai's words, instantly shouted out with an angry look of dissatisfaction on their faces. Dong Sui, you are the one supervising the battle on this fighting stage. Your words are more trustworthy. Come and say whether Wei Lai's words are true. The 5th peak master, Shiman Ko, directly ignored the discontented voices of the surrounding 9th peak disciples, and his gaze landed on the supervising deacon of the fighting stage. Back to peak master. Things are just as Master Wei Lai said. That Lin Hao took the opportunity to sneak attack before killing Master Wei Lai's son. Things happened too suddenly at that time. I wanted to stop it but it was too late. Alas, I'm ashamed of Master Wei Lai. That supervisory deacon Dong Sui put on a look of grief and indignation and said, Xiao Yud. The supervising deacons of this fighting stage all said that it was your disciple Lin Hao who was insidious and vicious, violating the rules of the sect to sneak attack and kill Wei Wuxian. Shiman Ku indifferently said, the only way to give an explanation to all the disciples of the sect and return justice to the world is to beat and kill Lin Hao on the spot. Simonek, you're still as shameless as you were 20 years ago. Anger surfaced on Xiao Yud's chubby face, thinking of a painful past that he once didn't want to remember. He couldn't help but clench his fists and said, since Lao Fu has already taken Lin Hao under his tutelage, even if his qualifications are no longer good, he's still Lao Fu's personal disciple, and you guys want to despicably distort the facts to convict Lin Hao. Lao Fu won't agree to that. What? Xiao Yuju want to harbor a disciple? Dare you come together to find the sect leader to judge? Simic sneered. More than 20 years ago Xiao Yud suffered a serious injury. His foundation was damaged, and although his cultivation level was still at the peak of the 8th level of foundation establishment, there was actually not much room for growth. As for him, as the 5th peak master, his cultivation was improving every day, and it could be said that he was in the middle of the sky, and he could at least break through to the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, and he could even have a peek at the Jindan Avenue. Shiman Ku felt that he was just dealing with a 5-element wasted spirit root to maintain his majesty, and when he found the sect leader to comment on the matter, the sect leader would definitely favor him. Why not? Xiao Yud looked at him angrily, a fat face filled with an iron color due to his anger. He was a rather protective character, and it was fate that Lin Hao, a 5-element spiritual root, could become his personal disciple, so he had to keep it for whatever he said. What's more, this matter from the reaction on the faces of the disciples present, it was obvious that the disciple of the 5th peak, Wei Wuxian, was not right. If the head of the senior brother Red Cloud dared to favor Simon Ku, he is also not to be messed with. It is not necessary to move the old bones to fight a law. Chapter 69, Tough Master. 9th Peak Master Xiao Yud escorted his disciple Lin Hao, and with the grim-faced 5th Peak Master Shiman Ko, they flew towards the first peak where the sect leader was located. Two senior brothers, what are you doing? Alarmed by the aura and the strong smell of gunpowder emanating from the two men, Red Cloud Z quickly greeted them. Xiao Yud's disciple Lin Hao is despicable and shameless, sneak attacking and killing the old man's 5th peak 4th grade top single attribute fire spirit root genius Wei Wuxian. I still request that Master Sect Leader preside over justice. Simon X stepped forward and said wickedly, Wei Wuxian is dead? Red Cloud Z was shocked at his words. For a genius like Wei Wuxian who had a high chance of becoming a foundation establishment powerhouse in the future, and even had a glimmer of hope of asking for Jindan, he naturally paid more attention to him as the sect leader. Alas, yes. The future foundation establishment sapling of the sect has been destroyed just like this. Please ask Master Sect Leader to punish Xiao Yud for his incompetent teaching and kill the murderer Lin Hao to set the record straight. Simeon Ko had a sad face, as if he was greatly aggrieved. Senior brother Xiao, do you have something to say? Red Cloud Z did not immediately express his attitude. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, face expression slightly sullen. Can be seen that the death of a genius very affect his state of mind. His eyes fell on Xiao Yud, appeared a little bloated and obese body. Humph. Simonek, what a twist of the truth. Xiao Yud showed his anger and said, Sect Master, it is clear that Wei Wuxian took the tyrannical spirit pill to kill my personal disciple Lin Hao, and was accidentally killed back by Lin Hao. I also detected the scent of the tyrannical spirit pill on Wei Wuxian's corpse. Whether it is true or false, so many disciples watched the battle, witnessed what happened, and once they checked it out, they would know. Lin Hao, who stood behind his master, was not qualified to speak, but he also had anger in his eyes. Lin Hao didn't think that Shiman Ku's hallowed 5th peak master, a foundation establishment realm cultivator, could be so shameless in front of the sect leader? Red Cloud Z saw the two people each have their own opinions. Although the heart toward the potential is more expected to Jindan Shiman Ko, but he was still silent for a moment. Said, "This matter involves two peaks. Wait for me to find out the truth of the process, and then decide how to dispose of it." Master Sect Leader, what's there to investigate? It's the mere fact that Lin Hao killed the clan's future foundation establishment genius that convicts him of beating him to death. Simonek said hastily. Senior Disciple Shiman, the sect has its own rules. If you arbitrarily condemn a disciple, it won't be a long-lasting thing. Red Cloud Z glared at Shiman Ko, then said to the shut-in disciple beside him, Lu Qinghan, this matter is left to you to check out. It's master. Lu Qinghan respectfully saluted and quickly left. After about half an hour or so had passed, she went and returned saying, Master, I have ascertained the course of events. Well, Qinghan, you tell Master in front of the two Master uncles. Red Cloudy Sun spoke faintly. The truth of the matter, consistent with what Uncle Xiao said, is indeed that Wei Wuxian was unable to defeat Lin Hao in a competition, and took the violent spirit pill in annoyance. And after his cultivation temporarily reached the 4th level of qi refining, he tried to kill Lin Hao, and was killed by Lin Hao with a top-grade flying sword to kill him back. Lu Qinghan's voice was cool and unhurried as he reported, Senior Shiman, this matter is your 5th peak's fault, and Lin Hao had no choice but to kill Wei Wuxian, so I'll see how this matter can be put to rest. Red Cloud Z listened to his shut-in disciple's account, and seeing that Xiaoyud was clearly going to bail out Lin Hao, he opened his mouth. Master Sect Leader, we can't just let it go like that. One disciple died in our peak, but their 9th peak Lin Hao was unharmed. We must give our peak an explanation. Simeon Ka said in a cold voice. Otherwise I won't stop. Senior Shiman, what do you want? Red Cloud Z frowned and said, although inwardly he favored Shiman Ko who might achieve Jindan in the future. But this matter Shiman Ko did not occupy the reason. He as the head of the sect could not just rely on personal preference, and deal with the matter to be fair. Lin Hao treats his fellow disciples with ruthlessness. His cultivation must be abolished and he must be expelled from the sect. Shiman Ko's gaze surfaced with a hidden sinister look as he said, otherwise, the 5th peak, will never stop. Shiman Ko, you are really shameless. Do you think that old me is easy to bully? Xiaoyud was furious and said, the old man was injured 20 years ago, and over the years in the sect anyone felt that they could press the old man. Shiman Ko, you don't take advantage of the situation, and you dare to stir up trouble. I'm only injured. Not all of my cultivation is ruined. Since this is the case, Shiman Ko, let's calculate that account more than 20 years ago. Do you dare to fight with me in the peak of the Tao, to a battle of life and death? Xiaoyud's eyes narrowed slightly as a murderous intent erupted from him. 20 years ago, the devil sect invaded the country of Zhao and broke out into a war between the righteous and the devils. If it wasn't for the 5th peak, Shiman Ko, and the 6th peak elders fleeing without a fight, he and a few of his siblings wouldn't have been caught in the crossfire on the back of their bellies, resulting in the tragic death of a sibling who loved him and died trying to save her, bringing him a lifetime of regrets. Back then, Xiaoyud wanted to pursue Ximenk and the 6th elder for their responsibility, but the clan bailed out the two on the grounds that the battle between the righteous and the devil had caused a great deal of damage to the vitality of the people, and that they needed a strong person to sit on the ground. Master Sect Leader, he's actually going to fight me to the death for a dispensable 5 elemental spirit root waste. Please Master Sect Leader, make a decision for me. Feeling the killing intent on Xiaoyud's body, Ximenk's eyes shrunk slightly, inexplicably getting a little scared. Back then, Xiaoyud was originally a half-step Jindan realm. Is the clan's 9 peaks of the first person, the force of the other peaks of the peak master, even the current with the head of the great elders sitting with the great elders, has been defeated in the hands of Xiaoyud. Originally the head of the position should be passed on to the Xiaoyud, but only in the positive and demonic wars 2 decades ago hurt the root of the foundation, resulting in the decline of the cultivation of Xiaoyud, and only therefore to be called off. He still has the residual aura of the Jindan on him. Red Cloud Z's face changed when he felt the terrifying aura that Xiaoyud was displaying at this moment, and his heart was somewhat shocked. Over the years, Xiaoyud often shut down to suppress his injuries, and the people in the peak all thought that his cultivation was only about 60% of what it was when he was at his peak. And looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that he still has at least 80% of his strength. When he thought of Xiaoyud, who had a supreme talent back then, even Red Cloud Z was incomparably jealous. Seeing that the situation was going to develop to an uncontrollable point, Red Cloud Z said, enough, Lin Hao is not guilty in this matter. Shiman's senior brother, you are a bad religious person. and you still can't distinguish between right and wrong, you are punished for 5 years of closed-door contemplation, and reflect properly, and you are not allowed to pursue Lin Hao's responsibility anymore. Master. You. Ximenk was instantly anxious, and his heart was extremely unwilling. He had wanted to kill Lin Hao to pay for his life, but he didn't realize that he had failed to punish Lin Hao, but instead had led to his own punishment. These years, Shimanka's cultivation was getting stronger every year, and his status in the sect was getting higher and higher, so it could be said that he was happy in the spring, and he hadn't been so stifled for a long time. If you are not convinced, you can have a life and death fight with senior brother Xiao, and I'm sure that senior brother Xiao will be happy to settle the grudge with you from back then. Qianzi glared fiercely at Ximenk. If you don't change your nature, you will sooner or later cause great trouble. Master Sect Leader, if you open your mouth, I won't hold Lin Hao accountable. Shimanka's gaze fell on Xiao Yud, sensing his killing intent, remembering that if it wasn't for the clan's experts stepping in to stop him back then, he would have died in Xiao Yud's hands, and ultimately, he was afraid, and he arched his hand and saluted, saying, all of you go down, restrain the sect members in the future. Don't let things happen again where fellow sect members fight each other. Red Cloud Z gave the two a deep and meaningful look. Yes, elder brother. The two men bowed out. Xiao Yud led Lin Hao out of the sect leader's residence, casting a spell to rise up into the air and take Lin Hao towards the ninth peak. Sooner or later, one day, Xiao Yud, I will make you pay. Shimanka looked at Xiao Yud's departing direction with a resentful gaze and chilled his voice. Chapter 70, Would Chang Shang is me. It wasn't long before Lin Hao and his master, Xiao Yud, returned to the ninth peak. Lin Hao, with this 5-elemental spiritual root of yours, according to common sense, it's impossible to break through to the third level of qi refining so quickly. Xiao Yud's gaze fell on Lin Hao, feeling that there were quite a lot of things that puzzled him, and he said, tell me how you cultivate for your master. Back to master. After I became a progenitor, my cultivation would have reached the late second level of qi refining. Lin Hao respectfully said, during this month, after absorbing the 20 spirit stones that pro-disciples receive, I also earn 500 sect contribution points from the Spirit Beast Hall, exchanging all of them for spirit stones, and partially using them for cultivation. In total, I consumed close to 30 lower grade spirit stones before I was able to make a breakthrough. What kind of work did you do in the Spirit Beast Hall to earn 500 clan contribution points in January? Xiao Yud's face froze and he said with some surprise, 500 clan contribution points is not a small amount. This disciple of his, a 5-element spiritual root, only came to the ninth peak for a month. To be able to earn such a large amount of contribution is really not simple. Disciple signed a contract with the Spirit Beast Hall's senior uncle, Protector Zhang, to help the Spirit Beast Hall Spirit Flame Pigs with their midwifery work, and they'll give Disciple 500 contributions per month. Lin Hao didn't dare to hide it and said, delivering a Spirit Flame Pig? Xiao Yud's face showed a strange color. The Hall of the Pro-Transmission to the Spirit Pig midwifery, in the entire Xian Yu sect is also the first thing, is really some loss of face for him. He could not help but face skin jumped a bit, said, if the teacher is not remembered correctly, that the Spirit Flame Pig cubs were born with a fire fury gas, refining the realm of the disciples. Once the contact will be very painful. Do not recuperate for 10 days and a half months. Not to recover. Spirit Beast's Hall in the normal season. There is a Spirit Flame Pig that produces almost every 1 or 2 days. While the Spirit Flame Pig is busier when it comes to the peak season of calving, there are Spirit Flame Pigs that produce almost every day. And you help the Spirit Flame Pigs in the Spirit Beast Hall to deliver their babies every month. How do you withstand the fire fury gas? The fire attribute exotic fruit that Disciple ate a few years ago may have changed Disciple's physique. And Disciple found that the Spirit Flame Piglet's youngster's fire fury not only couldn't injure Disciple, but it would also somehow become a stream of pure spiritual qi, causing Disciple's cultivation to refine. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment and said, this is also the reason why Disciple was able to break through to the third level of qi refining so quickly. It's actually able to absorb the fire fury qi? Master Sect Leader had said that the fire attributed exotic fruit and even treasure you ate was really what he said. No wonder it can make the 5-elemental spirit root, which is difficult to cultivate, break through to the third level of qi refining. Xiao Yud's heart was shaken. He felt that although Lin Hao's 5-elemental spirit root qualifications were poor, his chance and luck was amazing. He was curious about how far his disciple's 5-elemental spirit root could go. He spoke, you run your energy and cultivate a bit in front of your master. My master wants to see your current situation. Yes, master. Lin Hao became Xiao Yud's disciple, and the two of them hadn't been in contact more than a few times. and a sense of defense and crisis inexplicably arose in his heart. But he couldn't go against Xiao Yud. He could only sit on his knees, breathing and exhaling, and in order to avoid exposing his secret, he didn't run the 5 elements longevity technique, but the Xian Yu refining qi skill that he used to pull in the aura of heaven and earth. Lin Hao absorbs aura when it's really slow to the extreme. Xiao Yud was in the foundation establishment realm and was very sensitive to the surrounding heaven and earth auras, and at a glance, he could see the state of Lin Hao's aura absorption at this time, and he couldn't help but show a look of disappointment. It seemed like that spirit fruit had brought a lot of benefits to Lin Hao, but the potential for the future was still small. Xiao Yud couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he muttered in thought, the 5 elements spiritual root is worthy of being the most difficult to cultivate waste spiritual root, and it's difficult to change it even with a foreign treasure. In Zhao 1,000 years ago, the 4 great immortal sects of the first Tianqing sect, there was a high power elder. His grandson is not even reached the first grade, not into the grade of the 5 elements of the waste spirit root. That Tianqing sect elder, in order to make his grandson cultivate immortality, consumed countless spiritual stones and pills, but also defined to increase the potential of the Zhuling fruit, but only his grandson. The cultivation of the 8th level of qi cultivation and then difficult to inch forward. If that elder of the Heavenly Star sect had used the spirit stones, pills, and other treasures consumed for his grandson to train other disciples, these treasures would have been enough for dozens of heavenly pride with single attribute spirit roots to grow up with. When he thought of this, Xiao Yud couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Lin Hao had become his personal disciple, and even if he wanted to cultivate it, he had no intention of doing so. Disciple, stop your cultivation for now. Master already knows your current situation. Xiao Yud opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, who was breathing and exhaling, opened his eyes, stopped running the Xian Yu Qi practicing technique, and stood in front of his master in a formal and apprehensive manner, and did not speak. Apprentice, although it's difficult to cultivate immortality with 5 elemental spiritual roots, it's not without a ray of hope. I hope you can practice diligently. Seeing his apprehension, Xiao Yud spoke words of encouragement. Yes, master. Apprentice will definitely work hard to cultivate. Lin Hao hurriedly saluted and said, when you fought Wei Wuxian, how did you get the 3 medium-grade Wu Ling swords and 1 top-grade Wu Ling sword you used? And the process of fighting Wei Wuxian? Tell me all about it. Xiao Yud said after a moment of contemplation. He felt that there were too many strange things going on within Lin Hao's victory over Wei Wuxian, and he was a little uneasy if he didn't ask about it. Knowing that his master was cross-examining him, Lin Hao was inexplicably nervous inside, and he tried to maintain his composure as he said, 3 medium-grade Wu Ling swords and 1 Wu Ling sword, all of which were refined by my disciple this month. Lin Hao, do you think that master is good at being perfunctory? Xiao Yud immediately frowned and his tone became serious as he said, when you were accepted as a personal disciple, your cultivation was at the 2nd level of qi refining, and you just broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining this month. So how is it possible for you to learn how to refine weapons so quickly, and also to refine 3 medium-grade magic weapons and 1 top-grade magic weapon? Master, disciple did not perfume you. Lin Hao saw that his master seemed to be about to get angry, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I have a good talent for refining weapons, and spent 3 days cultivating the Xianhua Heart Sutra to produce Xianhua Violet Qi, and then went to the refining hall on the 3rd day of my study of refining to produce a medium-grade magic weapon, and successfully entered the list of newcomers to refining, and the first place name, what eternal life was an alias, is my disciple's pseudonym? Whether it is true or not, master will know once he checks. This is true. A look of shock appeared on Xiao Yud's face. 3 days to cultivate the Xian Fire Heart Sutra into Xian Fire Purple Qi, refining a medium-grade magic weapon and becoming the first place in the newcomer list of weapon refiners. Such a talent in weapon refining. Even since the establishment of the entire Xianyu sect, one would not be able to find a second one. Of course it's true. How could disciple dare to deceive master? Lin Hao said seriously. Suan, come to the temple. Master has something to ask you. Xiao Yud saw that Lin Hao didn't look like he was lying, but the fact that this talent for refining weapons appeared on a 5-element spiritual root was too unbelievable, and he still couldn't help but hastily call his second disciple, Suan, to come in, wanting him to find out if it was true or not. Master, you called me for something. Receiving the summons, Suan walked into the hall and saluted, saying, have you heard that the alchemy hall has produced a genius named Mu Chansheng? Xiao Yud asked. Master, disciple went out on an errand and only returned in the past few days, but I did hear some disciples discussing what eternal Suan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. It is said that Mu Changsheng broke the record of the alchemy hall, and his talent for refining weapons has never been seen before, causing all the protectors and deacons of the alchemy hall to go crazy looking for this person. But this person used an alias, and refused to show up, and so far, he has not been found. Chapter 71, Impossible. Xiao Yud listened to his second disciple Suan's description, his face showing surprise, and then asked Lin Hao, "Are you really Wu Changsheng? You didn't lie to the master? How dare a disciple lie to his master?" Lin Hao said seriously, "If I'm not Mu Changsheng, master will be able to find out in one go." "Senior brother, it can't be. You're saying that the alchemy hall has been frantically searching for a month for the alchemy heavenly pride as you?" Suan was dumbfounded when he heard the conversation between his junior brother and his master. "I'll take Lin Hao to the alchemy hall to take a look. Suan, you stay at the ninth peak and handle things." Xiao Yud opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. He wanted to personally see his disciple's supreme refining talent. "Hey, master, I also want to go to the weaponry refining hall," Suan chanted in a depressed whisper, wanting very much to go and join in the fun, but there were still a bunch of things going on in the peak, so he could only cry and get busy. Out of the great hall, Lin Hao arrived at the artifact refining hall not long after his master, Xiao Yud, took him on a flight. At ninth peak Lin Hao fought with Wei Wuxian, and was able to make the flame technique leave his body and still suddenly increase the power of the flame. He must have taken the Xian Fire Heart Sutra and cultivated the Xian Fire Purple Qi. There was a lewd-looking teenager who swore, "I suspect Lin Hao was Wu Changsheng." He, Yi Wuji, you're talking nonsense. How can Lin Hao's 5 elemental spiritual roots be Wood Elders? Maybe this Lin Hao is using other spells that we don't know about. A refinery hall inner disciple quickly retorted. My guess is at least 90% correct. Yi Wuji's slim and lewd face was filled with arrogance as he said, that Lin Hao was able to recognize the superb quality of the magic weapon I refined when he purchased it. He's a man who knows his stuff. I'm afraid that his attainments in refining weapons are no better than mine. Plus he has mastered the Xian Flame Violet Qi. Everything proves that he's identified as a Wood Elder. Yi Wuji, you shameless fellow, you're only as good as the quality of the lower grade magic weapon you're refining, but your chances of success in refining a magic weapon are less than 10%. Some outer disciples of the weapon refining hall sneered. Others would Changsheng is refining 5 magic weapons, all successful, continuously breaking the record of our weapon refining hall. Is the first place in the list of newcomers to the weapon refining list, by virtue of you want to be compared with Wu Changsheng. Also do not take a piss and take a look at what they are. Greetings to the 9th elder. Then see the senior uncle. Just as Yi Wuji wanted to argue a few sentences, suddenly a respectful shout came from the refining hall. Then he saw a fat Taoist bring Lin Hao with him, striding in. As the peak master, Xiao Yud's status was far above that of the refining hall's foundation establishment protector, and his status was second only to that of the sect leader. Senior brother Xiao, what wind blew you to our artifact refining hall? It's really a rare guest. A moment later, there was a foundation establishment protector with a smile on his face as he greeted him and said, "You came to our weaponry refining hall, but is there something you want?" "I've come to see my disciple Lin Hao's talent for refining weapons," Xiao Yud faintly said. What kind of refining talent could Lin Hao have? That foundation building protector's face was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. He knew that Lin Hao was a 5-element spiritual root, and it was extremely difficult to even cultivate. So how could he talk about refining weapons? He felt that Xiao Yud was joking. My disciple said that he's Mu Changsheng who won first place in the newcomer list of refiners. I've come to check the truth. Xiao Yud smiled and said in an unhurried tone, if Lin Hao is a wooden Changsheng, I'll rip my head off and kick it as a kuju. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Many of the refining hall disciples, their faces suddenly showed disdain. In their hearts Mu Changsheng was a perfect refining genius. It couldn't possibly be Lin Hao's kind of 5-elemental spiritual root that was difficult to even cultivate. Senior brother Xiao, how could Lin Hao be Wood Elder? After the refining hall foundation building protector's face froze, his face was soon filled with disbelief, saying, that Mu Changsheng cultivates the Xianhua Heart Sutra in a day, and possesses the Xianhua Purple Qi in 3 days, and those who can do so are at least single attribute fire spiritual roots of extremely high grades, while the 5 elemental spiritual roots can definitely not do so. Whether or not my disciple is a Wood Elder, we'll know once we go to the refining stone room, Xiao Yud said indifferently. He didn't think that Lin Hao would take this kind of thing and deceive him as a master. Xiao Yud led Lin Hao in the direction of the refining stone room under the gazes of a group of refining hall disciples. The protector of the alchemy hall did not believe it in his heart, but he accompanied Xiao Yud. the peak master himself was present. And this time, Lin Hao didn't even have to spend any spirit stones to get a token for a stone room for refining weapons. Opening the door to the stone room, under the gazes of the two Foundation establishment experts, Lin Hao took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the stone wall of the stone room that was inscribed with formations, and he stretched out his hand to run the Xianhua Heart Sutra. A moment later, he saw the stone wall of the stone room's detection formation pattern flicker with light. This is the Xianhua Violet Qi. The protector of the alchemy hall looked at the violet qi in Lin Hao's hand, and he thumped inwardly, having a bad feeling. Lin Hao, take your identity token and establish a connection with the detection array. Xiao Yud opened his mouth. Yes, master. Lin Hao nodded respectfully and took out the pro-disciple identity token, placing it on the detection array. Buzz. In an instant, the wall of the formation gently shook, and immediately afterward, he saw that the three words Mu Changsheng, the first place on the newcomer list of refiners, had changed to Lin Hao. This is impossible. Our refining hall has been searching for a month for the refining heavenly pride. How could it be a 5-element spiritual root? Looking at the list on the wall, the protector of the alchemy hall was greatly shocked. His body shook intensely. His Tao heart was a little unsteady. It was really hard for him to accept that the future absolute alchemy genius that he thought could bring the alchemy hall to an unimaginable height in his eyes would be Lin Hao, who he wouldn't even be willing to give a second glance to on a regular basis. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Hao, refine a magic weapon in front of your master. Xiao Yud couldn't help but say as he looked at the list and the introduction of Lin Hao's series of record-breaking achievements that had shattered the history of the Hall of Alchemy, and was also quite shocked inwardly. Master, Disciple is currently only more familiar with refining the Wu Ling sword, and also if I let Disciple refine a magic weapon now, I don't have any refining materials in my hands. Lin Hao's face showed a look of difficulty. Olmi here has the materials to refine the Wu Ling sword. As soon as the protector of the weaponry refining hall tapped his hand on his storage bag, a copy of the finest Wu Jin iron and several other auxiliary materials for refining the Wu Ling sword appeared out of thin air. Even though the protector of the Hall of Refinement looked at the list of newcomers to refining, and the three words Mu Changsheng had changed to Lin Hao, he still refused to believe that it was true, and he desperately wanted to watch Lin Hao's refining process. Thank you, Uncle Shifu. Lin Hao took the ebony iron and the auxiliary materials, and after surveying them for a moment, he recognized that the quality of the ebony iron given by the protector of this refining hall could be several times better than the materials he had purchased. As a refining enthusiast, Lin Hao's heart was so happy when he got a good material that he quickly opened the refining furnace in front of the two Foundation establishment powerhouses and huffed as the Earth's vein spirit fire burned in the furnace. Lin Hao put the extremely high-grade ebony iron into the refining furnace and operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra, calling on the strand of violet qi in his body to establish a metaphysical connection with the Earth vein spirit flame. With a thought, he used the Xian flame violet qi to adjust the Earth vein spirit flame to a temperature that was extremely suitable for refining the Wu Jin iron. What a brilliant maneuver! The protector of the alchemy hall was an expert in refining weapons. His gaze fell on Lin Hao, his face showing surprise. The fire control techniques displayed by Lin Hao alone could not be compared to even the alchemy hall disciples who had been learning to refine weapons for several years. Could it be that Lin Hao, he is really Wu Changsheng? That unsettling premonition in the heart of the protector of the alchemy hall grew a few more points stronger. Chapter 72 Cultivation. It would take about 7 or 8 hours to refine the Wu's iron, and the process was somewhat lengthy, but the two Foundation establishment powerhouses, Xiao Yud and the protector of the Hall of Alchemy, were patiently watching Lin Hao's every move. One of the two was knowledgeable and the other was proficient in refining weapons, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. It was discovered that Lin Hao couldn't pick out any faults in his control of holding the fire using the Xian Flame Violet Qi during the process of refining the weapon. Time passed as the moon hung high in the sky. The piece of extremely high-grade ebony iron in the refining furnace finally melted completely, and Lin Hao, with a calm face, put in several auxiliary materials at the perfect time. When the ebony iron and the auxiliary materials were perfectly fused, he operated the Xian Fire Heart Sutra and controlled the materials in the refining furnace to form a sword tire. Lin Hao began to inscribe the sword tire with spirit patterns. First the lower-grade spirit patterns took about a quarter of a bell or so, and then it was done in one go. This refining technique, looking at the heart of the protector of the refining hall, was wildly shocking. It was really too perfect, and with his many years of experience in refining weapons, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. When the lower-grade spirit pattern engraving was complete, Lin Hao continued to engrave the spirit pattern portion of the middle-grade magic weapon for the sword tire. He was already too familiar with the inscriptions of the medium-grade Wuling sword, and aside from the fact that the engraving process was somewhat consuming, it wasn't too difficult for him. After another close to a quarter of an hour or so without making any mistakes, Lin Hao managed to carve all of the medium-grade spirit patterns, and his forehead was covered in sweat from the sheer amount of exertion. If he called it quits now, Lin Hao would obtain a medium-grade Wuling sword of excellent quality, but thinking that the material was so good, it would be too much of a shame if he only refined a medium-grade Wuling sword. Anyway, the material was given by the protector of the refining hall, so he was going to try to refine a top-grade magic weapon, and even if he failed he wouldn't have much to lose for himself. Lin Hao operated the Xian Flame Heart Sutra, controlling the Xian Flame Violet Qi and continuing to carve spirit patterns on the sword tire. What is he doing? Is he going to refine a top-grade Wuling sword with a cultivation of the third level of Qi refining? The protector of the alchemy hall, shocked and dumbfounded, said, "It's absolutely impossible for this to succeed. Even if his refining technique is fine, the spiritual Qi in his body isn't enough to sustain it." Indeed, as he had said, when Lin Hao had carved the top-grade spirit pattern portion of the sword tire in the refining furnace halfway through, the spirit Qi in his body had already bottomed out, and if he was forced to end the refining at this point, the Wuling sword, which was made of extremely good materials, would thus go to waste. It has to work. While Lin Hao was inscribing a spirit pattern on the sword tire, he tapped his other hand on his storage bag, and a spirit stone appeared in his hand. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Yud and the protector elder of the artifact refining hall, he refined the artifacts while absorbing the spiritual Qi from the spirit stones to replenish his own consumption. A little bit of time passed, and as Lin Hao gritted his teeth and persisted, top-grade spirit patterns appeared on top of the sword tire like bloodline patterns. One mind, two minds, and there were no mistakes. Lin Hao's soul spirit power must be far beyond the ordinary. Xiao Yud muttered in surprise as he looked at his disciple who was concentrating on refining the magic weapon. After another half a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao relied on the spiritual Qi in the spirit stone, and when he was so tired that he was about to fall off, he finally carved all the finishing parts of the top-grade spirit pattern. Seeing that the top-grade magic weapon had been completed, his tense heart loosened up, and his entire body went limp and fainted due to too much mental exertion because of forcibly refining the top-grade magic weapon. Buzz rumble. Immediately afterward, the stone wall of the detection formation in the stone house, sensing that Lin Hao had refined a top-grade magic weapon, erupted with a dazzling golden light and shook violently. After the number one newcomer on the alchemy hall's list, Lin Hao's name, there was an additional paragraph of introduction. Within 1 month of learning to refine weapons, he had refined a top-grade magic weapon. Hiss! The protector of the alchemy hall hadn't believed that a 5-element spirit root could be so talented at refining weapons, and when he watched Lin Hao's entire process, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This son is as terrifying as he is. He was practically born for refining weapons. Soon the refining hall protector cannot help but chest thumping up. Hall Foundation powerhouse directly out of shape shouted, "Really is the sky cynicism. If he is not 5 elements of the spiritual root, I think our Xianyu sect will appear a 4 no one after no one," shocked the world's refining masters. But unfortunately, when really, it's a pity, it's really a pity. The only advantage of the 5 elemental spiritual root is to have a spiritual Qi that is relatively strong in the same realm, but it is difficult to cultivate. The realm cannot be raised, and the refining talent is no longer high, but also can only refine low-level magic treasures. Lin Hao broke the all-time record in the mountaineering trial. He's also extremely gifted in the artifact refining course, and in the battle with Wei Wuxian, he even used several types of spells, and his talent for spells is also far beyond the norm. Xiao Yud couldn't help but sigh and murmured, "Regrettably, the spiritual root is the foundation of everything," dooming him to an incomparably difficult journey on the road to immortal cultivation. Every step forward. No, it's a shame not to cultivate such a refining talent. The old man, the weapon refining protector, was stimulated to the point of going a little crazy, saying, "Even if we have to pay a large amount of spirit stones and pills, we have to raise Lin Hao's cultivation realm so that he can refine high-level magical artifacts. Senior brother Zhou, even if you want to train Lin Hao with all your might, do the other protectors of the alchemy hall agree?" Xiao Yud still retained his sanity and questioned. After all, the alchemy hall belonged to the entire clan, with more than one protector, and wanting the entire alchemy hall to pay an incalculable amount of resources to cultivate a single 5-element spiritual root was a huge gamble that didn't know how it would end. This Old man. Old man will try to convince the other protectors, as well as the sect master. As if he had been splashed with cool water, Protector Joe calmed down slightly and stammered. If the alchemy hall was really prepared to spend a lot of resources to cultivate Lin Hao, it would mean that the resources given to the other disciples would be greatly reduced, and this matter would have to be discussed by many of the protectors, as well as the sect leader, before a decision could be made. Protector Zhou's gaze fell on Lin Hao, who had consumed too much to pass out from refining the top-grade Wuling sword, and the more he looked at him, the harder he felt, so he couldn't help but sigh in a low voice and say, "Why is he a 5-element spiritual root?" "Alright, Senior Brother Zhou, the old man already knows about my disciple's talent for refining weapons, so I'll take him back first." Xiaoyu tried to suppress the shocked mood that emerged from watching his disciple refining weapons as he arched his hand and said, "Well, Senior Brother Xiao, I'll take this sword that Lin Hao refined and bring it to the other protectors to take a look at it, hoping to convince them to agree to train Lin Hao." Protector Zhou took a deep breath and made some sort of decision in his mind. "Trouble Senior Brother Zhou." Xiao Yud said this, and then took Lin Hao out of the Hall of Refinement and flew back to the 9th peak. He found Suan, who was in charge of handling the sect's affairs, and said, "In the future, raise the number of lower-grade spirit stones that your junior brother can receive each month to 50. "Yes, Master." Su Xian was slightly surprised, but he still nodded respectfully. "Your junior brother has consumed too much from refining weapons and passed out. He will wake up after resting for a while, so you place him." Xiaoyud pondered for a moment and said, "Master is going to continue his seclusion, and it will be hard for you to take care of things in the gate." "Master, don't worry about your seclusion. Leave the 9th peak to me." Suan made a respectful bow. After explaining some things, Xiaoyud performed the wind control spell, rose up in the air, and returned to the place of seclusion, and couldn't help but murmur, "Lin Hao. In addition to the spirit root, the other talents are impeccable. If it wasn't for the fact that I've been using too many spirit stones and spirit pills over the years, in order to heal my wounds, I wouldn't have had to gamble on fostering Lin Hao. Unfortunately, I can give him 30 more lower-grade spirit stones per month nowadays, which is already my limit." Ahem. Wow. Xiaoyud couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood just after reciting this sentence. Today, in order to save Lin Hao, he had used the remnants of his once half-step Jindan power, which had aggravated his injuries a bit. Chapter 73, Precious Vermilion Spirit Fruit. The next day, Lin Hao woke up feeling like his mind was aching, like it was about to explode. He rubbed his aching head and used his divine sense to check his own situation, and found that refining a top-grade magic weapon squeezed his aura and spiritual power too hard, and I'm afraid it would take some time if he wanted to recover. He couldn't help but have a bitter smile appear on his face as he muttered, "Refining a top-grade magic weapon is still too much of an imposition, and he can't do it so easily in the future. Where am I?" Lin Hao withdrew his divine sense and came out of the unfamiliar room, and then he saw that his second senior brother Suan was busy dealing with the 9th peak. "Junior brother, you're awake." Suan smiled when she saw him come out and greeted him. "Where's Master?" Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. He was a little apprehensive inwardly. Killing Wei Wuxian had been bailed out by Master Xiaoyud, but he still didn't know what Master Xiaoyud would do with him. "Master, he's closed." Suan pondered for a moment and said, "Junior brother, from now on, the spirit stones you receive each month will be raised from 20 lower-grade spirit stones to 50. How did the spirit stones suddenly increase so much?" Lin Hao's face showed a stunned look. He originally thought that even if he escaped Ximenk's prosecution, he would be punished when he returned to the 9th peak, but he didn't expect that there would be no punishment whatsoever, and instead, the spirit stones had increased. "Junior brother, you think there are too many spirit stones. Your second senior brother doesn't even have enough spirit stones to spend each month, so why don't you honor your second senior brother with the extra spirit stones?" Suan glanced at him and smiled, snickering. That's not good." Lin Hao had a wary look on his face. Hey, senior brother is joking for you." Suan laughed and said, "I didn't expect your kid's talent for refining to be so great. The extra 30 spirit stones are specially accounted for by the master for your cultivation needs. Senior brother's cheek is thicker than that. He won't snoop on your spirit stones." Second senior brother, thank you for coming to the rescue at the Dao Discourse Peak. Lin Hao's heart warmed as he looked at him playfully joking. If Suan and his master hadn't appeared in time, he was afraid that he would be in grave danger. He couldn't help but bend down and make a deep salute. "Junior brother is not required to be polite." Suan stepped forward and hurriedly helped up the saluting Lin Hao. "Second senior brother, can I ask you something?" Lin Hao hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. "What is it?" Junior brother you say? Suan nodded. I heard from the others in the sect that Master, his old man, was injured and needed to remain in seclusion for years. Lin Hao continued. What's going on with Master's injuries? What do I have to do to heal it? It's a long story at this point. Master's injuries are from the demonic path's invasion of Zhao more than 20 years ago, left behind in that great battle. Master was originally a half-step Jindan powerhouse, but unfortunately the injury was too heavy. The realm slipped to the peak of the 8th level of the foundation establishment. His old man injured his foundation. It's very difficult to heal. Suan thought about it, and as this matter wasn't a secret, he told him, if you want to cure Master's injuries, there is no other way to do so unless you obtain the extremely high-grade vermilion spirit fruit that can make up for the foundation, and refine the origin creation pill to take it. Over these years, Master has finished collecting all the other materials for the origin creation pill, and lacks the most important extreme vermilion spirit fruit, which is so valuable that it's rarely seen even in the top-tier Immortal Alliance auction house in the state of Zhao, and the best quality vermilion spirit fruit that generally appears in the auction house is only of mid-grade, and that extreme vermilion spirit fruit has never appeared before. Suan continued. How many spirit stones is a vermilion spirit fruit of the lowest quality worth? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. He had the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda, which could upgrade the quality of spirit fruits, so if he got a lower grade vermilion spirit fruit, as long as he provided the Vanguard Longevity Pagoda with enough spirit stones, he would be able to catalyze the very best grade vermilion spirit fruit. Because the vermilion spirit fruit can increase one's potential and make up for one's origin, it's one of the few supreme treasures that can enhance a cultivator's spiritual root grade. Even the lowest quality lower grade vermilion spirit fruit, every time it appears in the Immortal Alliance auction house, it's snatched up by cultivators, and without tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones, it simply can't be purchased. Suan couldn't help but sigh as well. So expensive. Lin Hao couldn't help but smack his lips a little. He was still struggling for dozens and dozens of lower grade spirit stones a month, trying to buy the lower grade vermilion spirit fruit to upgrade its quality to the very best to heal his master Xiaoyu's wounds, and with his current income, it would take at least a few decades to save up tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones. Of course, with Lin Hao's talent for refining, if he relied on refining to make money, his monthly spirit stone income would definitely go up a lot more, but tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones was still a heavenly fortune in his eyes. Yeah, it's too expensive. Master once consumed all his savings when he bought a lower grade vermilion spirit fruit at the Immortal Alliance auction house to suppress his injuries. A bitter smile surfaced on Suan's face as he said, Second senior brother, aside from purchasing vermilion spirit fruits at the auction house, there are also places where one can find vermilion spirit fruits. Lin Hao asked. In addition to the auction house, you can also go to the Thousand Spirit Valley secret realm to look for the vermilion spirit fruit. Suan said after a moment of contemplation. What is the Thousand Spirit Valley secret realm? Can second senior brother tell me about the Thousand Spirit Valley? Lin Hao said curiously. Suan glanced at him and patiently introduced. The Thousand Spirit Valley is in the south of Zhao. It is rich in spiritual qi and grows a large number of rare spiritual medicines. The secret realm opens every 10 years. Only cultivators who are at the 8th level of qi refining to the 9th level of qi refining are able to enter it. Inside there is the most important spirit medicine refining base building dan. Every time you open will attract a large number of cultivators to go in search of treasure. Inside is very dangerous, not only to guard against other cultivators, but also to pay attention to the survival of the demonic beasts inside the Thousand Spirit Valley. I had entered the Thousand Spirit Valley 3 years ago in search of refining the base building dan materials. And for the master's wound treatment of the vermilion spirit fruit, will almost die and the inside didn't come out. Speaking of which, Suan had some heart palpitations. Lin Hao was in the main hall, listening to senior brother Suan's description and memorizing the Thousand Spirit Valley secret area in his mind. Whether it was the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill or the vermilion spirit fruit that could raise the quality of the spirit root to heal his master's wounds, it was all very attractive to him. If he could get some vermilion spirit fruits, heal his master's injuries, and raise his own first grade 5 elemental spirit root to a second, third, or even higher grade, it would be much easier for him to cultivate. However, Lin Hao's current realm was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, and the minimum requirement for the Thousand Spirit Valley needed his realm to be at the 8th level of qi refining, which was still far away for him. After chatting some more with his second senior brother, the bond between the two masters and brothers increased a lot. Lin Hao had learned quite a few things about the cultivation world from Suan, which had opened his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that his senior brother had to be busy dealing with the small and large matters of the ninth peak, he was afraid that he would still be pestering his second senior brother, Suwon, with questions. Lin Hao left from his senior brother unfulfilled, and he went to the deacon of the ninth peak who handed out the spirit stones to receive the 50 lower grade spirit stones for this month's prodisciples. When he returned to his cave, he took out his identity token and looked at the contribution point figures on it. A joyful smile appeared on his face, because, not only had the treatment of a prodisciple increased, but after his identity token and the stone wall detection array pattern of the alchemy hall, which established a connection, belonged to the first place of the alchemy newcomer ranking, and the reward of 600 sect contributions was automatically issued to Lin Hao. In order to ensure that the list was fair, the Fire Yang realist who had once set up the alchemy hall's array list had set up the list as an independent system, and every month the clan would put in a fixed amount of contribution points to be distributed to the alchemy geniuses on the alchemy list. And even the alchemy hall's protectors couldn't intervene in the distribution of the contribution points for the list's array. So there was no need for Lin Hao to seek out the people in the Hall of Refinement to collect it again, and he would be rewarded with the contribution points for being number 1 on the newcomer list of refiners. Chapter 74, Chi Replenishing Pill. Tomorrow, I will have more than 1,000 contribution points after collecting another 500 contribution points from the Spirit Beast Hall. Lin Hao thought darkly in his heart. After slightly counting the contribution points in his mind, he put away his identity token and took out a spirit stone to hold in his hand. Lin Hao climbed onto the stone bed and sat down on his knees to breathe and exhale. He needed to run his energy and cultivate to recover from the exertion of forcibly refining the top-grade magic weapon, the Sun and Moon alternate. When it was still light, Lin Hao opened his eyes, and a look of depression appeared on his face as he said, "After entering the 3rd level of Qi refining, the speed at which I cultivate is just too slow, and the effect of taking a spirit stone to cultivate is minuscule." He couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. According to this kind of cultivation progress, even if he possessed the 5 elements longevity technique that was created specifically for the 5 elements spiritual roots, if he wanted to break through from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 4th level of Qi refinement, he would have to spend at least a good 5 years or so, and possibly even longer. After we finish our work today, we'll go to the alchemy hall to buy a Qi replenishing pill to take. Lin Hao received a new month's worth of spirit stones and contribution points, and his bottom line was much stronger. After another session, he got up from the stone bed and came to the spirit element fruit tree. After a month of his tireless watering, the spirit element fruit tree was emitting an aura that was becoming more and more dense. It should be a couple months before the fruit trees bloom. Lin Hao picked up the special water-containing jar next to him and went out the door, heading for the mountaintop spirit spring. Senior brother Lin. So early. Senior brother Lin, the people from the 5th peak often bully us in the 9th peak. You really gave us in the 9th peak a bad name by defeating Wei Wuxian from the 5th peak. I didn't realize that senior brother Lin was really an absolute genius in refining artifacts with Changsheng. Can senior brother Lin refine a magic artifact for me? Those people from the alchemy hall, when they learned that senior brother Lin was a wood elder, they were so surprised that they were dumbfounded. And now the alchemy hall is still in a state of sensation. Compared to usual, when Lin Hao walked through the gates of the 9th peak today, the disciples of the 9th peak were much more enthusiastic and greeted him when they saw him. Good morning, senior brothers. Lin Hao didn't have the stance of a prodisciple and greeted the group of 9th peak disciples with a warm wave. After being forced to kill Wei Wuxian, the people from the 5th peak wanted to arrest him. At that time, the disciples of the 9th peak did not hesitate to come forward to defend him, which gave him a sense of belonging to the 9th peak. And looking at the disciples of the 9th peak around him, he felt doubly close. As the purple chi came from the east and the spirit spring's aura was at its best, Lin Hao filled it with spirit water and returned to his cave to water the spirit element fruit tree. More than half a moment later, he once again exited the cave and made some haste to the spirit beast hall. Yesterday's events. The old man has heard about them. Master Nephew is somewhat capable. In just 1 month, he knows several spells and can also maneuver 4 flying swords at the same time. Old man Zhang, the protector of the spirit beast hall, saw him appear in the spirit beast hall and said with a smile on his face, "The talent for refining weapons is also this amazing. It's really rare." Uncle Zhang, you're joking. Lin Hao wasn't complacent and said modestly, "As good as my other talents are, if my realm doesn't improve, this path of cultivation is like finding the moon in the water, an empty one." That's true. It's a shame about your spirit root. Old man Zhang of the spirit beast hall pondered for a moment and encouraged, "Don't be presumptuous. The heavens will always give living beings a glimmer of hope. Sometimes it is the mortals with no spiritual roots that will step into immortal cultivation and achieve no less because of the opportunity they gained. And your 5 elemental spiritual roots are too much better than those of the mortals who don't have any spiritual roots. Senior Uncle Zhang, I will work hard to cultivate. Lin Hao nodded seriously and said, let's go. Senior Nephew, there's a spirit flame pig that's going to give birth today. Let's go over and prepare first. Old man Zhang of the Spirit Beast Hall was smiling as he spoke, and then he took a step towards the area where the spirit flame pigs were being bred. Yeah. Lin Hao followed up and suddenly said solemnly, Uncle Zhang, thank you for saving my life earlier by giving me a protective talisman that could withstand the attacks of the 6th level of chi refining. It's just a small matter. Senior Nephew, you don't have to thank me. You helped old man in the Spirit Beast Hall. That is to help old man to solve not a small amount of trouble. That talisman of protection is what you deserve. Old man Zhang stroked his disheveled beard and blandly said. An old man and a young man quickly arrived at the house of the spirit flame pig to be born. It didn't take long to wait for the spirit flame pig to start giving birth, and Lin Hao skillfully did the job of assisting in the delivery. After things were finished, he received his 500 contribution points for the month from the Spirit Beast Hall and left the Spirit Beast Hall. Lin Hao walked briskly all the way along the mountain path as he arrived at the peak where the alchemy hall was located. The person in charge of selling pills in the alchemy hall was an inner disciple from the 2nd peak, which had a good relationship with the 9th peak, and when he saw the arrival of Lin Hao, who was dressed in a purple robe of a pro-disciple, he smiled and said, Pro-disciple, what kind of pills do you want to buy? This senior brother. I would like to purchase a lower grade chi replenishing pill. Lin Hao arched his hand and said, Senior protege, a chi replenishing pill requires 10 lower grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points. The inner disciple of the 2nd peak who was selling the pills, politely opened his mouth. It's a spirit stone. Lin Hao took out 10 lower grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed him his identity token again. The inner disciple of the 2nd peak took his token, deducted 120 points of contribution, returned the identity token to him, and then took out a jade bottle containing a chi replenishing dan in the storage bag specialized in storing elixirs, saying, This is a chi replenishing dan. Take it. Pro-transmission senior brother. Lin Hao took the dan bottle and headed for the 9th peak. So fragrant. What a rich aura. Back in the cave, he couldn't wait to open the bottle cork, and instantly a scent of the elixir, secret in the air. When Lin Hao took a breath of air mixed with the odor of the elixir, he felt that the aura in his body had been enlivened by a few points. First, take this lower grade chi replenishing pill and upgrade it to the upper grade before taking it. He thought darkly in his mind. Medicine is 3 times poisonous. The higher the quality of the impurities harmful to the cultivator will be lower. The medicinal power contained in the effect is also better. Lin Hao put the expensive chi replenishing pill, which was worth almost 22 spirit stones, into the ancient longevity pagoda. Then, from his storage bag, he took out a lower grade spirit stone and put it in. In just a moment, the spirit stone placed into the small tower disappeared into thin air, and a light containing mysterious power merged into that lower grade chi replenishing pill. Lin Hao clearly felt that the quality of the lower grade chi replenishing pills had improved a lot. One lower grade spirit stone is not enough to upgrade the lower grade chi replenishing pill to a middle grade. He continued to take out spirit stones and put them into the special space of the small tower to enhance the elixir. After putting in a total of 3 lower grade spirit stones, the light emanating from the surface of that chi replenishing pill was much brighter, and its quality had reached middle grade. It worked! A smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. The lower grade chi replenishing pill was purchased at the alchemy hall and required 10 lower grade spirit stones and 120 contribution points, while the middle grade chi replenishing pill required 20 spirit stones and 130 contribution points. If they were all calculated according to spirit stones, he had directly earned 11 spirit stones in just less than a few breaths of time by relying on the ability of the ancient eternal tower to raise its quality. Continue to upgrade the quality of the chi replenishing pill. Lin Hao suppressed the urge to immediately take the medium-grade chi replenishing pill and proceeded to place spirit stones into the small tower. Chapter 75, Pills. I want the elixir. The spirit stones required to upgrade a chi replenishing pill from medium grade to top grade had increased drastically. Lin Hao put in a full 10 of them before the chi replenishing elixir glowed violently strong for a fraction of a second, exuding a special scent that only top grade elixirs possessed. 13 spirit stones have been consumed. The 50 lower grade spirit stones he had received from the 9th peak this time as a pro-disciple only left him with 30 or so after he had used them to purchase chi replenishing pills and to enhance the quality of the pills. The chi replenishing pill is an extremely important elixir for the sect. With limited quantities, and the alchemy hall stipulates that every disciple can only purchase one chi replenishing pill per month. Lin Hao muttered, "Upgrade the chi replenishing pill to an extreme grade and take it again." He continued to put spirit stones into the ancient eternal life pagoda. After putting in another 23 lower grade spirit stones, the light of the chi replenishing dan in the small tower flowed like a perfect work of art. Extreme chi replenishing pill. Lin Hao took the glowing pill and took it out of the small tower. A tantalizing fragrance of the pill came over him, and his little face was suddenly filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. The best quality chi replenishing pills that disciples of the Xianyu sect could buy in the alchemy hall were only of medium quality. Extreme chi replenishing pills like this were usually only available at auctions, and only second-generation immortals with deep backgrounds could afford them. If I continue to invest spirit stones to make the quality of this extreme chi replenishing pill increase one step further, I don't know what level it will turn into. Lin Hao mumbled in his mind as he surveyed the extreme chi replenishing pill. He hesitated and put the glowing extreme chi replenishing pill in his hand back into the special space of the small tower for enhancing the quality of pills. But when the quality of the elixir reached the very best, the spirit stones that Lin Hao continued to put into the small tower didn't disappear like before, and the small tower was motionless. The enhancement of the first order chi replenishing pill to extreme grade has already reached its limit, and it cannot be enhanced any further. Lin Hao understood and took the spirit stones that hadn't moved in the small tower back into his storage bag, then took out the extreme chi replenishing pill and held it in his hand. I hope that this extreme chi replenishing pill will make my slowly rising realm fast. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed and took the extreme chi replenishing pill in his hand, which was emitting a tantalizing aroma, and swallowed it in one gulp. Barf! Grunt! The elixir had a sweet flavor, and Lin Hao swallowed it into his stomach, and after just a moment, he felt a boom in his body, and a large amount of spiritual chi appeared in a steady stream. Lin Hao suppressed the joy in his heart as he hurriedly operated the 5 elements eternal life technique, guiding these auras and running them around his body. Several hours later, he opened his eyes, a flash of light in its dark eyes, quickly hidden. Just one extreme grade chi replenishing pill eaten is equivalent to at least 3 months of my bitter cultivation. An excited smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. Under normal circumstances he would have to spend about 5 years before he could break through to the 4th level of chi refining. Now, as long as he had enough extreme chi replenishing pills, the time it would take for him to break through would be greatly shortened. Pills? I want tons of pills. Lin Hao clenched his fists fiercely. His eyes were a little red. His mind was full of chi replenishing pills. That was the hope and key to his cultivation breakthrough when asking for immortality. The place where Zhao was located was a remote place on the border of the eastern domain, where the resources for cultivation were very limited. If the Xianyu sect wanted to obtain the chi replenishing pill that was extremely important to chi refining realm cultivators, apart from buying a quota once a month, then the only way was to buy the materials and refine the pills themselves. Although the refining materials for the chi replenishing pill were also limited in the Xianyu sect, if he could become an apprentice alchemist, Lin Hao could purchase 2 copies of the refining materials for the chi replenishing pill. If his talent for alchemy was as good as his talent for weaponry, then he would be able to obtain 3 chi replenishing pills every month. 3 extreme grade chi replenishing pills is 9 months of hard training. Lin Hao's entire body was exhilarated at the thought of this, and his spirit was a bit of a godsend. Phew! He took several great deep breaths before slowly calming down. Lin Hao closed his eyes on the stone bed and continued to run the 5 elements eternal life technique to cultivate. Only after digesting the medicinal effects of the extreme chi replenishing pill, the speed of his cultivation was once again as slow as a snail's pace. The difference between the cultivation speed of taking pills and not taking pills was like the difference between heaven and earth, and when he compared it before and after, his heart became even more eager for pills. The other side. While Lin Hao was working hard on his cultivation, the alchemy hall was carrying out a discussion about him. In a hall, there were 5 protectors of the alchemy hall, and more than a dozen deacons sitting. Lin Hao was able to refine a top-grade Wuling sword with his 3rd level of chi refining cultivation. I think it's worth cultivating in our weaponry refining hall. Protector Zhou, who had witnessed Lin Hao's amazing refining process that day, argued with reason. Protector Zhou, you're afraid that you're old and confused. The top-grade Wu Spirit Sword is only a first-order low-grade magic weapon. Even if Lin Hao can refine it, what can he do about it? He's cultivated in the 5 elemental spiritual roots, and he has to invest in dozens of times more elixirs than other people in order to be able to elevate his realm. Another protector frowned and said, used to cultivate one Lin Hao, our alchemy hall can cultivate at least a dozen excellent alchemists. Old me also thinks that there's no need to cultivate Lin Hao. Didn't we have a Zhao Rou in the alchemy hall? Her talent is only a little bit worse than Lin Hao's, a refining hall protector from the 5th peak, who didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Lin Hao, who came from the 9th peak. Indifferently said, Zhao Rou is a 5th grade fire and wood spirit root. If we give Zhao Rou the pills to cultivate Lin Hao, it won't be long until there's a refining master in our refining hall that's comparable to senior brother Xianding. Yeah, there's no point in taking any chances. At once, everyone else in the hall chimed in. You guys wouldn't say that if you had seen Lin Hao's refining process with your own eyes. Protector Zhou reddened and said, before making a decision on whether or not to cultivate Lin Hao, why don't you let Lin Hao refine a magic weapon once in front of everyone? He felt that if the protectors of the artifact refining hall had watched Lin Hao's amazing artifact refining process, they would definitely change their opinions. The refining hall is busy with things, so I don't have much free time to watch a 5-elemental spirit root waste to refine the lowest grade Wuling sword. That 5th peak alchemy hall protector. His face showed disdain, and after Lin Hao had killed their peak's genius, Wei Wuxian, he didn't hide his distaste for Lin Hao. The clan has limited usage of cultivation pills, so I also think it's best not to consider Lin Hao. Another alchemy hall protector deacon took a stand. Alas, you guys are missing out on a top refining genius whose future accomplishments could potentially be far above that of senior brother Xianding. Protector Zhou was in a hurry. This kind of waste deserves to be called a genius. Protector Zhou, if you want to cultivate Lin Hao, go cultivate him yourself. I won't accompany you. That 5th peak's protector shrugged his sleeves and quickly walked towards the outside of the hall. Senior brother Zhou, we also have business to attend to, so let's end the discussion about Lin Hao here. The other alchemy hall executives also arched their hands and said, a discussion about Lin Hao came to an end, and the higher-ups of the alchemy hall decided to go all out to cultivate Zhao Rou, whose alchemy talent was much weaker than Lin Hao's, but whose spiritual root had reached the 5th grade. Chapter 76, The Apprentice. The results of this discussion about Lin Hao amongst the top echelons of the alchemy hall were quickly spread throughout the sect by those who were interested. What's the point of having a high talent for refining? It's still not getting cultivated. There were gloating smiles on the faces of Jia Su and the other refiners who had had problems with Lin Hao. When Jia Su learned that Lin Hao was the mysterious Wu Changsheng who was #1 on the newcomer list of refiners, it was as hard for him as eating a fly. And now that he learned that the Hall of Refinement was planning to give up on cultivating Lin Hao, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao was completely ignored, and Zhao Rou, who was ranked 2nd on the newcomer list in the artifact refining ranking, had instead gotten the focus of the artifact refining hall's cultivation resources invested in her, and she had been springing into action all these days, and had just become the #1 person of the new generation in the artifact refining hall. Zhao Rou, the new star of the artifact refining hall. Not only was she talented and beautiful, she gained a large number of supporters in the artifact refining hall and was followed by a group of artifact refining hall disciples wherever she went. Lin Hao hadn't paid much attention to what was happening in the alchemy hall. His mind was on the qi replenishing pill. I want longevity. I want longevity. Others can live 102 at the 9th level of refining qi. I cultivate the 5 elements longevity gong if I reach the 9th level of refining qi. I can live 180 years. Lin Hao mumbled in his mind as he finally had some free time to himself after he finished his work in the Spirit Beast Hall. As soon as he thought of practicing the 5 elements longevity technique, as long as his realm reached the 9th level of qi refining, according to what Immortal Elder Father Longevity had said, he would be able to have half of the life expectancy of a cultivator of the same realm. He was filled with motivation for the breakthrough of his realm. After leaving the Spirit Beast Hall, Lin Hao hurriedly headed towards the Alchemy Hall. And many disciples from the other peaks brushed past him. They thought about the fact that Lin Hao was a wood elder but still hadn't been cultivated by the alchemy hall, and couldn't help but show a sneering expression as they watched Lin Hao's departing back. Little master has the extreme qi replenishing pill. Sooner or later, I'll soar into the sky. Lin Hao naturally took the disdainful expressions of these other peak disciples in his eyes. Knowing the shame and advancing afterward, his desire to pursue the realm reached the extreme. After a period of rushing, he arrived at the peak where the alchemy hall was located. The majority of disciples inside the alchemy hall came from the 2nd peak, occupying almost 40%, while the remaining 60% came from the other 8 peaks, because the 2nd peak master elder, Li Shueqing, and Lin Hao's master, Xiao Yud, had an incestuous relationship. The disciples of the 2nd peak were more polite when they saw him. What a harmonious atmosphere! Much better than staying in the alchemy hall. Lin Hao was in a much better mood and happily greeted the disciples of the 2nd peak. Senior brother Lin, you came to the alchemy hall today, or did you buy pills? A second peak's inner disciple asked with a smile. Some time ago, nominee disciple Su Yuxian had gotten some extra attention from peak master Li Shueching simply because she was on good terms with Lin Hao, and when the other second peak disciples saw this, they became happy to befriend Lin Hao as a protege. I'm not buying pills today. I'm here to learn alchemy. Lin Hao smiled. If you want to learn alchemy, you have to become an apprentice of our alchemy hall first. That second peak inner disciple enthusiastically said. Let me take you to register. Senior brother Lin. As long as 2 lower grade spirit stones and 5 contribution points you'll be able to obtain alchemy hall apprentice status. Thank you, Senior. Lin Hao hastily said a word of thanks. With the inner disciple of the second peak leading the way, he quickly arrived at the alchemy hall where apprentices were registered. Taking out 2 lower grade spirit stones and deducting 5 contribution points from his identity token, he obtained a token inscribed with the pattern of a Dan furnace, representing an apprentice alchemist. Lin Hao put away his alchemy apprentice token, and he collected a jade slip called the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra. Cultivating the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra is a must for alchemy, and only by learning the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra can one know the specific changes of the elixir in the elixir during the process of alchemy, allowing the alchemist to make adjustments to the flames in time, so as not to destroy the medicinal effects of the elixir. Senior brother Lin, please follow me. When he put away the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra jade slip, the inner disciple of the second peak opened his mouth. Lin Hao followed this inner disciple and walked for about half a quarter of an hour to a wide hall. A cushion was placed on the ground, and many disciples wearing outer sect clothing sat cross-legged on the cushion. In front of the crowd of disciples, there was an elite disciple of the inner sect wearing the deacon's attire, explaining the introductory learning of alchemy. Lin Hao, dressed in the purple robe of a prodisciple, appeared like a crane in a flock of chickens, instantly attracting the gazes of a large number of disciples. Even the deacon who was lecturing couldn't help but look at him and arched his hand at him, saying, Senior brother Lin, I'm Fong Meng from the second peak, please teach me more in the future. Senior brother Fong is polite. I'm here to learn alchemy, counting you as a teacher. Lin Hao was flattered and hurriedly bowed his hand in return. The alchemy hall deacon who lectured on the second peak exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and after Lin Hao found a cushion to take a seat, he proceeded to explain the introductory alchemy studies. If you want to make an elixir, you must be clear about the medicinal properties of the elixir. Even for the same kind of elixir, the medicinal properties were strong and weak, so when refining the elixir, it was necessary to look at the condition of the spirit medicine to adjust it at all times. Alchemy hall lecture deacon in front of the mouth of the alchemy learning. This person in the alchemy on the attainment is good. Explaining the introduction of alchemy related learning. Also do not make a mystery. Shallow and easy to understand. What was said was all about the important spirit medicines that were common to refining first-order elixirs, as well as the knowledge related to how to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the spirit medicines. Lin Hao listened with great interest, trying hard to memorize in his mind the various kinds of spiritual medicines that the deacon was talking about. Time passes. In addition to working and practicing every day, Lin Hao would come to the alchemy hall to learn about introductory alchemy whenever he had spare time. As a pro-disciple and having defeated and killed Wei Wuxian in a tournament, he was quite popular in the sect. Seeing that Lin Hao, the number 1 on the hall's newcomer list for refining weapons, didn't show up at the Hall of Refining Weapons and ran to the Hall of Alchemy every day naturally caused a lot of rumors. This Lin Hao isn't valued by the Hall of Alchemy, and has turned his attention to alchemy again. The 5th peak was the most powerful in the Hall of Alchemy, and originally these 5th peak disciples who held important positions in the Hall of Alchemy were prepared to ridicule Lin Hao when he came to the Hall of Alchemy and make things difficult for the dead Wei Wuxian. But as a result, this idea fell through because Lin Hao threw himself into the great Tao of alchemy. Refining pills can be much harder than refining weapons. He, Lin Hao, has some talent in refining weapons, but a person's potential is ultimately limited. It's really a dream for him to want to learn how to refine pills. In the eyes of many of the alchemy hall disciples who were jealous of Lin Hao's talent in refining weapons, Lin Hao had already become an outcast of the alchemy hall, and they couldn't see Lin Hao doing well at all. So naturally, they hoped that the more downtrodden Lin Hao developed, the better, to satisfy the twisted pleasure in their inexplicable hearts. To prove how right it was for them to give up on cultivating Lin Hao as a 5-elemental spirit root. Inside the 9th peak cave, Lin Hao sat down on a stone chair and muttered, "These past few days, I've listened to senior brother Fong Meng's lectures and have already learned about the characteristics and habits of hundreds of low-grade spirit medicines. So it's time to practice the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra, which is essential for alchemy. Chapter 77 Appraisal. Apart from being used to sense the subtle changes in the medicinal properties of the elixir in the furnace during alchemy, and to keep the medicinal properties of the elixir from being damaged by the flames, the spirit wood heart scripture also had a role to play in promoting the better growth of the spiritual herbs. In front of Lin Hao was a pot of emerald green plants, a first order, low-grade spirit medicine, purple-blue grass, which had the efficacy of healing wounds and stopping bleeding, and which he had bought for 1 spirit stone and 2 contribution points. Cultivating the spirit wood heart sutra required plants to work with it, and if Lin Hao could manage to use the spirit wood heart sutra to take the first order low-grade spirit herb, purple-blue grass, in front of him, and spawn a purple-blue flower in an hour, then he'd barely have the qualifications to refine a chi replenishment pill. These days, he had repeatedly watched the jade slip of the spirit wood heart sutra, and he already knew the cultivation process of the spirit wood heart sutra. It's ready to go. Lin Hao suppressed the distractions in his mind and called upon the spiritual chi in his body to run through specific meridians in his body in accordance with the methods of the spiritual wood heart sutra. About a few hours later, a soft spiritual wood chi that contained the breath of life appeared within Lin Hao's body, and he suddenly snapped his eyes open, stretching out his right hand and holding it downward in a false grip at the pot of purple-blue grass in front of him. A few moments later, there was a soft green light that enveloped the first order low-grade purple-blue grass in front of them. A mysterious feeling surfaced in Lin Hao's mind, as if he had become this purple-blue grass and could sense its subtle changes. The soft green light emanating from his right hand was extremely beneficial to the purple-blue grass, and as time passed, the purple-blue grass grew a fresh leaf even though it didn't blossom. It's because my cultivation of the spirit wood heart sutra is too short, and the quality of the spirit wood chi in my body isn't enough. An hour passed and Lin Hao withdrew his hand looking at the purple-blue grass in front of him that only had 2 more leaves and no blossoms. He was not discouraged. The deacon in charge of the introductory alchemy lectures, Fong Meng, had said that to be able to cultivate the spirit wood heart sutra and make the purple-blue grass grow leaves within 3 days was considered to possess a good talent, and he had cultivated the spirit wood heart sutra for only a few hours, and to be able to achieve this kind of effect, he was already able to boast about other alchemy apprentices. Looks like I'm good for alchemy. An excited and fluttering smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. His gaze retracted from the 2 tender leaves of the purple-blue grass. He sat on his knees and continued to cultivate the spirit wood heart sutra. He wanted to take more spiritual chi and run it through specific meridians, transforming it into spirit wood chi, which could be used to refine elixirs and catalyze the growth of plants. Time passes. After practicing the spirit wood heart sutra for more than 2 days, the spirit wood chi in Lin Hao's body turned from light green to turquoise. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, ending his spirit wood heart sutra cultivation, and once again came in front of the first order low-grade healing spirit medicine, purple-blue grass. Lin Hao stretched out his right hand downward in a slight false grip, and it radiated a turquoise light that enveloped the purple-blue grass. This time, he clearly felt that the green light, which was much darker in color, was quite excited after it came into contact with the purple-blue grass, and its leaves actually trembled slightly without the wind. With the constant flow of spiritual wood chi enveloping it, the purple-blue grass grew several leaves visible to the naked eye, and after about 2 moments or so had passed, a flower bone appeared under the spiritual wood chi's urging, slowly opening up and growing into a beautiful purple flower. I managed to make the violet-blue grass blossom within an hour, so as long as I pass the alchemy apprentice examination, I can try to refine pills. Lin Hao was quite excited as he looked at the beautiful purple and blue flowers in front of him. He reached out his hand and plucked the purple-blue spirit flower and put it into his storage pouch. This purple-blue spirit flower was ground into a powder that could be applied to wounds to heal them quickly. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Hao followed the mountain path to the peak where the alchemy hall was located and found Fong Meng, the deacon who taught introductory alchemy, and said, "Senior Fong, I want to take the alchemy apprentice examination. Because alchemy materials were more precious than weaponry materials, Xian Yusek disciples who wanted to obtain the qualification to purchase the materials for refining chi replenishing pills at the alchemy hall had to pass the alchemy apprentice examination. Senior brother Lin, in order to pass the alchemy apprentice examination, in addition to having to understand the properties of hundreds of low-grade spirit medicines, you also need to master the spirit wood chi and the Xian Fire Heart Sutra for controlling flames." Deacon Fong Meng's face revealed a look of surprise. "You've only come to the alchemy hall to study for about half a month, and you're going to take the test so soon? Senior brother Fong, I've already mastered the spirit wood chi, and that Xian Fire Heart Sutra for controlling fire. I've already mastered it long ago when I was learning how to refine weapons, so there's no need to learn it again." Lin Hao smiled confidently and said, I feel confident that I can pass the alchemy apprentice test. Since he desperately wanted to quickly make his own alchemy, during this period of time, he had wasted his sleep and food learning the introductory knowledge of alchemy, and by relying on his powerful memory, he had long since memorized the introductory aspects of alchemy in his mind. Since senior brother Lin insists, then when the alchemy hall holds the apprentice examination 3 days later, I'll report your name. Fong Meng thought for a moment. I'm sorry to bother senior brother Fong. Lin Hao replied back, leaving the alchemy hall after he told Fong Meng that he was going to take the test. Waiting patiently for 3 days after, Lin Hao appeared at the location of the alchemy apprentice examination, and there were roughly 30 people who were also participating in the examination with him. Yikes! That's senior brother Chui. Just by practicing the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra for 6 days, he was able to make the purple blue grass grow a leaf quickly. I didn't expect him to come to participate in the examination this time as well. Senior Chui is a 4th grade wood fire spiritual root with wood attribute as the main attribute. Extremely suitable for alchemy. I'm afraid that the first place in this alchemy apprentice examination is not Senior Chui's. The arrival of a handsome-looking teenager caused a commotion among the disciples participating in the examination, and a look of awe surfaced in their gazes. After the arrival of the young man, did not talk to any other disciples, quietly stood there, his demeanor indifferent and arrogant. A stranger do not approach the appearance of bad contact. Seeing that the teenager was extraordinary, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances, and a sense of vigilance surfaced in his heart. If he won first place in this alchemy hall apprentice examination, he would be able to get a chi replenishing pill, and Lin Hao was determined to get that chi replenishing pill this time. In addition to wanting to pass the examination to obtain the qualification to purchase the refining materials for refining the chi replenishing pill. Therefore, the alchemy apprentice geniuses who participated in the examination with him this time were all competitors to him. As a pro-disciple, every move Lin Hao made attracted attention, and that Chui Jr. seemed to sense Lin Hao looking at him and couldn't help but slightly twist his head and glance at Lin Hao. Then Chui Jr. snorted coldly, and the expression on his face became even more haughty, rather disdainful of Lin Hao as a pro-disciple. Isn't it just a bit of talent? As for looking like you have your nose up your ass? Lin Hao frowned, a little offended by the attitude that the Chui teenager had suddenly displayed towards him. Senior sister Lu Shi is also here. Her Spirit Wood Heart Sutra talent is very high. She is also the granddaughter of our alchemy hall's protector. And it is said that senior sister Lu already knows the characteristics of hundreds of spirit medicines like the back of her hand. I'm afraid that this senior sister Lu is the only one this time that has a chance of threatening senior brother Chui, and can fight with senior brother Chui to win the first place. Suddenly there was a bigger commotion in the crowd. It seemed that this Lu sister was more popular and influential than that Chui Jr., even the rather arrogant young man surnamed Chui. Upon seeing senior sister Lu's arrival, a smile appeared on his face and took the initiative to welcome him. Lin Hao was also affected by the crowd and couldn't help but look up, and he saw a pretty young girl with a petite figure and bulging breasts, walking towards the side with a cold face and light steps. Chapter 78 Violet Bluegrass Blossoms. That senior sister Lu didn't show any color to the others. Seeing the teenager called senior brother Chui ushering in, a smile emerged on her cold face. Among the many disciples taking the test, it was only senior brother Chui who could get into her eyes, saying, "Senior brother Chui, I won't let you get away with it this time in the test. I can't wait." Amongst the alchemy newcomers, only senior sister and I have comparable talents. I'm looking forward to competing with senior sister Lu later on. Senior brother Chui smiled confidently, saying, "This first place will definitely come between the two of us." Senior brother Chui, the first place in this examination will be rewarded with a chi replenishing dan. My grandfather is the alchemy hall protector, and I don't lack pills for my weekday cultivation. So if I take the first place later on, this chi replenishing dan will be given to you. Senior sister Lu seemed to be very fond of senior brother Chui and said in a soft voice, "Then thank you, senior sister Lu." Joy surfaced on senior brother Chui's face, and without the kind of arrogance he had shown to the bystanders before, he hastily thanked him. The two golden girls were chatting and laughing, causing the other people around them who were participating in the examination to look envious. Half a cup of tea passed in the wait. An old man in the costume of a protector walked quickly. "Everyone, come in with me. The examination will begin soon." The old protector of the alchemy hall who was supervising the examination this time, said to the crowd. "Yes." The crowd nodded their heads and followed the old man to a wide field where a table was placed, and on top of the table were pots of purple blue grass. Each person chooses a violet blue grass, and as long as they use the Spirit Wood Heart scripture to make the violet blue grass blossom within an hour, Then the spirit wood heart scripture item of the test will be considered qualified. The protector elder in charge of the examination faintly said, "The examination begins." Next to it, there is a freshly lit incense burner for timing. A group of disciples who participated in the examination came to the table where the purple bluegrass was placed and operated the spirit wood heart sutra, using the spirit wood chi to envelop the purple bluegrass. Little by little, time passes. About 2 moments later, a floral scent filled the air. Has anyone made purple bluegrass bloom in such a short time? The crowd of the examination smelled the scent of the purple blue flower in their hearts and quickly looked up to see that the purple bluegrass in front of the young man surnamed Chui, blooming the first flower. So it's senior brother Chui. No wonder he's so powerful. A group of disciples who were taking the test couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. The test was still going on, and after they were briefly surprised, they continued to input spiritual wood chi into the purple bluegrass in front of them. Ha! Senior sister Lu also made the violet bluegrass bloom, worthy of being one of the most talented among our alchemy newcomers. It didn't take long for very soft sounds of surprise to come from the examination site once again. Lin Hao was also running the spiritual wood heart sutra at this time, and he didn't rush to channel spiritual wood chi with all his might to make the purple bluegrass blossom as soon as he came up. After trying for the past 2 days, he realized that if he wanted to make the purple bluegrass blossom more flowers and deliver spirit wood chi within an hour, he must find an excellent balance. Each purple bluegrass has its own habits. The spirit wood chi that can be accepted within a certain time. There is a difference between fast and slow. How much? Conveying the spirit wood chi too fast will easily lead to the purple bluegrass can't withstand it, and as a result, its potential will be damaged. After some fumbling around, Lin Hao finally found the purple bluegrass in front of him that was the most suitable way to receive spiritual wood chi. A little bit of time passed. Many of the people around the test, the purple and blue grass in front of their eyes, all grew a flower and passed the spiritual wood heart sutra item. The teenager with the surname Chui was even more astonishing, and the purple blue grass in front of him had already managed to blossom a second flower. Senior brother Chui's attainments in spirit wood are really something. Senior sister Lu's gaze landed on the handsome young man with a proud face, and a colorful look appeared in her eyes. The pro-artifacts of senior brother Lin's talent for refining weapons is good, but his talent is a bit lacking when it comes to the spirit wood path. After a disciple had spawned the first flower of the violet bluegrass in front of him and gained the qualification to pass the examination, he stopped continuing. He had nothing to do. His eyes looked around and surveyed the others. When he saw that the violet bluegrass on Lin Hao's table was motionless, he couldn't help but murmur in a small voice. Some more time passed. More and more disciples, with the purple bluegrass in front of them, managed to blossom. The incense used for timing has been burned 3 times. There was only 1 incense stick of time left until the end of the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra examination. The 2 geniuses, the young man surnamed Chui and the protector's granddaughter, senior sister Lu, already had their 3rd flower in the purple blue grass in front of them. The powerful spirit wood talent of the 2 drew a smile on the face of the alchemy hall protector who was invigilating the examination. All his attention was gathered on the 2. As for the others, they seemed to be just accompanying the examination of these 2 geniuses. He didn't care. Lin Hao operated the spiritual wood heart sutra and continued to feed spiritual wood chi to the purple bluegrass in front of him, which still hadn't blossomed. However, if that alchemy hall protector had been a little distracted and paid attention to Lin Hao, he would have realized that the violet bluegrass in Lin Hao's eyes at this moment appeared, at first glance, to be plain and uninteresting, but in fact, the interior was already full of vitality, and as long as it was stimulated a little bit, it would be able to blossom into a beautiful flower. The last incense burned down to only a small section, and there was only about half a quarter of an hour left for this examination to end. Senior brother Chui is truly gifted. He was able to make the purple blue grass blossom 3 times. I wonder if he can make the purple blue grass blossom a 4th time. Many of the disciples who had already passed the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra examination dropped their gazes on the young man surnamed Chui and said, "It seems that this time, the first place in the Spirit Wood examination level 1 is not senior brother Chui's." A little more time passed. In the crowd's attention, the violet blue grass on that Chui's teenager's body slightly trembled, and even appeared another flower bone. But unfortunately, no matter how Chui's teenager stimulated the violet blue grass with spirit wood chi, that new flower bone just couldn't open. Not bad. Chui Yunfeng was able to make the purple blue grass bloom with 3 flowers, and a flower skeleton. This achievement can be ranked in the top 50 within the Xianyu sect for hundreds of years. The alchemy hall protector who had been paying attention to the Chui surname teenager had a satisfied smile on his face as he said, "Master niece Lu Shuimeng isn't bad either. Being able to make the purple blue flower blossom 3 times, It seems that our alchemy hall will be witnessing 2 more newcomers with amazing talent potential. Alas! Trying to make the violet blue grass bloom a 4th flower. It seems I can't do it for now. Chui Yunfeng stopped channeling the spiritual wood chi to the purple bluegrass in front of him, and although he looked like he was sighing, the arrogance and complacency that showed on his face was felt by anyone. Senior brother Chui, it's still you who's great. In terms of the spirit wood heart sutra, I'm so much worse than you. The other genius, Lu Shuemeng, successfully spawned 3 flowers from the purple bluegrass in front of her, so she stopped and walked over to Chui Yunfeng in a slightly worshipful tone and said, the beauty's compliment made Chui Yunfeng's heart even more pleased, saying, or is it a bit early to take the apprentice's examination this time? If I am given a few more days to cultivate the spirit wood heart sutra, I will surely be able to make this purple blue grass blossom into a 4th flower. Seeing that the last incense of the examination timer was going to burn out, the protector who supervised the examination announced, saying, this examination, Chui Yunfeng won the first. Eat. The alchemy hall supervisor protector suddenly froze his expression and his tone snapped, as if he had discovered something extremely unbelievable, his gaze shocked as he looked towards Lin Hao, who was dressed in the purple robes of a prodisciple. At this moment, the purple and blue flower in front of Lin Hao unexpectedly grew 6 flower bones at the same time and bloomed with the naked eye. Hiss! This is impossible. How can spirit wood chi allow the purple blue flower to blossom 6 flowers in 1 hour? All the disciples present also followed the gaze of the alchemy hall supervisor protector and looked over. All of them were shocked by the scene in front of them, and they all sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the scene became tumultuous. Chapter 79, Identifying Spiritual Medicines. In the face of the crowd's astonished gazes, Lin Hao was bland. After repeatedly practicing the spirit wood heart sutra on the purple blue grass over the past few days, his understanding of the purple blue grass had already reached a very high level. Making the purple blue grass bloom with 6 flowers was a common thing for him, and if he wanted to, he could make the purple blue grass in front of him bloom with 2 more flowers, bringing the total number of blooms to 8. It's just that 8 blossoms of violet bluegrass in 1 hour could easily lead to the violet bluegrass's vitality being greatly injured or even dying. Lin Hao was a lover of spiritual grasses and didn't want to be too shocking, so using spiritual wood chi to catalyze the purple bluegrass to grow 6 flowers was just right for him. But even 6 flowers were enough to shock everyone present. Lin Hao, in addition to his overwhelming talent for refining weapons, could it be that his talent on the alchemy course is also far beyond normal? A group of teenagers who were also participating in the examination looked at Lin Hao, who was standing calmly in front of the purple and blue grass, as if they were looking at a monster, and they inexplicably felt that Lin Hao, who was wearing a purple robe, seemed to have become profoundly mysterious. After the purple blue grass blossomed 6 flowers, that timed incense burned out, and the time for the examination about the spirit wood heart sutra was over. This Sun spirit wood heart sutra talent is truly terrifying. To be able to make the purple blue grass blossom with 6 flowers would rank in the top 20 in the Xianyu sect for thousands of years. The alchemy hall supervisor protector's gaze fell on Lin Hao, inexplicably thinking that he was a 5-element spiritual root. He secretly felt pity in his heart. He pondered for a moment and said, Lin Hao is the first place winner of this spiritual wood heart sutra examination, a 5-elemental spirit root, also coming to steal my first place. Chui Yunfeng gritted his teeth, handsome face surfaced gloomy color. In his eyes this spirit wood heart scripture assessment this first place must be his. He didn't expect to be surpassed by the purple-robed teenager that he didn't even want to look at more than squarely. Senior brother Lin is so powerful. How did he manage to make the purple blue flower blossom with 6 flowers? Astonishment surfaced on Lu Shuemeng's beautiful face, and the eyes that had been adoringly looking at Chui Yunfeng landed on Lin Hao, and she took the initiative to walk over with light lotus steps. Senior brother Lin, my name is Lu Shuemeng. I'm the granddaughter of the alchemy hall's protector. Can I ask you how you made the purple blue flower blossom with 6 flowers? Lu Shuemeng didn't have the high spirits she had before, and looked at Lin Hao with glowing eyes, her voice gentle as she asked. Lin Hao saw the originally high and cold-looking genius girl Lu Shuemeng, looking at him as a little fangirl. Although his face was still calm, his heart also not only surfaced a little bit of smugness and vanity. He said, there is a difference between how much spiritual wood chi each violet bluegrass can receive and how fast or slow it can be. If you forcefully feed the violet bluegrass the spiritual wood chi in a single step, although you can quickly make the violet bluegrass blossom for a short period of time, you can also damages the potential of the violet bluegrass, so that the number of flowers it produces will become very small. And only by finding the best way for the violet bluegrass to absorb spiritual wood chi will it be able to maximize its potential and produce more flowers. Senior brother Lin actually managed to find the best way to infuse the violet bluegrass with spirit wood chi. That's really something. Lu Xuemeng's face was shocked. As the granddaughter of the alchemy hall's protector, she naturally knew about this, but wanting to master this at the chi refining realm was extremely difficult. As Cui Yunfeng watched the beautiful young girl that he usually had a good relationship with talking and laughing with Lin Hao, anger appeared in his eyes and he clenched his fists and thought, I lost to you in the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra. I'm going to beat you in the next test. About a quarter of an hour passed. The Spirit Wood Heart Sutra test is over. As long as you pass the last test, you will be qualified Dan disciples. The supervising protector suppressed the shocking emotions brought on by Lin Hao as he spoke. The last test is to distinguish how many types of spirit medicines are contained in the powder from the waste pills. After saying that, he took out a bottle containing the powder of the ruined Dan, uncapped it, and poured the powder onto a table. This time, it's surprising to recognize the number of species of spirit medicine from the waste pills. What a difficult test. The group of disciples participating in the examination all felt a bit of a headache. The powdered waste pills that the proctors of the examination poured onto the table were a variety of discarded pills blended together, which did not only have the scent of spirit pills, but also contained a large amount of unpleasant discarded poisonous pill scent. Trying to tell what spirit medicine was in the powder from the various blended flavors was an extremely difficult task. As long as you can recognize 20 types of spirit medicines from the powdered waste pills, you will be considered to have passed the test. The supervisor protector swept his gaze from the disciples and opened his mouth. Each group of 5 of you will come up to observe the waste Dan powder, and each group will only be able to observe for half a quarter of an hour before they have to change to the next group. Under the name of the test protector, there were soon 5 disciples who participated in the test, walking forward to the table with the powder of the waste pills, and casting the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra with a grave expression to observe the waste pills. A little bit of time passed, and the voice of the supervisory protector once again sounded. Time is up. Replace the next batch of disciples who are taking the test to come forward and observe the spent Dan powder. The disciples participating in the examination, a total of more than 30 in all, were waiting, and soon it was Lin Hao's turn, and he walked forward with quick steps. Of the 5 this time, besides Lin Hao there were 2 other geniuses, Cui Yunfeng and Lu Xuemei. When he came to the table with the powdered waste pills, Lin Hao sniffed hard and felt a pungent and unpleasant odor coming on. Trying to identify the spirit medicine in the powder of a first-order unknown waste Dan by its flavor was still very difficult. It is necessary for the examiner to have a deep understanding of various low-grade spiritual medicines. Lin Hao's face was calm. He had recited the descriptions of various first-order spirit medicines over and over again over the past few days, not letting go of even the slightest detail, so it could be said that he had achieved the exaggerated point of reciting them backwards. Buzz! The air gently shook, and Cui Yunfeng and Lu Xuemei had already operated the Wood Spirit Heart Sutra, invoking the spirit wood chi in their bodies and enveloping it over the powdered waste Dan. The spirit wood chi can improve the cultivator's perception of spiritual herbs and help the cultivator to better recognize them. After Lin Hao sniffed the odor of the spent Dan powder, he also ran the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra to stretch out his right hand, downward in a false grip, and turquoise spirit wood chi emanated out. No wonder he was able to make the purple-blue grass blossom with 6 flowers. His attainments in spirit wood chi are also far above ours. The disciples who were paying attention to Lin Hao were all shaken in their hearts. Alright, it's almost time. You guys go down and write down on the paper how many kinds of spirit medicines are contained in the waste pills. The faint voice of the supervisor protector rang out. Lin Hao and the others sniffed and withdrew their spiritual wood chi, collected their paper and pens, and returned to their respective tables. This waste Dan has a manic aura inside, favoring fire attribute elixir. It should contain the failed refining of tyrannical spirit Dan powder. Tyrannical spirit Dan's main drug is 100 yang grass. In addition to the manic aura, there is also a cool and soft aura. It should be a healing elixir. Bleeding stopping Dan. Lin Hao constantly compared the information he got from observing the ruined pills with the characteristics of the hundreds of low-grade spirit medicines he remembered by heart in his mind. He was on paper, scribbling out elixir after elixir. Chapter 80 Monthly Income of 3 Chi Replenishing Pills. About half an hour later, one after another, the crowd of disciples who had taken the test handed over the paper with the written spirit medicine to the protector who was supervising the test. Fan Mao recognizes 23 types of spirit medicines and passes this examination. The supervising protector kept receiving the papers handed over by the disciples, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew in just a few moments how many of the correct number of spirit medicines had been written down on the papers handed over by the disciples. Wow! I passed the alchemy apprentice examination. so I can finally officially start alchemy. The disciple called Fan Mao, who had failed the examination several times in a row, was so excited to pass this time that he was dancing around. Lu Hong, recognizing 8 types of spirit medicines, fails. The proctor of examinations kept reading out the results of the crowd. The disciples who passed the examination were all happy, while those who didn't were downcast. Ha! Chui Yunfeng is not bad, actually recognizing 69 types of spirit medicines from the mixed waste pills. The correct rate is at 75%. The supervising protector picked up a piece of paper that was densely written with elixirs and suddenly let out a surprised sound. Senior brother Chui recognizes 69 types of spirit medicines. He's too strong. The disciples were all shocked by the results reported by the supervising protector and couldn't help but murmur, there shouldn't be anyone this time who can compare to senior brother Chui. I'll take first place this time. When Chui Yunfeng heard the supervisor protector report the results, the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile as he stood with his hands proudly on his face. Senior protector, I've written mine as well. Lin Hao stood up and handed the paper with the written elixir to the exam proctor. His paper was much less dense with textual answers compared to Chui Yunfeng's dense textual answers. Chui Yunfeng, who had taken the test earlier and lost to Lin Hao, naturally kept an eye on Lin Hao, and when he raised his eyes to look at the elixirs on Lin Hao's paper, he saw that Lin Hao had written down too many fewer words than he had, and was instantly relieved. This, identifying 81 elixirs and only misspelling 2 or 3 wrong ones. The proctor of the examination was suddenly filled with astonishment and disbelief. Hiss, recognizing 81 spirit medicines from a mixture of waste pill powders. Is Lin Hao still human? This is too terrifying. The other disciples participating in the examination had a ghostly expression on their faces. No, it's impossible. How he even has the ability to recognize spirit medicine, is also far above me. Chui Yunfeng's smug expression disappeared and his face became extremely ugly. He should have been the one to take the limelight in this examination, but now Lin Hao had suddenly appeared, taking away the glory that belonged to him today. Senior brother Lin, in the future, if I want to ask you to teach me about spirit medicine, don't refuse. Lu Xuemeng's beautiful eyes were glowing with a strange color, and she straightened her bulging little breasts as she approached Lin Hao and whispered, if senior sister Lu has any uncertainty about any spirit medicine, she can always come to me. Lin Hao sniffed a unique scent of a young girl that wafted in, and said politely on his lips, thank you senior brother Lin, you're so nice. A charming smile appeared on Lu Xuemeng's white face. Seeing the famous beauty of the alchemy hall surround Lin Hao, many disciples couldn't help but feel envious and jealous in their hearts. Chui Yunfeng saw that Lu Xuemeng, who usually had a fairly cordial relationship with him, was ignoring him and talking to Lin Hao, which made his face grow more and more gloomy. He couldn't help but walk towards the two of them, and said with a rather disdainful tone in his voice, senior sister Lu, Lin Hao is just a 5-element spiritual root, and he is destined to not go far on the Dan Dao, so you don't need to pay too much attention to him. Senior Chui, you don't care who I care about. Lu Xuemeng frowned, somewhat disgusted by Chui Yunfeng's tone, and said, senior brother Lin's insights on spirit wood are the most powerful I've ever seen, so don't disturb me from consulting with senior brother Lin on spirit wood studies. Senior sister Lu, you. Seeing Lu Xuemeng's appearance of sending her away, a hostility surfaced in Chui Yunfeng's heart. In the alchemy hall Lu Xuemeng was the Taoist couple he had his eye on and regarded as forbidden. Now that she was pestering Lin Hao for conversation, it was similar to betrayal in Chui Yunfeng's mind. Chui Yunfeng's heart was high and proud, that was subjected to all this. If it wasn't for the presence of the supervising examination foundation protector, he was afraid that he would have to lash out at Lin Hao on the spot. He glared fiercely at the two of them, and took a deep breath and said, all right, I know. He turned to leave, a fierce look emerging in his eyes. Lin Hao looked at Chui Yunfeng's back and had a bit of a headache. He had won first place today and I was afraid that he was going to be hated by a pretentious person like Chui Yunfeng. It's all about immortality. Lin Hao clenched his fist. The chi replenishing elixir that was rewarded for being first in the examination was a longing elixir for him. Even if he offended an individual it was nothing. While mortals fight for money power status, cultivators in the immortal cultivation world also fight for spirit stones, pills, and various other things for the sake of longevity, which is even more intense than the fights in the mortal world. Lin Hao had 5 elemental spiritual roots, and what he needed to cultivate was many times more than other cultivators. And even if he had a treasure like the ancient longevity pagoda, if he wanted to grow up, he still needed to obtain as many cultivation resources as possible. This examination is over. Lin Hao won first place and is rewarded with a medium-grade qi replenishing elixir. Amidst the extreme eye-rolling of the other disciples, the exam protector announced loudly that he had taken out a Dan bottle from his storage ring, and with a gentle wave, the Dan bottle flew towards Lin Hao. "Thank you for the elixir from Senior Protector." Lin Hao's heart rejoiced as he reached out and took the flying pills, then hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. "Okay, everyone disperse." That exam inspector protector gave Lin Hao a deep look, originally wanting to recruit him to come along and say something individually, but when he thought about his spirit root qualifications, he shook his head in his heart and said to the other two spirit wood geniuses whose performances were much weaker than Lin Hao's, "Cui Yinfeng and Lu Shuemeng, you guys come along with the old man. It's a pity that senior brother Lin's spiritual root qualification is not good. Even if he won first place in the examination, he didn't get a summons from the Lord Protector." Under the envious gazes of the disciples, Cui Yinfeng and Lu Shuemeng were taken away by the supervisor protector. Lin Hao, however, had a calm expression on his face. To him, passing the apprentice test, obtaining a mid-grade qi replenishing Dan, and having the qualification to purchase alchemy materials was already considered pretty good. "When we go back, we'll take this medium-grade qi replenishing pill and upgrade it to extreme grade." Lin Hao got the elixir and didn't want to stay for a moment. He left the alchemy hall and looked at his storage pouch and saw that there were only 8 lower-grade spirit stones left, which were no longer enough to be used to enhance the quality of the qi replenishing elixir. He then glumly came to the Hall of Affairs and used 500 sect contribution points to exchange 50 lower-grade spirit stones before returning to his cave at a quick pace along the mountain road, putting the medium-grade qi replenishing Dan into the ancient eternal tower. Lin Hao was filled with flesh and invested more than 30 lower-grade spirit stones. The small tower absorbed the spirit stones, and the tower shook slightly, emitting a mysterious light that enveloped the qi replenishment Dan, and it didn't take long for that mid-grade qi replenishment Dan to reach extreme quality. He took out the extreme grade qi replenishing pill and barfed and swallowed it. The pill instantly melted into his stomach, and immediately afterward, a steady stream of rich spiritual qi surged out of his body. Lin Hao hurriedly sat down on his knees to breathe and exhale, guiding the aura to run around the circumference of the sky, and with the help of the elixir, he once again experienced that feeling of his cultivation skyrocketing. Another cultivation level equivalent to about 3 months of hard training has been gained. Several hours later, Lin Hao opened his eyes with a contented smile on his face. His cultivation was still at the early stage of the 3rd level of qi refining, but it had refined a lot more. Under normal circumstances, it would take me about 5 years to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, which means it would take about 60 months. He murmured and thought, now if I just eat 18 more extreme qi replenishing pills, I'm afraid that even if I can't enter the 4th level of qi refining, I'm not far off. After Lin Hao became an alchemy apprentice, he was able to buy 2 materials for refining qi replenishing pills and 1 finished qi replenishing pill per month, which meant that he was now guaranteed to earn 3 qi replenishing pills per month. With the help of the qi replenishing pill, he only needed more than 6 months to hopefully break through to the 4th level of qi refining. Chapter 81, Crap Dan. While everything seemed to be going in the right direction, Lin Hao frowned. He currently had 25 lower-grade spirit stones and 480 sect contribution points left over from purchasing the qi replenishing pill and upgrading the quality of the qi replenishing pill this month. After converting all of his contribution points into spirit stones, Lin Hao's total spirit stones were still 73, which was only enough to upgrade the 2 lower-grade qi replenishing pills to extremely high grade. Spirit stones are really used like running water. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was now earning 160 lower-grade spirit stones per month, which was considered wealthy amongst the disciples. But these spirit stones were pretty much consumed after getting a couple of extreme qi replenishing pills. There wasn't much left over at all, and it belonged to the kind that was used up every month. With a little bit of math, Lin Hao felt deeply that he himself was still very poor, and that he had a long way to go if he wanted to raise the 5 elemental spiritual roots and set foot on the path to immortality. The darkness disappeared and the sunlight came down again. After Lin Hao finished the work he had to do today, he hurried to the alchemy hall, and he arrived at the place where the alchemy materials were sold. Senior brother Lin, what would you like to buy? That inner disciple in charge of selling raw materials for alchemy arched his hand at him and said, This senior brother, I would like to purchase a copy of the materials for refining the qi replenishing pill. Lin Hao arched his hand and returned the greeting. Senior brother Lin, 1 qi replenishing pill material, 5 lower grade spirit stones, and 3 sect contribution points. That inner disciple took out a qi replenishing pill material from the storage bag specialized in storing alchemy materials and placed it on the counter with a smile. Yeah, Lin Hao quickly paid the spirit stones and contribution points, collected the chi replenishing pill refining materials, and headed towards the place where he rented the alchemy furnace. And after spending 2 more lower grade spirit stones in a fleshly manner, he rented an alchemy stone room. Using the token to open the door of the stone room, there was a large internal space inside, with a Dan furnace placed right in the center. The flame used for alchemy in the alchemy stone chamber was the same as the alchemy hall using the earth vein spirit flame. The only difference was that the alchemy stone room didn't have the array pattern for detecting the results and the special wall for displaying the rankings like the alchemy stone room. It's a pity that the alchemy hall doesn't have a list and can't earn contribution points by charging into the list like the alchemy hall. Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head slightly, secretly feeling some regret. He came in front of the alchemy furnace in the stone room and followed the method in the jade sketch of the introductory alchemy technique to ignite the flame of the alchemy furnace. Refining pills was even more tedious than refining weapons. During the process of refining pills, not only did one have to perform the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra to maintain the medicinal properties of the alchemy materials and observe the changes in the materials, but also had to use the Xian Flame Heart Sutra with one mind to control the size of the flame at all times. So becoming an alchemist was more difficult than becoming a weapon maker. And the status of an alchemist in the Xian Yu sect was much higher than that of a weapon maker. Lin Hao suppressed the distractions in his mind as he took out the materials he had purchased for the chi replenishing pill. And in accordance with the method recorded in the introductory alchemy technique, he placed one herb after another into the alchemy furnace in order. He carefully used the Xian Fire Heart Sutra to control the earth vein spirit flame, refining the medicinal herbs in the Dan furnace so that the medicinal properties of these herbs would blend with each other. Time passed, and several hours later, suddenly the Dan furnace shook violently, and a pungent and unpleasant smell wafted out from the Dan furnace. Failed. Lin Hao, who was carefully controlling the flames, suddenly had a black face. He had watched the Dan formula repeatedly before refining the Qi replenishing Dan, and thought that he had already figured out the method of refining the Qi replenishing Dan. But his first time of refining the Dan didn't go well, and he made a ruined Dan. He frowned and quickly recalled the process of alchemy in his mind, and before long, he slapped his head in chagrin and said, "The soil where that fragrant spirit grass was planted should have had a heavy fire attribute, resulting in this fragrant spirit grass being even more fiercely medicinal than the fragrant spirit grass recorded on the Dan formula, destroying the medicinal properties of the other spirit medicines. I should have lowered the flame then and then increased the spirit wood chi to protect the other spirit medicines." Lin Hao had found the problem with the failure of refining the chi replenishing pill, but it was a pity that he didn't have any extra spirit replenishing pill materials in his hands right now to allow him to try refining it once more. Luckily, I have the ancient longevity pagoda, which can upgrade the spent pills into normal pills that can be taken. He suppressed the chagrin of the alchemy failure, opened the furnace to put the chi replenishing Dan, which emitted a pungent smell, into a small bottle carefully and put it into his storage bag. Lin Hao left the alchemy stone room and went to the Hall of Affairs to exchange 300 sect contribution points for 30 spirit stones before he returned to his cave. He couldn't wait to take out the chi replenishing pill, which had failed to be refined and was emitting an unpleasant odor, and put it into the special space of the small tower. After using up 2 lower grade spirit stones, the small tower lit up with a mysterious glow enveloping the spent Dan, and soon the unpleasant odor of the spent Dan disappeared, becoming a lower grade chi replenishing Dan that could be taken. Lin Hao continued to take out spirit stones and put them into the small tower to upgrade the quality of the chi replenishing Dan. 38 spirit stones were used up before and after, and a superb chi replenishing Dan with an enticing aroma appeared in the special space of the small tower. He took out the extreme chi replenishing pill from the small tower and swallowed it in one gulp, sitting down on his knees and entering into a state of cultivation. Soon a few hours passed, and Lin Hao absorbed all of the aura produced by this extreme chi replenishing pill, transforming it into his own cultivation. There are only 12 spirit stones and 180 points of sect contribution left. Lin Hao opened his eyes and checked his current financial situation, which was not optimistic. Currently, he was still able to purchase a copy of the materials for refining the chi replenishing pill, but if he wanted to raise the quality of the refined chi replenishing pill to the very best grade, the spirit stones were no longer enough. After finishing his work the next day, he went back to the alchemy hall to buy a chi replenishing pill material and rented an alchemy stone room to refine the pills. With yesterday's alchemy experience, Lin Hao paid even more attention to the details today. He thought over and over in his mind and felt that everything was secure before he put the herbs into the alchemy furnace and carefully controlled the flames to refine them. After about several hours, the unpleasant odor reappeared within the stone room. As I envisioned it, it shouldn't have failed. Lin Hao stared at the alchemy furnace with reddened eyes. his face extremely ugly. His second time of refining the chi replenishing pill ended in failure and he got a ruined pill. It's still a bit too hasty. The chi replenishing pill is a high-level pill among the first-order pills, and is extremely difficult for an alchemy apprentice to refine. And since my time of learning alchemy is still short, coupled with my cultivation level being only at the third level of chi refining, it's really a bit of a stretch for me to want to refine it. Lin Hao wasn't discouraged. He kept summarizing his failures and found that this time, the process of refining the elixir was due to a lack of cultivation, which led to the fact that during the simultaneous use of the Xian Fire Heart Sutra and the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra, the spirit chi in his body was a bit unable to keep up with it, and it allowed several elixirs to go wrong when fusing them together. When my realm breaks through to the fourth level of chi refining, it should be much easier to refine the chi replenishing pill again. Lin Hao put away the spent pills in the alchemy furnace and left the alchemy hall. He currently had 6 spirit stones and over 170 sect contribution points left, which were no longer enough to upgrade this spent dan into an extreme grade chi replenishing dan, and he was prepared to save this spent dan until next month, when he received new spirit stones and contribution points to upgrade the quality. Chapter 82, Helping to Settle a Grudge? Lin Hao's days in the sect became uneventful, with nothing but work and cultivation every day. Without the extreme chi replenishing pill, his cultivation was as slow as a snail's pace, and in the midst of looking forward, Lin Hao finally waited for another new January, the day when he could receive his spirit stones and contribution points. Lin Hao, who had been practicing hard for more than 10 days, with mediocre progress and a somewhat numb cultivation, finally came to life on the day of the release of the spirit stones, and excitedly went out of the cave. After collecting 50 lower-grade spirit stones from the deacon of the ninth peak, he went to the Spirit Beast Hall to collect 500 clan contribution points, and 600 points of contribution from the Hall of Alchemy. Lin Hao exited the Spirit Beast Hall and headed straight for the Alchemy Hall, because most of the disciples in the Alchemy Hall were from the 5th peak, belonging to the 5th peak's home base, and were extremely unfriendly to Lin Hao. Coupled with studying alchemy, he hadn't set foot in the Alchemy Hall once in the past month. This 5-elemental spirit root waste, why is he here in our refining hall again? Murdered our 5th peak's genius and still dares to come here. He wants to get his ass kicked, doesn't he? Avenge senior brother Wei. When Lin Hao appeared in the artifact refining hall, he immediately drew pairs of hostile gazes from many of the artifact refining hall disciples, and undisguised mocking sneers. Lin Hao, however, had a calm expression on his face. He had no feelings for the people of the Hall of Refinement, and he was just here to collect what belonged to him, 600 points of contribution value. If he wanted to receive the contribution value reward for being the first on the newcomer list of refiners, all he needed to do was to put his identity token and display it on the list formation, and those 600 contribution points would be in his hands without the need to go through anyone in the refining hall's permission. Lin Hao, this isn't the place for you. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the alchemy hall and blocked his way. The alchemy hall belongs to the entire clan. When did you have the right to disallow other disciples to come to the alchemy hall? Lin Hao frowned as his gaze fell on the group of people blocking the road. At the head of the group was Zhao Rower, who was currently making a name for herself among the newcomers in the alchemy hall, as well as Ding Chang, a 4th-grade single-attribute fire spirit root genius who was a registered disciple under the 5th peak master, Shiman Ku. Lin Hao, you can't even be considered as an apprentice refiner in the Hall of Refinement. You don't have any contribution to our Hall of Refinement. So what qualifications do you have to come to our Hall of Refinement to receive the reward for the first contribution value of the newcomer list for nothing? Ding Chen looked at Lin Hao with a sneer on his face. He had a good talent for refining weapons and was now ranked 3rd on the list of newcomers to refining, only behind Zhao Roar and Lin Hao. As long as Lin Hao didn't claim the 600-point contribution reward for the first place on the Alchemy newcomer ranking list, according to the rules of the Alchemy Hall ranking array, once the person on the list exceeded the time specified for claiming the reward, the ranking array would defer the contribution point reward and land it on Zhao Roar's head. In order to curry favor with Zhao Roar and gain her heart, Ding Chang was naturally extremely diligent about preventing Lin Hao from receiving contribution points. Aren't you guys just trying to rob me of my first place contribution points? Say it with such great righteousness. Lin Hao's face was cold. He didn't budge. If you want the first place contribution point reward, you can do it with your skills. Beat me in refining. Don't play these little tricks that are useless to me. I'm a personal disciple. My master is the 9th peak master. It's not that easy for you guys to bully me. Senior brother Lin, you're only a 5-element spiritual root, destined to not go far on the cultivation path. Zhao Roer saw his strong attitude and her gaze fell on him. Her tone was soft but contained a threat. She said quietly, according to the clan rules, even if you are a pro-disciple, if you don't break through your cultivation realm to the 6th level of chi refining within 6 years, you will be assigned to the mundane by the clan. Your master, Uncle Xiao, can protect you within the clan, but when you get outside the clan, it's hard to say. You guys want to wait until I'm out of the clan and turn on me? Lin Hao frowned. Not that we would do anything to senior brother Lin. Zhao Roer smiled gently and said, but senior brother Lin, you killed Wei Wuxian, so I'm sure Wei Wuxian's father, Wei Lai, and some of the 5th Peak's disciples, I'm afraid that they won't let you off the hook. As long as you're willing to give up your contribution points for the first place in the Alchemy Hall's newcomer ranking, I promise that I can keep you safe and sound after you arrive in the mundane world, so that you can enjoy the glory of the mundane world, and spend your whole life as a good mortal. She continued, I have a son's murderous revenge with Wei Lai, just by you can do something to keep Wei Lai from seeking revenge on me? Lin Hao said sarcastically with an expressionless face. Of course I can do it. With my talent, it won't be long before I can take a place in the artifact refining hall, and in the future, it's only a matter of time before I can cultivate a foundation establishment. Plus I have a good relationship with the people from the 5th Peak, and at that time, as long as you're willing to scrap your own cultivation as a sign of punishment, I can help you to talk to Wei Lai, and I'm sure that Wei Lai will give me a face, and is willing to settle the grudge with senior brother Lin, and spare senior brother Lin's life. Zhao Roer's beautiful eyes looked straight at him with an unattainable air, looking at Lin Hao as if he were a mortal from another world, and calmly said, in her eyes Lin Hao was destined to be a mole in the future, and talking to him about this was only for the sake of his master. Xiao Yud, Lin Hao's master, Xiao Yud, was seriously injured, and he didn't know how long he would live, and by that time, I was afraid that Xiao Yud would be unable to protect himself, so how could he have the energy to protect a disciple under his door? I'll settle the grudge between Wei Lai and I, and with the 5th Peak myself, so I won't bother you guys. Lin Hao frowned. Lin Hao, don't give your face away. Dare to reject senior sister Zhao. You definitely won't be able to break through to the 6th level of chi refining in 6 years with this 5-elemental spiritual route. According to the clan's rules, in the future you'll only be able to go to the mortal world and be reduced to the bottom level of the clan. You'll die when the time comes. Ding Chang said with a cold expression. We are willing to give you a way out, so why don't you kneel down and thank us? It's not up to you to decide what my future holds. Lin Hao's voice was cold as he said, get out of the way. Don't block the road. Toast, we won't let it happen today. What do you want? Ding Chang and the others stopped in front of them, their faces showing contempt. Lin Hao's face sank. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people were really bullying people. He waved his hand forward and performed the wind control technique, and a gust of wind swept towards Ding Chang, the 5th Peak's namekeeper disciple who was blocking the forefront, as Lin Hao tried to shake off the people who were blocking the way. Good guts, daring to make a move in the alchemy hall. When that Ding Chang saw the gust of wind suddenly attacking him, the long sword of the magic weapon in his hand directly and viciously stabbed at Lin Hao's vitals. Phew! But Lin Hao these days even 8-3 chi replenishment Dan cultivation has risen greatly. His wind magic attainment is very deep. The wind was directly rolled to the cultivation is also the refining of Chi 3 Ding Chang, and Ding Chang in the hands of the magic weapon flew backwards out. With a touch sound, Ding Chang's extremely wretched buttocks landed backward face first on the ground, ruthlessly making a close contact with the ground, falling and letting out a painful scream. Ding Chang climbed up from the ground, falling so miserably in front of the crowd and his sweetheart Zhao Roer, he felt that he had lost all his face. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Hao with spiteful eyes. Lin Hao! You 5-element spiritual root waste, I want to kill you. Good if you want to kill me, I'll fulfill you. How about we go to the Taoist Peak fighting stage and have a life and death fight right away? Lin Hao's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Ding Cheng now. Chapter 83 Breakthrough. I want to earn contribution points. The 5th peak was the most powerful in the alchemy hall, but there were also quite a few disciples from other peaks. The quarrel over here attracted more and more disciples from other peaks to gather around. Ding Cheng was stared at by Lin Hao's fierce eyes, and for no reason at all. He was a little afraid, thinking of Wei Wuxian eating the violent spirit pill and accidentally dying at Lin Hao's hands even though his strength had reached the 4th level of chi refining. Facing Lin Hao's invitation for a life and death fight, he naturally didn't dare, but his mouth didn't show any weakness, saying, "Humph, with you you're also worthy of having a life and death fight with me. I admit that you're very powerful in the 3rd chi refining realm, but Lin Hao, You're afraid that you won't be able to break through in your life with this 5-element spiritual root, while I'm a 4th grade fire attribute single spiritual root, and I only need to train for a few years more to be able to be far ahead of you in terms of the realm, and by that time, I would simply be emitting some breath. You won't even be able to withstand it. Only dare to show off with your mouth? Don't dare to fight me. Then get out of the way. Lin Hao frowned as his gaze swept over the group of people in front of him. These people were basically all outer disciples. Even if there were inner disciples at the 6th level of chi refining, they were in the way of Lin Hao's status as a pro-disciple. And with the fact that there were inner disciples from the 9th peak who had rushed over when they heard the commotion, they didn't dare to do too much to Lin Hao. Senior brother Lin, we want to help you resolve your grudge. It's meant for your own good. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Only there's no medicine for regrets later. When Zhao Roer saw his resolute attitude, a murderous intent surfaced in her heart, knowing that it was impossible to get Lin Hao to let go of the first place reward. And while her mouth cried out senior brother, there was no smile on her pretty face, and her tone of voice was very icy. The 600 contribution points for the first place in the newcomer list of refiners was equivalent to 60 lower grade spirit stones, which was not a small amount for cultivators at the chi refining realm. In Zhao Roer's mind, these 600 contribution points should have belonged to her, but they were possessed by Lin Hao, a person who had difficulty even cultivating, and whenever she thought about it, she was very indignant. Don't worry, I won't regret it, and I don't need you guys to care about the grudges on me, Lin Hao faintly replied back. Striding forward, he cupped his hands together, and if anyone else dared to block the way, he would use the wind sentry technique to throw off those who blocked the way. A group of Alchemy Hall disciples who were blocking the front had wanted to make things difficult for Lin Hao, but when they saw Zhao Roer gently shaking her head, they gave way with hostile gazes in their eyes. Senior sister Zhao, this Lin Hao doesn't know what's good for him. There are so many of us. Why don't we all join together to teach him a lesson? With your current position in the Alchemy Hall, even if you make a move on Lin Hao, this waste of a pro-transmitter, the consequences wouldn't be serious. A disciple of the refining hall looked down on Lin Hao and couldn't help but open his mouth. He is, after all, a pro-disciple, so it's a bit tricky if we take a shot at him. Zhao Roer's willow brows frowned slightly as she said, each disciple can only stay on the newcomer list for half a year, and after that half year, Lin Hao won't be able to receive the first place contribution point reward from the Hall of Refinement anymore. Senior sister Zhao, when I think that this Lin Hao is going to receive a total of several thousand contribution points from our Alchemy Hall for nothing in these half a year, I feel unworthy for our Alchemy Hall. Many of the Alchemy Hall disciples had a look of resignation on their faces. Humph, he won't be able to be complacent for long. If he can't reach the 6th level of chi refining within 6 years, he can only leave the clan. We'll find him to settle the score at that time. A touch of ruthlessness surfaced in Ding Cheng's eyes. Lin Hao traveled along, ignoring the unfriendly gazes cast by the disciples of the weaponry refining hall, and after a quarter of an hour, he collected 600 sect contribution points and left. He came to the Hall of Affairs and directly exchanged his 600 contribution points for 60 lower grade spirit stones. After returning to his cave, Lin Hao couldn't wait to take out the chi replenishing elixir from his storage bag and upgrade the quality of the elixir to the very best. The people of the refining hall, thinking that I won't be able to break through to the 6th level of chi refining within 6 years, and that I'll be forced to leave the Xianyu sect and go to the secular world to help the sect with chores and be reduced to the bottom level of the sect, I'm afraid that their thoughts are going to be in vain. Lin Hao took the extreme chi replenishing pill and his cultivation grew once again. Time flies like an arrow, time passes in a hurry, and the well-tended spirit element fruit tree inside the cave has already blossomed. On the stone bed, Lin Hao sat with his eyes closed tightly on his knees, in the middle of cultivation, when suddenly his body trembled slightly, and immediately afterward, he saw that the aura on his body was violently much stronger. After more than half a year, I finally broke through to the 4th level of chi refining. Lin Hao opened his eyes, a look of joy appeared on his face, as long as he kept taking the extreme chi replenishing pills. According to this progress, he didn't need to take 6 years. I'm afraid that he would be able to reach the 6th level of chi refining in about 2 to 3 years, and wouldn't be forced to go to the secular world because he couldn't meet the sect's requirements. After his cultivation breakthrough, he got up from the stone bed, took out a few flying swords from his storage bag, and pinched his hand with the royalty technique, and instantly several flying swords flew and shuttled inside the cave, bringing up a whooshing wind sound. The spiritual energy of the 4th level of chi refining is at least more than twice as strong as the 3rd level of chi refining, and my spiritual energy, which is far more powerful than that of an average cultivator of the same realm, is now able to control up to 4 flying swords at the same time without struggling. And even if I add a few more flying swords to the mix, I can still control them with the thickness of the spiritual energy in my body. Lin Hao cast the sentinel art to maneuver the flying swords and tried it out. And after a slight estimation in his mind, he knew that he could now control at least about 8 flying swords to attack at the same time. This wasn't even his limit. If he exerted the imperial art with all his might regardless of the cost, the number of flying swords he could even manipulate could reach 10. Lin Hao used the royal sword technique within the cave, and tried to cast a few more spells, and after he was clear about his current strength, he stopped, and as he swept his gaze through his storage bag, a sad look appeared on his face, and he said, "Ugh, so poor, there's only a little bit of spirit stones left, and that's not enough to go around at all." He had reached the number 1 position on the Alchemy Hall's newcomer list for half a year. And according to the rules he was no longer a newcomer and couldn't stay on the newcomer list to receive the 600 contribution points per month, and his total income was directly reduced by a large sum of money. With the current amount of spirit stones, it was no longer possible to maintain his cultivation by taking 3 extreme grade chi replenishing pills every month. Unfortunately, the Alchemy Hall spirit medicine resources are limited, and I can only purchase 2 refining materials for the chi replenishing pill from the Alchemy Hall every month. So I can't even earn spirit stones through refining pills if I want to. The Alchemy Hall there are quite a lot of refining failure chi replenishing Dan waste pills, the clan recycling price and a piece of lower grade spirit stone. Should I collect the waste pills from those disciples and upgrade the quality before selling them? Lin Hao's mind was spinning, thinking about how to earn spirit stones. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Acquiring waste pills to enhance their quality before selling them was too risky. If he was discovered to possess the treasure that gave the pills an enhanced quality, I'm afraid that no one would be able to resist the temptation, and would simply step in to snatch it. Lin Hao was only a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining right now, so he still needed to be a bit more cautious and careful. As for acquiring waste Dan to enhance its quality and then taking it yourself, that was even more unnecessary. There was a risk, not to mention that it was also impractical. In reality for Lin Hao the cost of raw materials for pills wasn't that high, the most costly of which was the spirit stones needed to give the pills a boost in quality. I've been able to achieve a success rate of around 80% in refining lower grade chi replenishing pills during these half a year, and now that I've broken through to the 4th level of chi refining to possess even more robust spiritual energy, I should be able to directly refine a middle grade chi replenishing pill, which would save a little bit of spirit stones. Lin Hao rubbed his head with a bit of a headache. It's just that this amount of spirit stones saved is still a drop in the bucket. Where do we make up for the missing income? The rewards from the Alchemy Hall's list were too generous, and with less of this income, not only would Lin Hao have to divert a lot of his energy from doing other clan tasks, not to mention, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to earn 600 contribution points even if he worked himself to death. Since I can't stay on the Alchemy Hall newcomer ranking right now, isn't it possible for me to try to impact the Alchemy Hall subterranean ranking? As long as I enter into the subterranean ranking, even if I'm only the last place, I'll still be able to collect 700 points of sect contribution. Lin Hao thought about it, but he still felt that while gathering in the Alchemy Hall was faster in terms of gaining contribution points,